Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Reborn as 10 Tailed Kitsune in DxD and MHA World Coexist movie. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 1. The Corruption of Konoha and True Friends. Currently in the Valley of the End, a 12-year-old Naruto Uzumaki was battling with Uchiha Sasuke, the last loyal Uchiha. Supposedly they were fighting, since the Uchiha ran away from Konoha to go with the snake-san Orochimaru, a rogue ninja of S rank from Konoha. Both Naruto and Sasuke were battling for a long time, although Naruto was holding back until both used their most powerful techniques, Sasuke with the Chidori and Naruto with the Rasengan. Both genin collided their techniques, causing a gigantic explosion, making both of them fly. After a few seconds, Naruto got up in pain and could see an unconscious Sasuke, so he smiled and went to his teammate to take him to Konoha and carry out the recovery mission. Naruto. Well, I've caught the stupid Uchiha, now let's go to Konoha, he said with a small smile and sighing, since he had to hold back a lot with the weak Uchiha. Naruto, since he can remember, has been able to talk to the self-proclaimed most powerful of the 9 Biju. Kurama, the great Kyuubi no Kitsune, since he was 5 years old when the blonde ended up in a state of unconsciousness after the many beatings he received on the day of the Kyuubi's defeat, ended up meeting his tenant. At first the Kyuubi was somewhat careless with his Jinchuriki, but after 1 year, he became fond of the blonde, to the point of raising and educating him under his own tails. Like his own son, he trained him to such an extent that he could be considered the first Sannin of the Foxes at the age of 13. Sadly, the desire for power in the village of Konoha made the Biju, after revealing what happened to his parents the day he was born, order him to wear a mask and only show himself to those who deserved his affection. Naruto, seeing who his parents were and how much they loved him, could only get angry. The Leaf Village was very rotten. What kind of beings worship a person as a hero and try to kill their son, as if he were the worst of outcasts? He would never understand, but he could see who they were that he could trust, the Sandaime, a power-hungry hypocrite. If it weren't for the Kyuubi himself, Naruto would have been stagnated even by direct orders from him, and even to everyone's laughter, his grandson Konohamaru Sarutobi, just for getting together with him, would go through the same thing. That last thing angered and annoyed the blonde a lot, since the boy was his self-proclaimed younger brother. Kurama. Let's hope everything goes well, puppy, I have a very bad feeling, he said seriously. Naruto frowned, as he too had a bad feeling, but he continued anyway and went towards Konoha, just hoping that nothing bad would happen. After a couple of hours carrying the idiot Sasuke, they arrived at Konoha, where at the gate was the Hokage Tsunade Senju, some Anbu, Kakashi Haddock, and some of the rookies who did not go on the mission to recover the Uchiha, which impressed him a little, since he did not think that so many people would be waiting at the gate. He could notice several of the rookies with sad faces and Tsunade with her mood on the floor, since he was the only one who saw a tear fall from her eye. That had worried Naruto, because since Tsunade returned to the village, she had occupied a mother role for him. Well, the Anbu surrounded him and his sensei looked at him with disgust, hatred and disappointment. Before he could even say anything, a voice he recognized very well rang out, Danzo Shimura, one of the people the Kyuubi himself ordered him to stay away from. Danzo? Uzumaki, Naruto is under arrest for hurting the last loyal Uchiha. Your sentence will be decided later by the council. Naruto. But I fulfilled the mission, Sasuke, he tried to kill me, they can't stop me from fulfilling the recovery mission, he excused himself with some anger. Naruto watched Tsunade clench her fists in the company of Rock Lee, Ino Yamanaka, Hinata Hyuga, Choji Akimichi and Niji Hyuga, while Shikaku Nara seriously held them back with his shadow possession, while 4 Anbu with strange kanji took him to the detention room to decide his future. Kakashi. Danzo-sama is sure. Danzo? Yes, the Kyuubi boy is a danger to the Leaf Village, it is time to teach him a lesson, so we will gather the council, and his fate will be decided retreating. From among the shadows, a white-haired man looked at this with sadness and strong disappointment. Jiraiya. Minato would be disappointed in you, Kakashi, he said seriously and sadly. Since he came into his life, the Sannin of the Toads had been present for Naruto in a strange way. He took care of him in his own way. Although he was a terrible teacher, he was one of the few who still loved Naruto. He had not been there for him. Whenever he asked his sensei, he answered that he was being seen as a hero. How he regretted paying attention to that. After Naruto was taken away to imprisonment, several of the rookies who were at the gate of Konoha were talking badly about Naruto. Sakura. That baka was always a demon, she said annoyed. No. Sakura, you made him promise to bring it, don't come here pretending to be innocent. Sakura. Don't you see how he left Sasuke-kun? Hinata. What did you want me to do? Fill her butt with flowers to come back. Shikamaru. Troublesome, but too bad he didn't kill him. Chouji. What the hell are you saying? Kiba. I know Naruto can be a loser, but for doing his job, this is stupid. Ten. He's a demon, because of him I lost my parents. Niji. That's a lie, you use seals, and you can't differentiate a kunai from the scroll that contains it. He had a worse fate than us, and yet he supports us, and many people see him badly. Lee. That's not very youthful, Naruto-kun needs us even more, and we must help him. Shino. He is a friend, we must do it. After that, the group of 12 rookies would separate forever. An hour later Naruto was in a cell with his head down, he was neither screaming nor crying, that was strange for the shinobi guarding him, but they dismissed it, they assumed he was in shock, but what they didn't know was that Naruto was talking inside his mind with the Kyuubi. Kurama. Okay, puppy hugging the blonde in a fatherly manner. Naruto. But why, Bachan wanted to help me and they didn't let him. Kurama. I've seen it, and you also know that with this you'll see who will support you in the future. Naruto. I know what the bastards are going to do, they think I'm an idiot, they think I'm weak, but I'm not, most likely they'll banish me or execute me. Kurama. If you are executed, there will be no place for those who betray you, since I will find a way for those who have not turned their backs on you to leave, and I will reduce Konoha to its ashes. While they were talking in the cell, a heated discussion was taking place in the council chamber. Hamura. We must execute him. Ibuki. Kill the demon. The civilians demanded his head. Tsunade. Silence, I am the Hokage and I will decide. Anzo. You cannot, since by order of the daimyo, your right to vote in this matter is revoked, he said, showing a document. Anzo was not stupid, he had convinced the daimyo to give more power to the council, because in the Kyuubi attack the feudal lord lost a relative, and since there was no one to blame, well, the scapegoat was Naruto. Without Tsunade to vote, the result was clear, only the Akamichi and Inuzuka clans were in favor of the blonde-haired boy. Tsume was a friend of Kushina, Naruto's mother, but her vote to prevent anything bad was insufficient. The same happened with Choza Akamichi, Minato's friend, but nothing. Both knew about Naruto and protected him, perhaps indirectly and unlike Hisashi Hyuga before his death, who did it directly. The originally no Shikacho broke after that vote, and Noichi and Shikaku held Naruto responsible for Minato's death, unlike their children, well Ino, since Shikamaru always pretended to be Naruto's friend. The result was overwhelming, one abstention from Shibi Aburam, as he knew that it would not change anything, the Hokage was unable to act, and 2 votes against, the verdict was clear, Naruto was going to be executed, estimating a time of 3 days. Anzo. It's decided, Naruto Uzumaki will be executed in 3 days. Civilians. We will finish what the 4th started. At Ichiraku Ramen. Gucci and AM, 2 cooks from the civilian, who never saw Naruto in a bad light after the publication of Both Were Crying, were friends of Kushina and Minato, Naruto's parents, and they always fought to adopt him, but they never could, how much they regretted having failed to give him a home. At the academy. Iruka Amino, the first teacher to see Naruto for what he was devastated, his little brother figure, locked up and condemned for simply being a container. Everyone, or at least the vast majority, saw him as a demon, the fox incarnate, a weapon that could be discarded. He had decided to drink sake to calm his pain, but that was unnecessary to calm down. Saratobi residence. Konohamaru just clenched his fists and teeth while tears flowed from his eyes. Team Konohamaru had already turned their backs on him, because whenever they called Naruto boss they were empty words. With this they no longer referred to him with that affection, but as a demon. That was when little Konohamaru made a decision. At the hospital. Sasuke had woken up the next day from the state in which he left Naruto. When an Anbu notified him of what had happened, his gaze darkened, for this Naruto had brought him back. For this he applied the so famous evangelization based on punches. He felt like garbage, the only thing he could do was lament on the roof of the hospital when he left his room to clear his thoughts and proceed to let fall a few tears of regret. Sasuke. I'm sorry dope. He only received a visit from Konohamaru. Sasuke. The Sandame's grandson. Konohamaru. If you want to redeem yourself, come to me here, don't take long. After those words, the boy, using one of Naruto's teachings to hide, left unnoticed. Sasuke thought for a moment and smiled. For the first time in his life, he would do something right this time. At the academy. A few minutes had passed and several were gathering, as Konohamaru was calling those who truly supported Naruto. Ino. What's going on? Konohamaru. Someone is missing. Iruka. Sasuke surprised to see the Uchiha arrive. Hiba. What are you doing here? Sasuke. Do something right for once in your life, Naruto has a heavy hand, and I don't want to put up with another one of those things like he says. Niji. Evangelization with chills. Everyone would snicker at that. So after listening to Konohamaru they would leave the shinobi school in 2 groups. If this failed, those who supported the idea would go to the wave, as an escape. It no longer mattered to be seen as traitors if the cause was a just reason. Tsunade, Sasuke, Jiraiya, Konohamaru and Hinata were the ones who infiltrated the prison to get Naruto out. In the prison, the ambus guarding the place had opened the bars and removed the handcuffs, leaving the prisoners free to move around and have fun. Their victim was Naruto Uzumaki. They all beat him and broke every bone, taking advantage of the fact that Kyuubi was repairing their bones to break them again while he was tied hand and foot. Imagine it's Naruto. The beating continued more and more, they buried irons in his arms and legs, in his abdomen, they were not even warm enough for it to heal quickly, they simply let him bleed out as they hit him. They only stopped in front of someone, a silver-haired man with a smile of pure evil. Uzuki. Wow, the Kyuubi boy. Uzuki was beating him with pure savagery, while Naruto was just trying not to drown in his own blood. Uzuki. What's up, fox ate your tongue. The Kyuubi was more than desperate but could do nothing, although Naruto was free to remove the seal with the agreement of Minato's soul, there were another 500 that not only restricted him in his chakra, since being Uzumaki they were monsters in that energy, but also gravity and delay seals to prevent Naruto from being able to fully develop, in addition to some that tied him to the boy without the seal of the Reaper. Uzuki. I already had fun hitting him and taking apart eyes. Sasuke. Chidori. Uzuki. A being pierced pewage. Sasuke. I made many mistakes, and this is one I won't stop forgiving myself for if it happens further. Prisoner. To him. Tsunade would appear with Jiraiya to distract the Rias, while Sasuke and Konohamaru carried Naruto to take him away. Naruto. He fears you weakly Konohamaru. Konohamaru. Boss. Sasuke. Dope, you better hold on. After finishing off the Rias, Tsunade would go with Naruto to use the Mystic Palm and heal the boy a little, too bad the Anbu already alerted Danzo and others. Tsunade. Don't you dare die Naruto. Naruto. Bachan. Just as Naruto was healed, several Anbus accompanied by Kakashi Haddock entered and a fight would begin. Jiraiya. Kakashi serious. Kakashi. Jiraiya-sama, surrender, the demon cannot be saved, and you Sasuke, you disappoint me. Sasuke. Me. Damn Cyclops bastard, you yourself said, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon a friend are worse than scum, you abandoned Naruto when he needed you, I only correct my mistakes. Kakashi. I see, kill them. The Anbus would jump against Jiraiya and Sasuke, while Kakashi against Konohamaru. Kakashi. Die for the sake of the Chidori leaf. Naruto just pushed Tsunade away and moved to cover Konohamaru with his body, but Kakashi's arm would go through both of them through the chest, killing them. Konohamaru. I'm sorry Naruto Nai-chan closing his eyes after spitting blood. Naruto. You're a disappointment Haddock with difficulty. Kakashi. What? Naruto. My father would be disappointed in you spitting blood. Kakashi only saw the similarity of Naruto and Minato joining the dots, so he despaired. Kakashi. No, Naruto hold on, please forgive me, but hold on. Naruto just stood still, his eyes dull, he had finally died. Tsunade seeing this got distracted and was pierced by the sword of an Anbu falling dead, only by miracle, the Kyuubi would come out of Naruto to avoid more victims. Kurama. Pervert, take the Uchiha away now. Go away. After the Kyuubi entered Naruto, as he wanted to accompany his cub in his transition to the pure world, Jiraiya took a Sasuke who shouted that they should not take him out of there, while his eyes with 3 tomos turned until they had a different shape. Jiraiya. We must go. Sasuke. No, the dope can be saved no. Jiraiya would just knock him out and go with reverse summoning to Mount Mayaboku and from there to Nami no Kumi. All this was seen by some figures who looked on angrily. Figure 1. So the child who was from the prophecy was killed said a female voice. Figure 2. This is unfortunate. Figure 3. What will we do? Figure 4. We will give them a chance, but everything related to them will leave this world, their friends will not forget them, but. Figure 1. But the traitors will be there, waiting for the judgment of the betrayed. In Konoha, the Senju, Uzumaki and Namikaze districts, as well as the Yondame's mansion, the Temple of Masks, and the Forbidden Scroll, disappeared without a trace, under Danzo's angry gaze. Danzo. Damn. Hamura. Damn demon. In the ancient ruins of Yuzushiogakure no Sado, the entire islands that made up the country of whirlpools disappeared without a trace, everything Uzumaki disappeared, Konoha lost its barrier, Iwagakure, all the royos that were stolen in the Second Great Shinobi War, with the fall of Yuzu, in Kiri, the Swords of the Mist except for Samahata disappeared, the only villages that were not touched were Kumagakure and Sunagakure. Times of change were approaching the elemental nations, only fate would tell who would be on the right side. Chapter 2. The New Opportunity. In Konoha, the Senju, Uzumaki and Namikaze districts, as well as the Yondame's mansion, the Temple of Masks and the Forbidden Scroll, disappeared without a trace, under Danzo's angry gaze. In the ancient ruins of Uzumaki no Sado, the entire islands that made up the country of whirlpools disappeared without a trace, everything Uzumaki disappeared, Konoha lost its barrier, Iwagakure, all the royos that were stolen in the Second Great Shinobi War, with the fall of Yuzu, in Kiri, the Swords of the Mist except for Samahata disappeared, the only villages that were not touched were Kumagakure and Sunagakure. At the moment, we met a 13-year-old teenager, accompanied by an 8-year-old boy and a large 9-tailed orange fox, both floating in a white space that began to take shape and color. Little by little the three were waking up while looking at their surroundings. Konohamaru. Naruto Nai-chan. Naruto didn't think twice and hugged Konohamaru tightly. Naruto. Don't scare me like that, I don't want to lose you like I was going to. Kurama. Puppies, all very nice and beautiful but, where are we? That question made the two children open and close their eyes because they thought they had died. Figures. You are in what is called limbo, a plane that oscillates between the world of the living and the world of the dead. Both Naruto and Kurama were startled upon hearing those voices, they were supposed to be dead, so Naruto carried Konohamaru behind him. Naruto. Who are you? Why do you say we're in limbo? Kurama. If you want the pups you'll have to go through me, leaking as much killing intent as he could to scare the individuals. Voice 1. Wow, your killing intention is very powerful, you are definitely powerful, Kyuubi said, a female voice that radiated an aura full of life, calm, love and happiness. Voice 2. You are the powerful Bijuu of the 9 tails, Kurama, the great Kyuubi no Kitsune. It was the turn of a male voice. Voice 3. Indeed, he is very strong, obviously you don't have as much power as us, but powerful enough to defeat any being in this world except the Juubi, the full Hagoromo, Himura and Kagaya, said another male voice. At those names Kurama opened his eyes in shock, since these beings knew his father and uncle, and his father's mother, grandmother Kagaya, in addition to knowing the Juubi, a beast of destruction, but he was also somewhat intrigued and angry, because that being called his father an idiot. Kurama. You guys are not normal if you know my father. Voice 4. We are gods, but on a higher level than you know, according to your writings, we would be classified as primordial. At that Kurama and Naruto turned pale. Before them were 3 primordial gods and Konohamaru without understanding anything, the Bijuu, since his father mentioned to him that the primordial gods were beings of unimaginable power to such an extent that not even his mother Kagaya messed with them for fear of being killed. Naruto. What do you want with us? Voice 1. Well, young Naruto and little Konohamaru, first let me introduce myself. I am Katrina, primordial goddess of life and lady of the land of the remembered after her death. It is a pleasure to meet one of the beings who narrate the prophecies. Voice 2. I am Nabu, lord of order and chaos, ruler of balance, said a being that had white color on one half and darkness on the other, one wing of an angel and another of a demon. Voice 3. I am Zabalba, primordial lord of death and ruler of the deceased who fall into oblivion. In your world I have been known by many languages, but the closest is the Shinigami. Voice 4. And I am the primordial one of creation and destruction, lord creator and destroyer of worlds. You may call me Vermouth. At this revelation, both Kurama and Naruto opened their eyes in surprise, especially the fox, since he had heard from his father about the primordials, but there were 3 that stood out above all. It was the pinnacle of power. Naruto. And what do you want with us? He asked, curious to see 3 such high-level beings interested in something strange in his opinion. Zabalba. Nothing, we are just surprised that they killed you, young man of the prophecy, since you were supposed to come to be the savior of this dimension. You were to come to be the one who united all the shinobi villages, but everything went to shit, he said with a sigh of tiredness for the change of events. Nabu. Indeed, but despite that we thought that the village would treat you better for bringing back the last Uchiha, but we were wrong. Vermouth. So we want to make you a proposal, Uzumaki Naruto, he said calmly. Following what Vermouth said, both Naruto and Kurama looked curious to see what these 3 powerful beings wanted to offer them. Katrina. What we want to propose is that you go to another dimension. We want to give you a new opportunity and live your life the way you want to live it, start a family, have true friendships, and above all, peace for you. Naruto. And what do you gain by sending me there? Vermouth only sighed, because even though in that world there were beings of immeasurable power, such as Morgoth, an ancient Dark Lord, Sauron, his successor and apprentice, who was replaced by Office, the Dragon of Infinity, Great Red, and Trihexa, Lord of Chaos and Destruction, who after the end of the 2 Dark Lords, brought balance with their power, although not in terms of evil, but in raw power, there must always be a balance of power. The 4 primordials had to comment on the situation of the 3 beings that level the balance of powers, which sadly was being threatened by one of them, Trihexa. The 3 saving Office surpassed the power of the Kyuubi and Trihexa surpassed the Juubi. The latter made the fox's eyes almost pop out of their sockets due to the impression. Naruto just looked interested but with a doubt, which without being formulated was answered, they cannot intervene due to the ancient rules, so to act they had to be attacked first. Katrina. But if there's one thing we can do, it's choose a champion who can rally his teammates, regardless of race, and be able to stop this greater evil, while also powering through the lesser evils that arise. Naruto just looked at Konohamaru, who simply smiled and nodded. Naruto. I accept, but I doubt that with the current level of power I can do anything to him. Nabu. We are aware of that. Zabalba. We will give you some gifts and gifts which will help you and considerably increase your base power. All three would raise an eyebrow at that mention. Kurama. If they go, I would like to go with them. Bermuth. We are aware of this, which is why you will be given an additional power boost to what you have lost. Konohamaru. What will happen to Konoha? He would ask seriously. Zabalba. They will be able to return to the world of origin, they will simply have to know how to divide their time between both worlds. Nabu. We know you won't forget what was done to you, like they did, pointing to some figures. Naruto, seeing them, began to run because he saw a blonde-haired girl and another red-headed girl, who would begin to run and hug him. Minato. My son, hugging him tightly. How sorry I am for having been so blind. I let the position go to my head when I am first a father and not a cage. Naruto. I forgave you a long time ago, Dad, but raising his hand. Minato. Go ahead, opening his arms to receive the blow. Naruto just punched him in the stomach. Minato. You have a firm hand like your mother. Kushina. My baby, I'm so sorry, hugging Naruto while Minato, by inertia, hugged Konohamaru. Nabu. You must know something about the pink-haired girl. He would snap his fingers. In space, an image from the past would be seen. A young Sakura was leaving after playing with a little Naruto. The Uchiha massacre had recently occurred. She was running until she reached her house. Sakura. Mom, I was playing with Naruto. Mabuki. I'm so happy, my daughter, with a fake smile. By the way, the Sandaime came to see us with Danzo-sama. Hiruzen. Little one, do you think you can tell Danzo and Inoichi everything while I talk to your mother? Sakura. Yeah. Danzo used Kodomatsukami against Sakura, one of the greatest illusions added to several changes of memories, thanks to Inoichi making the girl forget the blonde. Hiruzen. It's done, a weapon should have no ties. When Space returned to the plane they were on, Naruto was furious. They made his childhood friend forget him and hate him. That made Naruto erase his hatred for the pink-haired girl and increase it for the Leaf Village. He wasn't the only one. Minato was angry, if not furious. He should have let the fox destroy the village with the face he was making. Kushina shouldn't go into details. Minato. I only have one student. Kakashi and Obito have disappointed me. Will you return? Naruto. Maybe. Minato. I don't care what you do to them. Katrina. And they won't go alone. But the snap of her fingers, a busty blonde appeared walking towards them. Naruto. Bachan. The blonde would simply hug Naruto while thanking him for being okay. Kushina would join in the embrace of her former teacher and her son, giving a touching image. But someone always ruins the beautiful moments. And for me, your older brother. Not even a hug. Feigning sadness. Naruto. You, shy Shisui and Nai-san, hugging the aforementioned. Shisui. Here I am, Ataudo, here I am, hugging back. Naruto cried for reuniting with the man who had been his older brother figure before, Iruka, grandson of Takeshi Uchiha, one of the few members of that clan that Tobirama Senju tolerated because none of that part of the clan possessed a curse of hatred. Shisui. I'm here, I'm not happy about what that village did, but I'll go with you. He. Nabu. Well, it's time to give him our gifts. Nabu, to you Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, I will give you the use of the 5 elements of nature in chakra. I will awaken your dormant Uzumaki genes, giving you access to your bloodlines, such as the Eye of Kagura and the Adamantine Chains, a high regeneration, so if you lose a limb, you will be able to regenerate it. Also, a gift for you is that I will eliminate your connection with Ashura. That made Kurama look surprised, as he did not notice the essence of Ashura in him, and your friend Uchiha will lose the essence of Indra. Both have evaded their judgment for centuries and transmigrated to avoid punishment. Naruto. I accept, smiling. Nabu. Well said, placing his hand. You are 85% Uzumaki and 15% Namikaze. Naruto would begin to glow, while his hair turned blood red, he grew a little taller, and his clothes, bright orange, changed. Kushina. With that appearance I can see a future of many grandchildren, hahaha. Naruto would blush for it. Nabu. To you young Konohamaru, I will give you a choice. Do you truly want to be Naruto's brother? Konohamaru. Hi, he answered without hesitation. He had seen many things of the Sarutobi saving his uncle Kurenai's wife Yuhi, and what will happen. Minato and Kushina would drop a drop of blood while Nabu introduced it into Konohamaru. Konohamaru would shine by changing his dark brown hair to a yellow one like the sun, with blue eyes and surprisingly a monkey tail. Konohamaru. Wow, I feel more chakra. Nabu. Like Naruto, both have a racial gift, as they will be what is known as Yakes, Uzumaki Yakai and Naruto a Kitsune Yakai, each with rare abilities that they will discover along the path of their development. Continued, Konohamaru, you are 75% Namikaze and 25% Uzumaki. Like Naruto, I gave you the 5 elemental affinities, plus a gift from me, the lava element. Konohamaru. Thank you and Nai-chan, now we can say that we are brothers. Zabalba. I continue, Kurama first I will return your power making the Biju increase its power, because sealed in Naruto was only half, and still was powerful, in addition to unlocking your possibility of progress, which will allow you to train and possess a 10th tail, being the most powerful Kitsune. I will give you a human form so you can go unnoticed with them. Kurama would glow as he shrank to human size, and his appearance became that of a burly Redeed. Tsunade, upon seeing him, would blush furiously at seeing such a hot eye. This was noticed by the Biju who would wink at her as a provocation, increasing the blush. Zabalba. The reason is also to reveal the truth to you, it is because of his actions. The gods did not agree that Hagoromo should not distribute and teach the use of chakra, he just did it and evaded their judgment for years being venerated as the father god of chakra, the sage of the 6 paths, and about you Biju, you were never seen as his children. Hagoromo did not want you to turn against my followers and his true and authentic children, much less did he want you to place yourself in favor of the gods, that is why he falsely showed you a path, and then the lineages of Indra and Ashura used them for their fights. Kurama now had an existential dilemma, Kushina and Minato sat him down to calm him down, but little by little, Kurama began to throw insults into the air at Hagoromo. Kurama. Otsutsuki is dead from this day, excuse me my dear ex-Jinchuriki tomato. Kushina. TSK use it. Kurama. From today I am Kurama Uzumaki. Vermouth. I'm next, young Naruto and little Konohamaru, my gifts for you are that you can use magic, your little Konohamaru, your magic is called rapture, this will allow you to steal physical objects, energy and power, in addition to physical abilities. You yourself must develop your techniques, so I expect great things from you, since you have a regeneration comparable to your brother. Konohamaru. Hi. Vermouth. Naruto, your magic power is infinite, you will be able to do all magic attacks without getting tired, so I will leave you a spell book for you to learn. Naruto. Hi. Vermouth. My second gift is a set of these that I have called Uzumaki pieces, as you can see they are like chess pieces, they are based on the evil pieces of the demons, you can reincarnate whoever you want under the race that the piece determines, they are random, and add the manipulation of chakra with the element or elements most related, their own magical power, in addition to that acquired by their race. The same for you Kurama-san. Naruto and Konohamaru. Thank you taking their respective pieces. Kurama. Thank you. Katrina. Well, I'll continue, my gift for you are summoning contracts, you will choose who to give them to, and if they are worthy, your personal ones are, apart from Naruto's toads, lions, in your case, and in little Konohamaru's, polar bears, use them well and wisely. Ambos. Hi. Nabu. From me, you will bring a couple of teachers who will be at your side, Kurama-san, you will have your companion, he died honorably in your world, I hope he can be of help in your case and accompany you. The golden glow appeared and flames took its place, slowly forming a young man of around 20 years old, blonde with red locks and a hairstyle that looked like flames. Hey where am I was dead. Nabu. Kaijiro Rengoku, Nabu, primordial god of order and chaos, assigned you to be Kurama's companion, advisor and friend, as a new opportunity for life. Kaijiro. I accept overflowing with optimism I am Kaijiro Rengoku. Kurama. He's just as stupid as Ashura whispered Kurama Uzumaki great king of the Biju. Nabu. And for you children, your teachers for a while until you return to your world and timeline snapping his fingers. 4 figures would make an appearance after some golden circles appeared on the ground. 1 How where are we? 2 I don't know, I was in my seat waiting for the next fight. 3 Amazing. 4 This is fascinating. Nabu. Nabu, primordial of order and chaos, ask you to teach the children everything you know. You who have fought for the fate of humanity in Ragnarok and won your respective battles, I want to entrust the 4 of you to teach them what you know, so that they can return later. 1. How have potential. Nabu. I present to you, he is the first emperor, the king where it all began, the one who reached heaven, Qin Shi Huang. Naruto. Qin-sensei, it will be a pleasure to learn from you. Konohamaru. Sai. Nabu. His next master, the strongest swordsman, nicknamed the strongest loser in history, the one who trained his sword even after his death, Sasaki Kajiro. Sasaki. Hey kids, so I'll finally go from apprentice to master, it'll be interesting and fun. Naruto. Thanks sensei. Konohamaru. I hope to learn. Sasaki. That's the spirit haha. Nabu. Your master strategist, the most famous assassin in the history of humanity, has eluded the best detectives of his time and ravaged London in the 19th century. He is Jack the Ripper. Jack. Accepting commissions is gentlemanly, and I hope you prove your worth. Naruto. Yes. Konohamaru. Yes, with a little fear. Nabu. Well, the last one, his teacher in science and responsible for his education, the man who illuminated the world. For him the word failure does not exist. He is Nikola Tesla. Nikola. It will be a pleasure to teach such fascinating beings. Katrina. Well, leaving that aside, Uzushi Agakure and everything related to the Senju and Uzumaki will be where they will appear. Naruto. Thank you. Vermouth. As the ancestral rules dictate. All the primordials. We give you life. The powerful glow appeared, blinding everyone and causing them to leave limbo. Chapter 3. A world to discover and a friend. They were all under a strong glow while everything was becoming clearer until they could see clearly and precisely. They were no longer in limbo, now they were in a place that only Biju himself recognized. Naruto. Where are we to Bayo? Konohamaru. An idea. Tesla. Fascinating analyzing one of the structures by eye, it looks like a Japanese village from the feudal era, but it has several changes. Kurama. It's Uzushi Agakure no Sado, the village hidden among the whirlpools, but surprised. Jack. What's up? Sasaki. Kurama-sen, what's going on? Quinn. This is interesting. Kurama. This is Uzushi Agakure no Sado, as I said, but what surprises me is that this village was destroyed at the end of the Second Great Shinobi War at the hands of 3 villages, as they made us believe. Jack. Did they do it? Kurama. Few know this that I will tell you, but as a Biju, I have been sealed in humans for a long time and I can hear what my Jinchurikis hear. It is in those times that my first Jinchuriki, Mito Uzumaki, was alive that I heard that Danzo would send support to devastate Uzushi Agakure. Naruto. So that is. Kurama. Yes, Konoha has betrayed the Uzumakis a lot and if they hid that from you, it's because they didn't want an avenging Uzumaki in the village. Quinn. Question, he has royal blood, right? Kurama. Yes, Quinn-san, the Uzumaki were known for many things, one of them was that they had their own village without needing to have cages, even so the leader known by many as Uzukage was actually the daimyo himself, the last being the Gaki's grandfather, Yamamoto Uzumaki, Sandame Uzukage as they called him in the rest of the shinobi villages, that. Quinn. Return to the boy in royal blood, how? Then Tesla would arrive with a map. Tesla. I could find maps everywhere of the world we are in, and there is one of the nearest nation, plus a note. Kurama. According to the map, we are a hidden island near Japan, located south of Nagoya and southeast of Kyoto. Imagine that the island is the size of Hokkaido and separates itself from the Japanese island, enough to leave a sea between them. Quinn. I see that and it is close to my hometown. While they continued talking about all the improvements the island had made, all the new things they had acquired, knowledge, technology, as well as resolving issues of subsistence and training. In the rest of the world, their appearance was felt by many, several of them were top 10 strongest stocks. The Mun-Ra, Lord of the Sun and Light of the Egyptians, was one of the first to sense their presence. He was in 10th place, along with one of the dragons considered evil, Krom Kruich, dragon of the Crescent Circle. The dragon also sensed them, but dismissed them. As for Amun-Ra, he assumed several interesting things would begin to happen. Quetzalcoatl, leader of the Aztec faction, goddess of wind, creation, and rain, according to many of the remaining virgin deities. Top 9 in power, a lover of fights, although lately she was looking for agreements, and with the arrival of perhaps a political agreement via marriage, wouldn't be a bad thing. Sharing her place in the top 9 was Thor, the berserker of thunder and the strongest god of the Norse. He liked battle, so if there was someone strong among those who arrived, he would try a bit, and if they were interesting, perhaps even offer training. Hades, lord and ruler of the Greek underworld, belonging to the beings that are in the top 8, these presences caught his attention, and he would prove it when the time came, since Olympus was on the brink of civil war after a series of events started with the theft of the Master Bolt from Zeus. Buddha, the Enlightened One of the gods who doesn't give a damn about anything and goes his own way, often eating sweets and not gaining weight, sensing this, dismissed the situation, since it was too much work and he was busy doing nothing. Typhon was another who felt it and saw it with curiosity. He was considered a top 7, the Greeks feared him because, whenever he could, he would pay them a visit, he could join or stay without doing anything, time would tell, but seeing what happened from now on was something interesting. The Shinto gods were among the first to know of their presence due to their proximity, except for Amaterasu, the rest of the pantheon viewed them with interest, only Izanagi remained distant and would see how things worked out. Like the Shinto, the Kyoto faction felt the presence while their leader Yusaka, Kyuubi queen of the Yakai faction, for some reason felt like getting closer to find out, without knowing that something good would happen in the future, since she was alone and taking care of her 5-year-old daughter Kunu. In India, the Trimurti felt it but would do nothing unless contacted. In the United States, currently the seat of the Greek faction, Olympus, located in New York, felt this sudden appearance, causing its leader to enter his paranoia. This made many shake their heads, since he is capable of causing wars because of it. Hestia and Poseidon looked at this with caution, along with Apollo, Hephaestus, Artemis and Hermes. They were worried, perhaps these new presences can protect their demigod children if there is a civil war on Olympus, since the tensions were many. And more after the theft of the Master Ray of Zeus and the return of Hestia to Olympus. Things were different with the biblical factions. The demons viewed it with some alarm, mainly the Council and the Mao Lucifer, Search's Gremory, currently considered the strongest demon. The other 3 Mo's took their place. Seraphil Leviathan and Ajuka Beelzebub saw an opportunity perhaps to leave the side of Searches and the Council, since they were very prone to start a war due to their stupidities and feelings that infected the vast majority of demons with a supremacist ideology. The fallen angels were different, they were the faction with the largest number of renegades there was, so Azazel, their current leader, decided to be one of the first to seek an alliance and prevent his faction from causing another war because of renegades, especially to protect his protege Vali Lucifer, great-grandson of the first Lucifer, a 13-year-old teenager. The angels sweated because of the presences that were there. One was capable of coming to fight the deceased Elohim, the biblical god, that made their leader, the Archangel Michael, shudder more than anything, who was paranoid about everything dangerous, or rather, what he considered dangerous. He condemned Azrael, the Archangel of Death, to loneliness for being stronger than him based on lies. The only ones who joined him were the Seraph Gabriel and the Archangel Raphael. Something even striking is that a group of dragons felt it and headed there. In the past they had refused to help Elohim for the simple reason that they were not interested in getting involved or did not like getting involved in matters that did not concern them, and unlike Albion, White Emperor Dragon, and Drake, Red Emperor Dragon, they were not converted with sacred gears. That infuriated Elohim, since he was never as the Bibles and Catholic clergy made people believe. He was a leader like all the others, and if he had to commit sin as it was said in the religion, he did it to ensure his people. Of the dragons that headed there was Iroh, the dragon of peace. Iroh was the most pacifist of all the dragons. He was strong, without a doubt, but he preferred to resolve things without resorting to violence. That was one of the reasons why he rejected Elohim, and he also had a certain fetish. He was quite perverted. Another of the dragons who headed there was Shang River Dragon. Unlike Iroh, Shang was a tranquil loving dragon, only fighting if attacked or harassed. Even so, in terms of power, he was one of the weakest of his race, but that didn't mean he was prone to staying out of battle. His rejection of God came for the simple reason that his domains were not affected. Without aggression from either side, he would never take sides in a war, as was the battle between God and the first Lucifer. Another dragon was the most intelligent and strategic of all. His mind surpassed that of the Greek goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, as he guarded the largest library in the world, Lord of Knowledge, Dragon of Wind and Rain, considered a celestial dragon, Shenlong. Shenlong, unlike the others, is a guardian. He will only intervene in a conflict if knowledge is threatened. In the past he only intervened when the Library of Alexandria was in danger at the hands of Christianity, managing to save all that knowledge and leave mere copies of what that library possessed, these being destroyed by orders of the Arab Caliphate under which Amr ibn al-As was. Curiously, the caliph who gave the order was in the name of Allah, another of the names by which Elohim was known. Another dragon, and the most surprising of all, was Gandalf, the dragon king of the forests, defender of green, nature and wildlife. Gandalf, like Iroh, was a pacifist, but like Shang, Gandalf would fight if the green were threatened. That was the main reason for refusing to participate in that war in the name of Elohim. His duty is to nature, plants and animals, not to the pantheons or their factions. His relationship with humans was perhaps even tense due to the loss of forests in favor of agriculture, logging and livestock, but he never attacked them, he simply kept his distance. The appearance of Yuzu in the world but not on the map aroused his curiosity, so he went there to investigate. Regarding the rest of Japan, the only one who felt a change was the director of Uenezu, a bear, dog, mouse, who ran the most prestigious KUO Academy after the human evolution to the possession of quirks. He didn't know why, but all his instincts screamed danger. He decided to dismiss them and continue reading a future request from the High Command of the Hero Commission, a contingency plan in case of war against the villains. Then Uzushio. The entire island was surrounded by fog and tornadoes for protection. Their seals were strong, but something was strange. Naruto and Konohamaru walked along the beach to learn more about the place and not get lost, while the others organized everything, especially their training. It wasn't until a moment of walking that they saw a teenager, the same age as Naruto, unconscious on the sand. Naruto. Konohamaru, let's meet Bachan. Konohamaru. Hi, retreating. Naruto. How did he get through the barrier? He thought you better not leave, starting to apply CPR. At the Uzumaki mansion. Tsunade. Not a bad idea. Nicola. In that case, Jack and I will start the theoretical part, Jack will start the strategic part, will you teach him medical ninjutsu, the Bijuu will teach him jutsus and chakra stuff, and Quinn and Sasaki will do their thing. Kurama. Not a bad idea. Established schedule. 7 am to 10 am studies with Nikola Tesla. 10 am to 12 pm strategy with Jack. 12 pm to 1 pm lunch and break. 1 pm to 3 pm physical training and chakra control with Tsunade. 3 pm to 5 pm jutsu training with Kurama. 5 pm to 7 pm combat training and leadership lessons with Quinn Shai Huang. 7 pm to 8 pm sword training with Sasaki Kajiro. 8 pm to 9 pm break and free time. 9 pm price. Tsunade. Maybe they'll run out but. Konohamaru. Tsunade-chan, Naruto needs help. Kurama. What happened? Konohamaru. Let's find a boy. Nai-chan's age fainted on the beach. After that, everyone would run away except Jack because he was drinking a cup of tea, and Nicola, who analyzed and studied chakra and shinobi, in addition to magic, did not believe in it as such, but seeing them as different energies was not something wrong for the scientist either. On the beach. Naruto was doing compressions while a clone of him checked for a pulse, which he had. Naruto. Come on, applying compressions while noticing the others approaching. Breathe. It is the CPR and the reaction to breathing. The boy would start spitting water and coughing as they laid him on his side to get all the water out, after which Tsunade would check him to make sure he was okay, noting signs of bruises and dehydration. Tsunade. What happened to you? Worried. Chestnut. I only remember my parents and I walking along a dock and some guys with black wings, after that I remember being attacked and seeing my parents die, starting to cry. Naruto understood, his parents died when he was born, he knew what it was like to be alone, after that they pushed me and I fell into the water, after that I don't remember anything else. Kurama. I see without detecting lies, but I detected an unknown presence in him. Naruto. What's your name? Pistano. Issei Haidu. Kurama. Well boy, welcome to Uzushi Agakur, I am Kurama Uzumaki, these are my sons Naruto and Konohamaru Uzumaki. Tsunade. Soy Tsunade Senju. Quinn. I am Quinn Shai Huang. Sasaki. Soy Sasaki Kajiro Nino. Kaijuro. Kaijuro Ringoku. At the mansion. Everything was being analyzed by Tesla, while Jack was drinking tea when a brightness made them alert, while a blue-haired girl with pearly eyes appeared with traces of wounds. Nicola. Go get Tsunade, I'll take her to the medical wing carrying the young girl. What happened to her? Abilities and powers. Konohamaru Entourage 1. The abilities are based on powers from other anime, so credit to their respective author. Parts. Ray. Konohamaru Uzumaki. Raza. Humano Yakai Mano. Chakra. Sanbi level reserves of 3 tails. Affinities. Kaiten, Suiton, Futen, Raiten and Doten. Deke Genkai default. Elemento Yoten Lava. Summoning contract. Polar bears. Weapons. Sansetsuken. Katana. Sword. Gunai Y Shuriken. Magic. Snatch. Can steal items, power, abilities and energy from his opponents. Reina. Hanabi Hyuga. Race. Human, for now. Chakra. The stranger. Elemental affinity. Doten. Classification. Martial arts. Weapons. The stranger. Magic. The stranger. Obispo. Will Solace. Race. Demigod. Chakra. Anbu level. Elemental affinity. Unknown, suspected Kaiten and Futen. Medical ninjutsu specialist. Weapons. Bow and arrow. Short sword or dagger. Magic. Bane. Will can imbue different weapons with his magic which, when in contact with the target, force him to use greater amounts of energy for his attacks, depending on how many times he was hit by the magic. As a son of Apollo, he can use music to heal, he just needs to play any instrument. Obispo. Sting Uke Life. Race. Human Dragon Slayer. Chakra. Anbu level. Elemental affinity. Raiten. Arm. Knuckle Dusters. Magic. Dragon Slayer White. Allows the user to generate, manipulate and consume the element in question, which in this case is light and everything white. Knight. Milika's X Gremory. Race. Demon. Chakra. Junin level. Affinities. Kaiten and Suiton. Arm. Katana. Magic. Power of destruction. There is not much information, but Milika's rejects this power. Flame breathing. Despite being a demon, after an event he becomes Kaijuro Ringoku's apprentice, whom he takes a great liking to. Caballero. Sasuke. Race. Human fallen angel. Chakra. Level. Knowledge. Elemental affinities. Kaiten and Raiten. Classroom of the elite. Dijutsu Sharingan. Arm. Katana. Kunai Y Shuriken. Magic. Light. As angels who have not yet fallen can use and manipulate the light, which is harmful to demons. Tori. Kota Izumi. Race. Human dragon Yakai. Being one of the humans with a quirk, it is called Water Gun, which allows him to manipulate water. Chakra. Junin level. Affinities. Futon and Suiton. Arm. Dagger Short Sword. Magic. Ocean. Allows him to control the water at will as if he were a son of Poseidon, while also being able to turn his body into water. As its hybridization to Yakai is dragon, its species is a sea dragon. Dragon form. It has armored dragon organs to the point that normal human weapons cannot harm it, even in human form. It has an additional organ in the area of its throat that allows it to heat water that the body absorbs and expel it through the mouth at high pressure and temperature, making it seem acidic. Tori. Charles Beckendorf. Race. Demigod. Chakra. Joint. Jounin. Elemental affinities. Kaiten and Doten. Weapons. Sword. Magic. Blaze. Grants the user the ability to generate and manipulate fire. As the son of Hephaestus, he can manipulate machines. He can detect flaws in metal ore and identify the type of machinery by touch alone. His ability is known as technokinesis. Chapter 4. Glimpses, Agreements. 2 dragons and 1 kitsune. The blue-haired girl with pearly eyes had appeared out of nowhere in front of Jack and Nicola, so they both decided to take her to the mansion's medical wing, while Jack went to find Lady Tsunade. At the moment. Yuzu Beaches. Tsunade was checking and applying the mystic palm to a still on the ground on a makeshift stretcher. Issei. Feels good. Naruto. Calm down friend. Quinn. I can sense another being there, I can feel the kai of others, but there are 2 presences in him. Because of mirror touch synesthesia, I can't take off the blindfold and see him. Kurama. Interesting, I feel a strange presence, powerful but not at my level. Is because it is weaker and of dragon origin. Everyone would take defensive postures while looking at their surroundings. Naruto. Who are you? I am Iroh, the dragon of peace, descending from the sky. Kurama. So a dragon and the boy owns one as a Jinchuriki. Curious. Iroh. The correct word is sacred gear, known as God's artifacts or abilities granted by the biblical God to humans. Many of them were objects or living beings that were locked in powers and placed in humans. Kurama. I see, but that doesn't explain. Iroh. Why am I here, right? Hahaha, I came here because I'm one of those who felt your arrival in this world. I know you don't come from this one, Mr. Jubi no Kitsune, someone who, if I analyze, would be in the top 10 of the most powerful existences in this world. Haijiro. What would your intentions be? Iroh. Direct, how boring, honestly I came for protection, in my long millennia of existence, I have been harassed by several factions, as a dragon of peace, I am an anti-war being, and by my own vows I cannot resort to violence, which leaves me vulnerable. Sasaki. Basically you want protection right? Iroh. That's right, besides looks at Tsunade, but what Chicho does he would say in a perverted way when seeing her breasts. Tsunade. I get rid of Jiraiya for a moment and another pervert comes she thought annoyed. Only Naruto realized something, Issei had a slight nosebleed upon hearing that comment, realizing that the brown-haired boy is a pervert. Kurama. If you stay, I don't want any problems between a pervert and the anti-pervert blonde, okay? Those mentioned. 0 problems. Iroh. I'll just let you know that 3 other dragons are coming this way so you can see what they're offering you. That's when Jack would arrive. Jack. My lady, a young blue-haired pearly-eyed girl, arrived very injured. Naruto. Hinata. Running out to the medical wing, since he read writings he saw several names of people who did not betray his trust, the pearl-eyed one was one of them. Tsunade. Sasaki-san, do you think you can help Issei? Sasaki. Of course helping Issei. Hello kid, it seems it's your turn to be carried by me. And Kyoto. Isaka, leader of the Yakai faction, a Kyuubi with good attributes, was talking with the sun goddess Amaterasu, leader of the Shinto faction, about some political issues until suddenly she is with Amaterasu. Also a few hours ago they felt several high-level presences that could even surpass the sun goddess, and that amazed and scared both women. Since Amaterasu, despite not being in the top 10, she was powerful enough to be at the top of the class of the gods, being as powerful if not more than Odin, leader of the Nordic faction. Isaka. Are you sure? Amaterasu. I suppose so, and that would help you, its essence is that of a yakai. That had altered the Kyuubi's hormones a little, since she would soon have her heat. Isaka. Also why do you suggest it? Amaterasu. I suppose you could also seek political support in case you want to recover the Nicuchio Yakai clan. Isaka. Okay, but you're coming with me. Amaterasu. Of course, only Susanoo said that where they felt he checked finding a barrier of fog and tornadoes protecting it. Both leaders would leave to meet with the newcomers. And Yuzushi Agakur. Naruto had entered the medical wing seeing the pearly-eyed girl who, thanks to Tesla's first aid, had stabilized, waking up and being calmed by Tesla, who looked at her with concern. Hinata. Naruto-kun. Naruto. SHHHH I'm here, calm down laying the pearl-eyed girl down. Tsunade would come in behind and begin using the mystic palm, while Tesla took notes for the future. Tsunade. What happened? Hinata. They put it on me, they placed it on me and activated it. Tsunade. Perhaps you say. Naruto. Don't tell me Hina-chan. Hinata. Yes, the caged bird's seal. Naruto just hugged the pearl-eyed girl who was sobbing with a blush on her face, while the others entered and Sasaki placed Issei on a stretcher. Iroh for his part listened to everything. Kurama. Tell everything. Narrated by Hinata. After the news spread that Naruto-kun was killed along with the Sandame's grandson, many things happened. The civilians celebrated, saying that they had completed what the fourth started, mainly those of the council, but that turned into fury when the mansion of the Yondaime and his wife disappeared, along with the Uzumaki district, the Senju, and that the businesses in Uzumaki areas were sealed without being able to reopen, added to the barrier being deactivated, leaving the village exposed. At first, when your death was revealed, they labeled Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama traitors, removing her from history as Godame Hokage, with Homura Midokado taking over as Godame. Homura's plan was to properly stabilize Konoha and leave everything to Danzo on a silver platter. The clan leaders, saving Tsume-san and Choza-san, decided to tell us the truth and helped us flee the village. Well, they held a meeting to tell everyone else everything, while we, at least those of us who believed in you, left Konoha. Biba helped Ino prepare everything she would take out of her clan, since she was banished from it for believing in you. I was marked for defending you against Hiashi, and well you know how the rest is, but fortunately I managed to steal and remove the Niji Nisen seal, and give it to him to hide with Hanabi. Shino, accompanied by Kurenai-sensei who was carrying Asuma's son, who due to what happened only said that Konohamaru was no longer her nephew, causing Guy to separate from the group, while he looked at Kakashi and him with disappointment. The Konoha 12 who support you, along with AM and Tucci, Kurenai-sensei, Guy-sensei, Yugao, Hana Inuzuka, Anko and Ibiki-san, left the village and went to where they did their first mission, Nami no Kuni, where Jiraiya-sama was waiting for us, after having spoken with Lord Tazuna, where with the help of the daimyo of the country of Spring Koyuki Kazanha, the events in Konoha were spread. After the meeting, Tsume and Choza made their clans leave Konoha, followed by Shibi Abiram. The problem was followed by a Hyuga dressed as Anbu who activated my seal, and you know how I ended up. End of the narration. Naruto. Okay, calm down, I'm here. Hinata fell asleep while the rest left her to rest with Naruto watching over her. Meeting room. Everyone was gathered together as they began to talk about what had happened and make a decision. Konoha was beginning to have red numbers and cross red lines. If they did something against them, Yuzu would have no mercy and would wipe them off the map, saving only the children. And Grigori. Azazel, leader of the Fallen Angel faction, was dealing with his greatest enemy, like that of other faction leaders, paperwork. When he felt the mysterious arrival he shuddered, because it was rare for something like that to appear out of nowhere, so he decided to leave the paperwork and go find out what was happening, while he took his protege, a young dangerous demon, Vali Lucifer, great-grandson of the original Lucifer. Azazel had him as a protege since his lineage would be persecuted to death. He knew Searches and his council too well to leave the boy free and unprotected. Azazel. Are you ready? Vali. Yes, I just hope they are strong. In use. Naruto was talking to Kurama about the contingencies against Konoha in the future, as this was increasingly visible. Yuzu and Konoha in one way or another would face each other, it was all a matter of time. In Hinata's words, they knew that only the fire daimyo would give support to that shitty village, because over time, Konoha would be politically isolated. Suna, after the agreement with the Leaf, it was not known what they would do. If one of the Sabaku brothers assumed it was a given that relations would break up, Nami would break them up. Its inhabitants loved Naruto enough not to defend him. Koyuki, it was certain that she would break up Koyuki since she was released. They were like younger brother and older sister. It was impossible for her not to break the treaty. Kurama. We could keep talking but. Naruto. 3 dragon energies, plus a corrupted pure energy and 2 powerful ones are outside the barrier. Kurama. Prepare the meeting room. Kaijiro. As you say. Naruto and Kaijiro would enter to prepare the room, since there were several people who would meet, everyone was there, saving Hinata and Issei. Well, Kurama entered with several people at his side, but those closest noticed a slight blush on Kurama and a blonde with tails. Kurama. Welcome to the Uzumaki faction. As I introduced myself before, I do it again. I am Kurama Uzumaki, Yakai no Kitsune. By my side, my boys Naruto and Konoha Uzumakis, my cousin Tsunade Senju, my eldest sons Nicuchio Shisui, my knight Kaijuro Ringoku. Woman. I know them, Yingzhang, known as Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor. Qin. How? Woman 2. History's biggest loser Sasaki Kajiro. Sasaki. It's a pleasure. Raven. The man who lit up the world and London's greatest killer, he said nervously. Jack. Incredible, my presence intimidates supernatural beings, amazing. Tesla. This is progress noting. Raven. Let me introduce myself. I'm Azazel, leader of the fallen angels. Kurama. A pleasure Azazel Dono. Azazel. By my side my protege Vali Lucifer. Vali. Hello. Dragon. I am Gandalf, dragon of the forest and protector of nature. Woman. I am Amaterasu, goddess of the sun, leader of the Shinto. Dragon. I am Shenlong, dragon of wind and rain, lord of knowledge. Woman. I am Yasaka, leader of the Yakai faction, Akayabi no Kitsune. Kurama. A pleasure, Amaterasu-sama, Yasaka Dono, and dragon lords. Naruto, son, take your brother and Vali and tour the area. Naruto. Yes father. Shisui. I'll go with them. Kaijuro. You're a demon, aren't you, boy? Vali. Yes, and my relationship with the rest is not friendly. Azazel. I speak for himself, he is not a bad boy, he was just unlucky to be. Shenlong. Lucifer's lineage, right. Azazel would nod direct line, I haven't heard of that demon in millennia, it seems you are a noble being unlike your grandfather. Vali. Thank you. The 3 minors, accompanied by Shisui, would leave the room and head to the infirmary. Kurama. Well, regarding the dragons, I know that they seek protection, so if they wish, they can stay. If we ask them to help with something, Shenlong, I know that you guard knowledge, that is your sacred duty, so I ask that if you stay, you guard the Uzumaki library and only those who live here enter. Shenlong. There is no problem for me, just that. Kurama. If you mean to bring yours, go ahead. The dragon would nod. You Lord Gandalf, if you maintain the wild populations of Yuzu will be more than welcome, it has been years since the animals lived. Gandalf. Lo Silvestria Prosperara. Amaterasu. Lord Kurama is a good negotiator. Kurama. Thank you, well I want to hear from you. Isaka. Well, I would like to discuss with you, Kurama Dono, the possibility that Kyoto and Yuzu, as you said, would form an alliance. Quinn. Fox, he whispered, it's obvious that you like it, use political marriage. Kurama. Interesting, very interesting, I know about her power in Senjutsu and chakra. Lady Isaka. Amaterasu. If you allow me, your plan is to protect the Yakai of your faction, each and every one of your clans, the reason is a group that is emerging and taking power, it is called the Cows Brigade. Kurama. I see both factions joining, you know that would be done. Isaka. Political marriage. Kurama. If you are sure we could try but we must know each other better. Isaka. Of course. Kurama. You Amaterasu-sama. Amaterasu. I simply accompanied Yasaka-chan since she is a friend, but if you like we can both be allies, I simply have a problem with crows and bats. Azazel. That's what I came to talk about. Interrupting my faction has many renegades, and I simply can't handle everything, that's why I want to ally myself. The demons, through their advice of elders, will seek to take more power, along with searches. At the mention of Tomato Gremory the Shinto goddess frowned. Kurama. Okay Amaterasu-sama, stay calm, we will be allies, and about the demons I already have a plan in mind, ambitious councils and leaders are a nuisance. Isaka. I have a relationship with Seraphil Leviathan, and she is somewhat displeased with the Tomato command, if she agrees to meet, she will convince Ajuka Belzebu, and Tumos will be on her side. Quinn. And if they convince her to bring it, there would be civil war in hell. Kaijuro. Interesting. Kurama. Let's keep talking. In the infirmary. As the diplomatic meeting unfolded, Vali and Naruto began to talk about their pasts. Naruto understood Vali, and the demon understood the Kitsune. Perhaps this would lead to good. Upon reaching the infirmary, Naruto mentioned Issei's fate, and the Albion wielder sighed. He'd been training for as long as he could remember, but his rival, the Drag wielder, only found out at the age of 12. In that place was the birth of a friendship, rivalry and loyalty between 2 dragons and a Kitsune. Monte Mayaboku. It could be seen a peaceful day on the mountain home of the Gama clan until a cry of disbelief echoed throughout the area. Jiraiya. We. Toad. Calm down Jiraiya, in my visions I have seen your godson and apprentice alive. Jiraiya. But Gamamaru-sama I saw him die. Gamamaru. The mind and the eye can be deceived Jiraiya, but what does your heart say? Jiraiya. He's alive, but what kind of logic is that? Gamamaru. Sometimes logic doesn't exist, I can send you there, but it will be a very different world and you will lose all connection with this place. Jiraiya. With my network, no doubt, but you guys. Amabunta. Oh, if that explains why the boy's name hasn't been listed as dead, you'll be able to keep summoning us. Jiraiya. I'll see what to do, great sage. Amabunta. Define early and I don't recommend going alone. Chapter 5. Repercussions, Training. Elemental Nations. The news of the betrayal of Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto was quickly spread by Jiraiya and Koyuki Kazuhana, causing a great loss for all Konoha. The spread caused a major stir throughout the shinobi continent, and Iwa, knowing that the Yellow Lightning had a son, they demanded his body as revenge for the Third Great Shinobi War, especially the old Smurf of Inoki, but knowing that the village itself killed him, and knowing his status as Jinchuriki. The very hypocrites thought they could look for the Kyuubi when it forms again, and in case the child had lived, recruit him for the village. In Kumo, the Reikage could only wish the boy his condolences, because with his father they had become rivals after the end of the war, and they had mutual respect for it. The Reikage could only see Konoha, a village of traitors, with different eyes. Kurigakure didn't feel the boy's death very much, although it made it clear that they should never seek to ally with that village, which, when you least expect it, is capable of betraying you behind your back. Son Agakure was a different case, although the fact had bothered them, it was not until Sabaku no Gaara took power as 5th Kazekage that the village hidden in the sand ended the treaties of friendship and alliance with the Leaf Village, Gaara for the Konoha 12, who never turned their backs on the blonde, and Sasuke himself knew enough, although he wanted to kill the emo, he understood what was happening. The bulk of the fury came directly from Akatsuki and Omegakure, the village hidden in the rain. Pain. Will Zetsu inform us what exactly happened to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Zetsu. Well, Leader Sama, what happens is that apparently the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was executed by Hada Kakashi after a successful mission to return the Uchiha child who ran away with our former partner Orochimaru of the Sannin. The village is celebrating for that, although not entirely. Itachi. What do you mean? Seriously, waiting for an answer. Zetsu. All the Uzumaki disappeared from Konoha. That surprised everyone. The Senju district, since root Anbu of that guy called Danzo killed Tsunade of the Sannin Konan, was surprised. A woman of that caliber killed by root. What the hell was root? Although with Itachi, it's a different story. It is presumed that the rookies, among them the Uchiha boy, seeing this injustice, deserted the village. All the members of Akatsuki frowned while Itachi gave a small sigh of disappointment at what his foolish little brother did, because although he loved his brother, he loved his village more, and in the case of the leader of Akatsuki, he was furious, wanting to kill everyone in the village that delayed his plans for several years, since the Kyuubi is the Biju that would take the longest to reform, and now that stupid village delayed his plans, he will kill them for interfering in his peace plans. Madara. You should kill the fool Uchiha for initiating that village to kill him. They have delayed our plans for many years. This is not just any Biju that would regenerate, but the Kyuubi. Hell, this is the Biju that will take the longest because of its power and the tails it has. Sasori. I agree with Deidara, the boy has to pay for starting the delay of our plans. If you wish, Leader Sama, I can go for his head. If you allow me, he would be a good puppet. Having the Sharingan, this boy would be one of my best puppets. Besides, we could ruin Orochimaru's plans and thus collect his betrayal. Zetsu. Don't be idiots, the Uchiha, although he didn't go with Orochimaru, deserted the village for having helped the Jinchuriki try to escape. He practically turned his back on the village with several of the rookies and Jiraiya of the Sannin. Haiden. Yes, we must sacrifice him for Jashin-sama. Leader, let's go for that Uchiha and for the traitorous snake Orochimaru, and then for the village. Bikuzu. I support Haiden. Orochimaru's bounty will benefit us, and together with the Uchiha, since Konoha will pay well for those eyes, we raise a large amount of these funds, not counting the Sannin subordinates having some of these good rewards like that Kabuto. Zetsu. Also the island of Uzushiogakure no Sado vanished completely. Pain was surprised. Itachi. Did anything else disappear from Konoha? Zetsu. Everything Namikaze, the Uzumaki grounds were sealed without being able to reopen. The Yellow Lightning Mansion and the Bloody Havana Mansion are among what is missing, in addition to the Forbidden Scroll of Konoha. Itachi. It's too much, damn you Sasuke, I watch over the village, and if you're not with me you're against me. Danzo-sama should have done the same thing to you as he did to me en route, he thought annoyed. Thanks Zetsu. Pain. We won't hunt anyone for now. If we cross him we'll act, if not we'll do nothing. Now we need to locate the other Jinchurikis. The Kyuubi must wait until he regenerates. Itachi Kisame will go for him. When we feel that the Nine Tails has returned we will go for the others. Meanwhile keep an eye on the others. Okay, this meeting is over, you can leave, locate the Jinchurikis. In 3 years we will start the House of the Bijus. The other members of Akatsuki nodded and disappeared to search for information on the location of the other Jinchurikis. At the moment when all the Akatsuki disappeared, both Conan and Pain being the only ones who stayed, they saw someone come out from the shadows, but the Akatsuki couple did nothing, since they knew who the person in front of them was. It was their leader, the true leader of Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara. Pain. I suppose you heard everything that was said, right Madara? What Zetsu told us is too worrying. We will lose a lot of time, since the Kyuubi will take too long to regenerate, and it will be very difficult to hunt it. Madara. It's a shame that the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki is dead, this delays our plans quite a bit. I want you to give the Snake Sannin a home and bring me those rookies from Konoha alive, they can be very useful for our plans. Pain the Uchiha child has potential not as much as Itachi, but enough to be able to rival some of us with proper training, the same goes for the rest of that group. That was not the only thing that happened in those lands, because thanks to Jiraiya being able to get the rookies to board a ship, they went to the neighboring continent, Earthland, where they settled in Fiori, while receiving financial assistance from Jiraiya and Koyuki, as well as information, seeing the possibility of starting a new life. In Yuzushi Agakur, near Japan. You can see 4 young people training hard, because since the Yuzu agreements were signed, the Yokai faction, the fallen angels, Shinto, and several dragons, the island was having life again. In 6 months, thanks to the help of the Yakais who were beginning to settle on the island, several buildings began to rise again. Those already built under the traditional environment of a feudal Japanese were used for meetings and places of power. Only that a European Latin medieval-style building was raised on those lands, the Great Library. Simulating a church, it rose imposingly next to the Japanese traditionalism of the first city on the island. It was baptized as Whirlpool, according to Kurama's stories about the Uzumakis of yesteryear. Shinto's financial aid was very well received, since thanks to that, several settlements were planned throughout the island. Since various races began to arrive seeking refuge, the belief that humans with quirks were gods pushed several races to migrate, and the rapid connection of the supernatural world guided them to the island. The first to arrive, a tribe of pandas. The pandas, originally from the most isolated regions of China, were expelled from their lands by humans. The emergence of licenses and government impulses to expel them prompted false heroes and villains to seek their departure. They were skilled in the use of the Bu staff, experts in kung fu, and were among the few races that knew about Kai and applied it medicinally. They enjoyed meditation and peace, but instead of being added to the world, they were banished from their lands. Upon arriving in Yuzu, they founded the city of Jade, along with 2 other races that arrived at the same time. Another of the races that arrived is a people of tigers. The fierce fighting-loving people from the Kashmir region, in areas disputed by India and China, they were experts in swordsmanship and martial artists, especially in Kalarippayattu, a rather ancient martial art originating in India. Due to military friction between the 2 countries and a slight clash with Pakistan, the people decided to leave the region. With the help of Yu Huang, a recent ally of Yuzu, leader of the Chinese faction, the Jade Emperor, they arrived in Yuzu and founded the city with the pandas. The last founding race of Jade were the fawns, close cousins of the satyrs for their humanoid appearance, but differentiated by a marked animal feature much greater than their cousins, and unlike these half-goat, these were half-deer. They were similar to the satyrs, they loved nature, they were a nomadic people who had just settled in Yuzu changed their situation, adapting to a sedentary life. They excelled in the bow and spear, and did not have a defined fighting style. Well, that's the past story, now let's return to the training of these 4. Issei, Vali, Naruto and Konohamaru were training with Sasaki Kajiro. The art of the sword, the old man's knowledge, made him a good swordsman, despite the nickname of the strongest loser in history, so he decided to teach them his own style, the Iwork, the combination of every sword style learned in his existence, in addition to analyzing his opponent in the mind. During this time they changed a lot, the 3 oldest were more defined in their physique while being stronger, they appeared to be 18, although they were 14 years old each, and Konohamaru despite his age appeared to be 13 when in reality he is 9. With Tesla and Jack along with Hinata Hyuga, they had classes in every subject, except for the physical, known in addition to strategies, which he did, added to the training with Tsunade and Kurama that made a normal school seem like an unattainable dream, since they did not make them take a walk in the park. In the case of Quin's training, it was Naruto and Konohamaru who received such training, since Quin only agreed to train both. Issei, Hinata and Vali trained with Kurama learning to control their new modes. Naruto's pieces have, like Konohamaru's, the ability to start from the human race as a base, add a random race or leave their original race. Naruto assigned his first pawn and queen pieces to Hinata. In Vali's case, his race, demon, was not touched, only that a control in some quite powerful blue flames was added. In addition to improving his swordsmanship with the katana, his natural strength without Albion is surprising, regeneration as if he were a Jinchuriki, in addition to possessing a great sensory ability. As the pieces add the ability to use chakra, it is related to the Kaiten, Raiten and surprisingly Futon elements. That added to his abilities as a hacker Yuku. But this aid becoming human, his race was randomized, becoming a demon, his magic is dark matter, being able to control it at will, in addition to using the flames of purgatory, a purple fire that burns everything. In chakra he is similar to Futen, Suiton and Raiten. Added to his abilities as a Sekiruyute adds an important plus to his power. He wields Ascalon, known as the Dragon Slayer sword. Previously wielded by Saint George, the dragon-slaying saint. Hinata, despite her affinity for Suiton and Raiten, managed to develop her own Juken style with the help of Tsunade and Kurama. She is the strongest in hand-to-hand combat of Naruto's current entourage and a good medical ninja. As a race, she was a member of the Yokai of the Nicuchio clan. The relationship between the three friends was good, so much so that Issei shared a perverted side in both of them, while Vali shared his passion for fighting. On Naruto's part, his great loyalty, his resilience, and his will to never give up. In the case of Kurama and Yusaka, they both dated for a while and managed to have a stable relationship, both ending up in bed and Yusaka pregnant. Yusaka also had a daughter, a little 8-year-old Kitsune, Kunu, who after the relationship of both Kitsunes, adopted the surname Uzumaki, being the youngest of the three, although she always looked at Konoha with different eyes because she thought he was cute. This made the Sannin take advantage and both decided to share the Biju. Chapter 6. Yuzu reveals himself to the world. Konoha gets even more in the red. Yuzu since the founding of Jade began to grow rapidly, the natural and wild prevailed by the work of the powers of Gandalf, deer, foxes, bears, some birds, wild boars, and even animals considered mythical had appeared and made their home in Yuzu, among them, the gigantic birds native to Persia, rocks, giant birds with the appearance of eagles, griffins from Greek lands, made their homes being welcomed in some mountains of the island. The sea was favored, a group of hippocamps settled in the waters of Yuzu surrounding the coast. If Yuzu were to open, the presence of such majestic creatures would attract many people. Humans also arrived in Yuzu, settling in a city. People considered villains for simply having a quirk like that, people with quirks that many consider useless, even quirkless people had arrived. Most of all, many were teenagers and children. Kurama opened the doors for them and gave them a place, a town they called Bianyang. Within months, 10 to be exact, Yuzu was back in full swing, even something that hit the supernatural world hard was the addition of the hero faction with its leader, the same was a member of the Cows Brigade. Initially upon arriving they planned to use it as a base, but upon seeing what was happening, they saw the three cities on the island, with Whirlpool being the most predominant, they wanted to attack, but observed a harmonious coexistence between supernatural beings and humans. Many did not believe it, but they listened to one of the meetings of the Yuzu Council at first they did not believe it because they thought that humanity was a saint that would not stain their hands, but when they heard the mayor of Bianyang about the mistreatment of people with quirk, heroes who because they have a license believe themselves to be gods, and aberrations of superhuman society, many could not be against that, they did not possess a quirk, and they saw human abuse firsthand. That is why Cao Cao, descendant of that hero from the period of the Three Kingdoms of China, decided to be part of this. At this point he was thinking if the end justified the means, because to demonstrate the supremacy of humans, they would attack children, women and the elderly, innocents, instead of going for those who should deserve it. Cao Cao didn't agree with Kurama's vision, but he understood it. A society of harmonious convenience among all races seemed like a utopia. After seeing that, he decided to join Kurama's retinue, his piece, his pawn. Fortunately, his race survived, but he was given the ability to manipulate chakra, his element being Doton, earth, and at the same time, he obtained a power similar to magic through earthbending. Main residence. We can see Kurama meeting with Kaijuro and Cao Cao while they were talking about an important topic, the biblical factions. Fortunately Tsunade and Yusaka were not there since they were leaving for Kyoto, they were buying various supplies taking advantage of the Fuinjutsu, the ceiling. Kurama. Okay Cao Cao, I don't want anything from the Cows Brigade, at the moment it doesn't threaten our way of life, that doesn't mean we'll take it off the table if it threatens us, I want about the biblical factions. Kaijuro. Sir. Kurama. Listen carefully both of you, we will have an alliance agreement with Azazel, but I do not trust those around him, their laziness, perversion and carelessness will lead him to death. Kaijuro. You're talking about. Cao Cao. Kakabiel. One of Grigori's cadres. Kurama. Yes, but I notice you as if you were expecting it. Cao Cao. Kakabiel is a supremacist who firmly believes that the fallen angels are the strongest race and will strive to prove it even if a war is necessary. Kurama. Can you have your people investigated? Cao Cao. As you order, boss. Kaijuro. One less problem. Kurama. Demon theme. Cao Cao. What do you want to know? Kurama. If we move the cards well we can get 2 of the 4 Mo's on our side. Cao Cao. I doubt Lucifer Tomato will ignore that move. Kurama. We'll let Shinto and Kyoto pull the first strings. How cow. I understand, I'll move my people, do we need anything? Kurama. If you need to save someone, bring them to Yuzu. At the training camp. Naruto and Konohamaru can be seen facing each other while Quinn was the referee of the training match. Do. Ready. Naruto and Konohamaru. SI. Quinn. Start. Naruto. Chiyu armor form. Phoenix heavenly defense. Konohamaru. Chiyu spear form. Mount-Tai dragon claws. Konohamaru lunges at his opponent at high speed, trying to stab him with his fingers, but Naruto avoids it with his defensive form, avoiding damage that would later heal. Naruto. Good attack. Konohamaru. Good defense. Naruto. Chiyu crossbow form. Turtle waves. Konohamaru would begin to evade Naruto's air shots with difficulty. Konohamaru. Curse starting to draw hand seals Futen. Tatapa. Sasaki. I'm analyzing the fight with his skills, if you don't stop them they'll end badly. Quinn. How? Both brothers were battling until. Naruto. Chiyu halberd form. White tiger moonbow. Naruto was stopped before landing the kick against Konohamaru. Quinn. Ready, enough using the celestial hand and stopping both of them. Sasaki. It was a nice fight haha, but now it's time to see mistakes and keep improving. So time would pass, 2 years since that practice, where Naruto, aged 15, along with Konohamaru, aged 11, had to say goodbye, accompanied by Vali, Issei, Hinata and Kunu, to those men who were their teachers, because as they were dead in their world, they had to return to it by order of the primordials. Tesla. Don't forget it's not magic, it's all science. Everyone would laugh at that. Sasaki. I promised myself not to cry, but wiping away a few tears. Failure is not defeat but a teacher. Issei. Claro Kajiro-sensei. Sasaki. Kaijiro, in our fight I had as much fun as when I fought Musashi. Kaijiro. That's right, Sasaki-san. Quinn. Be good leaders. Naruto and Konohamaru. How? Jack. Well, my young gentleman, bowing chivalrously goodbye my students. After that the Einarjars retreated while Naruto and Hinata held hands. It had been 1 year since they started dating and 4 months where Konohamaru discovered them in full sport and action, which fortunately the times they did the Biju had given him protection so he wouldn't be so horny and have a blessing at an early age. Konohamaru had lost his innocence that day without reading the Icha. It was after the week following the game that Yuzu came out to the world map. At first Japan, supported by suggestions from Nezu, director of the UA school, tried to make Yuzu a territory of the country, but they never could since there was no evidence other than the proximity to annex them. In addition, several nations together with the United Nations organization, supported by the symbol of peace himself, Toshinori Yagi, alias All Might, who under the criterion freedom is a right of all Yuzu, was left as a separate country with a Japanese Hero Commission and a director Nezu very upset about it. This was an achievement on a global level, but striking on a supernatural level, since the powerful knew that they were not to be underestimated, since Kurama was in power a top 10 superior to Shiva, although they did not fight at the moment, since the Hindu faction was the first allied faction after coming to light, followed by Asgard, where between the 3 factions, they would organize fighting tournaments together as entertainment. Regarding Japan, Nezu investigated the island and its inhabitants, coming to the conclusion that they were not human, causing Japan to demand that a member of its inhabitants study in Japanese schools. To the fury of the rodent from the UA Academy, Kurama knew the intentions, because he would not let a power-hungry rodent followed by a commission full of corruption get away with it, because he chose the KUO Academy to send 2 of his own, Naruto and Issei, while ordering Cao and Vali to be attentive to the plays of these heroes. Elemental nations Earthland. Well, this was happening in one world, in the other world. On the continent of Earthland, Kingdom of Fiori. Everything was complete jubilation in one of the guilds, Fairy Tail, as several of the former Konoha shinobi had joined, such as Sasuke Uchiha, who had a great change in attitude, leaving behind his emo style, for one close to that of Uchiha Shisui, in addition to changing his clothes. Other former shinobi who joined the guild were Jiraiya of the Sannin and Ino Yamanaka, where they began to experience adventures with several of their new friends. In Sabertooth, Kibichouji and Shikamaru were the ones who joined, and rivalries with the rest of the former shinobi would begin. These parties lasted a week, where after that, save for Jiraiya who got along with Makarov immediately, they began their missions and training. Unfortunately, Itachi Uchiha, accompanied by several rude Anbu, attacked Fairy Tail, incapacitating many and taking information, but the 2 who were from Konoha were very close to death. At least Ino was relatively well, but the Uchiha was something else. Sasuke only heard, I hope that in your next life you are loyal to Konoha. Well, he was pierced by a sword near the chest. He could only see his attacker, his own brother, causing the definitive break of all ties between them. Jiraiya, although he acted quickly, supported by Natsu Dragnel and Grey Fullbuster, who with a reverse summon were taken to Mount Myaboku. Amabunta. Jiraiya. Seeing the situation, what happened to him? Jiraiya. There is no time, Gamamaru-sama must send us to the Gaki. Amamaru. And that's what I will do. Arriving with what I will do, they will arrive where the young son of the Yondaime is, but I will not guarantee that they will be saved. Jiraiya. It's worse not to try. Amamaru would begin to trace hand seals while Senjutsu was channeled in large quantities so that a vortex would swallow the 5 who arrived at the place. Amabunta. Chief Gamamaru is fine. Amamaru. Using that amount exhausted me, I'm too old for it. Amabunta. Konoha will burn if it continues like this. Chapter 7. Gala with the Yaoi Rozu. A team with crow's wings. Clarification. For all those who chose the remaining members of Naruto's harem, Momo Yaoi Rozu and Itsuka Kendo have been chosen as part of it, being the last members of the harem. Regarding Urza, haha, well, I'm planning something else with her, so a certain Muslim will have to learn to control himself, hahaha. With history. Previously. Amamaru had performed a special jutsu after channeling a large amount of Senjutsu. Due to the overexertion, the old toad had to be held by Gamabunta, the current head of the Gama clan. Amamaru. I'm too old for this. At the moment. We can see Kurama, Yasaka, Naruto, Hinata, Konohamaru, Kunu and Tsunade sitting having dinner since it was 9 at night, while they were talking volley and Issei had already gone to bed because they trained until late and were exhausted. Kurama. Guys. Konohamaru. Who's back? Naruto. Yes, Kurama 2 what's wrong? Kurama. We have been invited to a gala of the current most influential families in Japan, the Yaoi Rozu family. Both? Great. Kurama. If this agreement goes through, one of you may end up married to Lord Yaoi Rozu's only daughter. Konohamaru. Well, I'm still little, so let's be nice-an. Naruto. Well, anyway, I have to enter the Kraso. Kurama. Okay, and the Kra thing goes for you too, Konohamaru. And that they feel something. Naruto. Those presences. Tsunade. I would recognize those anywhere. In the patio. The portal would open while pushing one white-haired man and 2 young people of no more than 15 years old injured and another 2 without injuries. Jiraiya. That hurt. Then he sees Sasuke. Shit, I'm going to lose him. Jiraiya was putting pressure on one of the wounds. Naruto. Hiro Sennin. Approaching with his family, Kaijuro, Volley, Issei and Kao himself. Jiraiya. Naruto. Surprised. Naruto, my boy. Naruto. Hiro Sennin, what happened to team worried? Jiraiya. Itachi, he said seriously. Itachi Uchiha and Anbu of Danzo. Apparently, his wound is deep, but Sasuke would wake up in that. Sasuke. Dope coughing blood. I'm glad to see you once again. Naruto. Team, friend, you'll get through this. Sasuke. I thought I wasn't your friend that you hated me for. Naruto. No, I don't, I forgave you in jail when you came to save me that time, friend, hold on. Sasuke. I'm sorry, team. Tsunade. His wound is deep, I can't heal him at that level. Naruto. Shit. Konohamaru would take out a night piece and bring it close to Sasuke. Konohamaru. Sasuke, I know you want to continue living, please accept being my knight and you will be able to amend your sins, even though in our eyes none remain smiling. Sasuke. I accept. Looking weakly at Naruto, who smiled at him. Konohamaru would bring the piece closer to him and it would fuse with Sasuke, making the emo boy glow. Sasuke's vitality was renewed as a pair of black wings appeared on his back, surprising everyone, while his wounds healed. Sasuke. I feel better. Everyone looked at him with great surprise. Sasuke. What's wrong with me? Is there something on my face? Naruto. On your back. He draws closer to one of the nearby mirrors. Sasuke. But what? Kurama. So your piece assigned you a new race, changing your original one. How? A fallen angel. Kurama. Channel your power and think about hiding your wings. Sasuke would do as requested and channel his power by hiding his wings. Naruto. I'm glad you're okay, team. Sasuke. What changed? Dope, Redeed, and Konohamaru, blonde hair. Konohamaru. History for another day. Kurama. Shisui. That name puzzled Sasuke and Jiraiya. Take them to their quarters. Shisui. Of course. Sasuke. Shisui. Here I am, dude, giving him a snitch. That's for being an idiot. After that he hugs him, then you tell me everything about Itachi, okay? Sasuke would hug him and nod. Hinata. I'll take Ino to the infirmary carrying the unconscious blonde. Natsu. Oh, how cool was that? Ray. That's obvious, walking stove. Natsu. You want to fight Freezer. Jiraiya. Enough. Both. Jiraiya sensei. Tsunade. And who are they? Jiraiya. He is Natsu Drignal, Fire Dragon Slayer. Natsu. Hey, you pointing at Kaijuro are strong, fight with me. Kurama. Drignal. Are you the son of the Ignel lizard? Natsu. Who are you and where do you know Ignel from? Kurama. He's an old friend, by the way, did you go to the Earthland continent? Jiraiya. See. Natsu. Ignel Tusan never mentioned you to me. Kurama. It was millennia ago that I met him. By the way, you look at my wife and friend pointing at Yusaka and Tsunade as Icha material, and I'll kill you emanating the power of Kyuubi. Jiraiya. Yes, and then he realizes the chakra you are the Kyuubi. How come you are out? Kurama. I'll do Minato a favor and take care of his cubs. Anyway, that talk for the morning. Jiraiya. And he is grateful Buster. Gray. It's a pleasure. Naruto. Welcome to the new Yuzu. Kaijuro. Boss, I'll take you to your quarters so you can rest. Kurama. Please Kaijuro. After that Kaijuro proceeded to take them to their rooms inside Whirlpool City. In Japan, UA. You can see a mouse, bear, dog, rodent analyze the patterns after what happened a few days ago in his academy. His most promising class of students, the 1A, attacked in the building owned by the KUO Academy, Unit for the Simulation of Unexpected Events, USJ to simplify. This made him consider the situation of activating the plan they had, with the heroes commissioned to implant chips in the students to avoid any future insubordination, and so on, but he decided to discard it. Since in the week of rest that he gave to the students a gala of the Yaoi family would be held, so he would analyze from now on the measures to take in the future. In Yuzushio. The next day, everyone was talking about what happened in the elemental nations. Cao hearing about what Danzo was like made him catalog him as one of the worst villains in history. If he had to compare him to someone it would be Joseph Stalin, with several ideas of Adolf Hitler, one of the worst combinations that can exist. Hearing everything about Itachi, Shisui was very surprised. He did not expect that the boy who was his best friend had joined the mummy, although it made sense. He remembered an Anbu kanji route that attacked him with a group. Naruto decided to go look for Konohamaru because they had to go to Kyoto with Yusaka for suits, so after finding him and seeing that Hinata was joining the trip, they left with Hiraition to the Nippon island, while Shisui took charge of Sasuke's training, and Tsunade watched over Ino's condition. At the same time Kurama informed Jiraiya of what they would do, so knowing the Sanin's abilities, he sent him as a spy to the UA. He wanted to know every movement of that school. Especially its director, he did not trust him since their last meeting. Despite sounding kind, he was ambitious, greedy, and did not mind sacrificing people for the common good, as he could do with his current symbol of peace, with the crime rate going down. Kurama knew that if that rate went down, it would cause the heroic society to collapse, so Yuzu would be prepared for whatever was coming. Time skip. Everyone was in Kyoto waiting for the two brothers and the princess of the Byakugan. Tsunade. They're taking too long wearing a traditional Senju kimono. Kurama. Don't worry with a formal black tuxedo. Jiraiya. I'm not used to this wearing a white tuxedo. Kurama. Here they come. Naruto. How about we see each other? Jiraiya. Oh Gakkus, my perverted senses indicate enormous harem potential in you guys. Tsunade. Don't pervert them Jiraiya or you'll see. Konohamaru. The cut suits you, brother. Isaka. Wait, someone is missing. The pearly-eyed girl would begin to descend the stairs of one of the Kyoto mansions belonging to Yusaka, while everyone watched her arrive in her red dress. Naruto for his part was staring at her, devouring her, while Konohamaru and Kurama laughed under their breath. She had straightened her hair, with the help of Yusaka, and Amaterasu had done her hair and makeup. Konohamaru. Nai-san. Naruto didn't respond, he was enthralled by what he saw. It wasn't bad at all, because the color red on a young woman with a good butt and bust attracted and enthralled anyone. Konohamaru. No babes. Naruto would then come to his senses and apologize, after which they would board a limousine heading to the Yaoi Gala. At the evening. The Uzumaki family had arrived at the gala while being received by reporters and paparazzi, who from that day on classified Naruto and Konohamaru as the most coveted young people, so after saying goodbye to the press and Kurama gave a few words to the cameras about Yuzu's plans for the future. Naruto. It's a nice place. Hinata. Yes. Konohamaru. Very cute. Who knew? We should have a gala at home. Jiraiya. It's a good thing I left Natsu and Gray on the island, those two would fight without anyone controlling them and would cause quite a mess. Mr. Yaoi. Oh welcome Kurama-san. Kurama. Oh yes they are Lords Levi Yaoi and his wife Akiko Yaoi. Levi. Welcome to the family gala. At that point a young black-haired girl starts looking at Naruto. Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you Miss Yaoi. Momo. Naruto-san. Hinata. You're cute. Momo. Thank you. Naruto. Meet my current girlfriend, Hinata Hyuga. Levi. Girlfriend. Kurama. You see, my family comes from an ancient clan and is on the verge of disappearing. There is a law that indicates the restoration of members. As my sons Naruto and Konohamaru are the youngest, they will be in the restoration, therefore they must practice polygamy. Isaka. It's not that they are womanizers since they both have good values. Tsunade. And when they both accepted, they said they would fall in love as appropriate and would not force anyone. Levi. Oh, I see. Akiko. Momo, daughter, why don't you go around the evening with Naruto-san and Miss Hinata? Momo. Sure, follow me please. The trio would separate from the adults, walking around the gala while talking to get to know each other. Naruto said sweet things to her, making the aspiring heroine blush while she told them about going to UA and what they did. At the same time, the adults confirmed a marriage union between Uzumaki and Yaoi Orozu. While the band began their sonata. Naruto. May I have this piece? Receiving a feeling from Hinata. Momo. That's right. You might be wondering how Naruto knows how to dance. Well, Jack's classes weren't purely about strategy. They also included teaching chivalry and how to treat ladies, in addition to dance. As the music continued, several guests joined the dance floor to the sound of the band playing. When the music ended, Konohamaru asked Kunu to dance, while Naruto and Hinata danced their piece together. The evening was going very well, without any setbacks, while the band continued with one of the pieces where Kurama asked Yusaka to dance. After the dance, food arrived to complement the evening, along with the announcement of the marriage between the young Uzumaki and Yaoi Orozu, something that the guests applauded quite well, saving a sector of wealthy families close to the Gremory family. They were not demons, but humans who have had their dealings, and thanks to that increased their pockets, among them the Monoma family. Chapter 8. Negotiations, starting the entourage. After the end of the gala with the Yaoi Orozu, Naruto proceeded to make his plans. He had to put together an entourage, like Kurama, but now there would be other plans. In Yuzashiogakur 2 days after the event, things were going to change because events were taking place in various places. In the United States, the Olympians were dealing with a delicate matter such as the Titans, as they knew, the Pendragon brothers, Arthur and LaFay, both 2 young men of 15 and 13 years old respectively, descendants of Arthur Pendragon and Morgana LaFay, on orders from KUO, were conducting research in said territory. It helped a lot that 50% of that country has the quirk phenomenon, and there are few heroes. In the Vatican, Michael, current leader of the Angel faction, had started the Sacred Sword project 6 years ago. Only one boy managed to escape alive. Jean d'Arc, descendant of the Maid of Orleans, was the link for Yuzashio to get another member. In use. Sasuke was training hard with Shisui. He had things about his Sharingan to understand and perfect, in addition to joining Azazel's training every 2 weeks to learn how to use the powers of a fallen angel. A fact that surprised everyone was Sasuke's Mangekyo, which when reincarnated as a fallen angel, evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. No one knew why, although it didn't matter. Boardroom. Kurama was meeting again with KUO, who was giving him all the information about his spies and members of the hero faction. Kurama. Interesting, do you think you can attract Yudo Kiba? Kaijuro. And that would be it. KUO. I have the same doubt. Kurama. If we bring him with us, we take away a potential ally from the effeminate man in heaven, and we prevent that sword from remaining in the power of Tomato Lucifer if it manifests in the Gaki. KUO could only stifle a laugh at the insults. Kurama. Can you investigate human ties with the Gremory? Kaijuro. Whatever you say, boss. KUO. I'll tell Jean to locate and rescue him. On the outskirts of Yuzashio. A group of helicopters was approaching the island. In Whirlpool. Kurama. Now what does that damn rat want? Tsunade. You better relax. Jiraiya. You must be calm. Isaka. Or there won't be any fun later. Kurama. Oh, what a daring Haim. Jiraiya. Do you want me to tell the brats? Kurama. Recruit and control Natsu and Gray. Naruto will leave with Shisui in 1 week to find more allies. Tsunade. Hestia-sama and Hades-sama requested a meeting with you. Kurama. Enviales una carta de aceptación para realizar unos negocios Estados Unidos en 2 semanas. At the Yuzu heliport. The transport helicopter was descending as the companions slowed down and landed. Meanwhile, Kurama and his current wife, Yusaka, waited for them to disembark. The bear, a dog and a rodent were getting out of the vehicle, accompanied by a guy who looked like a drugged-up vagrant, a woman in a dominatrix outfit, and a guy who could barely stand because of his skeletal appearance. Kurama. Mr. Nezu, I didn't expect to see you in person. Nezu. Oh Kurama-san, it's good to see you personally, this island is a beautiful place. Kurama. Would you like to chat in my office? Name. Claro. Kurama. Meet my wife Yusaka Uzumaki. Yusaka. It's a pleasure. Tsunade then went with Kaijuro to prepare the meeting room. One thing was certain, it was not a social visit. After the USJ attack they have been weakening, and the director thought that perhaps with the supernatural on his side, he would be safe from the press and from villain attacks, although that thought was disguising another. Meeting room. The group entered one of the meeting and business rooms in the Uzumaki residence, where they took seats to discuss what they had come to do. Nezu. Kurama-san has a good place. Kurama. I really appreciate the compliment, so let's get to the point. Nobody wants unnecessary chatter. That sometimes costs time, and time in business is money. Vagabond. Director, I like him, said the drugged vagrant in a sleeping bag. Nezu. Silencio Izawa. Skinny. He calm down director. Kurama. Toshinori Yagi, alias All Might, #1 hero, I'm surprised you come across like that, although I don't judge anyone. Toshinori. So how do you know that? Nervous. Kurama. I have informants all over the world, as well as alliances. I'm not an isolationist guy who cares about his people and plunges them into ignorance. Nezu. Interesting, he thought, well, what we're here for, as you probably know, the UA Academy suffered an attack on its facilities a few weeks ago. Kurama. They're talking about the unexpected event simulation unit. I learned of the attack thanks to my agreements with the Aoi Rozu, an unfortunate event, if I do say so myself. Izawa. What are you implying? Kurama. Isn't their security among the best? They say it compares to the security of the Tartaros prison in Japan, when those of us here know that All for One, villain #1, symbol of chaos, has escaped many times. Toshinori. I didn't know that. Kurama. Do you know that's because help comes from within the system? The existence of the symbol of peace depends on the continued existence of a nemesis to confront and defeat. Without it, it's meaningless. Nezu. Shit, he's taking away my game arguments. If I fail, I'll have to talk to the commission and they'll try to remove him from power. He thought. Toshinori. WoW knows a lot about the heroic system. Kurama. A system doomed to fall. Nezu. Izawa. How do you? Kurama. You humans, because of your evolution with quirks, believe yourselves to be gods, that you are all might. Toshinori. Human. Kurama. Tell me what would happen if a god bled. Izawa. I would topple the system like dominoes. Kurama. Do you understand my point? And about my help with the UA, what do they want so that it is fulfilled? Nezu. Let his children go to UA Academy smiling, if the supernatural is controlled, victory over the League of Villains is guaranteed, he thought. Kurama. I refuse, my children are not bargaining chips and they have already chosen to go to KUO Academy. Nezu. You know I can change your roles, right? Toshinori. Director, seriously, this is not what we came here to do. If we are going to threaten under the excuse of being heroes, I will withdraw. This is not how heroes should act. Nezu. The needs of the many outweigh those of the minority. Izawa. Are you telling me that seriously the end justifies the means? Toshinori. I'm sorry but this is not what was agreed, I'm leaving. Kurama. Can you leave me alone with All Might? Tsunade. Do you want me to give you a tour? Izawa and Nezu. Please, I want to sleep. The headmaster and the wandering hero would retreat. Kurama would make hand seals, applying a barrier of silence. Toshinori. Who wants to talk amazed? Kurama. Don't trust him, I know he runs the best hero school in Japan, but that thought, in my opinion, isn't for heroes. Toshinori. I support you on that. Kurama. I want you to know that if anything happens, Yuzu is open to you and your allies. Also, maybe we can heal your wounds. Toshinori. I appreciate the gesture, and time will tell about the rest. Both would shake hands, leave the room and meet at the helipad, where the helicopters would take off for Japan. Kurama. Tsunade, I want you to prepare an area for the construction of one more city. Tsunade. I'll talk to Gandalf. Time skip 2 days. You can see Red Naruto and his current entourage, to whom since they met, he would trust more than his life, his queen, Hinata Hyuga, his peace became Nicuchio. His first knight, his older brother in everything but blood, Shisuichi. His first rook, the dragon slayer of fire, Natsu Drignell, a kind of friend addicted to fighting at a good level away from volley, since at least Lucifer knows how to control himself. His current pawns, Grey Fullbuster, Volley Lucifer, Issei Haidu along with the adult companion of the group Jiraiya the Gama-sanin, who would go to their first destination Paris, France, their objective, to help a boy escaping from the church for an inhuman experiment, in addition to recruiting a powerful evil dragon, Crom Cruch. Kurama. Caretaker. Tsunade. Jiraiya shouldn't take them to brothels or else clenching her fist. The friends and Naruto would make a military pose, whatever you order ma'am. Isaka. How good. The group would board the plane and depart from Tokyo airport. Kurama. Well, it's time to go see that festival. So those who stayed would go to see the UA Sports Festival, carefully observing the commission's intentions while remembering Naruto's words. Flashback. Kurama. I'll help you build your entourages, but who do you want to recruit? Naruto. We both know that we have the Greeks in a threat of civil war. Zeus is so paranoid that despite having to face the Titans, he will wait for the waters to calm down and will kill those he considers heroes for Olympus, and even more so if they are children of Hades or Poseidon. Kurama. I'll meet with Hades and Hestia in 2 weeks, and I'll see about that. By the way, who are you planning on visiting? Naruto. I will speak with Tiamat and the Dragon Kings so we can get them on our side. Kurama nodded that this would be the best plan of action to increase his military power, since he knew he needed backup in case the Tomato, the Effeminate, and the Paranoid tried something against Uzushio, and if they did, they wouldn't have a good time. Naruto. I'll go to France to look for that boy you mentioned from your meeting with Cao Cao. I'll also go for Crom Cruich before the Cow's brigade defeats him. Reports say he likes to fight, and the tournament between us, Asgard and India, will catch his attention. Kurama. And then with interest. Naruto. I will go for Azrael, Archangel of Death. Heaven despises him without being a fallen one, so, and in case his loved ones want to come, then I will bring them. Kurama. According to Cao Cao, Metatron, Raphael and Seraph Gabriel support him. Naruto. We'll offer them Yuzu's protection in case anything happens to the sissy. Time skip 3 days. On the other side of the world, more specifically in a church in Corbeil-les-Sons, you could see a boy with grey wings who appears to be about 18 years old. This boy is Azrael, the Angel of Death. He was not a fallen one, but he had grey wings. He was with a very hidden sadness on his emotionless face, since heaven constantly rejects him despite not being a fallen one, and that gradually filled him with indifference towards heaven and its people. He only wants his brothers Raphael, Metatron and Gabriel, since they are the only ones who accept him and treat him in a polite way. He just wants to be accepted, but heaven apparently will never accept him. He recently fought with Michael, and he thought that it was time to retire from heaven. Maybe it would only be better for him than being allied with heaven and his brothers. In addition, his brother was increasingly greedy for power, justifying everything in the name of his father. He had recently encountered a 14-year-old boy, Yudo Kiba, and had rescued the boy from a sect of priests eager to kill him, considering him a failure of the Holy Sword Project. Azrael at that moment knew that heaven had ended on a worse path than it was on before Lohim's death, so he would wait for the arrival of the people of Yuzu. He had felt presences arriving in France, now he would find out what would await him by allying himself with them. In Paris, Naruto's entourage can be seen searching for a white-haired Sannin, as they had lost him a day since they arrived. Naruto. Where the hell is Hiro Sennin? Hiro annoyed, although his instincts told him to head south, towards Corbeil-les-Sons. In a nearby theater, Jiraiya was writing a new series of Icha books, taking notes of a traditional dance in his eyes from the French. Jiraiya. Hehehehe watching the dance. The notebook of the perverted Sannin emanated fire due to the speed of writing the dance, whose origin was the French brothels of 1830. But the entourage. The boys were passing by the Eiffel Tower, a place considered romantic by many, while looking for access to the TGV, the high-speed train that operates throughout France and beyond its nearby European borders. Jiraiya. Hello, arriving with the rest after their search for information. I got lost. After that, the entourage each hit him on the head for searching for them for no reason, in vain. Chapter 9. 2 Archangels, Dragon and Alliance. We met on the TGV Paris Corbeil-les-Sons, where Naruto's current entourage was traveling. Jiraiya was taking notes of the towns and landscapes of France to include them in his new Icha titles, since it was impossible to do anything else, facing young people in their adolescence who do nothing but be with their electronic devices. He still wondered why Tsunade made him have one, but he didn't ask in view of the tone of voice of the Sannin of the Slugs, since it was in a tone of order rather than suggestion. Everyone was doing their own thing, Volley and Naruto playing Mortal Kombat 11 on cell phones, Issei looking at girls on Instagram, Shisui in his fifth dream, Natsu fainted from dizziness, Gray trying not to lose his clothes because he was a nudist. Volley saw Naruto worried, although he knew why. There were people who still worried the blonde, although Lucifer does not admit it. Naruto was his best friend, partner for fights, because the times they went to Japan, they participated in clandestine fights, earning a couple of yen, which they used for the trip and hotels. Volley. Hey, getting the blonde's attention. They're going to be fine, don't worry. Naruto. Thanks, friend. 2 hour time skip. Speakers. Now Saravins à Corbeil-les-Sons, merci de préparer la descente. We are reaching Corbeil-les-Sons. Please prepare for the descent. We are reaching Corbeil-les-Sons. Please prepare for the descent. The group would proceed to take their luggage to get off at the station. Issei. Okay, now where to? Naruto. Let's see. Using his sensor abilities, I feel 3 pure presences in that direction, pointing towards the outskirts of the city, and 1 dragon approaching from that direction pointing to the center. Issei. What do we do? Shisui. What if we go to the outskirts for the angels? Carrying a tied up Jiraiya being seen by an officer. Police. If I hadn't heard him say something perverted, I would have arrested him, he thought with a drop of sweat. So they began to head towards the outskirts of the city. Church of the outskirts. Kiba. Thank you Azrael-san, thank you for saving me, ready to leave. Azrael. Don't worry, I will always stop my brother's injustices. He is an angel, but he has sinned more than humanity has in 3 centuries. At that the door would suddenly open. Azrael. Raphael. Raphael. Brother, there's no time, taking him to a car, a Lamborghini, happy with what you'll see. Azrael. What happened? Worried. Raphael would pull out a Gabriel, but his face reflected terror and possibly trauma. Azrael. Raphael, what happened to him? Raphael. Michael, that's what happened. He tried to be clever, and when she rejected him, the effeminate bastard raped her. Azrael. Damn son of a bitch. I'm not going back to heaven unless that effeminate bastard is dead. Raphael. You have my support, but we need a shelter. I doubt the boy in that project is safe. Azrael. I feel several powerful energies coming. Both would lay down a traumatized Gabriel, while the Archangel of Healing performed several spells and healed the Seraphim. Outside the building. 30 minutes had passed since they brought Gabriel in terrible condition, while Azrael hit a tree in his fury against the one who rules heaven after the death of God, but to the surprise of those who arrived at the place. Azrael. So I wasn't wrong, they were coming here. Naruto. So you're an angel. Azrael. How perceptive you are, Yakai. Azrael, Archangel of Death. Naruto. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Azrael. So you're from the new faction. You're powerful, and rumor has it you're among the top 10 most powerful beings. Naruto. That won't be known until the top comes out. Azrael. If you're here, I doubt you're just coming for a social visit. Ali. Perceptive. Azrael. So you recruit demons. Naruto. I am not racist, and even less with my friends, even though I use a system of pieces like those of the demons. I do not proclaim myself as a king who must be obeyed, I only ask for loyalty and companionship, and time reveals if it is possible to be friends. Azrael. I thought you would be like Tomato Gremory, my apologies. Naruto. Apology accepted with a tick on his forehead at the Uzumaki's natural aversion to the word tomato. Azrael. Okay, if I join you, I want 2 things. Naruto. Go ahead, I hear you. Azrael. Your protection for me and my family behind. Naruto. Done. And Azrael. Help me break a seal. Michael sealed my brother Metatron out of jealousy and paranoia of his power after his father's death. Naruto. Of course, I also want something other than you joining my nobility, I want the location of Bahamut. Azrael tensed and Natsu wanted to scream, I'm turned on. Azrael. Okay, I accept. Naruto would bring his bishop piece closer, which upon entering Azrael, he felt that his power increased, so after clarifying things about it, they entered the place where Raphael was made the offer to Azrael, whereas his angel brother, he joined the Yakai Uzumaki as his bishop. After meeting Kiba, he would join Uzushio to be protected at the same time that he joined, so together with 3 archangels and Naruto's entourage, they decided to spend a few days at Prado Beach, located in Marseille, facing the Mediterranean Sea. In Los Angeles, and Center Building. We can see a fox in human form dressed in a suit waiting for one of his 2 meetings of the day. 2 weeks had already passed in Yuzu, where Naruto had spent a week and a half in Europe traveling around various places, often spying in Rome. Kurama. They will arrive. Secretary. Lord Kurama is here. Kurama. Let them in. 5 figures would begin to enter the room where the secretary withdrew. The first figure was a tall, imposing man with exaggeratedly white skin, intense black eyes that glow like frozen tar, and a wild, mad look, while his black hair falls freely over his shoulders. Kurama. Lord Hades, it's a pleasure to meet you in person. Hades. The pleasure is mine. Kurama Dono, I hope they don't bother us, pointing to his brother Poseidon and Apollo. Kurama. On the contrary, please take a seat so we can get to business. The second figure was of a woman, her blonde hair shone like golden fire, her eyes looked like 2 burning bonfires, and her bearing resembled that of a mother worried about her home and family. Kurama. Lady Hestia, it is a pleasure, as it is to you, young Apollo and young Artemis. Apollo. I, the Greek god of music, light, poetry, arts, medicine, herds and the sun, greeted him animatedly. You are powerfully brilliant. Kurama. Of course I am. Artemis. For a fox, you disguise yourself well among mortals. Kurama. I'll take that as a compliment, and Lord Poseidon, it's a pleasure. Poseidon. Also Kurama Dono. Kurama. Well, that's what we can talk about. Hestia. Well, you see, Olympus is crumbling. Zeus has been more paranoid than usual ever since the lightning bolt was stolen and returned. He accuses at whim, and many are being bootlickers. Olympus is no longer a family like it used to be. Kurama. I understand. Hades. At least we want to put our demigod children to safety, we know that despite being new here, in your case you are top 5 at Shiva's level, that is why we implore you that if necessary. Kurama. They want the doors to open, right? Apollo. Yes, it happens that despite the ancient laws that Zeus imposed not to raise our children. Poseidon. We want to save them from a fate that will surely bring misfortune. Artemis. It turns out that Zeus justifies himself with a prophecy. Kurama. What does he say? Getting an idea, he wasn't stupid, the toads gave prophecies from time to time. Hades. Of the oldest gods, a half-blood will reach 16 against all predictions. In an endless dream, the world will be revealed. The hero's soul will be cut down by a cursed blade. A single decision will end his days. Olympus will either preserve or ravage. Poseidon. We want to preserve them. Hades. I've already lost my daughter Bianca, don't ask me to lose my son. Kneeling, it's humiliating for a god to bow, but a father gives everything for his children, I implore you. Poseidon. Did Hestia fix their relationship? Hestia. It took a few months, but I managed to make them forgive each other. Kurama. You don't have to kneel, I'm a father, and I understand that, that's why Yuzu opens the doors for you. Artemis. My hunters will be at your disposal. Kurama. As long as you say everything and leave that irrational hatred of the male hex behind, it will be fine. Artemis. Okay. Kurama. Tell me who else because I doubt that only you will advance. Hestia. Hermes, Hephaestus and those present, Demeter neutral as well as Aphrodite. Artemis. Athena will support Zeus. Poseidon. It's the most rational and logical thing for her, damn owl brain. Kurama. We'll do this taking out a pawn piece. One of you will be acting as my informant. When the time comes you will send every half-breed, regardless of the father, who wishes to support you straight to Yuzu. Any volunteers? Apollo. I will do it. Artemis. But brother. Apollo. I'm sorry Artie, but that's how things are. The piece was delivered and would enter the god, who saw his power shoot up to levels of the big three, which was felt by the paranoid, but when the increase ended it stopped, returning everything to normal. After clarifying the matter, the meeting ended, where the Biju would proceed to go buy the car that he would give to Naruto for his 16th birthday. An orange Camaro with black spokes on its doors, white wall tires, and an upgraded sound system. Chapter 10. Naruto's 16th birthday. Crom Cruch. Grado Beach, Marseille, France. We see a group of friends enjoying their last day on the Mediterranean beach before returning to Japan. At this point, we see Natsu being stared at by French girls who offered him unholy compliments. Girl 1. My love, the one who was the cement to support this monument. My love, who was the cement to support this monument. Girl 2. If I were a plane and you were an airport, I would spend my time landing on your beautiful body. Naruto. What a salamander stealing hearts. Natsu. I didn't steal anything. Jiraiya. Gaki, in my experience of seeing life, I can safely say that you attract many girls and they fall in love with you. While I was typing like crazy seeing the beautiful French ladies in bikinis. Ray. Wow salamander, you're quite the heartbreaker. Natsu. Well, the only one I want is Lucy. Naruto. What a friend. Ray. That's amazing. Ollie. Stop talking, they won't let me tan. Leaning back in a chair with a tanning mirror. Issei. You guys break hearts and I'm taking care not to be perverted. Shisui. And I seeing some Spanish women making obscene gestures and throwing bricklayer compliments. Girl 1. Hey man, something's missing from my bed and that something's you. Girl 2. Nice pants, they would look great on my bedroom floor. Naruto. Wow, I understand team. At that moment he felt some Latina girls looking at him, so he simply gave them a pose, sticking out his biceps and giving them a panty-wetting smile. Boy. I play football, a Portuguese boy would speak. Naruto. Yes, I'll play, let me call my friends. Since Yuzu revealed himself to the world, Kurama made Naruto and Konohamaru learn several languages, something that thanks to the use of shadow clones, due to their ability to gather information, was simple and at the same time exhausting, his native language being Japanese as it was known in the New World, with the additional languages of English, Portuguese and German. Together with Vali and Issei and the boy they decided to participate in the game of which they only knew their language, Portuguese. Naruto caught the attention of many girls, mainly German and British due to his physique, in addition to being relatively a kind of playboy since he arrived. Unlike in Konoha, Naruto could be himself. If Iruka saw him he would give him a sap for being a playboy, to bring that empty-headed blonde who made Anbus look ridiculous, with itching powder on his clothes, or escaping from Hyuga elders dressed as clowns in pink robes. Or even escape after having painted the Hokage's faces with neon orange in broad daylight and without anyone catching him. A situation that Jiraiya took advantage of for future Ichigo when he published said books again in Elemental Nations and returned to Yuzu enjoying the royalties he obtained. Uzumaki House of Marseille. Since arriving in France, Naruto had been able to buy fairly well-maintained places, considering he'd been living in Asia most of the time. One was his house in Marseille, 3 blocks from the beach with a sea view and a gym he stocked with seals to fight powerful beings without attracting attention. He'd dressed for combat and waited for his spotter to come out. Naruto. Wow, you've arrived. I was wondering when you'd come out, Crescent Circle Dragon, Crom Cruch. Crom Cruch. Wow Kitsune, I'm surprised you know me, and I see you were aware. Naruto. Yep. Now you've also saved me the trouble of looking for you. Crom Steel. Para. Naruto. I want you to join me, the Uzumaki faction. Crom. Do you know what they'll do to you with an evil dragon? Naruto. The Nordics, Yakeis, Shinto China and India nothing, since they are allies of the new faction, my faction. Crom. I'll only join you if you give me a decent fight, Gaki. Naruto. Wow, you're proud. Crom. By my pride as a dragon, if you prove yourself worthy, I swear to serve you. Naruto. How? Crom would start the fight by throwing fire from his mouth, while Naruto adopted the style of his master Quinn. Naruto. Chiyu Form Armor. Phoenix Celestial Defense. Naruto would deflect Crom Cruch's attack with his hand, leaving him surprised and excited. In his eyes, the boy could guide him in fun-filled fights. Naruto. What do you think? Crom. I hope that's not all. Naruto. Namantai. Crom would engulf his fists in dragon aura and begin to fight, punching and kicking Naruto. Naruto. Chiyu Spear Form. Mountai Dragon Claws. Naruto would hit Crom's abdomen with a blow causing pain to the dragon who instead of bothering him, began to give a Lubu Hausen-style smile. Crom. I must admit it boy, you are definitely amazing I have never had a fight that filled me with so much fun. Naruto. How? Crom. You know it's time for one last blow, whatever the result I'll join you, something tells me we'll have great fights. Crom would give a roar alerting everyone in the house who came to see the fight and were greeted by the sight of the fight ending. Naruto. Chiyu Forms Crossbow. Turtle Waves. Launching an apparent 5 spheres of air, Naruto would impact against Crom, leaving him breathing very heavily. Naruto. Due to your combat and due to an oath on your dragon pride, I Naruto Uzumaki, give you this tower piece, being one of my strongest pillars of strength, as well as a friend, not a slave as happens with certain demon houses. Crom. I, Crom Cruch, evil dragon of the Crescent Circle, by my dragon pride, swear to serve and protect you as your rook. The piece would enter Crom, and he would begin to emanate chakra in a very abysmal way. Jiraiya. Shit, he looks like your psycho friend in reserves. Naruto. Gaara. Crom. I feel stronger. Naruto. My pieces add the function of using chakra like the Yakeis. Crom. Interesting. After that, everyone would meet the dragon and new member of the entourage, while Naruto gave the dragon free rein to take the training of the carriers of Drake and Albion, something that made Issei and Volley swallow dryly. Time skip, the next day. It was 8 in the morning while the group along with the new members boarded a plane, in addition to knocking out Natsu for the mess he would make to not fly due to Dragon Slayer's problems, while the plane departed back to Tokyo on a 19-hour trip, arriving 2 days before the Redeed's 16th birthday. The invention of the gods. Kurama was waiting for the return of Naruto and his entourage as they would arrive at the ports due to a cruise they took from Tokyo to the island. The ship would anchor in the port and there he saw the boys arrive. Kurama. Welcome back guys, I hope your trip was fruitful like mine. Naruto. Of course dad. There he saw 3 angels and an evil dragon arrive, making him feel somewhat happy about what awaited Konoha having guys like the ones he recruited. He knew the Crom Cruch was a top 10 strongest entity, he even knew that despite being human, All Might would give him a bit of a fight since the #1 hero of Japan was a top 20 among the most powerful entities in the world. The Norse leader god, Odin, would disembark from the same ship along with his companion Rasues, where a certain short-haired Uchiha received Cupid's arrow. Odin. Kurama Dono, it's good to see you again Jojo. Kurama. The pleasure is mine Odin Dono. Rasues. My name is Rasues and I am one of Odin-sama's Valkyries. Shisui. Shisui Uchiha at your service smiling and making the Valkyrie blush. Odin. Jojo, does anyone have a boyfriend? Blushing both of them. The mentioned. We are not yet boyfriend and girlfriend. Nezu, All Might and Izawa would also get off the ship, accompanied by the Aoi Rozu family where Hinata and Momo went to talk about a gift for their shared retreat. Wow, it seems that the tournament is held on that day, right? 2. Come on Shiva, this will be fun. Kurama. Shiva Dono and Rudra Dono, it's a pleasure to receive you. After the introductions and a rodent in a suit feeling intimidated, they would retreat to the chambers where several would be housed. Saved by 2 girls who already had their retreat against the bed. Naruto. CH girls blushing. Hinata. Just relax taking off her bra. Momo. We'll give you your early gift lowering her panties blushing. Thus, both women would begin to give him a night of love and passion, revealing another use of the shadow clone in the redeed. Abilities and powers Konoha Entourage 2. On 1. Leo Valdez. Race. Demigod. Chakra. Anbu level. Elemental affinities. Kaiten and Doten. Peke Jinkai. Kumtan, Metal Liberation. Weapon. Utility Belt. Magic. Technokinesis. She can build and repair almost anything, understand and sense the inner workings of things. She can also communicate with machines, fly, or drive any mechanical vehicle. She can detect all types of malfunctions and identify the type and purpose of machinery by touch alone. She can detect traps. Pyrokinesis. Her abilities can go so far as to shoot flames, balls or columns of fire into the air, although she sometimes has trouble controlling it when she gets excited or scared, starting to overheat and release smoke. She is fireproof. She can increase the heat of her fire to such an extent that it basically becomes a supernova. She can sense heat, flames, and metals. Function. He is in charge of the technical support of the entourage. Beyond 2. Kitsuma Shimano. Race. Human. Chakra. High Chunin level. Suiton and Raiten affinities. Peke Jinkai. Medical chakra. Quirk. Cell reactivation. Allows him to accelerate the activity of cells in the body of anyone he touches. Skills. Having spent a lot of time since what happened on Naboo Island with his current older brother figure after the death of his father at the hands of 9, since Inko Midoriya and Mitsuki Bakugo took custody of both Shimano brothers, he became closer to him and adopts a personality similar to Deku, being quite analytical, understanding and intelligent, added to the fact that he began to learn martial arts, along with acquiring other skills, after seeing the hero headshot in action. These include acrobatics, aikido, save 8, judo, capoeira. Izuku's attacks thanks to devices designed by Mei Hatsum. Hanfa's Kitsuma prefers weapons of this style when fighting, although he also learned to use Sei. Magic. Tempest. Grants the user the ability to form and control violent cyclonic winds. On 3. Chlorize LaRue. Race. Demigod. Chakra. Low Chunin level. Affinity. Doten. Weapon. Spear. Magic. Thalumkinesia. Being a daughter of Ares, god of war, makes her an expert in all uses of weapons and may even have some degree of magical control over them. Necromancy. Can revive dead people who have perished in battle or war, being warriors. Part 4. Chouji Akimichi. Race. Human. Chakra. Level. Medium Jounin. Odin elemental affinity. Akimichi clan skills. Weapon. Mace. Magic. Critical finale. Increases the user's physical strength to its maximum limit. On 5. Kiba Inuzuka. Raza. Yakai Lobo. Chakra. Level. Low Jounin. Affinity gift. Inuzuka clan skills. Partner. Akamaru. Weapon. You are a warrior. Magic. Creation. Allows the user to control and shape the land as they please. Yakai abilities. Human animal form. Animal form. Werewolf form. Enhanced strength, enhanced senses, enhanced agility. On 6 and 7. Stoll brothers. Connor and Travis Stoll. Race. Demigod. Race. Demigod. Chakra. Low Anbu level. Elemental affinities. Travis Suiton. Connor Futon. Weapon. Sword and dagger. Magic. Theft. They are able to steal without being detected. Lockpicking. They sense the internal structure and mechanisms of any type of lock they touch. They can identify any curses or traps placed on locks. With enough concentration, they can deactivate them. Money manipulation. Hermes is the god of merchants, both are quite good with money and are very fond of playing poker and gambling. On 8. Yudo Kiba. Race. Demon, the piece assigns one at random. Chakra. Joint Jounin. Affinities. Kaiten and Suiton. Peke Genkai Blue Flames. Weapon. Swords. Magic. Wielder. Allows you to wield holy and demonic swords without suffering damage to your body, mind, or soul. Chapter 11. A celebration and beginning at KUO Academy. Clarification. I have been suggested to remove Tsunade from Kurama's harem and give her to All Might, and you know how much I like the idea, so that ship is changed. After the arrival of a group of guests, the Uzumaki mansion was filled with relative life. Many people walked the halls of Whirlpool, the most important city in Yuzu. Said life knew how to interpret itself very pleasantly on the first night, where its first two couples truly felt the pleasure of being pleased by a male Uzumaki, with a good size endowed with his Namikaze genes, and the resistance typical of the Uzumakis. All Yuzu must have been grateful that in each room, there were silent seals. Since the Nico Hyuga and the aspiring heroine Creati screamed at the top of their lungs and demanded their piece of meat from their Uzumaki. Konohamaru could have gone for the same if it weren't for the fact that Kunu hadn't yet released her pheromone signaling her heat since the yokai, being part animal, have a heat period. It was well known that the little kitsune was in love with her middle brother. If the monkey yokai were to express his feelings for his 9 years, he would be in love in addition to holding back his hormones because despite their 5 years difference, the little kitsune. But that's no reason, we're currently in the room where All Might was talking animatedly with a blushing Tsunade, while several little foxes with different amounts of tails entered delivering food and drinks. Kurama. Well, thank you for coming. Naruto. Good morning carrying 2 clones of his fiancées who were very blushing. Kurama. Good morning and happy birthday son throwing him a pair of keys. Naruto. Thanks, Tusan. Konohamaru. Hey, let's see it. In the garage. Everyone would go to the place to see the Redeed's vehicle, which would remove the blanket that covered the vehicle. Naruto. Wow. Konohamaru. Let's go for a walk. Naruto and Konohamaru would get in and go for a ride trying out a new toy. All Might. Will they be safe? Kurama. Thor. Not bad. Auden. Definitely a good gift, although I thought you would give it to him at 16. Kurama. It will start next week in KUO, and since there will be a bridge connecting Japan and Yuzu, I have no problem with him driving. Shiva. Not bad, now, we will prepare for today's fight. Thor. They said it with their bare hands, right? Kurama. A mixed martial arts tournament to see how the others are doing. Auden. How have you been with us for a short time? Kurama. I told Kaijuro and Shisui to travel around Japan and learn martial arts and fighting styles. One of the ones they managed to learn with Yuzu's strategies was boxing. He thought, I can't tell you about the Uchiha Sharingan, especially with that rat. Nezu. Very interesting Kurama-san. Shiva. There will be a fight soon. Rudra. That's all you think about, right Shiva? Thor. If there is a fight I will take a disciple, I swear by Auden's beard. Auden. I'm not that old. After that, hours would pass where the fighting tournament would take place where Shiva, Naruto, Cao, Thor, Sasuke and Konohamaru would fight 1 versus 1. There was no reason to do so, simply in the Yuzu Asgard India agreements it mentioned an entertainment tournament to be able to demonstrate competence despite being allies in addition to having a muscular arm. The first to fight would be Naruto and Sasuke to everyone's surprise. Fortunately, out of all the martial arts that had been included in Yuzu, the two decided to face off in boxing, while All Might was chosen to introduce the contenders. All Might. In this corner, 16 years old, raven-haired, from the lands of Yuzu, the shonen Uchiha Sasuke. The aforementioned entered the ring smiling at being able to fight his rival, he could not call him a friend yet because in his eyes he owed him a lot and 2 chiterists to the chest and being relatively killed in Konoha. The girls, several invited humans, blushed upon seeing him, except for those who had a partner and those who knew him were surprised. He had even changed his haircut. All Might. And on this other side, also 16 years old, prince of the lands of Yuzu, the Crimson Flash, the shonen Uzumaki Naruto. The aforementioned entered attracting the attention of his lovers. All Might. I want a clean fight, no rabbit punches, eye pokes, or use of magic powers, and that goes both would nod and prepare for the assault ready both would nod, with Uraya and Natsu behind each one as their trainers begin. The first to jump and hit was Sasuke, who connected several punches to Naruto, having seen several times with his Sharingan the fights of Rocky Balboa helped a lot, which could return a blow for every 10 he received, but to luck, Naruto managed to start hitting himself making Sasuke back up. Naruto continued hitting Sasuke, but in a stroke of luck, he took the redeed and changed places with him, beginning to massacre the Uzumaki again, where with every 10 blows he returned to give, only 1 or in the best case 2 he received, but luckily for Sasuke he began to receive for each blow he gave about 8 hits, until both began an equal exchange of blows, taking out a lot of blood from their mouths and noses, while they had some cuts on their eyebrows. Until an uppercut to the lower jaw of the Uchiha left him out of combat. All Might. Winner Uzumaki Shonen. Momo and Hinata. Yes Neru won. Thor. That was a worthy fight, here's to you my little friends raising a glass of beer. Shiva. It was exciting. The next fight was Konohamaru vs Thor. At the age of 9, the young Uzumaki Yokai monkey gave battle to Thor, demonstrating ingenuity and strategy, although the Nordic ended up winning by cornering the boy and hitting him with the necessary force, not his 100% because he was facing a child, which left him quite surprised, he was even about to make him his tutelage to take him to be a future top 10 for his abysmal potential. The final battle was Cao vs Shiva, where both men made it clear they weren't to be underestimated, one by the Hindus and the other by the human side. It goes without saying that Shiva's dance was rather catchy. Naruto. It's a Pegajosa Nishishishi. Natsu? You already said friend. Issei. Incredible. Ali. That's the power of a top 5. Incredible watching his hand tremble with excitement. Nezu. Top 5. It must be a top like the one for heroes, but oriented towards extremely powerful beings, more than the entire top together. If they are not controlled they are a clear threat, the rodent thought. After that celebration, the week would pass and it was time to start in KUO, at least it could have gone better, although the Hero Commission would not give up on having any of the newly discovered. Naruto. Well, it's time to start again. Getting into his car. Konohamaru. Yes, but at least we'll keep the jokes quiet, hahaha. Naruto. It's not Konoha, little brother, so forget that here. Konohamaru. Oki. Issei. Wait for me running. Thus the trio would set off for KUO. At the mansion. Kurama watched all this seriously. He knew that the commission would send their pets after them, and if they didn't get one of them they would kill them. He was thankful to be able to make several quirkless humans awaken their chakra and impose the Anbu service. Kurama. Anbu. Anbu? Kurama-sama. Kurama. Send 5 of your best men to KUO, keep a close eye on that duo for their safety and to ensure the commission is not interrupted. Anbu. As the words. The Anbu would disappear in a ball of smoke. Time skip. 2 hours. Academia KUO. The brother duo were arriving at the school they were assigned to. Many already knew that the Prince of Yuzu would arrive in agreement with Japan. Many wondered why not go to UA, but well, here we are. Naruto. Luck. Konohamaru. See you at lunch. Naruto. Of course. Ara, looks like the new guy has arrived. 3 seems to have arrived. 4 that's Butchu. Chapter 12. KUO Academy. Greek and Eastern lands. The brother duo were arriving at the school they were assigned to. Many already knew that the Prince of Yuzu would arrive in agreement with Japan. Many wondered why not go to UA, but well, here we are. Naruto. Luck. Konohamaru. See you at lunch. Naruto. Of course. Ara, looks like the new guy has arrived. 3 seems to have arrived. 4 that's Butchu. Present. Naruto and Konohamaru were surprised as they hadn't expected the welcoming entourage. One of them was a busty retard with grayish blue eyes and a peachy butt. God, if Naruto were an angel right now, he'd have the tomato sister in bed. Her red hair gave her away and her demonic aura confirmed it. Konohamaru simply watched Ria's and how Naruto devoured her with his eyes, while Issei felt proud of his best friend. Little by little, he taught him to be a pervert, of course with his restrictions. The second girl was a black-haired brunette with pure corrupted energy, since she was very obviously a fallen angel, decent breasts, violet eyes and a peach butt. Naruto. What do I owe this welcome to, Gremory-san? He said politely, although remembering the few politics classes he attended with Hiruzen and a couple of teachings from Quinn, he was undoubtedly planning something with the sister of the tomato siskin. Rias. It seems you know me, Uzumaki-san. Naruto. Let's say I know all the territories I want. Rias. Well, as you know, this is the domain of the Gremory clan, although the government doesn't know it. Naruto. If you know, and with the commission behind everything they want to obtain, whether good or bad, you'll already know. The Keno. By the way, you haven't introduced yourself. Wasn't it that manners were a sign of a man? Naruto. Same for you, daughter of Baraquiel, taking a tick from the girl, although if I see something it is that I do not know how he managed to give such beauty, blushing the girl. Konohamaru. Bro, really? Playing Casanova here. Issei. Not bad, friend bumping into a girl. Oh, I'm sorry. Issei. Don't worry, I didn't see you congratulating my friend Casanova. Shake Soyuri. Issei. I am Issei Haidu, at your service, precious, winking at her. Naruto. What a gallant. At that moment, Naruto sensed several presences and realized he was being guarded by Anbu. Konohamaru sensed it as well, but they both dismissed it as they could defend themselves, and even if they didn't want to, they knew who had dark intentions toward them. Naruto. Well, I think it's best to introduce myself. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and this is my little brother Mary Uzumaki. Konohamaru. Yes, it's a pleasure. The Keno. Akeno Himejima. Rias. And you know worse, I introduce myself, I am Rias Gremory. Konohamaru. Well, I'm leaving. It's my turn in room 1A. Rias. Kaneko will accompany you, calling an albino loli who would blush upon seeing the blonde-haired boy. Konohamaru would have a pink tinge because in words that he would not admit, since Naruto and Issei have their perverted fetishes and that he saw Naruto and Hinata in full sport action, he was attracted to the female figure. Konohamaru. Hola es soy Mary Uzumaki. Kaneko. Soy Kaneko Taojo Maru-kun. Konohamaru. A placeholder, Kaneko-chan. So they both left while Naruto gave a proud smile because the blonde had a certain weakness for Nekomatas and he inherited it to his little brother. Now he hoped he had a weakness for the Hyugas. Rias. Which classroom does Naruto-kun have? Naruto. In room 3A. Rias. Follow me. They would both nod and be guided by the girls. The four would go to the same class, where by chance it was music. This made Naruto curious because he had never been interested in the elemental nations for that reason, but having a music class interested him, and it would be a good pastime. For his part, Konohamaru would be guided to his classroom, whereas his first class he would have mathematics. Akeno. We'll wait for you inside. Issei and Naruto. Of course. Teacher. So you're the new ones, huh? Naruto. Yes, sir. Issei. That's right. Professor. In that case, wait while I tell you when to come. The teacher would enter the classroom where he would inform them of everything, where after calming the waters and silencing all existing rumors, he decided to let them in. Teacher. You may come in. Both would pass by and leave several girls blushing and the boys cursing their luck. Naruto. Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are training and spending time with my friends and family, my dislikes are traitors, and my dreams are to crush certain people from my past and start a family. Issei. My name is Issei Haidu, my likes are things for adults, my friends and family, my dislikes are those who abandon their friends and betray their trust, and my dream is to be the king of the harem. Professor. That last bit was unnecessary. Extra student. Cool pretty face and pervert. Extra student 2. They're coming to steal our girls. Student 1. Are you guys single? Naruto. I have 2 beautiful fiancés. Teacher. What is the reason for that? Naruto. A party with too many drinks from our parents and legal approval. The girls were disappointed while Aridid felt something strange, something noticed by Naruto who would wink at her and blush. Issei. I don't have one, but I do know this, even if it's one or several, I will give my soul and life to all the girls who wish to protect them. After that, classes would begin, with Naruto sitting next to Rias and Issei next to Akeno. The class was entertaining, and although he wouldn't admit it, he liked it. It was different from Iruka's long, boring lectures on shinobi history and remembering fights of a guy like Hashirama against Madara, as if it were that important. I mean, history is made up of many events, and a legendary battle isn't the only thing. Music class consisted of learning to use instruments, singing, learning all the rhythms of the world, dance, and the history of music itself, which surprised Naruto, who became interested in the guitar and another couple of string instruments. While Issei felt comfortable with singing, the two of them and some kids on other instruments played Sunset. The girls felt warmth from the voice and the feeling that both of them conveyed in that song, and they earned a 10 for passing the subject that month. Later on. The end of school alarm would ring. Naruto. Well, in the end it was fun. Issei. Says the prodigy guitarist who released a song the same day he picked up the instrument. Naruto. Tush my perverted friend. After that, Naruto and a very kissy Konohamaru left to return to Yuzu. On the other side of Japan, Tohoku region. All Might can be seen walking toward a secluded residence, climbing a mountain surrounded by small towns and cherry trees. Many always said it was a copy of Osaka Castle, but it was the original castle. This place was inhabited by the oldest being in Japan. He had arrived in the Sengoku era and had served as a samurai in the Tokugawa clan from its origins until its fall in the Edo era, being known as the last Ronin, samurai without a lord, and maintained that status to the present day. He was considered a monster in his hometown and the best warrior in ancient Japan, being on equal terms with Miyamoto Musashi. Few gods knew where he came from, for he was a minotaur who, unlike his peers, he was rational. In his eyes he was blessed by the gods for this ability. He came to the east escaping from humans, because in those times they destroy and try to eliminate what they do not understand, supported by the god Apollo and a surprised Athena, curious about how far he would go. Adopting the name Yamamoto Tokugawa, he arrived in Japan and became a samurai, earning the respect not only of humans, who appreciated and admired him, especially children, but also of all Shinto, especially Susanoo no Mikoto. Yamamoto. It's been a while, All Might. Tashinori. Asi S. Yamamoto-san. Yamamoto. What brings you here? It's curious that you're coming if the commission doesn't send you. Tashinori. I actually came for advice. Yamamoto. If it's to fight all for one, as I've told the previous wielders, my answer is no, I won't fight. Tashinori. Yes, I know this well, sitting down and receiving tea even if it's all for one, you won't choose sides unless your lands are threatened. Yamamoto. Funny you should say that, after all, since the beginning of the quirks, the endless war of all for one versus one for all exists and no one stops them. Tashinori. I know, but locking him up, he gets out with the help of the commission to justify the era of heroes. If they kill him, whoever kills him is hunted by the commission, villains and others. Yamamoto. The crossroads will always be there, but you decide where to aim. Besides, you chose 9th grade, right? Tashinori. How? Yamamoto. With age comes abilities, I can see the aura and yours fades. Yoshinori. Yes, he is currently training with my master. Yamamoto. Gran Torino, a wise choice, although insufficient. Yoshinori. What? Yamamoto. What you heard is insufficient, you know as well as I do that power isn't everything, but that skill is necessary. I've seen how you inspire others, telling them to clench their buttocks and shout smash from their hearts only stunts their growth. Yoshinori. I see, I've been a bad mentor. Yamamoto. Don't be depressed, you're just starting out, a master isn't born overnight. I've seen novice heroes come to me for advice to protect the surrounding villages. We're not Musatafu, but the few heroes there are have something that many lack and even Stain himself lacks, vision and humility. They don't look beyond what they see and focus on their thoughts. They don't analyze what they see, but they don't show modesty either and put aside the self to worry about others. But on the contrary they are self-centered and egotistical. Yoshinori. What do you advise me? Yamamoto. Help him, guide him, be his support, and if it's about skills, have him practice more than one martial art. A weapon is also a good option, something non-lethal. Tonfa staffs are good additions. Yoshinori. I see, thank you very much. Yamamoto. Now I estimate that this is not your only concern. Yoshinori. Well, you see, telling everything he sees, the situation is becoming uncontrollable, and there is increasing apathy, lack of concern for the common good, image, and so on. Yamamoto. I'm stroking his beard to know the right side, you must look beyond what you see. Yoshinori. What do you mean by that? Yamamoto. You are a hero, you don't let yourself be guided by the rules, you save those you shouldn't, as you have tried to do with villains so they leave that life. You never guided yourself by what the directors of schools for heroes, the vast majority of heroes, the police and the commission. You will never believe that the end justifies the means, because you try to prevent that from happening. After those words, Yoshinori thanked them and withdrew, thoughtful. What would happen next? What role should he play in the future? Yamamoto. If he came to ask me for advice, it means something big is coming. Maybe going to Yuzu doesn't sound so bad, he thought out loud before going to take a sword class, because despite the end of the samurai era, he decided to keep that tradition alive. Chapter 13. Trouble on Olympus, friend in trouble and ally. After Naruto's first day in KUO, 6 months would pass where things started to get interesting. He was at the top of his class, in each and every subject, the simple reason, like little Konohamaru, they used shadow clones to study, although Naruto also used them for his fetishes in private, because his personality, happy, joker and even airhead that he had in Konoha had vanished, on the verge of only showing it with his trusted people, along with his perverted fight-loving and loyal side. But those he didn't trust he treated with formality, something normal until he gained their trust, but with those he didn't get along with and with the traitors, he had become sarcastic, calculating, sadistic, and above all even resentful. Academia KUO. We can see the physical education gym where Naruto was waiting for the arrival of the teacher when on the news through the loudspeakers something was heard that worried him. UA attacked during the camp. Clearly Naruto trusted Momo, and the boys he met when Momo went to see him in Yuzu and took with her, Kirishima Ijiro, Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki and Izuku Midoriya. At first Naruto was distant and formal with them, until little by little each one gained his trust. To the point of having in mind in the future to recruit them into his entourage. Rias. Worried about Momo-chan. Naruto. I'm so obvious, hugging the Gremory. Rias. Not here, there are many followers of my brother and they will reveal our secret. Naruto. Come on, don't be like that, although I want to see the chicken that wants to take you away from me, smiling sadistically. Rias. Jijiji, no changes Naru. At that moment the teacher would arrive and start the classes with one of the well-known sports, basketball, one of Naruto's favorite sports, since volley and Issei gave him a Lakers jersey. Remember, he is red-haired and toned and pumped up, without exaggerating. Issei, for his part, fell in love with a girl he stumbled upon, falling in love with her breasts. While Naruto saw him as an idiot, Issei knew how to feel. He knew she was a failure, but he decided to act based on his perverted instincts. Unfamiliar with Japan and the United States, something was happening. At Camp Half-Blood, Long Island, New York. It had been a while since the theft of the Master Bolt from Zeus, one of the most dangerous divine weapons. Since that day, several things began to resonate throughout Olympus. The differences were palpable, and more since the betrayal of Luke Castellan, son of Hermes, to serve the Crooked One, the Titan of Time, Kronos. Some even increased with the awakening of the daughter of Zeus, Thalia Grace, a demigoddess turned into a tree to avoid the breach of the oath of the river Styx. And an annoyed Poseidon and Hades for the breach of the oath. Of course Poseidon later broke it with Perseus Jackson, but at least it did not go any further. It was only after the death of the lieutenant of the Hunters of Artemis at the hands of Atlas, when a group of demigods went with the Hunters to rescue Artemis, who was kidnapped by the Titan condemned to carry the weight of the world, after the arrival of the D'Angelo brothers, sons of Hades. Olympus was gathered while everyone argued among themselves. Zeus. Silence. Each of the Olympians were sitting in their seats, including Hestia, Hades, and Persephone. Zeus. We're here to see what we do with the present demigods, pointing to the children of Hades, Percy Jackson, Annabeth Chase and Thalia Grace. Although they have been successful in the mission, something always goes wrong with them, so options. Athena. I say we just have to eliminate them. That broke Annabeth's heart. They are too reckless, they are guided by their emotions, and they don't act logically. Ares. If I say we kill them. Apollo. They realize how they are acting, defending the demigods as best they can. Artemis. They realize they act like mortals. Ares. What did you say, damn virgin? Apollo. Watch your tongue, Ares. Zeus. Humans. Artemis. They act more like mortals, they let their thoughts dominate more than reason, and more than you, Athena, and seeing that you cause pain in your daughter, you prefer to think without processing her feelings, of how she sees that her mother sees her as a simple pawn in a chess game. Athena. And if that were the case, what? Percy noticed Annabeth was sad, so he would hug the girl. Aphrodite. So much sadness, so much distrust makes me sick, and even more so from you, goddess of wisdom, who possesses nothing of wisdom. You act like a mortal, with prejudice, and you are guided by a thought that is not necessarily correct. Athena. How dare you, bore. Artemis. I'm with Aphrodite on this. Athena. You disappoint me. I thought you would support me. Artemis. Oh great goddess of wisdom, he said sarcastically, if you are so wise, what has she done for you to denigrate her and all your children with that bucking mark that kills them when they fail your expectations? Athena remained silent. Zeus. You're going too far, Artemis. Hermes. Uncomfortable. Hephaestus. Yes. Hades. Enough, you are the king of Olympus, act like it. They realize that they speak as if there were no latent threat, they know perfectly well what happens if he returns. Zeus. You're delirious, father is more than safe in Tartarus. Percy. That's why Luke had him in Florida a few years ago. Zeus. Silence. Poseidon. Touch a hair on Zeus's head and there will be trouble. Zeus. Vote well. Poseidon, Hephaestus, Hermes, Apollo, Artemis, Hestia, Demeter, Aphrodite, Hades raised the sign of life. Zeus to Thalia's pain, Athena to Annabeth's broken heart, Hera, Dionysus and Ares raised a sign that said death. Zeus. Well annoyed, the council has spoken, if you want to talk to your children you have some time. Several gods left while the parents stayed with their children, while Athena left thoughtful about her decision. She was her daughter, but she acted according to her brain, not her heart. She felt hurt to say those things, but she dismissed it. Of course Annabeth felt those thoughts, being a little happy, but at the same time somewhat annoyed that for being a goddess of wisdom, she acted with some hypocrisy. Hades. What do you think? Poseidon. I don't know about you, but I'll send him to Yuzu. Annabeth. Japan's new island. Poseidon. Percy, I know I may not be in your life as a father and all, but I want you to take your family and move to the new island near Japan. I've already covered everything, and… Percy. I appreciate the gesture, hugging his father. Poseidon would reciprocate the gesture. Apollo. I will tell my people to go to those lands. Artemis. Good luck on your trip, I'll see about sending my hunters there. Hestia. The home is extinguished on Olympus, she said sadly. After that, everyone would retire from Olympus. Back in KUO. Issei was dating Yuma, a hot girl in his words, a fallen angel who felt her pure energy corrupted. Naruto. Issei, will you go? Issei. Of course senpai. Naruto. I'll go after you, because I want to know something with Rias. Issei. Do you want to? Naruto. Don't think like a pervert hitting him. Issei. Aight. It hurts rubbing his bump, you're calling me a pervert because I have the fetish of doing the same thing as a certain anime demon. Naruto. Root. Greg. Buddy, remember the girl is waiting for you, he would say, not very convinced. Naruto. Anything you need, you'll have me near you, just scream. Time skip at night. It was a very beautiful starry night, the crickets were chirping animatedly while in a fountain. Issei. What a beautiful night. Yuma. And with Issei-kun. Issei. Dime. Yuma. To celebrate our first date, would you do me a favor? Issei. Will he kiss me? He thought, but he realized the intentions, so you want to kill me, huh? Fall, thinking while he looked for one of his swords, to say what is it about? Yuma. Please, would you die for me? Issei. Can you repeat that for me? Yuma would approach his ear. Yuma. If you could die for me? Issei would notice the evil in his eyes as he emanated magic, putting an Uzumaki demon on alert, so to avoid problems with the demon faction, Issei and Vali formed their own demon clan in Yuzu. Issei. So you have wings. Not at all surprised. Greg. Made I feel Naruto and Ria's approaching. Yuma. I had a lot of fun with you even though our time was short. Issei. You are sensual, seriously speaking. I saw your breasts and everything when you transformed, but activating a dark mark on his forehead, a symbol of distinction of the Yuzu demons. Yuma. What are you feeling his power? Issei. No one introduces themselves without doing so first. Yuma. I am Rainer, fallen angel. Issei. I am Issei, demon of Yuzu, taking out a sword from his chest wrapped in darkness. Rainer. I'm sorry, but you're a danger to us, so I must eliminate you. If you're going to blame someone, blame Elohim for giving you a sacred gear at birth, creating an energy spear. Rainer would jump and clash her weapon with Issei's. Naruto. Enough. Stopping the fight between the two while appearing with his Yokai mode. Naruto's current 6 tails swung menacingly. He may have still needed some development to achieve his 10 tails, but he wasn't weak at all. Rainer. Yokai Temorosa Pues Naruto Expulsaba Chakra. Rias. What are you doing here, fallen? Rainer. I don't know what you're worried about. Issei. He was going to kill me, boss. Naruto. So you, essentially beautiful girl, trying to kill my brother from another mother forming a Rasengan, I think I could have fun. Issei. Boss, don't do it, after all, she is one of Kakabeel's pawns. Rainer opened her eyes, perhaps they discovered her. Naruto. As you wish, stopping forming the Rasengan. I will give you the option, serve the whirlpool, and you will live. Rainer. I can't fail, Kakabeel-sama promised. Naruto would take out a folder and throw it. Naruto. Lee. Rainer proceeded to read the folder, word by word, atrocity after atrocity, plan after plan, from the fallen angel she served out of fear, on the verge of being raped by him and his male subordinates as well. Rainer. I accept Naruto-sama. Issei. Fine, deactivating his mark, but there will be a condition, seriously. Rainer. Which one? Issei. Be my girlfriend without killing me. Rainer would accept even if she didn't admit it out loud. She felt attracted to the brunette. Nezu was doing his paperwork when he received a message due to the situation. It was from the Hero Commission. Nezu. Nabu Island, maybe I can send them. I doubt the League will go there. The being would say in a dubious way, being one of the most intelligent on Earth, causing Murphy's Law to take effect. Chapter 14. Marriage Agreement. The Olympic City of Yuzu. After the attempted attack on Issei, we can see her being taken by Naruto to the occult club room in KUO. Rias. Naru, what will you do? Naruto. I'll tell you when we arrive. The Keno. Arriving with Sona's entourage. What are you doing, guys? Rias. Nothing that generates chaos. Akeno. Naruto. It will be interesting, but if you are going to be there I need absolute silence. Saji. And why is that? Naruto. Because I require concentration, and to whoever asks stupid questions showing a red look with a slanted pupil, let's just say that I won't give him a good time. Rias felt a little crazy at that look. It told the Gremory girl who hadn't yet debuted with her little fox that he was in charge, he was the one who subdued, not the one being subdued. If only she knew that Momo and Hinata subdued him when they wanted to have Hex. Upon arriving at the occult club room, Naruto had Rainer lie down on a bed while he began to draw kanji with great care. This would attract the attention of everyone who watched him patiently out of curiosity. Issei. Seals for what? He thought. Sona. Interesting. Rias. Surprising. Naruto. Good, tracing hand seals in Kitsune form Fuinjutsu Uzumaki. Curse release. Rainer, to Issei's concern, writhed in pain several times until she relaxed while breathing heavily. Rainer. What did you do to me? Panting. Naruto. I removed every cursor charm used against you. Rainer. Thank you. Naruto. Well, now to Yuzu. In used to moment. We can see Kurama accompanied by his most loyal companion and friend, Kaijiro Rengoku, in front of the Yuzu airport as a plane arrived from Mexican lands. Ambassador. Welcome Lady Quetzalcoatl, leader of the Aztec faction, goddess of rain, wind and creation. Quetzalcoatl. Thank you for receiving me, Kurama Dono. Kurama. Please my lady, make yourself at home. Kaijiro for his part bowed in respect. Quetzalcoatl. Well, the place is nice, lots of nature and quite a balance with civilization. Kaijiro. Quetzalcoatl-sama, we appreciate the compliment. Kurama. Please join us. The Aztec entourage consisted of security, 15 well-trained jaguar warriors, plus human diplomatic personnel. The group followed the 10-tailed fox to the meeting room. Quetzalcoatl. Modern, has its level of Kurama Dono combination, the traditional and modernity come together quite a bit. Kurama. Thank you for the compliment, please take a seat. Quetzalcoatl. Well, here we are to ally ourselves he. Kurama. That's right, Shisui calling the aforementioned Tell Cao to prepare the island security, I don't want any altercations. Shisui. Hi despair and Shunshin. Quetzalcoatl. Interesting. Kurama. Well, Lady Quetzalcoatl, let's get this started. To be allies both parties will give something, so that it is a reciprocal agreement. Quetzalcoatl. Well, the reality is that I want to ally myself, and I offer everything. I know that we have little to ask for, but we want to ally ourselves. Just as you also have your interests, we have ours. Kurama. I see. Quetzalcoatl. I offer an alliance that will unite both pantheons. I offer my own hand in marriage. I have heard and seen the things done by her cub and a picture of him, and I must say he is bucking Hexy. Kurama. I see, it's interesting, he thought. Quetzalcoatl. So I offer a union and a political marriage between your son and me. Kurama. I know Naruto is being somewhat perverted with his partners, and he is attracted to the female figure like any non-homosexual man, he thought. You see, my lady, I want you to know this, my son, because there are few pure-blood Uzumaki lying a little is enrolled in what is called the Clan Restoration Act, which implies that my son has many wives, at least 7 is a minimum. Quetzalcoatl. Interesting, I don't mind sharing it. Kurama. If you agree. Quetzalcoatl. I accept. After those words, Naruto gained a new fiancé, while Jiraiya, upon hearing what had happened, could feel nothing but pride, while Tsune chased him for perverting Naruto. In New York. We can see Perseus Jackson, son of Poseidon, in front of a door in the house of his human mother and stepfather. Percy, I got home, Mom. Paul. Sally. Percy, you're here, what's up? Percy. You and Paul better listen to this. Upon entering the house and seating them both in the living room, Percy decided to tell everything without holding anything back and what his father had asked. Sally. No, I don't know what to do. Paul. This is serious. Percy. Dad wants us safe, that's why he decided to send us to Uzushio, the new country on the Japanese coast. Sally, do you know who's going? Percy. So far, my girlfriend, Apollo's children, my cousin, Artemis's hunters, Aphrodite's children, Demeter's children, Hephaestus's children, Hermes's children, plus Clarus and a few more. Paul. It's serious, what do the other gods say? Percy. I wish I knew. Sally. And work? Paul. I got a letter with Yuzu's stamp offering me a job at Remolino as an assistant. Sally. In that case, let's go. I'm skipped 2 weeks. Everyone was boarding one of Poseidon and Apollo's ships, saying goodbye to the gods and preparing for their new lease on life. Of course, some groups didn't believe what had happened, so at least Hephaestus, Apollo, Hermes and Aphrodite didn't have many problems. The topic came up with Chiron, who said he should report what had happened to Olympus, even though Dionysus didn't like it. The group was composed of Haben 7, Apollo, Kayla Knowles, Austin Lake, Will Solis, Michael Yu and Lee Fletcher, who were at the camp when they were found and possibly the only ones after a monster surge on Zeus's orders. Haben 9. Made up of Leo Valdez, Charles Beckendorf, Jake Meeson, Nissa Barrera, Harley. Haben 10, Aphrodite, consisting of Piper McLean, Drew Tanaka, Mitchell, Lacey, Valentina Diaz. Haben 11, Hermes, consisting of the Stoll brothers, Cecil Markowitz, Chris Rodriguez, Julia Feingold and Alice Miwazawa. Haben 4, Demeter, with members Miranda Gardiner, Billy Eng, Meg McCaffrey. Plus the Hunters of Artemis, led by Thalia Grace and Nico D'Angelo as son of Hades, plus Clarice LaRue, daughter of Ares. All the families took one last look or hoped to be able to return, so they left without further ado. In use. Naruto was informed of everything, and even more so when he learned about Olympus, so he would be the one to welcome those who arrived to the new city. Regarding Quetzalcoatl, he was dazzled by her beauty, so gathering his girls with his father, they all welcomed their new harem sister, causing a blush from the lustful glances that the Grimoire, the Nico Hyuga, the Aztec serpent and the aspiring heroine sent her. Naruto. Today I die in the most macho way possible. After that, the girls took their Uzumaki away, well for some strange reason Jiraiya in the forests of Yuzu felt very proud. Time skip 1 week later. The cruise ship was arriving at the newly built city that stood on the east side of the island, Olympus, built by Hephaestus, hundreds of clones of Kurama, Poseidon and Apollo, it was a complete beauty. Percy. Wow. Nico. So here we start again. Will. So it seems taking Nico's hand. Clarice. I hope to experience battles. Chapter 15. New members. We are in Olympus City, located on the easternmost part of Yuzu Island, where several people were waiting for a ship to dock. The ship would dock at the ports of the island, leaving everyone in awe of the city built by Hephaestus, the Juubi lord of the island, Poseidon and Apollo. Percy. We arrived. Sally. It seems so. Nico. We'll start over with his current partner. Will. No doubt smiling blushing at his boyfriend. Travis. Hey, do you think we can? Smiling. Connor. You already roared, brother, hahaha. Alia. Why can't this duo just stop making jokes? Rubbing her temples. Upon getting off the boat, everyone saw the procession that welcomed them. It was made up of a kind of humanoid redeed with fox-like features, a brown-haired man with a sinister aura of power on par with the god Hades, a silver-haired man with similar conditions, an emo man with black wings, and a smiling black-haired man, the oldest of all. Redeed. Welcome everyone to Olympus City, located on Uzushio Island. Percy. Thank you, my name is Perseus Jackson, being polite under the watchful eye of his mother, son of Poseidon. Redeed. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Yakai Kitsune in development, showing 6 reddish-orange tails. Annabeth. Are you a yakai? I thought so. Naruto. Yusaka Oka-san is in Whirlpool City with my father, so I'll be in charge of welcoming them with some members of my entourage. Annabeth. Entourage? What's that? Issei. We are a group of people who accompany our leader and friend. Ali. We use a similar P system to the demons of the biblical faction, surprising the Greeks, who didn't know that only ours come prepared with much greater strength and greater power. Naiko. How do you compose it? Naruto. Using the chess pieces to give you help. I am your king, my first girlfriend is my queen. Claris. You have more than one girlfriend, fox boy. Naruto. Of course, after all, I am one of the last Uzumaki left, so I have to practice polygamy, but we stray from the topic. So. That's what it looks like. Serious, the fox boy was a bit strange and she didn't like that. Alia. Continue. Naruto. My 2 bishops are the archangels Raphael and Azrael, making the older hunters pale. They knew about the existence of the top of existences, my knight, pointing to Shisui Ichigo. Shisui. It's a pleasure. Naruto. I have my 2 rooks, the dragon Krom Kruich. The hunters were about to feign a fire dragon slayer as my second rook, and 3 pawns, 2 of them being Volley Lucifer and Issei Hyodo. TB. The Lucifer. Ali. My great-grandfather, the original Lucifer. Naiko. You're a demon, amazing. Ali. In addition to carrying Albion. Issei. Why yo a drag? So. Securite and Hakyuku if they are written like that. Paul. And where will I work? Naruto. Mr. Paul Blofus. The aforementioned nods. I see. I was informed that you would be the director of the first educational institution on the island. Paul. Wow, I didn't expect that. Thus Naruto would begin to explain the origins of Yuzu, the life they lead, how they accept various races, as well as their defense systems to make them safe and comfortable. Everyone was amazed. The life, the nature that lived there, were things that enchanted everyone, especially the hunters. Shisui. One rule we have is not to disturb wildlife. TB. What's the reason for that, man? So. Say it and you'll be kicked out of this area. TB. What's the reason for that, Guide-san? Shisui. To him, pointing to a dragon. So. G. Gandalf-sama. And if. It seems that the hunters of Artemis recognize me. The huntresses would bow before the great dragon of the forests. So. Gandalf-sama will understand that as hunters it is impossible for us to stay in a city. And if. I understand, but that doesn't mean you can hunt animals, whether normal or what you consider monsters. Do I make myself clear? The huntresses. Yes, sir. Phoebe. And how will we do it? And if. I've prepared your area so you won't disturb the other wilderness areas. The hunter's area was a replica of Konoha's Forest of Death, even with the grotesque animals that lived there, insects the size of cars, bears more aggressive than usual. It had everything to not bore the hunters. Naruto. Can I talk to you, Perseus? Percy. Yeah, sure. By the way, tell me, Percy, I'm not used to being called that. Naruto. Of course. They both left the area to talk quietly. Naruto. First of all, I like you. You're one of those people who, like me, don't show respect to anyone. Percy. Wow, the wise girl said he was unique. Naruto. Are you talking about Athena's daughter? Percy. Yes. Naruto. It's not bad for you, so don't be an idiot and don't lose it. Percy. Of course. Naruto. Now I would like to offer you something. I want to propose that you join my entourage. We will both become stronger this way. Percy. I would gain strength, but for what? Naruto. Strength is gained when you have someone important to protect, and it would also help you not to rely solely on your demigod abilities. Percy. Will we have to study? Naruto. No, since I personally don't like that. Both. Brother hugging each other. After separating. Percy. I accept. Naruto. In that case, taking out a pawn piece. Perseus Jackson, son of Poseidon, I invite you to be my pawn, not as a subordinate but as a friend, a brother in arms. Percy. I accept. The piece would enter Percy, strengthening his body, his muscles widened a little, the curse that Ares gave him to wield swords faded, he felt stronger, more powerful. Percy. I feel stronger. Naruto. The pieces help you become stronger, allowing you to use chakra and energy that we use here, and if you are human your race changes, but in your case, being a demigod, this cannot be changed. Percy. I'm curious to know how strong I am. Naruto. We'll know when we train and break your limits, now I need to talk to your cousin. Percy. I'll call Nico. With Konohamaru. The little blonde Uzumaki had introduced himself to everyone, making Aphrodite's daughters see him as grapeable, but they showed him where his brother Naruto was, while calling 5 demigods and offering them to be part of his entourage. On one side was Leo Valdez, as his pawn. Being a son of Hephaestus, he was somewhat crazy about inventions. And his second addition, Charles Beckendorf, another son of Hephaestus, like his rook. Both had natural strength and a great deal of skill with their pieces, so of course they had to train them. After that came the Stoll brothers, Connor and Travis, sons of Hermes, whom he found to be the most pleasant of the group, perhaps because of their similarity to Naruto in Konoha when he played his pranks, such as the infamous painting on the Hokage monument, or when he broke into Anbu quarters 6 times, painting their outfits with neon orange, putting itching powder on them, among other things, or when he broke into the Nara compound and made all the coffee disappear. Next was another demigod, a son of Apollo, Will Solace, who thanks to a talk with a newly arrived Tsunade Senju, the blonde would agree to be part of the younger Uzumaki's entourage as a medical member, in addition to learning the medical ninja art from the woman, amplifying his healing abilities to a different level than the other children of Apollo. With Naruto. The red-haired Kitsune was talking to Percy while taking him with Issei and Volley so that they could inform the demigod of the sea about the entire entourage while he went for the son of the underworld, Nicholas D'Angelo. Naruto. So there you are looking at the emo kid sitting. Nico. You were looking for me, right? Naruto. Yes, but why so depressed? Nico. I miss my sister, when we were taken to Camp Half-Blood, she joined the Artemis Hunters and I haven't seen her again. Naruto. You know, it's normal that you miss her, since you lived with her. Nico. Do you have brothers? Naruto. Konohamaru Uzumaki, my little brother, and I truly love him to the point where I'd give my life for him. Because that's the duty of an older brother. Nico. So why did you leave me alone? Naruto. Sometimes being the oldest causes us to have overloads, which makes us more vulnerable mentally, so we require time. Nico. So she. Naruto. You can see it this way, she was playing a mother role with you wasn't she? Nico. Yes, since mom died. Naruto. You know, it's difficult for someone to fill that role, in my case I would have liked to at least have my parents when I was born. Nico. How? Naruto. When I was born my parents sacrificed themselves to save my previous home, some free ensigned emo avenger probably released Kurama Tosen to attack the village where I lived and when that guy ordered me to be killed, my parents stood in front of me to save me as a newborn. Nico. I'm sorry but release. Percy and the others in the entourage had followed their leader's instructions to never repeat their story again. So when the Redeed told the boy everything, the dark-haired boy and the son of the sea were shocked. He endured so much in his childhood and they caused so much harm by not following his parents' simple request to see him as a hero. Furthermore, the person who would be his prisoner ended up being the one who cared for him and taught him the most, the boy's father. Nico. You suffered more than me. Naruto. And yet, I stood up and kept going. Nico. That's good advice, and I'll follow it. Naruto. In that case, allow me to be the one who accompanies you, join my entourage, together we will have adventures, fights, fun, we will support each other in times of pain, what do you say? Nico. I accept. Naruto would extend a pawn piece, which when inserted released great pressure, causing the black-haired man to increase his size a little, his body to become defined to be 11 years old, and to acquire extra abilities. Naruto. We will train until our bones break, Kaijiro-sensei, expect the entourage tomorrow, so we will go with him to Whirlpool. Naruto's Entourage Part 1. Parts. Ray. Naruto Uzumaki. Raza. Umano Yakai Kitsune Futuro 10 Series. Chakra. UB Level. Effects. Suiton, Futen, Kaiten, Doten, Raiten. Peke Jinkai. Diamantine Cadenas, Curative Mood, Kagura Ozone. Summoning Contract. Wolves, Lions and Toads. Toad Sage Mode. Weapons. Katanas. Sword. Kunai Y Shuriken. Magic. Infinity. She can perform all the spells she learns without getting tired, learn different types of magic, except for those that require physical effort like Rapture. Skills. Ayu, Kitsune and Uzumaki fighting style. Genius level strategist, honed by Jack the Ripper. Rising scientist. Master swordsman in Uzumaki styles and styles taught by Sasaki Kajiro, there are many. Scanner similar to Kajiro Sasaki, but much smaller. Reina. Hinata Hyuga. Raza. Humana monster cat. Chakra. Level Nico no Nibi. Affinities. Suiton and Rayton. Summoning contract. Wolves. Classification. Martial arts. Medical ninjutsu. Weapons. Hands. Kunai. No. Magic. Disaster. As if she were a daughter of Demeter, she can manipulate plants and trees to make them grow and use them as weapons. Yokai abilities. Size change. Feline language. Understands all domestic and wild felines, similar to horses with Poseidon. Bishop 1. Azrael. Brace. Archangel. Chakra. Yanbi level. Affinity. Rayton and Futon. Heike Jinkai. Light element, unknown abilities. Weapons. Sword. Lanza. Shield. Magic. Light. Being an angel, he can use the power of God's light, creating weapons at will and being very harmful to fallen and demons. Bishop 2. Raphael. Brace. Archangel. Chakra. Yanbi level. Elements. Futon and Couch. Weapons. Lanza. Dagger or short sword. Magic. Light. Being an angel, he can use the power of God's light, creating weapons at will and being very harmful to fallen and demons. Medicine. Being the archangel of healing and medicine, he can soothe ailments and eliminate diseases and knows all the medicinal uses of herbs. Ships. Being also known as the archangel of dating, he can put together couples. Source: https://santabiblia.fandom.com/s/wiki/art%c3%a1ngel_Raphael. Tabulero 1. Shisuichiha. Note. That's her modern look. Race. Human. Chakra. Take level. Affinities. Kaiten, Futon and Doten. Classification Genkai. Dijutsu Sharingan. Weapons. So much. Katana. Kunai Y Shuriken. Magic. Copy. Can copy any non-magical power, for example mutation type variants, and can replicate them for a period of time. Elemental abilities can be copied and maintained for a relatively long time, no longer than a day. Works when using Dijutsu. Tabulero 2. Izuku Midoriya. Brace. Human Dragon Yokai. Chakra. Level. Gobi. Affinity. Rayton, Suiton and Futon. Heike Jinkai. Storm element. Quirk. One for all. Being one of the humans with quirks and being the ninth and final wielder of the power known as One for All, successor to All Might, he can increase his abilities such as strength, speed and reflexes by raising the activation percentage of his quirk. He has access to the other quirks of the former wielders. Float. The quirk of the 7th user. This quirk allows Izuku to hover in the air. Gearshift. The 2nd user's quirk. This quirk allows Izuku to change the speed and/or velocity of any target he touches, including himself. This allows him to greatly accelerate his own speed and/or that of his target and increase the impact force of his own blows. Hajin. The 3rd user's quirk. This quirk allows him to temporarily accumulate a quantity of kinetic energy when he repeats the same movement over and over in order to release it later. Danger Sensor. The quirk of the 4th user, Hikage Shinomori. This quirk allows her to detect any potential threats in the surrounding area, giving her the opportunity to react appropriately and quickly, similar to having a sixth sense. Detecting a threat is described as a sharp stabbing sensation in the head. Black Whip. The quirk of the 5th user, Dagoro Banjo. This quirk allows its user to generate a type of dark rope from any part of their body, which adheres to objects and surfaces and can be manipulated in any way. It is very useful for grabbing objects from long distances and also improves mobility. Smoke Screen. The quirk of the 6th user, N. This quirk allows him to generate a large amount of smoke that comes out of his body to confuse the enemy by obstructing their view or create a distraction. Yokai abilities. Being a human dragon hybrid, storm dragon species, his organs and are armored to the point that human weapons do not affect him, even weapons designed for demons. As a storm dragon he possesses the manipulation of lightning throughout his body, similar to Ghidorah for fans of Godzilla and the Monsterverse. He can camouflage himself in the air, while he can fly with his wings. His dragon form is that of a black dragon with touches of jade green, quadruped and with 2 wings. Plus scales that shine like jade gems. In that form he can exhale a green fire that burns whoever he chooses. Magic. Thunderbolt. Allows him to generate and control lightning for various purposes, both from his body and from the clouds above. He can create thunderstorms, summon lightning and shape it into bindings for his opponents, imbue his weapon with lightning to enhance his attacks, and wrap himself in a cloak of lightning as defense and to increase his speed. Breathing. Due to Kaijiro Rengoku being there, he teaches him the basics of breathing, and having the copy of the postures, he gives the young Midoriya the scroll. He is the 3rd strongest of the entourage. Power 1. Steel Tower. Race. Dragon. Chakra. Level. Ichibi. Affinity. Cotton and Cotton. Heike Jinkai. Elemental lava. Weapons. Knuckles. He is a hand-to-hand combatant. Power and ability. Immense strength. As the strongest evil dragon, he surpasses Drake and Albion at their peak thanks to conscious training. Immense durability. As a human or dragon, Crom Cruach has immense resistance to pain and damage, which he strengthened with training. Immense speed. It is proven to be extremely formidable in terms of speed, being able to counter and defend against light speed attacks. Fire breath. Can breathe immensely powerful flames, which could expand to where they could cover the sky and be strong enough to melt the Albion wearer's armor. Dragon aura. Crom Cruach can imbue his punches and strikes using dragon aura to enhance them. He can shape and release his dragon aura as bullets. Shape-shifting. He has the ability to transform from dragon to human form. However, according to him, there is no substantial difference in his combat strength, regardless of which form he chooses. Master hand-to-hand fighter. Overwhelming combat experience. Stealth expert. After Naruto, he shares second place with Azrael in power. Hori 2. Natsu Drignell. Race. Human Demon Dragon Slayer. Chakra. Level. Knowledge. Affinity. Kaiten. Weapons. Sword. Magic. Being a dragon slayer, a dragon hunter, he possesses magic capable of killing dragons. Fire Dragon Slayer. This type of magic uses fire, created by the user, as an offensive and supportive element, as ingesting it makes them more powerful. Despite this, they cannot eat their own fire. Their energy seems to increase the more emotional they become. They also possess their own secret arts. Fire God Slayer. Not much information. Electric Flame Dragon Slayer. After consuming lightning in a past fight, he learned this magic, but as he failed to master it, he fused it with his fire to increase its capacity. Although it was temporary, he is able to summon this power when he is in a state of rage, but it has a massive drain on his body. He possesses his secret arts. Dark Flame Dragon Slayer. After defeating and eating an enemy's black fire, he is able to combine it with his own fire. Includes his secret arts. Star Flame Dragon Slayer. After eating the liquid from the beast spirit's core, Natsu is able to combine star magic with his fire. You can become a dragon, but there is no return. Enhanced senses, durability, reflexes, speed, and strength. Hand-to-hand fighter. Phoenix vs Yokai. After the arrival of the demigods to Uzushio, there were several changes on the island. With 4 cities and a 5th in the making, an expansion was necessary, nothing that Gandalf and a couple of Doton Jutsus and nature magic couldn't fix, in addition to channeling several species that were believed to be extinct in other areas, such as some antelopes, deer and wild boars. The population of Uzushio had risen to approximately 250,000 inhabitants. The birth policies under Kurama's command were good, in addition to allowing crossing. Since many couples of different races lived together, Kurama allowed it, that each race accepted it, it fell to their leaders, he would respect their freedom of clan and race. Naruto decided to put all the new ones in training with those who could help them with their powers. One of them would be Kaijuro Rengoku, who would help with the development of the breathing. He had scrolls for the breathing of lightning, water, mist and the breathing itself, so he had resources. Tsunade Sneju was in charge of supplying the knowledge about chakra, while Shisui and Crom Cruach had fun with the physical. So 2 weeks passed, where due to a Nomu attack near KUO, classes were suspended. Naruto. Nomus MMMM. Hinohamaru. What's up Night-chan? Naruto. Weren't Nomus the things that attacked Hosu in the USJ? Hinohamaru. If Momo told you, it must be like that. Naruto. Anyway, I'll figure it out later. Kurama. Puppies, it's time to go to school. He would shout from the dining room. As per routine, escorted by 5 Anbu, the trio departed for KUO for their day of classes, in addition to helping for something against a crazy fallen and possibly assassins from the Hero Commission, who Anbu subdued and interrogated. In truth, the eldest Uzumaki was disappointed, so much so that he wanted the commission and Nezu to go to UA, and not even a challenge, all kind of long-range attack with sniper and tranquilizer darts. When he arrived he saw one of his girlfriends running into the occult club, which made him worried. He had already made her his by sleeping with her, so he was worried. After all, she is part of his harem. Naruto entered the classroom and hugged one of his girlfriends who hugged him back and cried inconsolably. Rias. Thank you for being there for me, Naru-kun. Naruto. No problem, but tell me everything. Rias. It's that my parents engaged me, annulling the fact that you already claimed me as yours. By having heck, she complained, crying they engaged me to the womanizing bastard Razor Phoenix just for power and prestige, in addition to being an order from the council mummies. Naruto. Raising his 6 tails in a threatening manner. That chicken is going to know me. Applause. Applause. Issei. Who is it? Preparing his sword. Applause. Oh Yakai, I didn't know you wanted to take what's mine. Naruto. What do you want, chicken? How dare you, I am Razor Phoenix, heir of the Phoenix family, a high-level demon, he roared angrily and arrogantly. Naruto. And I am Uzumaki Naruto, prince of Yuzu and Ryu's-chan's boyfriend. Razor. This won't stay like this, raising his power. Naruto. Ah, you threaten me, raising his chakra. Ryu's. Enough getting everyone's attention, since they were sweating. I already told you, Razor, I'm not going to marry you. Enough. Ryu's. Graphia. Surprised. Graphia. I'm sorry to come, but both of you raised your power, but we have come to offer something. Ryu's. Oni-sama. Naruto. Searches Lucifer, to what do I owe Mao's visit? Searches. I was just coming to see my sister, and I discover annoyed that my little sister is not a virgin, and that she has a boyfriend, and not the one that suits us as demons. Razor. I challenge you to a rating game. Izuku. Chicken. Issei. Pock pock. Razor. What did you tell me? Izuku. Chicken, you are so little man that you hide behind your entourage, face me as a man, from man to chicken, sorry, from man to man. Searches. We'll do it like this, each 1 plus 2 more, a special 3 versus 3 rating game. Razor. I will defeat you, Zoro. Naruto. We'll see, chicken. Ryu's. Sign this and we'll do this, handing over a paper. Searches. Well, the annulment of the marriage and a couple of other things, signing without thinking. The fight will be in a week, get ready. After that, Searches, Graphia and Razor retreated in a magic circle. Naruto. Let me ask, what did you make him sign? Ryu's. Simply smiling, the custody of my nephew, since he hits him for being weak, and a couple of million from the family accounts for me, and since the signature is authentic and will be carried out if you win the rating game, which I know you will do. Naruto. Have a prize, kissing her on the lips. Issei. Ito. Yuma. It's uncomfortable. 1 week later. The week for the confrontation had ended when they made the rating game. Naruto had not been left behind. He had also trained, along with his most companions, these being Gray and Natsu, due to their experience, in addition to having taken his entire entourage to the place. In the underworld. Against all odds, the councils and Searches would have the wedding whether they wanted it or not, so Naruto had to crash it while his entourage was there at the moment. It was full of high-class devils, everyone was watching how Ryu's had appeared, Razor seeing how Naruto's entourage looked at him angrily entering the same wedding. Razor. Change that face, accept your defeat for being weak, he said arrogantly with everything he wanted to do. Naruto. Percy, Issei, Volley, Nico, take down the guards, Natsu, Gray, let's go get the chicken. Razor. Detenganlos. The fight would start where several guards were sent to the dream world. Naruto. So you were a bad guy, Searches, I thought the Moes were of their word, but it seems that only Leviathan and Belzeta are the ones who really keep the agreements. Searches. Be careful what you say, Kyubi. Razor. We'll do this, I'll kill you and make you beg for mercy, stupid fox. Searches. Then let's go to their battlefield, he said to teleport everyone to a field where there were stands. Razor. They are my fighters. One of those mentioned was a woman with large, noticeable breasts, long, wavy purple hair falling all the way down her back, and matching eyes. In the front, the right side of her hair falls over her chest and covers her right eye, while the left side falls near the top of her skirt. Her outfit is a dress consisting of a blue top, a navy blue tunic with gold detailing, and a light blue skirt with open sides. It also includes black shoes. The top shows much of her cleavage and features a gold necklace with blue and red gemstones. Over this, she wears a white coat with black and gold detailing and matching shoulder pads. The second is a woman with short light brown hair and gray eyes. Her hair has 3 red highlights, and she wears a white mask that covers only the right side of her face. Her outfit consists of a black jacket with jeans. The jacket has broad shoulders and a collar, featuring 3 leather straps on both arms. It also has a slightly open neckline, revealing a glimpse of her large breasts. Natsu. I'm fired up. Gray. Calm stove. Naruto. Calm down both of you. Searches. Well, this confrontation for the hand of Ryu's Gremory will begin between the 3 best of each team, Razor Phoenix versus Naruto Uzumaki. The first to fight were Isabella and Gray, where the Ice Mage demonstrated his superiority by leaving Razor's tower defeated in a block of ice. Gray. Ice make freezing spears. Searches. The first victory goes to Naruto Uzumaki, he said annoyed. Razor. You better not lose, Ubaluna. Ubaluna. As you command, master. Searches. Well, the next ones to fight are Natsu, Drignell and Ubaluna. Natsu. I'm fired up. Ubaluna. We'll see, kid. Searches. Begin. Ubaluna would begin to cast fire spells, but under the attentive, surprised and disbelieving gaze of everyone, Natsu would eat him literally. Natsu. Buage, that fire tastes horrible. Ubaluna. How? Natsu. Roar of the fire dragon. Ubaluna would receive the full impact and be severely damaged, leaving everyone surprised. Razor. Damn, clenching his fists. Searches. Winner Natsu clenching his fists in anger. Naruto. Looks like we'll be next. Natsu. Good luck boss. Ray. Tear it apart. Razor would come down to the arena with a look that radiated hate and anger. He frankly hated the Uzumaki. He took Rias away from him, now he humiliated him being him, a high-ranking demon, being humiliated by a pathetic yokai, a Kyuubi. Naruto, thanks to his Hiraishin, would come down with his combat suit ready, while releasing lightning by molding chakra in that way. Searches. I trust you win, he thought, supporting the chicken. The last fight begins now. Razor. Die. Launching a fire attack. Naruto would dodge the attack by starting to draw hand seals. Naruto. Suit and Mizurappa. Razor. But what, receiving the attack full on, being injured. Damn, Fox recovering. Razor would launch frantic fire attacks while Naruto dodged or countered with water jutsus. Percy. This is already boring. Naiko. Yes. Natsu. I'm fired up. Issei. It's already worth it. Ollie. You can say it like that. Razor. I'll make Rias my bitch so she moans my name so loudly. Naruto. Kongo Fusa. Multiple golden chains came out against Razor, grabbing him, immobilizing him and draining his magic to weaken him. Razor. Sueltum. Naruto. I refuse hitting the chicken. You dared to call my girlfriend a bore. I won't forgive you for that. Hitting him again. Searches. Enough wanting to intervene, but Rias and Naruto's entourage didn't let him. What are you up to? I'm a Mao. Naruto continued beating the chicken to the point of disabling its regeneration and leaving it unconscious. Naruto. I didn't kill him, but where he comes back. Ravel. Yes, Kyuubi-san. Naruto. Tell me, Naruto girl. Searches. The raiding game belongs to Uzumaki-san. Rias. Let's go Milikas. Milikas. It's high. Searches. What? Rias. Didn't you realize what you signed? Searches. What thing? Rias. If my boyfriend won, custody of Milikas would go to me. Searches. Milikas, I forbid you. Milikas fearfully went with his sister. Naruto. You lost your bucking siskin. Rias. Language. Naruto. Yes. We're leaving. Entourage. Yes. In a magic circle, Naruto's entourage would leave the place, leaving a certain Lucifer very upset. Searches. Summon Michael and Azazel, I want to destroy that island. Maid. Yes. Repercussions. A portal would open in Yuzu as Naruto's entourage passed through. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kurama, Yasaka, and Kaijuro waited with smiles, awaiting the outcome. Kurama. So, how did it go? Naruto. We beat a chicken and the Mao is angry. Kaijuro. Who is the child? Milikas. My name is Milikas, sir. Rias. He's my nephew. Kaijuro. Searches his son. Then he began to examine the boy, part by part. Kaijuro, examining with the help of Tsunade, leaving the child blushing, found many traces of blows, cuts, bruises. Tsunade, for her part, a poorly healed fracture in the thorax, leaving her speechless. Kaijuro. Who did this to you? He said seriously, because despite being a demon, the Redeed is a child, and tell me the truth. Milikas. He was my father. A strong silence fell. Rias would begin to shed tears because she never thought that her brother was a monster. Percy remembered Gabe clenching his fists. Naiko was upset because he is a child. Nobody of that age deserves to go through those things. Naruto was the most affected. Without a doubt, he remembered all the mistreatment, all the blows, every torture in that damned village, which increased every October 10, his birthday, day of the festival of the defeat of the Kyuubi. Which with a cry of let's finish what the fourth started, they beat him, burned him, pulled out his nails, hexily abused him. They had even tried to cut off his nipples from his small pectorals. If it weren't for Kurama, who more than once had to take over so that he wouldn't feel all that, he would undoubtedly have gone crazy. Kaijuro, for his part, could see a monster. Hell, not even his father, Shinjiro, was so abusive and violent. He hurt with words, but they were a product of his state of depression when his mother died, so he would hug the child. Kaijuro. Let it out, keeping it in will only hurt you more. Milikas would begin to cry, letting out everything he was holding back and couldn't show to anyone, not having a shoulder to hold on to. Kaijuro was someone who allowed him to do so, without having to go and betray him to Searches, which would earn him a beating. He was crying. Naruto. Rias. He's a monster, my brother is a monster. Naruto. It's already happened. So one by one the rest of those who lived in Whirlpool would arrive, where one by one they introduced themselves to the little boy, while Kaijiro would make a decision. Despite being a pillar in his world, a member of a demon hunting organization, he looked at the red-haired boy. Despite being a demon, he reminded him of the sister of a hunter who was traveling with him. She was a demon and had fought alongside them against other demons, so why not? Kaijiro. Hey Milikas. Milikas? Yes. Kaijiro. Would you like to be my apprentice? Milikas. That's possible. I mean I'm a demon, and according to your aunt you're a hunter. Kaijiro. Nonsense, you won't be the first demon I've seen with the same innocence as you smiling. Milikas. In that case, yes Kaijiro-sensei, I agree to be your apprentice. Kaijiro. Ha 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 ha. Kurama. Very optimistic with a drop of sweat. Shisui. At least he's not emo. Sasuke. I heard you with a twitch in his eye. So they left to begin the preparations. It was known that searches would not take this well and would threaten with war. It had been a long time when Rias warned Amaterasu and Yasaka what the demonic council and her brother ordered behind the backs of the others about the massacre of the Yakai clan of the Nekomatas, leaving only Kuroka and Kaneko. At the same time they wanted to turn them into breeding machines to give strong demons. In the rest of the factions. In India. Shiva was doing his boring paperwork since as faction leader he had his job. Shiva. Demon paperwork. At the time an I, Hindu god of fire, with Rudra, Hindu god of storm, and Indra, god of sky and Hindu devas. Rudra. Friend you must see this. Shiva. Huh. What are these reports? An I. Read them, you'll be surprised he said with laughter and mockery. Indra. Lucifer, the self-proclaimed super demon and proclaimed by himself as the strongest of the biblicals, ridiculed by a Yakai. Shiva. Ha 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 ha, that tomato deserves it, ha 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 ha, that fox definitely knows how to ridicule people, ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted throughout the Hindu faction, seeming like retarded seals due to their shape. In Asgard. Rasuis. Auden Sama delivering a report. Auden. Wow, not bad, so that ridiculed Siskin and the defeated Phoenix Heir, it's certainly very interesting. Konohamaru. Hey old man entering with Thor, both in training uniform, since a few days ago he had gone to Asgard to train under the wing of the most powerful Nordic. What's going on? Thor. So Lucifer tomato ridiculed, your brother has balls. Konohamaru. I expected that from Night-chan. On Olympus. Zeus had become paranoid about the Yakai Uzumaki after reading about searches. Every time they mentioned something, his word was that fox will steal my throne, causing many gods to sigh and shake their heads. Tensions in the Olympic Hall had intensified after Artemis's rescue. They had managed to minimally sway Athena to their side, but even worse, she continued to use her brain and the faulty logic of blindly following Zeus. In the Angel faction. Michael was furious, although he did not get along with searches, being ridiculed as he was by the Uzumaki filled him with anger, so he made a decision, he would join searches and attack that island to eradicate that faction that not only gains more power, but also screws up their existence. In Grigori. Azazel was reading a small book with a dubious orange cover when one of his secretaries came in with a report. Azazel. Oh wow, what does it say? Proceeding to read it, ha 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 ha, each word read, ha 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 ha, each fragment filled his mind with laughter. That kid is the bucking boss, ha 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 ha, I should make him a monument. Secretary. Azazel Sama, Searches Sama invited you to a meeting about the Uzumaki faction. Azazel. Reject her, I am allied with the Uzumakis, not the biblical heaven and hell that are more thirsty for power than father was. In Mexico. The Hexius snake was rubbing her thighs while reading the reports. Quetzalcoatl. Fufufufuf, it seems my little fox needs a treat, fufufufufu. In the elemental nations. The hunt for the Nine Tails intensified when it was seen that it was not reforming anywhere. Years had passed and nothing, most of the Jinchuricus were captured, except for the one tail, the Seven Tails, who were more than safe in Kumo or on another continent, since Suna was completely destroyed in a joint attack by Konoha, Iwa and Akatsuki, which began to cause a war in the nations. Pain. Where are you, Kyubi? Enzo. I'll soon have my weapons, he thought seriously. Inoki. I hope this works and Iwa is left in a good position, thought the old smurf. Itachi. My lords, perhaps they are in Earthland, the neighboring continent. Pain. It's time for them to know pain. Naruto's Entourage Part 2. On 1. Nicholas D'Angelo. Race. Demigod. Chakra. Level. Elite Jounin. Elements. Fire, Earth. Using the ice element naturally. Arm. Sword. Idente. Magic. Being a demigod son of the god Hades, Greek deity of the underworld and wealth, Nico possesses. Geokinesis. He can control the earth, levitate rocks, and open fissures in the ground that can swallow creatures and trap them in the underworld. He can cause earthquakes so powerful they can break mountain pillars. He can also control the black walls of the underworld. Necromancy. He has authority and control over the dead, as well as many monsters native to the realm of Hades. He can reanimate skeletons, summon skeleton warriors, put them to sleep, and destroy them. He is capable of summoning large armies of dead soldiers by himself. He can summon the souls of the deceased. He can free the souls of people who should have died, but managed to cheat death. He can sense someone's life aura. He can physically manipulate ghosts. He can kill mortals, demigods, and legacies by turning them into ghosts and forcing them to go to the underworld to spend eternity. Osteokinesis. She is able to telekinetically summon and control bones. Umbrakinesis. Nico has control over darkness and shadows for various uses, such as hiding in it. Cryokinesis. Although it is limited, when Nico gets angry an aura of intense cold is generated, so the temperature around him freezes, along with the ground around him. Hypnokinesis. He can navigate through the dark dreamscape of dreams better than most demigods, as he claims that dreams and death are old friends. On 2. Grateful Buster. Race. Human Ice Devil Slayer. Chakra. Anbu level. Elemental affinity. Water and wind. General affairs. Yellow. Arm. Being able to create various ice weapons, he is able to use various weapons including swords, katanas, and axes. Magic. Ice magic. This is a type of casting magic that allows the user to manipulate the element of ice. The user of this magic is able to release ice from their body and manipulate it as they wish. This magic can also freeze one or more individuals. Ice Devil Slayer magic. Ice Devil Slayer magic allows the user to produce the ice element for various purposes. Like other slayers, the user is able to consume external sources of ice, even those formed from nothing, in order to replenish their strength and enhance their power, as well as having tremendous resistance to the ice element. They are able to control the ice of others somewhat and are able to easily freeze a terrain with a simple wave of their hand. Ice Make. This magic is used to create ice and mold it into different shapes or weapons for attack and defense, creating shields, swords, bows, or even cannons. The user can create a variety of ice objects to be used both offensively and defensively. Outside of combat, the user can also change their environment using ice, such as covering the ground in ice. It has 2 known types. The first is called static ice make. This type of ice make is characterized by the creation of inanimate objects, such as weapons, or by affecting the environment around them. The second type is called dynamic ice make. This type of ice make focuses on the creation of animated ice sculptures, usually in the shape of animals. Dynamic ice make is said to be faster than static ice make. Pain 3. Todoroki Shoto. Race. Human 5-tailed Nekomata. Chakra. Medium jounin level with the ability to become a tailed beast. Elements. Fire, water, air. Instruction history Hielo. Weapons. Katana. Lanza. Naginata. Quirk. Half cold half hot. Born as a weapon to surpass all might, destined to fulfill his father's wishes, Todoroki possesses the combination of his mother's quirks, ice, and his father's, fire. He uses ice on his right half and fire on his left. His limit would be overheating or freezing by overusing one of his 2 sides. Magic. Ice make. Taught by Gray, Shoto is able to use the same power as his master. Fire magic. Due to some tips from Natsu when remembering his younger brother figure and how he uses his magic, apprentice and friend, Romeo, Natsu taught Shoto the basics of fire magic. Pawn 4. Perseus Jackson. Race. Demigod. Chakra. Level. Cake. Affinities. Water, wind and lightning. Peke Jinkai. Storm element. Weapons. Sword. Name Riptide. Natural sword skills. Is an expert swordsman, capable of defeating someone much larger than him and with more experience and also more powerful opponents, including gods, titans and monsters. The Curse of Achilles. After bathing in the river Styx due to a mission with Nico in the underworld, Percy acquired supernatural speed and strength as well as invulnerability, except for his weak spot. With the Curse of Achilles, his combat skills improved. Magic. Being the eldest son of Poseidon in life, Percy has the following abilities. Hydrokinesis. As the son of Poseidon, Percy can control and summon water, even being able to heal his wounds and cure himself of most poisons. When in contact with or in the presence of water, Percy gains increased strength, speed, agility, and stamina. He can control the water around him to propel himself through it. He can breathe underwater and create oxygen bubbles to allow his friends to breathe. He doesn't get wet when submerged unless he wants to. He can also dry things underwater. He can harden water into a nearly solid form, allowing him to walk on water. Can fall from great heights without getting hurt. Possesses knowledge of any marine vessel he is on, being able to operate them telekinetically. Language. He can speak to horses and sea creatures, who almost always treat him with respect. He can also speak to other children of Poseidon underwater. Atmokinesis. Percy can summon hurricanes and other types of storms. These include electrokinesis. Limited, due to being Zeus's domain. Aerokinesis. Geokinesis. Can generate earthquakes. Cryokinesis. Percy is able to use the ice and snow around him to create an ice hurricane. Heat resistance. Percy has a resistance to heat and burns, similar to that of a cyclops, due to his father's oceanic nature. Toxikinesis, limited. Percy can control and manipulate poisons, but in a limited way, since poison is only part water. On 5. Issei Haidu. Race. Human demon. Chakra. Level. Sambi. Elements. Air, lightning, fire. Weapons. Sword. Kunai Y Shuriken. Sacred Gear Wielder. Drake, Red Emperor Dragon, being known as Sekiryuite. Sekiryuite abilities. Boosted Gear. Issei possesses unimaginable power as he has the legendary Scarlet Dragon locked in his left arm. The dragon's power grows stronger as long as its user offers something to the dragon. His boosted gear is so strong that it even becomes armor, but it has a limited time based on how much of your body you have offered to the dragon. Its most powerful form is Balance Breaker. Magic. Dark Matter. He is able to use his demonic magic to create portals, increasing his power as the mark grows, possessing at least 3 levels. Dark matter also allows him to regenerate lost limbs and reassemble severed limbs, including his head or body, if it is split in half. Demonic magic. As a true elite demon, he possesses 7 hearts. His techniques include full counter, counterattack, returns damage, physical, magical, chakra or quirk, with double the power. Love. Anyone who feels hatred in their heart is unable to move their body. Truth. Whoever lies in his presence will turn to stone. Mercy. Due to his loyalty and friendship with Naruto, Issei developed a curse that if someone turns their back on him, it is like betraying his best friend and boss, so he will lose his will and will be forced to serve him. On 6. Volley Lucifer. Race. Demon. Chakra. Level. Sambi. Elements. Lightning, fire and water. Arm. Katana. Kunai Y Shuriken. Sacred Gear. He is the bearer of Albion, White Emperor Dragon, being known as Hakuryuku. Skills. Divine Dividing. Divides the power of his opponent and obtains half for himself. Juggernaut Drive. Fully unleash the true form of his dragon, Albion, to access the powers of his sacred gear. Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive. Fully unleashes his dragon's true form, sealing the other Hakuryuku who previously used the gear to unleash their power without limitation. Half Dimension. Or Dividing Dimension in Spanish. It's a power that has the ability to reduce everything around it by half. Magic. Dark Matter. He is able to use his demonic magic to create portals, increasing his power as the mark grows, possessing at least 3 levels. Dark Matter also allows him to regenerate lost limbs and reassemble severed limbs, including his head or body, if it is split in half. Demonic Magic. As a true elite demon, he possesses 7 hearts. His techniques include Ominous Nebula. Through extreme and definitive concentration, it allows you to accelerate the darkness within it, making it spin, creating a whirlwind that attracts with great force all living beings around it, as if the air were swallowed by a vacuum cleaner. Everything that enters that area will be torn to pieces at such an incredible speed that neither absolute reflexes nor any sense of a living being could allow it to avoid it. Pacifism. Anyone who kills in his presence will lose his lifespan. Purity. Anyone who has impure thoughts will lose the ability to breathe until they lose consciousness or die, whichever comes first. Fun fact. Issei is not affected. Faith. Anyone who loses faith and falls into the "if I don't see it, I don't believe it" will have their eyes burned out. On 7. Kirishima Ijiro. Raza. Humano Yakai Mano. Chakra. Level. Here. Affinity. Fire and Earth. Hekai Genkai. Elemental Lava. Weapons. Boo Stick. Naginata. Quirk. Hardening. Allows him to harden any part of his body, increasing the hardness and resistance of the hardened parts, which serve both for attack and defense. Magic. Wall. This power allows the user to generate indestructible barriers of any shape, although they are mainly spherical, said barriers are indestructible. Extra skills. Kirishima is familiar with several styles of martial arts taught by the Yuzu tribes, including Tiger and Panda tribe Kung Fu, as well as Wing Chun. Page 8. Kitsuki Bakugo. Raza. Humano Yakai Akami, Lobo. Chakra. Level. Ichibi. Elements. Earth, air and fire. Hekai Genkai, magnetism and explosion element. Weapons. No. Bow and arrow. Tonfas. Quirk. Explosion. Allows him to secrete nitroglycerin through the sweat on his hands and detonate it at will to create explosions. The more Bakugo sweats, the stronger his explosions. Magic. Explosion. Thanks to his quirk, he can create spheres of explosive magic and spread them wherever he wants and detonate them when he decides and even prepare them for detonation. As a wolf yokai, he can obtain his forms, as well as improvements in speed, strength, senses, durability and reflexes. Yokai abilities. Human animal form. Animal form. Werewolf form. Priest and Raven. Starting the Two Worlds plan. KUO. After the fight against Razor Phoenix and Searches Lucifer, Rias and Milikas were exiled from the Gremory clan due to being on the side of the Uzumaki, but due to the laws, they could not let them miss the school year. Classes had passed normally and they had to go to a place to be able to make a contract with an important family. They were nothing more than humans who went unnoticed despite having money and enough. When Naruto, Issei and Natsu entered the house, they saw with horror two bodies. The owner of the house, their future ally, had been murdered along with his wife. Naruto. How macabre, and that was when I was a shinobi and killing was normal for me. Natsu. They clenching their fists. Issei. It's the problem with the church and the demons, all involved in a senseless war. At that a maniacal laugh would be heard. Ahahaha, this is what happens when you make deals with demons and are punished by the hand of God, laughed an albino madly. Naruto would activate his tails as they approached the subject. Issei. Who are you, damn? Albino. I am a simple young priest, my name is Fred. Natsu. You did this? Fred. Yes, hahaha, I did this. Natsu. But why? Fred. When you make deals with demons, you stop being human and kill them in the name of God. Naruto. Hahaha. Fred. Rakubi. Surprised, what do you think is funny, Zoro? Naruto. The truth is that I find it funny, a priest breaking the commandment thou shalt not kill. I believe that all those sermons of God's forgiveness and all that talk of reconciliation towards humans were true and included all races, but I see that it is a lie. If the priests are so double-faced, I imagine how bastard the biblical God would be. Fred. How dare you, Fox, you should be thankful I can't kill you, yokai. At that moment the tails grabbed each of the subject's limbs. Issei. You smell that, Natsu. Natsu. I don't smell anything. Issei. Fear, that guy's fear. Natsu. Ahhhhhh, he said, smiling like an idiot. Fred. Let me go, you damn fox. Naruto would begin tracing hand seals and place multiple seals on the subject. Naruto. Fuinjutsu Uzumaki. Torment of the damned. The priest would begin to feel pain, his arms hurt as if glass was buried in him, while his body felt like lava was being swallowed by his mouth, his eyes began to bleed, while the aforementioned screamed in pain. Fred. Stop, please, stop, for the love of God, stop. Issei. There's a presence in that cell. Natsu and Issei went to open a door to the indicated room, surprised by what they saw, a young woman from the church, Asia Argento, chained, her clothes in tatters, giving signs of attempted rape. She was crying inconsolably, so Issei carried the girl in a bridal manner and under Naruto's assent, using the Harem, in a purple flash, learned a few weeks ago thanks to his best friend, he took the girl to Yuzu to put her under the care of Tsunade's Senju. Naruto would just smile sadistically and remove the seals while the priest smiled in relief, but the Redeed would place another one over him, leaving him asleep. Naruto. Natsu, let's go. Natsu. Of course, boss. In a crimson flash the two disappeared and reappeared in Yuzu, where Tsunade glared at the priest as he proceeded to heal the girl brought in, while Naruto took the aforementioned to the torture room to get all the information out of the priest. In the torture room. Naruto would place the priest tied up while his wives arrived already aware of everything and cried out with every ounce of their being for him to be punished, including a new girl, a green-haired girl named Ibara Shiozaki. Ibara was a green-haired girl with a fatal flaw, she was extremely religious and took everything for granted. When she sat down in the supernatural, she didn't believe it until she met Azrael, who didn't mince words to tell her the whole truth, breaking the girl's fragile mind. There she was with the rest, listening to everything done by that priest, crying out for suffering for him. Naruto. I would need Anko's help, but meh, he said nonchalantly while hanging the albino bastard from a chair. Issei. Boss. Naruto. Activate the lever when I tell you. With that, remove the seal, causing the captive to wake up sleeping beauty, causing the bastard to be hanged. Fred. I'm not going to talk, Fox. Naruto. Pull the lever. Issei did as requested as a hatch opened revealing a school of sharks. Fred. What? Naruto. Now friend, answer or I'll throw you to the sharks. Fred. Rotten. Naruto. To ice. Sasuke released a lever that made the bastard fall into the water, who started screaming and then they lifted him up. Fred. What the buck do you want? Naruto. I want you to tell me who hired you and why you were looking for information about the Sekiryu. Fred. I don't know, a crow hired me, he told me to find him and kill him, humans with sacred gear are a threat, father shouldn't have given such power to beings that can rebel against him. Issei. And the girl. Fred. They told me she was a friend of the Sekiryu, so they asked me to use her to lure him out and to do whatever I wanted with her, and since she refused to cooperate, I had to punish her however I wanted. Naruto. Anything to say? The girls. Kill him. Natsu. Do what you want, boss. Issei. Go ahead for me. Naruto. Okay to the ice. As soon as that Sasuke would drop the bastard into the water where the sharks began to attack him while blood spurted everywhere, causing the animals to attack until they tore the guy to pieces. Naruto. Rest in peace. That's when Shisui would arrive. Shisui. Wow man, what the hell? Naruto. Nothing bad, but what do you need? Shisui. Cao said that Kakabiel's bastard is moving. Naruto. Okay, Issei, tell Volley that we're going to play, Percy and Nico are training with Kaijiro-senpai, so I won't stop their progress. Shisui. I'm Alistair. 15-minute time skip. Naruto. Everyone ready? In front of him stood Issei, Volley, Shisui, Natsu and Crom Crouch. Crom. Killing a couple of crows isn't a bad idea. I haven't had fun in a while. Natsu. I'm fired up. Volley. I will demonstrate the fruits of breaking my back training. Issei. We are friends. Naruto. It's time tracing hand seals Hiraishin no Jutsu. Everyone who didn't know how to use it took Naruto disappearing and reappearing in KUO, heading to a plaza where a group of Fallen were looking for something. Fallen. I want you to track down that sacred gear, that traitorous bitch. Fallen. Yes, Kakabiel-sama. Ali. So that's Kakabiel. Shisui. One of Azazel's attendants, Cao was right about him. Naruto. Hey stupid crow, getting the Fallen one's attention. Kakabiel. Vaya, El Yakai Uzumaki. Naruto. What's your plan? Kakabiel. My plan is to start a war between the factions here in the human world, but since a certain fox made Azazel exile me, I think killing his son wouldn't be a bad start. Smiling. Issei. What kind of idiot comes up with such a plan? Ali. Well, it seems that he. Kakabiel. At me, Fallen attack. The Fallen would throw themselves at them, while those present threw themselves into battle, while Naruto went after the king, the 12-winged cadre, exiled from Grigori. His 6 tails wagged in annoyance, while the Fallen looked at him in annoyance. Kakabiel. Dies throwing a spear of light. Naruto. I'm not a shy person. Kage Bunshin's jutsu. 3 Narutos would appear. Kakabiel. That won't save you, fox. Naruto. The secret to selling men Kaiten Renkijutsu. Kurura. The 3 Narutos released a burst of intense fire, which began to combine until it formed a fire dragon, which would hit the cadre. Kakabiel. What the hell? Surprised. Naruto. Surprised. Kakabiel. A little creating spears of light, but that wouldn't be very useful against me. Naruto. Ready guys. Clone 1. Yes boss. Clone 2. No problems. Clone 3. I fancy the crow. Kakabiel. Bastards throwing several spears of light. Naruto. Again. The clones and the original began to trace hand seals. Clone 1. Kaiten. Diand in the redeed was grateful for being a fox and being natural at using natural energy for it. Clone 2. Suiton. Sukundan no Jutsu releasing a large water shark. Clone 3. Raiden. Kuroponsa throwing a black panther made of lightning. Naruto. Raiden. Jinraisen firing electricity paralyzing the Fallen before he fired arrows of light. Kakabiel. What? The attacks would impact, leaving the Fallen person in quite bad shape. Kakabiel. Damn, I'm the strongest of the Fallen, how is a fox brat beating me without even being fully grown? Naruto. Fade away making the clones leave. You know I thought you would be stronger, and your lackeys seeing the panorama volley on a mountain of defeated Fallen with a bored look, Shisui with several standing in a Jinjutsu, Natsu to several charred crows, and Crom looking at everything with boredom, giving a Madara-style grape. Kakabiel. Damn fox noticing 4 pairs of wings less. Naruto. And to think you would be powerful. Kakabiel. Nobody calls me weak standing up very annoyed creating several spears and arrows of light. Naruto. Pathetic tracing hand seals Suiton. Suidanha. Kakabiel's head was left rolling on the ground after a water whip cut him. Crom. Are you done? He said bored. Naruto. Looks like your appetizer was a bit lacking. Crom. You have no idea. Natsu. This was fun. Shisui. What do we do with them? Ali. I told Azazel, so it's no longer our concern. Naruto. In that case sending a message to Momo. Issei. Will you start the 2 worlds project? Naruto. Yep, and for that we need the best, and Momo-chan said she knew her. An AU. We can see a black-haired girl being escorted by a green-haired man, a pale-haired man, a two-colored man, and a fake retreat towards the support department. Izuku. Are you sure she's a good idea? I mean, if we pair him with Leo-san. Hiroshima. It's not that he can't, but several things end up exploding like he does. Shoto. Not to mention she's kind of crazy and he has his crazy genius sides. Bakugo. And he shines more than me with his gadgets. Momo. Calm down, knocking on the door, being greeted by a pink-haired girl. Hatsum-san, we have a project that might interest you. Trouble in Asgard. After Momo, accompanied by Kirishima Ijiro, Bakugo Katsuki, Shoto Todoroki and Izuku Midoriya, arrived at the support department, Momo would speak. Momo. Hatsum-san, we have a project that might interest you. May. Really excited. Momo. Yes. May. Can you give me details? Momo. No, but you must go to this location at the appointed time. Handing over a paper. What will be told to you is extremely confidential. May. Okay. Momo. And we mean it, someone might get killed if they leave this circle. May. Okay. Thus the group would withdraw. In use. We can see Naruto's entourage going to retrieve their new members who, since 2 months after arriving, have been training in the breathing techniques of hunters under the tutelage of Kaijiro Rengoku. Nicholas D'Angelo and Perseus Jackson both have been training their bodies and attacks, channeling their parents' divine energy and mastering it instead of using breathing itself, achieving very good results. Naruto. Senpai. Kaijiro. Oh Naruto-san, it's good to see you in Milika's-kun, you're not doing bad. Greeting and correcting the boy. Milika's. If I felt it. Kaijiro. What do they need? Naruto. We'll go to a meeting with Tusan and I'll take my entire entourage. Kaijiro. Okay. Percy. So let's go out. Naiko. But where to? Naruto. We will go to Asgard. Shisui. We will meet with old Odin. Ali. There might be a fight. Issei. But we will go to strengthen ties. Natsu. I'm fired up. Gray. Whatever. The group would leave where Redeed was waiting for them. Kurama. Let's go dogs. Naruto. Hi. Bali and Issei, as the most powerful in magical matters, would make a magic circle where they would arrive at the lands of Asgard. Kurama. Well, we have arrived. Naruto. What is it? Bali. There are many angels. Percy. It's an attack. Angel. Attack on Michael-sama's orders. Angel 2. Destroy them in the name of God. Naruto. Entourage, support our allies. Ball. Yes. Bali. Balance breaker. Angel leader. Kill the bearer of Albion. Several angels threw themselves at Bali, who in the claws of his armor, materialized black and violet flames. Bali. Helpless. The purple and black fire would come out against the angels who would be burned upon contact without leaving anything. Leading angel. GRRR, you guys attack the rest. Several angels rushed at the retinue. Issei. Balance breaker. Angel. Go Albion and drag bearers, die. Dragon. Male. Several spears of light were thrown. Issei. Full contain. The attacks would be redirected and each of the attackers would be impaled. Leader. Kill the Greeks. Naiko. Who grabbing him by the neck? Leader. Let me go. Naiko. I refuse, causing the darkness to destroy his arms. Percy. More are coming. Naiko. What are you waiting for, seaweed brain? Percy. Water breathing, third posture, dance of the currents. In a jiffy several angels were decimated by the slashes of the demigod son of Poseidon. Odin. So the reinforcements arrived fighting. Thor. Better late than never, father killing several. Angel. Retreat. Naruto. We came to increase relations, but we see that effeminate wants to take something against him. Thor. He came to ask for an alliance, but we refused, and this is the result. Konohamaru. Nai-chan. Naruto. Konohamaru. Seeing the almost 12-year-old boy, defined and with decent muscles. Konohamaru. Himself. Go. Odin. Loki. Thor. Brother. Use this Loki DxD look, it's cooler. Loki. The same, it seems that Michael did not do what he promised me. Odin. What would that be? Loki. The throne of Asgard, we are superior to those stupid people from the whirlpool, as well as to every fox, yokai, demon and angel, even humans know it. Naruto. So you want a war? Loki. To prove it, yes. Naruto. And he said that Zeus was not a child. Loki. The Greeks are the ones who will ally with me in the war, convincing them was not difficult, saving their stupid civil war. Percy. What do you mean? Loki. Many gods rebelled by taking their children out of that camp, and now Zeus is angry, so it's not personal, son of Poseidon attacking the demigod. Percy. Water breathing, second stance, water wheel. Using his skill learned from Kaijuro, he would repel the attack. Ray. Ice make. Cannon. An ice shot would hit Loki. Loki. Miserable. Natsu. Fire dragon roar. Loki. Damn lizard shooting black lightning. Master. The judgment of the Kaiten Gakakyu. Bali and Issei threw themselves at the god of deception, hitting him, while on the rebound a hopeful dragon hit him, lifting him towards Naruto. Loki. I'll kill you fox. Naruto. Fuinjutsu Uzumaki. A trigram seal tracing a seal towards a rock. Loki. What? New. Loki would be sealed in a rock, leaving a screaming face in the seal's engraving, as it was visible in the rock, as if it were a carved sculpture. Odin. Son, this shouldn't have ended like this. Naruto. Old man handing a seal, this is the key, so take it. Odin. As long as he doesn't leave, he'll have to learn from his decisions. Thor. Those were good attacks. Prom. TSK how boring. Percy. At least I feel like I can improve. Shisui. Without a doubt. Percy. Now Olympus. Kurama. We will intervene if necessary, and I also plan to go after the crooked one. No one threatens a friend of the great Kurama, the powerful Jubi no Kitsune, and gets away with it. Thor. Maybe this will interest you, pointing at Naruto. Naruto. Will the top 10 be published tomorrow? Thor. Yes, and believe me, there are some nice changes. Naruto. Interesting. Issei. Strong guys. Bali. I will train until I break because I want to fight them. Natsu. It's a shame the Christian god is dead. Bali and Natsu. I would have liked to fight that guy. Ray. These two never change. Shisui. No. In use. The blonde man with black sclera was talking to a honey-eyed blonde, coming to a decision to go on a first date. Ashinori. Lady Tsunade, would you be so kind as to go on a date with this hero? Tsunade. Sure, why not? In the bushes a white-haired Sannin listened and smiled melancholy because he himself had told the blonde what to do. Urea. I guide others to a treasure I cannot possess. The fall of the heroic society. What happened in the supernatural world greatly surprised Nezu. The achievements of the current most powerful faction, the Uzumaki, undoubtedly made them someone to be feared. Because of this, he wanted to devise a plan, but while this was happening, the teachers arrived with shocking news. Nezu. What brings you here? Midnight. Something happened, placing a television. On television. Journalist. Breaking news, a few minutes ago we received this video that we will play for you. The images may be very sensitive for children, so we recommend discretion. In the video. Shigaraki. Greetings Japan, alerting the public if you are watching this video, the UA, as you know, has received a large percentage of attacks from us, the League of Villains. Even the same one considers the idea that there is a traitor with them, but does not reveal it because it fears that its image will fall, and that if it is one of its students, they will be marginalized if they do not investigate well, and if it was not a student. Toga shows the video. Toga. You. In that, within the video, a tape began to play showing two people, All Might and All for One, talking. Afo. All Might, seeing the hero, the surprising thing is that it was dated years before the attacks, even before the entry itself. To what do I owe this honor, he would say mockingly. All Might. Well, I've been thinking, society has less and less villainy, and this makes me wonder what would happen if it disappeared. We heroes would be left without work, something that would bring down heroic society, but many are not able to see it. Afo. So you want. All Might. An alliance, we will both fight, you will create your league, and in this way, heroes and villains will keep society running without the commission knowing. Afo. Machiavellian, surprising, ha 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 ha, something like that. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't accept it. Both would shake hands. End of transmission. Shigaraki. As you just saw, the traitor is none other than All Might, his symbol of peace, ha 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 ha. The video cuts out as the entire society descended into complete chaos. People no longer knew what to do and no longer trusted any heroes. Marches began, demanding the closure of all heroic schools and the surrender of all hero credentials. Villains took advantage of the chaos, killing several heroes who were uselessly trying to maintain order, while the same people prevented it. Nau. Nezu. This can't be, seriously, looking at the rest. Azawa. Something doesn't fit, we should investigate. Vlad. What we have is more than enough, and the bastard can no longer use his gift. Let's catch him. Several would say yes out loud, while Izawa opted, with Midnight's help, to go to classes 1 and 1B, which were surprisingly close together. The main thing would be to calm them down, since they saw him everywhere, but when they got to the classroom, everything was overflowing. The hussy cats were present, as were the 4 children who wanted Midoriya. Izuku. That's not All Might, you shouldn't believe that video. Monoma. And shit, you only defend that villain because he's an extra from Class A. Iida. I'm sorry Midoriya-kun, but the evidence speaks for itself. Mandalay. Calm down please. Entry. If Dekunai believes in him too. Eri. Yes. Pitsuma. It's true. Mineta. Don't interfere, dwarfs, it's a matter for heroes, said the cowardly pervert. Maharo. If Deku says it's fake then. Bakugo. What the hell is wrong with you, bunch of extras, it's more than clear that it's a fake video. Thus the classes, divided to the limit, tried to see who was right. Momo, for her part, stayed away, managed to send a message to her boyfriend, she knew that All Might was in Yuzu, so they would have more chances of keeping him there. In use. Naruto was reading everything, while Tsunade and All Might watched the news, leaving the symbol of peace, or rather, former symbol, bewildered. All Might. That's not me. Tsunade. Calm down, honey. Naruto. Gather as many as you can Momo-chan and come to Yuzu with your families, he sent an audio message on his phone. In AU. The situation was getting out of hand, thousands of civilians wanted to break down the doors, while Momo listened to Naruto's audio. Momo. Guys taking advantage of the fact that Izawa and Midnight calmed the situation. Izuku. Yaoi Rozu-san, what time is this? Momo. Tell your families, we're going to Yuzu. Izawa. Go on, kids, I'll buy you some time, he thought proudly. Everyone did their part, warning their families, warning that something was wrong with all this, so their families, supporting their children's vision, prepared to leave the risk zone. Musatafu would soon become a no man's land. In use. Naruto would alert his entourage, preparing them for the arrival of several villains, while they waited for the arrival of his girlfriend and others. Given the failure of the Hero Society, even KUO would no longer be viable, so together with Ria's, the girls of his entourage, Sona Citri's entourage, waited for the arrival of the heroes. They never expected that the League would aspire to take control of Yuzu, yet they fought, thousands of Nomas attacked the city, for Afo, having knowledge of the supernatural, defeating the strongest faction would be the greatest glory to even subdue the others. Percy. What a breathing forth stance-piercing tide. The fluid slashes were against several Nomas, attacking and decapitating several. Nico. Interesting, unsheathing his sword, obey my orders, stand up. An army of skeletons would rise up and set out to confront the Nomas. Presimido. All Might. Detroit, smash. Appearing to join the fight. In AU. The parents withdrew their children, despite Endeavor's complaints and obstruction in Rei's case, but Shoto, Bakugo and Izuku attacked the current number 1 hero, leaving him out of combat, while Momo exposed all the atrocities of the number 1. Mirko, Ryukyu, the Hussy Cats, Midnight, Edshot, Fat helped the boys escape because when they defended All Might, Monoma and the director warned that they would be accomplices of All Might, ordering their capture. The road was hard and arduous, as well as painful, because Mina, until that moment the green-haired man's girlfriend, kissed Mirio Tagada while saying hurtful things to him and reminding him that she had been unfaithful to him countless times with him, even in the Alliance Lounge of 1A. Izuku. Thanks for making it clear to me that you're a Mina Fox. Hiroshima. Goodbye Mina, he said coldly. On the way to Yuzu, the villains and Nomas attacked them mercilessly, but they were not alone, as several summons from Naruto, Hinata and even the Biju launched from Yuzu, with Uraya and Konohamaru's entourage supported and protected them, while the vehicles with the heroes who were going to Yuzu approached the bridge, where thanks to the skeleton sent by Nico, they managed to provide protection, and as they passed they destroyed it, saving for one detail, alongside the cars. The Minotaur, accompanied by several adults, young people, teenagers and children, armed with katanas, regardless of whether they were men or women, joined the fight. Yamamoto. It's time to join the fight. Swordsman. Yes. Ryukyu. What is Yamamoto Takugawa doing here? Mirko. The last samurai, watching the old man make precise cuts with his katana. Upon arriving at Yuzu, All Might greeted everyone while Naruto and Yamamoto bowed in respect. It seems we've arrived late. Kurama. That's right, Master Shifu. Shifu. It seems that coming running is slowing us down, said the great master of the pandas. All Might. Well, what are we going to do now? Kurama. You will not leave Uzuyagi, it is time for Tsunade to help you recover while you regain power by training the arts that they teach you here. All Might. Given the situation, I don't have many options. Kurama. Toshinori Yagi, in view of your honor, mettle and heroism, I, Kurama Uzumaki, king of the 10 tails, the strongest kitsune, claim you as my knight, drawing a knight piece. All Might. I accept the teachings. The piece would enter him, causing him to turn from a skinny form into a sucked-up figure, radiating great power. Naruto. Now we must prepare. Heroes of Yuzu. The fall of All Might as a symbol of peace caused a stir throughout the world. Given the impact it had, heroes from all over the world led by Star and Stripe, #1 heroine and considered the strongest woman, thanks to her quirk, New Order, demanded an investigation into the veracity of the events, but Nezu, protected by the Hero Commission, denied the request and wanted to hunt the former symbol of peace like an animal. The suspicions of several heroes fell on Yuzu, but Lord Kurama would not allow his entry, even if Human Rise, under the command of Fleckturn, entered, since several of his own tried and ended very badly. A meeting was taking place, all the heroes in command of Endeavor, Hawks and Nezu, were present demanding All Might's head, while in other parts of Japan, several fairly veteran or conscious heroes defended All Might tooth and nail. Nezu. If this continues, we'll have a civil war. Endeavor. And what do you want to do? Hawks. The commission has already sent Lady Negan to finish off the insurgents, but there is an issue. Nezu. Which one? Vlad. Stain escaped from Tartaros and leads a paramilitary group of heroes who believe in All Might's innocence. Crust. There's also a problem, the League of Villains launched several nomas against Yuzu. Nezu. All for One has knowledge of the supernatural world and Uzumaki is the faction postulated as the strongest being on par with India. Beast Genist. If you finish them off, they'll have to respect each other in front of the rest, right? Nezu. Yes. Hawks. I sent a drone, but Yuzu defends himself very well, they have practically defeated everyone. Endeavor. Plus All Might's traitors and followers are there. Vlad. What are we going to do? Endeavor. We'll go arrest them. Nezu. I remind you that Yuzu has its own sovereignty for now, in addition to being a country where we cannot interfere. Endeavor. Not a bucking thing, let's just say that. Hawks. Endeavor-san, think about it, we would cause a war, making everything worse. Endeavor at that moment began to boil with rage, while his fire shone brightly and his skin turned red with anger. In use. The newcomers were being located in the cities of the island. While they waited, the talks about the supernatural world were extremely interesting, especially for Ibarra when she saw 3 archangels, such as Azrael, Raphael and Gabriel, and she was tempted to kill Rias, but the 3 stopped her, since they considered that attitude racist and contrary to what is preached by the Bible. The 3 had to reveal the true face of God, a powerful being, who was not the benevolent being of the New Testament, but even more vengeful. That information shocked everyone, causing a mental breakdown in the green-haired girl, but surprisingly she was hugged on impulse by an Ashen-haired Muslim. Naruto. Let me introduce myself for those who don't know me, I am Uzumaki Naruto, Prince of Yuzu, and a growing Kitsune Yakai. Hyoka. Are you Yamamo's boyfriend? Naruto. Yes, she is one of my partners, since I can have more than one. Haminari. O mighty Kitsune god of the harem, teach me the way of the pervert. Naruto. No, he said, putting on a chibi face. Hyoka. Be more normal, stabbing her jacks at the poor defective Pikachu. Hendo. Seriously, you have more than one wife. Naruto. My clan is in extinction, and since I am one of the last male members alive, there is a program called the Clan Restoration Act, which allows me to practice polygamy. Hinata. Momo-chan. Hype. Black. They both hugged each other. Rias. Hello, Momo. Akeno. Ara, it seems darling brought more than one. Naruto. You and Quetzalcoatl are enough, Akeno-chan. Azawa. Quetzalcoatl. Naruto. My fiancé with them. Midnight. I see. Hinohamaru. Nai-san, it seems you're receiving them. Different. Izuku Nai-san. Izuku. What's wrong, Iri-chan? Iri. That boy is cute, blushing. The overprotective older brother instincts were put on alert. Naruto. Well, have you decided yet? Izuku. I looking at himself and the others except. Naruto. Good, taking out a horse-shaped piece. Midoriya. Izuku, as a sign of your heroism I recruit you as my knight, your temper and will make you worthy of it. 9th, you will be my protector of justice, you will honor women, you will hate evil, and you will only answer to me as your friend, king and master. Izuku. You. Midoriya. Izuku accepts. The piece was inserted into him, as his appearance changed slightly, dragon-like features appeared on him, while his musculature increased, which would make a hunter, an aspiring heroine, and a certain crazy pink-haired girl addicted to inventing things blush. Izuku. I feel stronger. Naruto. So Yakai Dragon, interesting. Hoda. Izuku Nai, you look amazing. Pitsuma. Yes, Izuku, you look amazing. Naruto. Also, as my knight, I give it to you, taking out a sword. Glamouring, hammer of enemies, the appropriate sword for a heroic knight, evil beings fear it regardless of their race, may it defend you well. Hoda and Kitsuma. Sugoi. Izuku. I accept if she deems me worthy of carrying it. The sword produced a green glow as he took hold of the handle. Naruto. The sword accepts you. Momo. Where did you find her? Naruto. On one of my trips through Persia before returning, I passed by the ruins of Babylon, finding a chest with several kings and a passage that said, "Only in the hands of the true king will you see it clearly." Riaz. Who did you choose? Naruto. It's obvious, I chose the real one, Gilgamesh, king of heroes, who left a message that if we manage to find the weapons and treasures, we should show the other half-breeds who are those who inherit his will. Bakugo. In that case, I accept, I can no longer be the number one hero, so I will be the most powerful of the true heroes. Vitsuki. Kitsuki sorprendida. Naruto. In that case, I Naruto Uzumaki taking out a pawn piece name you Kitsuki Bakugo, as one of my soldiers, as a friend and brother in arms I receive you. Bakugo. I accept. The piece would enter the ash-haired, while it adopted a more canine form, gained a tail, more marked fangs, as well as an impressive increase in musculature. Bakugo. Grrrrrr. Mahoro. He has married Bakugo-san, he admires the Muslim. Naruto. A good tracker and hunter in my group, he comes accompanied by his trusty weapon, delivering a bow and quiver Belthrending. Bakugo. Thank you. Naruto. These will accompany you, and you will be able to use your quirk with them, may it accompany you well. Bakugo would nod. Shoto. In that case, me too. Rei. Shoto. Natsuo. Little brother. Vyumi. Shoto. Naruto. In that case, taking out a pawn piece given your loyalty to your friends and the right causes, Todoroki Shoto, I offer you the possibility of being my soldier, my friend and battle partner. Shoto. I accept. The piece would enter the bicolor, giving it a cat-like appearance, but similar to that of a wild feline. The housey cats blushed and wagged their tails when they saw him, and Tiger would give a thumbs up for looking pretty good. Naruto. What is a warrior without the weapon that will accompany him, my lancer friend, Eglos, called Snowtip, something that suits you. Todoroki. I accept. Haminari. How beautiful. Kirishima. You know, I'm joining you. Many say that letting opportunities pass you by isn't manly, so I'm joining you, Narubro. Naruto. Of course Kiri bro, as my friend and brother in arms taking out a pawn piece as a battle partner, and as your king and master, I receive you Kirishima Ejiro. Kirishima. I accept. The piece was inserted into the dyed reed, while his appearance became more simian, his body toned, and he occasionally let out simian sounds. Kirishima. I look so manly. Naruto. And like the others, what would happen to someone who goes on a rampage without the appropriate weapon handing over a Sensetsuken? Kirishima. Verinal. Naruto. In that case we must train and strengthen ourselves, and you two looking at Mei Hatsum and Leo Valdez must move forward with the Two Worlds project. Leo. Shall we play, Miss May? May. With pleasure. Return to Olympic lands. Battle in the Labyrinth 1. 3 months have passed since the situation in Japan, and in those months, the new members of the Uzumaki's entourage and the new additions to Konohamaru's entourage, such as Koda and Kitsuma, the first being a rook and the second a pawn, have spent their time training and preparing to face the adversities of what is to come. The battle in Asgard caused the biblical factions to have a very strong friction with the Norse, as Odin demanded explanations from Michael, which the leader of the biblical heaven flatly denied, leading to a possible war. Azazel took a position with Asgard, while the biblical hell claimed neutrality due to the internal threat of civil war, where Ajuka Beelzebub and Seraphol Leviathan threatened searches and consequences, and Asmodeus had no choice but to not support heaven. Michael knew he couldn't do it alone, so he had to pay an indemnity taken from the Vatican's own coffers to avoid war. In Japan a civil war began, while the few heroes who believed in All Might launched propaganda, recounted feats, so that people would not believe all the lies that were being told, all being severely repressed by Nezu and Endeavor, all were considered conspirators and even villains, executing several, as they did with Stain, increasing the preaching and creating reactionary groups that with vandalism and violence, began to carry out attacks and strong crossings. As for the Olympians, the departure of the demigods, many in reality, weakened them greatly, and given the threat of Kronos' armies, they could do nothing, especially when Athena spoke to those who sent their children to Uzu, choosing the right side, had to accept that she was wrong, but her pride clouded her judgment. For Kronos, that was a nice opportunity, although the problem represented Uzu, with several gods affiliated with that faction, leaving only Hera, Heracles, Zeus, Ares and a handful of demigods. It was something he did not want, because it would lead to war with another faction that had nothing to do with them. For Luke Castellan, it was a revelation. At first he did not care, but when he was warned that several Olympian gods were affiliated there, he wanted to destroy them for interfering. All the titans knew about all the agreements, they knew how suicidal it was to attack them, their king was a top 10, added to the fact that they had the strongest archangel, a member of the top, plus the alliances they have with Asgard, and the most dangerous Shinto and India, the two most powerful factions. Facing the three great Olympians was one thing, but going after the Trimurti, Lady Amaterasu, who unlike the Greeks, if they have demigod children, they do take care of them. Since the laws of Zeus are alien to their pantheons. Luke wanted to attack them, but Kronos revealed everything, he was suicidal, so he had no choice but to focus his efforts on attacking Camp Half-Blood, using Daedalus's labyrinth. In use. The training paid off, Midoriya, given his new ability and training, managed to use one for all at 100% without suffering anything adverse to his body, plus the quirks of the former carriers, added to being the first to master his Thunderbolt magic and withstand Crumb's training. Bakugo and the others learned yokai abilities at their own pace, being quite strong, being able to face a minor god like Morpheus. Regarding the demigods, they all had enormous improvements. Nico learned to use darkness to create weapons, heal amputated limbs and regenerate them. Percy developed a good fighting style, added to understanding the principles of chakra and being a user of a powerful Kekkei Genkai, the storm release, which caused him to additionally have the lightning element, as if it were a joke for the Sparky one. Annabeth felt very lonely, she missed her half-siblings and mother, even though she let herself be carried away by logic, but that was changing. Swirl. We can see all the retinues and demigods gathered there, next to Kurama, were Amaterasu, Shiva and Odin, as they were aware of everything that was happening in America. Kurama. The threat of Kronos increases, several demigods have gone to his side, and a few others have been killed, so we must take action. Shiva. The threat of Kronos is very powerful, given the peace between the factions, this fact may alter it as we speak. Odin. That is why we must intervene, even though Zeus and he will not let us do it, we must do it. Yamamoto. Kronos connects several monsters to his side, and even though I know my own, my race without the consciousness I possess, is completely savage. Kurama. Can you convince those who are rational? Annabeth. That might work. Odin. Lady Quetzalcoatl will watch over the second camp that would surprise the half-breeds. Percy. Is there more than one camp? Nico. That's amazing. Odin. The Greek gods developed a disorder with the rise of Rome, multi-personality, as Rome did not create its gods or did not seek deities without people, they used the Olympic deities to believe, this led to the disappearance of Helios, and the Greeks developed a double personality, given their names. Shiva. That's why that camp is called New Rome. Kurama. The problem would be one of Kronos' generals, Luke Castellan, drawing everyone's attention, given his strong resentment towards the Olympians, he will not hesitate to kill members of other pantheons. Izawa. How safe is that? Travis. A lot, my brother is pretty focused and won't stop thinking about what he believes in. Shiva. You won while we try to stop this, we'll gather other factions to see what we do, since Zeus's mandate is not the first time that he threatens peaceful coexistence between the factions. Odin. Likewise, Poseidon contacted us stating that Athena joined our side, making Annabeth a little happy. That is why we must intervene and if necessary save the demigods from the camp. Kurama. Naruto, your entourage will leave for there, their weapons are created to be able to harm mythological beings, as well as those outside the supernatural world. Naruto. We will accept. Kurama. Konohamaru, your entourage will stay behind to defend Yuzu. Tyson. Father said Ocean would attack Atlantis. Amaterasu. If they could do it they would, but I sent Susanoo with several of his soldiers, and Yamamoto-san will join in battle. Odin. And Hela will help Hades in case the Greek underworld enters into crisis. Kurama. Rest, eat, and spend this week with your families. You'll be leaving for New York in 4 days. Everyone would nod as they all left, leaving Hinata, Riaz, Momo, Akeno, talking to Naruto about the dangers, so they asked him to take care of himself, while they dragged him to a room. Izuku for his part was dragged by a purple-haired girl with jacks in her ears, a pink-haired girl, and a fairly experienced hunter where the three of them declared their love to the green-haired boy, all of them highlighted something about him, Zo his innocence, unlike Heracles, Midori admitted innocence, something that Artemis on a visit rewarded by making him her hunter, despite Phoebe's protests, May his stubbornness, recognizing it in herself. And Kyoka her understanding and her passion to help the weakest. Given the green-haired boy's ability to not hurt anyone, he could not put the feelings of anyone over the other, so the three girls agreed to share him. Artemis, who was there, having arrived late to ask for help, gave her blessing, on the condition that the green-haired man's offspring with Zo, regardless of gender, be hunters, under the tutelage of Atalanta, the second most loyal hunter after Zo. In the blonde's room. The girls had put on hexy outfits, leaving the Uzumaki very blushed. Naruto. See Kai girls blushing. The Keno. Ara. Riaz. you have 4 days Naru. Hinata. And in these 4 days. Momo. We're going to enjoy it like you can't imagine. So the 4 of them would jump to undress and kiss the Uzumaki, while the aforementioned only felt pleasure. In Mexico. A certain goddess was signing papers when. Quetzalcoatl. Damned harem sisters, they didn't wait for me starting to cry comically, but regaining herself and clapping soon, it will be my turn alone with him. His bodyguards and other members of his faction only thought with a drop of sweat how strange their leader is. In Japan. The guy with a red hair and a black-haired girl were going to an anime convention, dressed in an ironic way. Kaijuro. Serafal, where are you taking me? Disguised as Goku. Serafal. I didn't tell you yesterday Kaijuro-kun dressed as Milk. Kaijuro. How did this happen? He thought with a funny face, he was a former demon hunter dating a demon leader. Return to Olympic lands. Battle in the Labyrinth 2. Elemental Nations. The Megakure Cage Summit. We can see the leader of Akatsuki, Tobi, or better known as Obito Uchiha, after eliminating Pain or rather Nagato Uzumaki from power, at his side Danzo Shimura, Godame Hokage of the Leaf Village, after erasing the record of Tsunede's appointment as Hokage, Inoki, Sandame Tsuchikage of Iwagakure no Sato, plus the leader of the village hidden in the grass and Orochimaru. They were all gathered holding a summit to plan their actions from then on. They were all united by a common good, peace through order, some more than others, except for Obito, who wanted to carry out the plan of the infinite Tsukiyomi. Danzo. Well, let's start this meeting. Nagato. You're going to lose, said the prisoner in the middle of the room. Obituary. Let's ignore the prisoner, it only remains to be seen what we will do with the fugitives Kisame Hoshigaki and Konan. Inoki. Besides my granddaughter Kuritsuchi and Dodara's crazy bomber. Orochimaru. We have the immortal duo dead plus a Sori of the Sand imprisoned in a cell full of seals. Danzo. We've been searching for the Jinchurikis and they're out of orbit. The Nanabi carrier is in Kumo with the son of the leader of the Waterfall village after an attack by my village. Inoki. Suna made the Ichibi Kazukiage brat, those bastards don't see the danger those unstrapped weapons generate, look at Kiri. Danzo. 3 in Kumo, Nibi, Nanabi and Ichibi. Inoki. 1 in Suna, Ichibi, only the Sanbi needs to regenerate, we only have Han and Rashi left. Danzo. We will extract their beasts to bring back the Juubi. Obito. Why Kyuubi? Danzo. I sent my Anbus under Itachi's command to look for his friends in Earthland. Humber Cage, Tetsu no Kuni. You can see the Godame Kazukiage, Sabaku no Gara, the recent Godame Mizukage, Mei Terumi, plus the Yondame Reikage of Kumagakure no Sato, and the leader of the neutral country of Iron, Mifune. The 4 were gathered given the recent threat of the alliance of Iwa, Konoha, Akatsuki, and Kusagakure, since they have shown threats to join minor villages, being supported by their respective daimyos. The situation was not good, and elemental nations were on the brink of war, especially since an attack on the neighboring continent ordered from these lands. Mifune. This is serious, Kazukiage Dono. Ara. I know, but if we don't do anything, those young men will lead us to ruin. Attack Earthland, that's too low. May. I could only know that they want the Bijas, but there is one that they do not have within their reach. Ara. After Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto was banished, spread thanks to Koyuki Kazuhana, things have become tense for everyone. Mifune. If you agree, I will send an emissary to request meetings with the Kingdom of Fiori to separate ourselves from the others. Those present. Do it and we support. An Earthland. In Fiori, the Grand Magic Games were taking place, where guilds compete to designate the strongest. Sabretooth and Fairy Tail were the closest to winning these games, given the addition of the former shinobi, while the other guilds were being beaten. All those who joined a guild formed a large family, as they said there, fighting, crying, laughing with each other. Currently, given the tournament, Ino was facing off against Yukino Agria, a celestial mage. No one expected what would happen since in the middle of the fight, a squad of Anbus with strange kanji led by Uchiha Itachi. Itachi. In the name of Danzo-sama, surrender and preserve your positions and lives. Tiba. How did they get here? Then they see someone coming down the stairs. Jiaoji. Shikamaru. Shikamaru. It's troublesome, but I leaked several of the information so they would attack. Ino. Huh. Are you serious? All that lie about you being sorry? Shikamaru. It's called acting. Redeed hearing this would jump to cut him with her sword Binasakura, but. Itachi. Reckless Redeed, we know your armor and battle magic. Sting. Hakuryu no Tsuma battlefield against the Uchiha. Itachi. What? Being shocked by being caught off guard. Sting. For a prodigy, you let yourself get attacked. Itachi. It was just one stopping, but noticing Ino making hand seals. Ino. The judgment of the Shinranshin. Itachi would dodge the launch of the Yamanaka Jutsu, but a couple of Anbus would be affected starting to kill each other. Agiel. the Guardian. Several Anbus were hit while Itachi saw this surprised and annoyed. Itachi. Retreat, we have proven what we should do. So the remaining Anbu left, with the Uchiha watching this seriously. At the same time, Tamari, as ambassador of the uninvolved villages, arrived to establish some kind of alliance. Without a doubt, the world was already turning upside down. New York. The plane landed at one of the busiest airports in the world, Kennedy International Airport, receiving a flight from Naruto Uzumaki's entire faction, with the exception of Shisui, was arriving in America after leaving for their mission to help support Camp Half-Blood on Long Island, New York. The start from Yuzu was a bit strange, given that Naruto arrived at the start area with his girls limping a little, but showing smiles of complete satisfaction. His girlfriends undoubtedly felt a lot of pleasure in these days of preparation. Naruto. Well, we arrived. Izuku. It looks busy. Percy. Let's move carefully, we'll attract monsters. Nico. It means that if we don't move we'll be eaten by some creature that will mistake most of us for a demigod. Izuku. Maybe it's not necessary, but I was told that I am Athena's legacy. The Kugo. What do you mean, nerd? Naruto. My father was the son of Hermes, since the elemental nations are visited by gods as vacations, so putting together my lineages, Uzumaki and son of a demigod of Hermes, you can get an idea of what I am with my jokes. While putting away a wallet and a watch. Hiroshima. No wonder a guy was looking for his wallet, he would say with a drop of sweat at what his boss had done. Prom. Miles per hour, Olympians are generally picky, arrogant, and think they're the ass of the world. Azrael. Let's hope Chiron doesn't get scared when he sees us. Raphael. You know Zeus isolated his pantheon by making them believe they were the only ones. Camp Half-Blood. Several months have passed since that exodus of demigods by orders of their parents. For Chiron it was a hard blow, especially losing Percy and Annabeth, since he was fond of them. On the other hand, he also knew they would be safe outside the camp, he just hoped and prayed that the war against Kronos would not reach them. For Dionysus, in part he enjoyed having less work, but without Perry Johnson as he used to call him, his days became truly boring. He received sake from Yuzu and drank it, since his prohibition was on wine, and sake, despite being rice wine, was exempt from it, a great courtesy for the god of wine, madness and the party. For the demigods the situations were quite divided, the children of Ares supported their father and banished Claris from their cabin for betraying her father, the children of Apollo, Hermes, Aphrodite and Hephaestus who remained simply missed her, and defended the others who left as best they could. Athena's cabin was the most affected, Malcolm Pace was one of the most affected, he was quite close to his half-sister Annabeth, so they missed his sister, even though they were children of the goddess of wisdom they did not support their mother, although they did give their support when she changed sides. The hunters after the mission to rescue Artemis did not return, even though Zoe was saved, and Thalia became second in command. Tyson, Percy's Cyclops half-brother, stayed in Atlantis in the forges, given his hobby of repairing and creating things. But that was only the beginning, helping Chiron was joined by an assistant named Quintus, who gave a new exercise, where several demigods had to capture a handkerchief while on giant scorpions, but given that, many campers began to disappear, falling into a place full of passages, among those affected was Malcolm Pace. It was Malcolm following his hunches and the experiences narrated by Annabeth when she was with Percy, who recognized where they were the labyrinth of Daedalus. Chiron warned that they were not the first to enter, so he sent a demigod named Chris Rodriguez to investigate the area, finding a subject of great concern. Luke sent a large part of the Titans' army to the labyrinth. Kurama's entourage 1. Ray. Kurama Uzumaki. Raza. Jubi no Kitsune. Chakra. Level. Jubi. Chakra elements. Kaiten, Fuetin, Doten. Packaging case. Imton, Fusion, Imgan, Lava, Shakutin, Burn, Elements. Weapons. Knuckle pads. Katana. Hands. Magic. Being a Biju, he is capable of using natural chakra, being pure chakra, and therefore possesses no magic. Being a Biju, he is capable of using his semi-human Yakai form or his Biju form as a giant 10-tailed fox. Braina. Yusaka Uzumaki. Raza. Monster Hunter Kitsune. Chakra. Level. Kyubi. Elements. Fire, water and air. Senjutsu at a high level. Packaging case. Futton, steam. Byakum no in, taught by Tsunade. Weapons. Hands. Magic. She does not possess, the Yakase of Kyoto are users of chakra and senjutsu, so except for the Uzumakis who can use it, they cannot access magic, and she despite being married to an Uzumaki, cannot use magic. Moto Kyubi. It has the appearance of a giant 9-tailed fox with golden fur, which in Kurama's words is extremely hexy. Obispo 1. Zerif Drignal. Race. Human Dark Mage. Chakra. Yambi level. Element. Mighten, Darkness. Weapons. Staff. Magic. Black Arts, O Grave de Sedilla S. Kuroe Jujutsu. He was able to master all forms of black magic at a very young age and brought countless demons to life. His magical strength is so vast that it rivals the flower mage Merlin. Immobilization. Allows him to stop time for everyone except those he specifically chooses to remain mobile. Life magic. It can give life to anything and live under the orders of its master, but some of Xerath's creations seem to have a life of their own, and most of them are giant demons. Anxerman's black magic. A very ancient curse that kills all who come into contact with it as it steals the life energy from its surroundings to generate dark energy, currently removed due to the seals and the use of its king's chakra. Teleportation. He is able to use this magic when making his sudden appearances. Very Heart. Gains a power that transcends time and space, the power of a god. Gaining the change in its form. Time Lapse. Has some time manipulation. Bishop 2. Irene Bulsirian. Race. Human Dragon. Chakra. Although the pieces allow the use of said energy, Irene is not able to use it. Arm. Staff. Magic. Enchantment. Gives the user the ability to alter climates, landscapes, and properties of the earth, even being able to enchant the atmosphere to shape it into whatever shape she desires. Universe 1. This powerful magic, also known as Earth Reconstruction Magic or Compressor Magic, allows the properties of a certain territory to be completely altered, causing the ordinary shape of said region to be modified, that is, changing its geography. Magic Eye. Allows Irene to observe a wide panorama. Animal Transformation. Allows you to transform people into animals. When attacking them, a light surrounds the opponent's body, and immediately they are transformed into some animal. Transformation Magic. As a dragon, Irene is able to use this magic to obtain the appearance of a human. In dragon form, many abilities are monstrously elevated. Power 1. Hades, Greek god. Appearance after obtaining the piece. Race. God of the underworld. Chakra. Kyubi level. Elements Cat, Dodo. Peke Jinkai. Hyoten, Ice only in his domains, Imton, Fusion, Imgan, Lava. Arm. Helmet. Idente. Magic. Geokinesis. As the lord of the underworld, Hades has absolute control over all earth and stones. Pyrokinesis. As with wealth, he can detect and summon any precious metals and jewels from beneath the earth, as well as manipulate them. As a result, Hades is the richest god of all. Necromancy. As god of the dead, he has divine authority and absolute control over the dead. This includes curses, reanimating skeletons, manipulating them to fight for him, and silencing souls. Osteokinesis. She is able to telekinetically summon and control bones. Cryokinesis. Although it is limited, it can generate an aura of intense cold, causing the temperature around it to freeze, along with the ground around it. Umbrakinesis. Hades has control over darkness and shadows for various uses. Pyrokinesis. Hades has control over the black fire of hell, which is much more destructive than normal fire and turns everything it touches into liquid. Induced terror. Can radiate very intense death and terror. Torrent 2. Igneal. Race. Dragon. Chakra. Even his pride he does not use it. Level. Hachibi. Element. Cat. Arm. Doesn't have. Magic. Fire Dragon Slayer. He is Natsu's adoptive father as well as his teacher, so they share magic, he being more destructive. Transformation Magic. Can transform into a human. Telepathy. He is able to communicate with those he loves and cares about in this way. Dragon Soul Seal. It is an ability of the dragons that train dragon slayers, which prevents the draconification process. Caballero 1. Kaijiro Rengoku. Race. Human. Chakra. Take level. Peyton and Futon elements. Arm. Baton Nichiren. Magic. Flame breathing. It is a breathing style that imitates flames and replicates them with the user's movements, techniques and skills. Night 2. All Might Toshinori Yagi. Race. Human with quirk. Chakra. The Chibi level. Elements. Doten and Suiton. General Affairs. Mokuton, made by. Weapons. Knuckle Dusters. Anfas. Sword. Quirk. One for all. Since he has the piece and his wounds were healed thanks to Tsunade, the original quirk created by Yoichi Shigaraki, with All Might being the 8th bearer. It is a transferable quirk and greatly increases physical abilities. When modified, the quirk retains its name, leaving 2 identical quirks in circulation, which the Commission sees as dangerous. Danger Sensor. Unlike his successor, he is able to use the piece, a gift of the ancient bearers, which gives him the ability to avoid disasters when he is very close or avoid attacks by lowering his guard due to a warning from his subconscious. Magic. Critical Finale. A power that increases the user's physical strength to its maximum limit. Combo Star. A power that increases the strength of attacks each time they hit consecutively. Return to Olympic lands. Battle in the Labyrinth 3. Beetle's Labyrinth. Concern, simply concern, is what the demigods in command felt like Malcolm Pace, since he was the son of Athena and she was already joining the others. They, with the end of this battle, would leave for Yuzu thanks to the mediation of Hestia with Kurama. So, accompanied by the few he could trust, like Piper McLean, recently arrived daughter of Aphrodite, Jake Mason, son of Hephaestus, as the new captain after the departure of Beckendorf, and of course, a son of Ares like Sherman Yang. They had already lost Meg McCaffrey, daughter of Demeter, after crossing paths with Janus, god of doors, beginnings and endings, who made her choose between two sides, and the chosen side took her directly to the man-eating horses, in the power of Geryon, son of Chrysaor and the Osinid Calero. During the journey, in the labyrinth they encountered Euryton, son of Ares, who tricked them into cleaning the stables of the man-eating horses, which caused the demigods to become trapped. At the camp, several monsters were pounding Camp Half-Blood's weakened defenses, with Dionysus holding off a couple with waves of madness, and the few remaining demigods trying to defend the entire place with Chiron's help. Chiron. Heroes. Resist. Several demigods were about to be intercepted by a group of renegade Lestrygonian giants and Cyclops when a series of shields created by a rare energy, a combination created with chakra and magic, began to protect them. As they finished receiving the impacts, the shields began to turn into stones, falling heavily to the ground. Chiron. Who? Hiroshima. Wow, you are amazing, Chiron-san, he said, standing on a staff. Chiron. Yokai monkey. Surprised. Hiroshima. You're almost like Percy, bro said, smiling in an ape-like way. Chiron. So you met him? Smiling, tell me, how is he? And more importantly, what are you doing so far from your pantheon? Yokai aren't very welcome here by Zeus. Hiroshima. Is it because Lady Yusaka has ridiculed him? Cyclops. Food. Throwing himself at the dyed reed. Bakugo. Shine. Releasing an explosion. Chiron. Bakugo. Don't neglect your backs, appearing as his wolf features were revealed. Aphrodite's few daughters wanted their newly arrived Hexy wolf to take care of them, but no one tames that explosion-addicted wolf. Hiroshima. And the others? Bakugo. And how would I know, Firehair? Chiron. I hope they don't always get along badly. Giants. Kill the pony. Shoto. Set apart, throwing a burst of fire alternating his sides, something good about being Nikasho. Chiron. Incredible, but what are a Nikasho, who I thought was extinct, and a kami and a monkey, doing here? Shoto. We came to help, since the war against Kronos is too flashy. Chiron. They're telling me that by the gods. Shoto. The other factions are likely to intervene. Hiroshima. At least we'll help stop many innocent deaths. Outside the camp, Prom was rampaging through everything in front of him, the most expensive being a Nemean lion due to its tough hide, which complicated things, but it was more than that. Prom. Come on worms, come on, I'm bored. Several would throw themselves at him, while several traitorous demigods were impaled on spears of light. Azrael. Betraying your parents just because you don't receive the right affection is regrettable. Raphael. At least look for redemption, you know that those who can ask for a new beginning, healing a couple of wounded who asked for mercy, you know. Azrael. Whatever, brother. In the labyrinth, Malcolm and Sherman were on their last legs, as fighting an immortal and the son of a monster, while several cannibal horses attacked, was no easy feat. Geryon. Die. Izuku. Emperor's hammer attacking the monster as a powerful lightning bolt fell. Malcolm. What was that? Izuku. Are you okay? Geryon. Damn, dying, we will take revenge, the fallen will rise. Izuku. Not today, burying Glamdring in it. Malcolm. Who are you? Izuku. My name is Izuku Midoriya, Dragon Yokai, ally sent by Yuzu, introducing himself with chivalry. The horses would launch themselves while several fluid cuts like water. Percy. Water breathing third pose. Dance of the currents. The horses would fall dead in the area as they faded into golden dust, leaving only Euryton. I give up, running out of options. Percy. Good decision. Izuku. Are you feeling okay? Percy. I killed the son of one of my craziest brothers, it feels good, honestly. In Atlantis. Poseidon and Amphitrite expected Aeneas's attack on their territory, but despite Triton having already prepared the defenses, they did not wait for the arrival of Susanoo no Mikoto and Yamamoto, commanding several supporting samurai, through a magic circle. Susanoo. For our alliance with Yuzu, shaking hands with the Greek god. Poseidon. I appreciate the help. Yamamoto. My lord, I know that my race has unforgivable acts against the gods, that is why I give my sword as a sign of support and forgiveness. I was for a long time a samurai without a master, a Ronin. I hope you can be my guide, my master, my lord. Lord Poseidon. Poseidon. You're welcome, Yamamoto. Yamamoto would nod as he outlined himself with his own. As Ocean's attack came. Yamamoto. Banzai. At the cry of Banzai, all the swordsmen under Yamamoto's command threw themselves into combat against the enemy. Today they had their lord after a long time of being Ronins. Today they obeyed again a feudal lord, their lord, the god of the seas, Poseidon. Pamp Half-Blood. Everyone was gathering after having removed those who were in the labyrinth and having closed it to avoid a second attack, but the truth was that something was missing. The leaders of Luke's army were not there, instead a second wave of monsters would attack them. Chiron. I hope we can weather this. Crom. You're really pessimistic, Chiron. Chiron, upon seeing Azrael and Crom Cruach, was in shock while the campers looked at him strangely until in the eyes of the centaur, it was no longer worth lying to the demigods having two top 10 most powerful existences, but those thoughts passed when he saw a large stream of ice begin to freeze the area. Ray. Ice make angel. Chiron. What happened? Ray. I thought you would leave the conversation for later. Shoto. Let's do it. Ray would nod smiling. Ray, why Shoto? Ice make sword. A rain of ice swords reinforced with magic from the supernatural world would begin to impact the monsters, killing several and leaving others badly injured but capable of fighting. The remaining monsters would approach but. Naruto. Do you want to do it yourself? Natsu. Leave me the ones on the right, letting out a roar scaring all the monsters. Naruto. Not bad, Flamitas. Natsu. Keep going, little fox. Cyclops. Look at a fox. Giant. Can we eat it? Naruto. Try it, seeing that everyone was throwing themselves Bijuadama. The powerful sphere of purple energy was launched, exterminating everything in its path and wiping out a large portion of the forest. The demigods and Chiron present confirmed one thing. The Uzumakis aren't at all cautious, especially when it comes to the supernatural world. The monsters that remained standing were stunned and for the first time feeling fear. Even the traitor son of Hermes looked at this approaching with great care. This was undoubtedly very dangerous, and more so seeing the symbol that Kronos put on him. Luke. So the Uzumaki interfered. Naruto. What did you think, that we would just stand around doing nothing while an angry and resentful child tries to start a war? Luke. The gods are evil and they harm us. Naruto. And you went to the Titans when they're worse than them. Besides, only the Greek gods are like that, but some try to redeem themselves from their actions. Luke. One good deed doesn't erase an entire past. Naruto. I know, but that doesn't guarantee that things will happen again. Luke. I thought about listening to my lord Kronos, but seeing you here launching with your sword. Luke and Naruto launched themselves at the same time against Luke, while the Redeed gave a slash that the traitor demigod narrowly dodged. Meanwhile, in Yuzu. The group of the Pantheons had already decided, so under the command of Shiva, they would break into Kronos' war against Olympus after the warning that Ares was used to replace Atlas, while the top of India was determined to dance and confront against the titan of the fortress. Return to Olympic lands. Battle in the Labyrinth 4. Mount Othries, San Francisco. The abode of the Titans, where the imposing palace of the Titan Kronos stands, next to the prison of the Titan of Strength, Atlas, condemned to bear the weight of the sky by order of the gods of the Greco-Roman pantheon. There, the imposing being, nicknamed the General and self-proclaimed as the strongest Titan after Kronos, stood gazing with joy and delight at Ares, the Greek god of war, holding up the sky. Atlas was ecstatic. His original plan was to attract the goddess of the hunt, Artemis, again, by attracting her thanks to Luke Castellan, and with her attract Annabeth Chase, but with the rise of the Uzumaki faction and the sending of several demigods by the great majority of the Olympic Council to those lands, including the daughter of Athena, the plan had to be deeply modified, but given the arrogance of the gods, there was no need to wait. Zeus in his impatience wanted to reach an agreement with the Titan. Given the betrayals of many of the gods of his pantheon, he had sent Ares to negotiate, but the Titan would take advantage of it to escape, leaving the god of war there, bearing the weight he was condemned to lift. Atlas. I am Atlas, general of the Titans and terror of the gods, and I would not lower myself to serve those who have condemned me. I would like you to hold the weight of the sky one by one, but now I must go, there is a war, and Kronos needs me. Oh, I'm afraid that's not going to be possible, a voice would say, leading a recently arrived group. Atlas. What are you doing here, Shiva? Shiva. It's nothing personal, Atlas, but I'm afraid that the other factions, we can't let this war go. Atlas. I see, so they'll join the war. Shiva. We are not joining, we are only intervening to prevent it. There are things that will change, and believe me, not even Zeus and Kronos will be saved after the other factions talk. Both have committed many things against the other factions. Atlas. I see, and now I notice that you bring my useless and traitorous bastard daughter. Oh. It's not a pleasure to see you, old. Atlas. I'll finish you off right away, girl, after I get to the top of Sparga. Shiva. Let's dance until we die smiling. Pamp half-blood. Luke and Naruto had thrown themselves at each other while Percy and Izuku arrived with the others who were trapped in the labyrinth, saving Dionysus's son, Castor. It was clear in the blonde's eyes. He was very motivated. Luke. I have to give you that, Rikubi, but I'm still Chrono's servant. Naruto. I only see an imbecile child who does not want to accept that his father tries to do everything for him, but that the laws of his own grandfather condemn him. Luke. Shut up attacking Naruto. Izuku. Captain, blocking the attack, allow me to help you. Naruto. Those who break the rules are trash, he said, motivating his friends and companions. Percy. But those who abandon their friends entering the ring. Nico. They're worse than trash coming out of the shadows. Izuku. It's time channeling his lightning magic into his body. Luke. Damn, this won't end like this, trying to leave, but what? Being caught by shadows. Nico. You won't leave, idiot. Luke. Damn emo. Attacking the son of Hades. Percy. Water breathing, fourth stance, piercing tide. Luke. Damn you, son of Poseidon. Percy. That was for trying to attract my girlfriend. Luke. So they both come out, they ruined everything for me. Naruto. You're forgetting about me cutting off his arm. Luke. Damn you. Nico. That's nothing, attacking with black fire. Luke would narrowly dodge that attack while dodging a slash from Percy and holding Naruto's katana back with his sword. Percy and Naruto. Now Izuku. Izuku. Emperor's hammer. The lightning bolt would strike Luke, leaving the demigod son of Hermes, traitor to Olympus, wounded and bleeding. He was semi-conscious, blood oozing from several sides, missing an arm as he watched what would happen next. Naruto. What do you suggest, Percy? He was your friend once. Percy. Honestly, I still treasure those memories of when I met him. Luke. Do it, kill me, blood gushing, if you let me live they will condemn me to Tartarus. Percy. I won't cause any more pain like you, but you have some of Chrono's soul in you. Naruto. So you realized. Izuku. He's always there, fighting to be in control, but you don't let him. Your will to be nothing more than yourself is admirable. Nico. But your sins cannot be erased. Percy. Thanks to Naruto and Annabeth, we have developed this seal, you will not die, but you will be sealed for eternity, I will not let the drama queen have that privilege. Naruto would realize something with the green-haired boy, while Natsu, Vali, Issei, Shoto, Bakugo, Kirishima and Gray helped with the wounded and prisoners, many of the last children of minor deities, rejected to have a cabin at Camp Half-Blood, by orders of Zeus, children of Eros, Iris, Hypnos, Thanatos and Morpheus, all forced to betray Olympus because of Zeus. Naruto. I'll seal you to take you to Yuzu. Luke. Thank you. Naruto. Percy, Nico, go ahead. Percy would throw water, Nico would throw darkness, and Naruto would throw chakra. The three. Seal of the whirlpool, seal of the three pillars. Luke would be completely sealed in a scroll to be taken to Yuzu, said scroll would be protected by Naruto by sealing it in his skin. Jiren. It's over. Izuku. Back off. Naruto. Roi is activating a lotus flower-shaped shield, made with magic. The lightning bolt would hit the shield, causing a stir among those present. Naruto. Izuku, do it now. Izuku would take a spear with celestial bronze and imbue his magic with electricity and jade fire as he threw the spear in the direction where the lightning came from. On Olympus. Zeus, seeing the whole situation of the camp, was enraged, all the demigods that remained, all those pawns in his eyes to defend themselves as best he could from his unfortunate father, in addition to using them as cannon fodder in that war, which he knew they would win, but from the safety of his throne, he commanded, he was the king of Olympus, he did not fight. As the fight progressed he felt more and more concern, so he was preparing a lightning bolt, but seeing how the whirlpool logo the anger only increased as he observed more lightning magic, feeling offended that those whirlpool bastards were using his domain. Blinded by fury he would throw the lightning without caring about the demigods of his children and gods, causing them all to enter into a rage, launching themselves to attack. It was done, Zeus exceeded the limits, already with what was done, only Hera supported him, since she hated the demigods for inflicting their domains. But before they all touched the king of Olympus, the green-haired man's spear would impact the shoulder of the king of Olympus, causing a cry of pain from the god. Hera would pull out her husband's spear, causing the golden itcher to splash the surroundings and her. Zeus. Who was it? Hestia. Whoever it was, I thank you, now Zeus, this is the end of an era of abuse, machinations and paranoia. Zeus. I am the king, I dictate the law. Poseidon. No more. Apollo. This is no longer Olympus. Artemis. You and Hera have done unforgivable things. Hermes. And even though the rest of us also have sins. Dionysius. We will not fall until we remedy each and every one of them. Demeter. It's time for a new Olympus. Athena. Changes are healthy. Aphrodite. Well, them plus Ares were unnecessary. Hephaestus. I'm surprised you don't defend him. Aphrodite. The last few times he didn't act like he was, something changed in him. Hephaestus. Those are the ones noticing bruises and such and don't lie. Aphrodite. Yes. Hephaestus would embrace his wife, even though she was unfaithful. It didn't mean that he didn't love her. If he loved adventures more without being tied to something, he would divorce her and enjoy it with her. On Mount Othries. Atlas and Shiva were exchanging blows to put the Titan back in his place and bring out Ares for his punishment. Return to the Olympic lands. Shiva vs Atlas. End of Olympus. On Mount Othries. Atlas and Shiva had begun the exchange of blows, the strongest of the Trimurti against the Titan of Fortitude. Atlas. Is this all there is to the top 3 most powerful stocks? Shiva. No, Atlas does not precipitate. Atlas and Shiva resumed the fight, clashing fists, kicks, and even their heads, since both, even if they didn't admit it, enjoyed the fight, and Shiva would prolong it so as not to return to the paperwork. Atlas and Shiva. It's been a while since I had such fierce blows hitting their heads. Shiva. Aura. Atlas. Dora. The exchange of headbutts continued for a few seconds until Shiva started hitting with his forearms until Atlas grabbed one of Shiva's lower arms and broke it. Shiva. Arj. Atlas. It seems your arm is out of control, Trimurti. Shiva. Ha, this is getting interesting, beating his chest. Shiva began to dance to the bewilderment of those present while Atlas began to strike, but the Hindu god, thanks to his dance, dodged and struck while his fists and feet ignited, forcing the Titan to cover while he kicked, burning the torso of the Titan who did not reflect pain. Shiva. What did you think of my dance? It got you excited. Atlas. Heh, I admit you're strong, but I am the Titan Atlas, Titan of strength throwing himself, and I will not kneel to a god. The battle continued very evenly as the fire began to increase and the Titan began to show fatigue from the battle. Shiva for his part was reaching a limit, he was getting tired of holding back, but he knew he had to do it. Atlas had to bear the weight of the sky again, that way free Ares and give him the punishment. He simply looked at Zo, Kaijuro and Seraphil who nodded at him, so in the last assault, Shiva would apply more force, managing to advance with the Titan trapped in his 3 arms, while Ares, believing that he would leave, dropped the weight of the sky on the Titan. Atlas. No. Damn gods, damn bastard, damn human, and Mao, this won't stay like this, Leviathan. Seraphil. I think so, Atlas. Kaijuro. Not bad, Serachan. Seraphil. Kaijuro-kun, now we will go where we said. Kaijuro. Yes, I promised, right. Seraphil. Yes, and I'm fairs in the Big Apple. Ares. Well, are we leaving now? Shiva. About that. Zo. Sealing of the Uzumakis, tracing seals with her hand, shared curse, placing a seal on the god of war. Ares. What? On his arm a crimson ribbon appeared. Atlas. It can't be. Seeing the same ribbon appear. Ares would be pulled towards the Titan as the sky exerted more weight, both having to carry the same weight. Ares. How dare they? My father will avenge me, you heard me, Hindu. And your demon too, they will avenge me. Zo. I don't think so, pig, and Naruto's fox really showed off. Kaijuro. He's in Uzumaki, they have those seal things in their blood. On Olympus. Zeus and Hera were bound with chains designed by Hephaestus. Zeus. Free me. Hera. You're going to regret it. Apollo and Artemis would place a muzzle on Hera, causing much fury in the Queen of Olympus, while both looked at her. Apollo and Artemis. By mother. Hermes. Dionysus, what will you do? Where did he go? In use. The god of wine was in front of the great Tailed no Kitsune, Kurama Uzumaki, where the god of wine, thanks to the fact that the fox was able to get his punishment lifted, was showing a couple of wines to his new boss, giving him back what he loves to drink so much and getting him out of that torture of taking care of demigods, with the exception of his 2 sons, or well son, with the death of Castor in the labyrinth. The Inicio. This is a Pinot Noir, vintage 77, quite well aged. Kurama. It's exquisite, Dionysus, by the way, welcome you and young Pollux to these lands. The Inicio. Thank you. Back on Olympus. Odin, Azazel, Cao Cao, Yusaka, Amaterasu, Ra, Yu Huang, all the invited faction leaders entered the hall. Zeus. Bastards, so it was a coup. Ra. This took too long, along with Elohim, his angels, and most of the demons of the biblical, your Zeus and your wife Hera, are some of the worst gods that exist. They have caused massacres, unjustified murders, rapes, and so on. Amaterasu. You supported the genocide of the Nicuchio, so I don't forgive that. Yu Huang. That is why the Olympic faction passes into the hands of the Uzumaki faction, they have already committed many atrocities, including World War II. Azazel. And yet many of us have been responsible for bad things, but you take it all. Zeus. I will take revenge. Hera. What will be the punishment? She said mockingly. Hisaka would put tails on both gods, while seals appeared on the bodies of both, the chains fell, and both sore but confident, wanted to use their powers, but they did not respond. Zeus. Do you dominate me? Hera. And mine. Zeus. What the hell did you do to us, bitch? Hisaka. Oh, simply a seal that nullifies all their powers, a seal that turns them into humans, so congratulations, both of them have been turned into mortals. Zeus and Hera were in shock, this was too much. Apollo. I'm leaving, I have a matter to attend to with Lady Quetzalcoatl. In Atlantis. Poseidon and Susanoo, along with their forces, managed to push back the forces of the Titan Ocean, who, thanks to Susanoo and Poseidon, found death, while Yamamoto and his men shouted with emotion after defeating the enemy. At the same time, Poseidon handed over a banner. In the underworld. Hades had traveled to the depths of Tartarus, while he watched many of the Titans imprisoned there, seeing him with some fear, his current white hair, his bident, had made him a fearsome being. Kronos. So the eldest of my sons, the Titan of Chain Time, would say. Hades. That's right, father. Kronos. What have you come for? Hades. I've come to inform you that starting today, each and every one of your desires for revenge ends. Touching his shoulder, so I hope you prepare yourself. Kronos. What would you do? You can't kill me, son, he would say smiling, not even with my scythe did they kill me the first time, why would this be different? Hades. I never said anything about killing you, father, beginning to trace a sequence of Han's iron armor seal. Kronos. What? Being absorbed by a bunch of kanji? No, you'll seal me. Damn you. Hades. I will seal you in this, taking out a vessel Kahaku no Jime, a relic obtained from a friend, dating back to the appearance of an old man named Rakuto Senin. Thus, without more than a look of pure hatred, the Titan of Time was sealed. In San Francisco, Camp Jupiter. Camp Jupiter, a second camp for demigods and their families, specifically intended for the Roman counterparts of the Olympian deities. It was somewhat rougher than Camp Half-Blood in New York, given that the latter was of Roman origin. Currently, they were hosting a guest, while she was somewhat gagged by one of the leaders. Urbio. Stranger goddess speaks. Quetzalcoatl. Fufufuf, so that's how you receive a divinity, a ninja. Urbio. You are in Roma Azteca territory, most people are unaware of its existence, except for those of us in the first division. Quetzalcoatl. Fufufuf, so that's how you are Octavian. Octavian. So you know me, Quetzalcoatl. The woman was going to answer but. Woman. What's going on here and why is Lady Quetzalcoatl tied up? She bellowed angrily. Octavian. It's none of your business, Reina Ramirez Arellano. Queen. It is when someone undermines my authority with insults, shady dealings and corruption, Octavian. Quetzalcoatl. That's why I like you, girl. Octavian. Close. Reina. Enough. She's a goddess and unless you want to cause a faction war. Octavian. That's exactly what I want every faction in existence to be subdued, to me, to Rome, even the Greeks will kiss the ground where we walk. Queen. This doesn't concern you. Quetzalcoatl. Fufu, someone will pay dearly. Octavian. You better. Apollo. I've heard quite a bit and I'm actually disappointed that one of my legacies is extremely ambitious and power hungry. Octavian. Lord Apollo bowing. Apollo. Reina ignoring Octavian. I want you to free Lady Quetzalcoatl. Queen. As you command. Octavian. But Lord Apollo. Apollo. Enough. You've caused enough harm, from now on, you lose all power in the Senate and before you say anything, proceed. Several of the Second Legion would imprison Octavian who would begin to fight. Octavian. I am Rome, you can't do this to me. Apollo. I can and I will, since from this moment on you are stripped of the power to see the future, to give prophecies. At that he notices all the demigods of Camp Jupiter gather. Listen, your attention, please, gaining everyone's attention from this moment on. Olympus disappears, leaving everyone in shock, and Octavian angry. All the gods who have not been with Jupiter will be punished according to all their actions with the other factions. Jupiter and Juno have been punished to be humans, prohibiting their entry to any demigod territory. Queen. Who will lead us, Lord Apollo? Apollo. I'm glad you asked. From now on, extending the Uzumaki symbol, the vestiges of the Olympic faction become part of the Uzumaki faction. That shocked Octavian, they were the conquerors and not the conquered. Quetzalcoatl. It seems that everything went well. Octavian. How did you let this happen, Lord Apollo? We are conquerors, not conquered. Reina. What is this having a role in kanji? Apollo. Put it on now. Reina would put it on, leaving Octavian still. Apollo. Given your actions, your betrayal of Olympus by helping the Titan Saturn and supporting the traitorous Greek demigod Luke Castellan, you are hereby placed at trial in Uzumaki, the city of the whirlpool, where each and every one of your acts will be judged. The seal placed is a seal of truth, where you deny the accusations, you will suffer unimaginable pain. Everyone would be in shock but would accept the news. At Camp Half-Blood, everyone was being checked with support sent by Odin, the Valkyries, under the command of Roswis, and her current fiancé, the bond by which Yuzu and Asgard are united, Shisui Uchiha, a marriage born from the love of two people, turned into a marriage alliance contract. Jiren. Everything will change from now on. Percy. Don't worry, you'll continue if you want. Jiren. I know Percy, I just never thought Olympus would come to an end. Naruto. They asked for it Jiren-san, so you should stay calm, and if you want, you can go to Yuzu. Jiren. I appreciate the offer, but this place is my home and there are a lot of little demigods running around, so I'll be the one to train them. Naruto. In that case, give them asylum knowing their parents, they will no longer be claimed or cabin 11 overcrowded, each and every one will go where they must go. Jiren. I understand that. Izuku. In that case we must return. Naruto. Yes. Jiren. In that case, I wish you the best of luck and if you need support, we're here. In use. Kurama was in a relaxation session next to his current new wives, Inko Midoriya, Rei Uzumaki, formerly Rei Todoroki, and Mitsuki Bakugo, who sighed heavily after an exhausting session of love and passion for the four of them completely naked after a fleeting wedding. Since his arrival, the three women approached the fox, who due to his character, chivalry and ability, managed to make them fall in love with him. Everything was going well until a popping sound rang out and a Latino goblin fell to the ground unscathed. Leo. Ah. Ig crashing to the ground. I'm fine. Nothing happened to me. May. Ha 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 ha, we did it. The Two Worlds project has its prototype. Ha 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 ha. Preparation. Elemental nations. After May and Leo's successful test of the projector, they would achieve the unthinkable. Supported by Jiraiya and the Toads of Mount Mayaboku, they would establish a stable communication portal between both worlds. Unfortunately, the continent they would reach would be Earthland, where several of those who hadn't betrayed the Reed had settled. Meanwhile, they would await news of what had happened in America. The news of the fall of the Greco-Roman faction was a huge blow throughout the supernatural world and even reached the ears of the heroes, where Nezu and Endeavor saw with fear and dread that the faction alongside their country grew in power, having at their disposal an entire continent with an indeterminate number of demigods, each with inherited abilities, which although they were similar to quirks, these were far superior. Both came to a decision, releasing several prisoners like Muscular out of the prisons where they were in exchange for their services as members of the regime. For the Hero of Fire, it was a fight between three fronts, Yuzu versus heroes versus villains, and he leading the heroes would be the one who would win. The faction saw with some astonishment the fall of the Greeks, but they assumed that sooner or later they would pass, the decisions of Zeus would cause it, they were only maintained by Hades and Lady Cows, but now of the Uzumaki rise, the faction took over a large number of their gods, managing to establish a large council, each one governing their lands. Poseidon took charge of the seas and the activities there, despite not liking his people being eaten, in addition to monitoring Japan's movements. Athena, despite everything, was forgiven by Annabeth and joined as the strategist of the War Council. Her job was to advise, not order, she was a counselor, advising the Lord of the Ten Tails, Kurama Uzumaki, on future measures and strategies. Unlike Zeus, several plans were accepted, but that was no reason to rest on her laurels. She had to make a lot of amends for her children, who now, with all God, could see their children without problems. The group of three old women saw this with fury, all prophecy collapsed with the arrival of the Uzumaki faction, all those who were going to die would not die, according to what they spun in the fabric. The Moirai were enraged, given how unpredictable the Uzumakis are in destiny. The demon and angel faction saw this with astonishment and fury, as well as fear. They would not risk their faction to be taken over by the new one that was already a fearsome force, being along with the Hindu and the Shinto, the third most powerful faction. This made them feel fear, so they opted for the most logical thing, allying themselves with the heroes of Japan. Michael and Searches, together with Endeavor, launched the alliance of heroes and biblical factions, beginning a new era, since thanks to Nezu, several aspirants and heroes became demons and angels, as happened with Nito Monoma and Ida Tenya, demon and angel respectively. In addition to the pact that greatly worried and caused the abandonment of Ajuka Beelzebub, Diodora Astereth, and a pair of demons that included Ravel and Ruvel Phoenix, along with a pair of angels, Sariel and Tarmiel, Nezu's pact with Rizavam Live and Lucifer, which added the heroes of Japan, the heroes of the licenses to the Cows Brigade. Use. All of Yuzu's allies and the leading members of the island councils were gathered. The recent report of Cao Cao's espionage was serious. Kurama. Are you sure, KUO? KUO. Yes, boss, the loss of my faction dealt a severe blow to the Cow's brigade, which means they would look for a way to replace you. Amaterasu. That rodent, more than the most intelligent being in the world, is the being most thirsty for power. Ajuka. Besides that, he mentions that Searches and Michael allied themselves with him. Auden. And what about the League of Villains? Shiva. Now that All for One guy is the least of the problems if he doesn't join Rizavum. Hades. At least he won't be counting on the Titans, said the eldest of Greece's male brothers, entering. Urea. To that they must add at least 3 shinobi villages plus Akatsuki. Athena. How powerful is the Rinnegan? Urea. It is known as the Eyes of God, having been the original Dijutsu of the Sage of the Six Paths, from which the Sharingan originates. Apollo. If that's so Hagoromo, you said it was Otsutsuki, that means there are more of them, right? Kurama. Yes, I doubt that Kagaya was the only one of them to go to our world, and it is likely that they will come. Artemis. Great, idiot heroes, imbecile villains, the Cow's brigade, demons, angels, shinobis who can't let go of resentment, and a whole terrorist group that who knows how many Baijas they have, plus a celestial race of guys. Hermes. We have few enemies, he said sarcastically. At that, several flashes appeared in the room, revealing Naruto's entire entourage, plus Rasuis and the representatives of Camp Half-Blood and Camp Jupiter. Kurama. Go ahead guys, we want the good news. Naruto. We have the traitors to both camps. Malcolm. Luke Castellan. Reina. And Octavian from our camp. Kurama. I see, and young demigods, we are not conquerors here, we are liberators, so you should not fear losing your customs. Naruto would proceed to remove the seal from both considered traitors. Luke. So the factions present. Octavian. I will only obey Rome, not the rest. Athena Minerva. Rome no longer exists legacy, it's time to accept it. Octavian. I was Rome, me, not a council of gods. Shiva. How arrogant, you may be a descendant of Octavian of Rome, but he knows where his superiors are. Octavian. I do not obey your pantheon. Artemis Diana. But ours. Hermes Mercury. That is why, given the disaster you were going to cause, Lord Kurama will define your punishment. Kurama. I am a generous ninja being, so your punishment will be to remain sealed for eternity, suffering the most powerful illusion. Octavian. What? You can't do this to me. Naruto proceeded to perform hand seals, while Percy placed a mask on him. Naruto. Shiki Fujin Grim Reaper consuming seal. Shinigami. So you used that mask, huh, dear Uzumaki. Naruto. This is Shinigami-sama. Shinigami. What do you want me to do? Naruto. Seal this poor devil, and this pointing to a vessel until he sees the deadliest ninjutsu of the elemental nations. Shinigami. Kukukuku done. Octavian. What? Feeling a spectral hand take him and turn him into purple smoke. The Shinigami would make a hand seal pretending to put the smoke inside the container until suddenly, once the cork was in place, screams of pain began to be heard, which caused some fear in everyone, especially in Luke. Octavian. Get me out of here, my eyes are burning. Percy. What illusion did you use? Naruto. Something that in his right mind not even the prodigy Itachi causing Sasuke to raise an eyebrow would have thought of creating. Sasuke. What did you base it on? Naruto. Bijabro's meeting with Bijabro sensei. Sasuke. You're crazy, you knew it. Naruto. I love you too team. Luke. What will my punishment be? Kurama. Because your father asked for you, Master Shifu will take you with him to Jade, there you will live as they tell you will do what they tell you, and you will get along with your father. In your case, we understood that the reason was the hatred created by Zeus and his laws. Luke. I accept. The demigod, under the gaze of the rest, would leave escorted by pandas, while the rest watched as the members of the factions left. Kurama. Well, the Two Worlds project bore fruit. Naruto. Let's get ready to return. Naruto's entourage. Hi. Konohamaru. Entourage, we will not be left behind. Next to Konohamaru. Queen. If that's all. Naruto. Prepare 2 or 3 of your people who will come with us. Queen. Of course. Percy. Let's hope it's fun. Naruto. Camps, I know you've been through war and your casualties are heavy, but if we don't stop a group now, they'll come for us, so I ask you, would you help me in this fight? Kurama Entourage 2. Person 1. KUO. Race. Human. Chakra. Medium Jounin level. Elemental affinities. Doten and Futen. Arm. Lance. He is the wielder of the true Longinus, known as the Holy Lance of the Setting Sun, the Lance of Destiny and the Lance Spear of Longinus. It is the first and most powerful Longinus and the same lance that Saint Longinus used to stab Jesus Christ. Battle skills. Speed. He has a speed faster than that of an average human. Durability. It has demonstrated a high tolerance to damage and pain. Master of the Spear. Technical Master. Is a technical type fighter who polishes his technique to obtain greater perfection. Master of Tactics. Cao is a very calculating and observant man. He studies and researches his enemies before each battle to read their movements and attacks and counter them effectively. Perceptive Combatant. Able to deduce the workings of most attacks instantly. He is a descendant of the hero Cao of the Three Kingdoms period of China. On 2. Apollo. Race. God. Chakra. Level. Rakupi. Affinities. Kaiten, Futon and a rare element of light. Medical Chakra. Weapons. Divine Bow and Arrows. Sword. Battle Skills. He is the Greek god of music, art, poetry, and oracles, archery, shepherds, plague, medicine, the sun and light, knowledge, and civic order. Although he did not originally hold dominion over the sun, this is due to the reduction made in ancient Rome, where Helios, the ancient sun god, was forgotten. Archery. Music. Because he is the god of music, Apollo can play any musical instrument perfectly. Photokinesis. Absolute control over light. Healing. Being the god of medicine, Apollo can modify a person's anatomy, heal wounds instantly, and improve senses and biological functions. Prophecy. Being the god of prophecy, Apollo is able to see future events. This ability is forbidden by the fox because it prevents funny things from happening, and although he doesn't forbid him from saying them, as Zeus had forbidden before joining Uzu, Apollo follows the fox in his carefree philosophy. Immortality. Being a god, Apollo cannot die. And if he does die, he will reform within a few years. Strength. He has strength superior to several gods, including Ares. Flight. Can fly. On 3. Heroes. Race. God. Chakra. Level. Sambi. Affinities. Futon and Kaiten. Arm. Divine Bow and Arrows. Skills. He is the Greek god of love, desire and affection. Eros has absolute control and divine authority over love, lust and desire, but not as much as his mother, Aphrodite. Eros' power and love is usually wielded and applied through a golden arrow. If someone is struck by it, they are instantly filled with uncontrollable love and desire for another person. However, he also carries lead arrows, which cause repulsion and contempt in the affected person. Eros is so powerful that he is capable of affecting mortals and supernatural and divine beings, but not those with whom he shares dominion. He can force anyone to confess their true romantic feelings, and he always knows whether the person is lying or not. Fun fact. Due to his relationship with Ares, despite once being proud of him, his actions over centuries of existence erased their father-son relationship that they had initially, so since he arrived in Uzu, he considers Kurama his father, which is why he is loyal to him and is usually present at his side as a child or young man, no older than 16 years old. Page 4. Kisame Hoshigaki. Race. Human. Chakra. Level. Tailed Beast. Affinities. Suiton, Futon, Kaiten and Doten. Unique ability. Chakra Absorption. Weapons. Samahata Sword, one of the 7 swords of the mist. Skills. Before joining the group, he was a member of Akatsuki, but given how fun the Uzumakis are, he joined them, given his fanaticism for fighting. He is known for being an expert in jutsu that use the water-type nature, rivaling the gods of the factions of said element, being equal with Poseidon and Susanoo, with whom he has some dealings, more with Susanoo due to his passion for fighting. His abilities with water are so great that he is even able to create a giant dome of water around himself, forcing his enemies to fight underwater. He belongs to the Hoshigaki clan of the Bloody Mist, whose members are characterized by having features similar to those of sharks. On 5. Hermes. Race. God. Chakra. Yonbi level. Affinity. Futon and Raten. General. Jinten, velocity element. Arm. Caduceus. Sword. Made of adamantine and imperial gold. Skills. He is the Greek god of messengers, travelers and thieves, god of roads and merchants, and currently the messenger of Uzu, previously the messenger of the Olympians. Hermes has great physical prowess. Fencing. Given to receive a powerful sword from his brother Apollo in exchange for his flute. Speed. As the god of travel and messengers, Hermes is extremely fast and can travel at supersonic speeds, even faster than most other gods. Teleportation. Hermes can disappear in a puff of smoke. Can freely go to any god's realm without invitation, even the underworld. Theft. As the god of thieves, Hermes can steal things without others noticing, even other gods. Locks. Hermes can detect the internal structure and mechanisms of any lock he touches and is always able to open it, in addition to doing so telekinetically. Money manipulation. As the god of merchants, he can manipulate money and the stock market. Alchemy. He is a very skilled alchemist. Persuasion. can be very convincing. On 6. Xiaomei. Breed. Biju. Chakra. Nanabi level. Affinities. Futon and Suiton. Arm. Does not possess. Form I was. Skills. The seven-tailed rhinoceros beetle is the Biju of the seven tails. It is a Biju assigned to Fu of Tokigakur and saved before being completely extracted by Akatsuki from his Jinchuriki, who frees him to live free for both. It is, along with Matatabi and the five-tailed horse, the only female Bijus in the group, so out of fear it hides under an unfeminine appearance. She is the only beast that possesses wings, which gave her the ability to fly. In addition to her great speed during flight, Chmei has been noted to be capable of delivering a powerful poisonous sting. On 7. Biku. Raza. Monsters. Chakra. Level. Anbu. Elemental affinity. Cotton and cotton. Weapons. Raijingubang on IOBM. It is a golden staff that can extend and retract its size and length. Day plus Nduyun, KO Kinton. Biku can summon a golden cloud similar to that of his predecessor, which has the ability to take him almost anywhere. Skills. Senjutsu and Yujutsu. While not possessing the level of his ancestor Kuroka, Biku has been trained to improve and perfect the use of both. Trained in Senjutsu properly by Jiraiya and the Toads of Mayaboku, given the lack of information about these arts in Yakai clans, he is one of the strongest servants of the great Yubi no Kitsune. Ijutsu is a unique ability of the Yakais to be able to cause greater mystical effects on their race, ranging from poisons to barriers. Transformation. Like his predecessor, Biku has the ability to transform and is usually seen in his human form. He is a descendant of the Monkey King, Son Gukong. On 8. Tiamat. Race. Dragon. Chakra. Kyubi level. Affinities. Suiton, Raiten and Futon. Peke Jinkai. Storm release and ice release. Weapons. Does not possess. Skills. Known as the Chaos Karma Dragon, or also Queen of Chaotic Karma, she is the only woman among the 5 great dragon kings and the most powerful. She is also a primordial level goddess of the Sumerian pantheon, now fallen and killed by the former king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Immense strength. As one of the dragon kings, being the strongest of all, Tiamat wields truly terrifying powers. Her mere presence already scared her companions, since Tannen was very afraid of her. Midgardsormr seemed terrified just by seeing her. Yulong tried not to anger her or act like an idiot. Vritra couldn't see her without being very nervous, and Fafnir couldn't even speak to her, much less act like a pervert. Immense durability. Tiamat is highly resistant to damage because after fighting against countless males, she gained a very powerful and resistant body to withstand any type of attack. Tannen's breath has no effect on her, nor do the cursed flames of Vritra. Her abnormal resistance is such that even the blazing fire, the poison. Dragon eyes. Being a dragon, Tiamat possesses the classic eyes of her race, which allow her to see the abilities of her rivals and the possibilities of victory and survival. It is also observed that Tiamat personalized her vision, and now her eyes tell her if her rivals are worthy of fighting or even the males worthy of being her mate. Fire breath. Like many other dragons, Tiamat has the ability to breathe fire, being much stronger than Tannen's, and although it does not have the same property, it can compete with Natsu and Ignel's breath. Ice breath. Tiamat is one of the dragons that can generate ice from its breath. In this case, her ice breath is the strongest among the dragons because the ice it generates is very powerful and its freezing capacity is such that it even overwhelmed the ice of Absolute Demise, nullified the fire of Incinerate Anthem, and came to compete with the power of Emily Valifer. Dragon Aura. Tiamat possesses a truly terrifying aura capable of overwhelming all other dragon kings as well as terrifying many adversaries. Outrage. Like all dragons, Tiamat possesses an outrage mode that makes her more powerful when she is filled with anger. Chaotic Karma. Tiamat's primary ability, which earned her universal recognition and respect, as well as fear and terror. When Tiamat enters the indignation state, she can activate an ability that allows her to return all damage received to her attacker, but with triple the force. It also eliminates the possibility of providing defense, as returned attacks gain the ability to destroy any barrier or defense. Shape-shifting. Tiamat has the ability to change from dragon form to human form. Normally she does not change much as she stays in the dragon state for longer periods of time. Stealth expert. Tiamat is very skilled at hiding her presence. Current partner. Issei Haidu after he defeated her. Starting to explore Earthland. Naruto. Camps, I know you've been through war and your casualties are heavy, but if we don't stop a group now, they'll come for us, so I ask you, would you help me in this fight? At the moment. Reina. Maybe you are not aware of the danger this contains, but thinking about it for a moment Rome supports you. Chiron. And Camp Half-Blood will support you, changes are good, say those who are wise. Kurama. Well, that's all said, so now you two, prepare your entourages that will go there, as for the rest, prepare for a possible war, since you don't have to be a genius to know what's coming. Oh. Lord Kurama, I would like to accompany. Rias. Same as me and the girls. Auden. We could cover more ground, too. Hades. The strongest can handle the biblical heaven and underworld. Shiva. If it's any consolation, let them go, we can defend ourselves. Kurama. Fine, sighing, you will go when May says so, until then gather your entourages. And Jade. Konohamaru had gathered his friends and members of his entourage as they would go back to the world where Konoha turned its back on them, in addition to being able to turn everything upside down, as the Uzumakis would do, given that they are misunderstood geniuses. Konohamaru. And Bien. Will. That sounds fun. Milikas. I'm going. Hoda. Me too, I won't let things get worse. Kitsuma. We are family and friends, so count on me. Konohamaru. Hanabi-chan, here we go, he thought, remembering a certain Hyuga girl. Damn, I got Nai-sen's weakness for Hyuga women. Who knew? Kono-kun, you can't go without me, the Kitsune would say. Konohamaru. Or well, following Nai-sen's example and forming my harem is not a bad idea, he thought. I'm going with you, senpai. Konohamaru. Gasper. But thinking you're fine, but no more wearing rags. Asper. Hey. Charles. In that case, what do we expect? Sasuke. If you know that when we return, a mummy will put a target on us and many zeros after a money sign, right? Clarice. Well, let's go kick those guys' asses. Travis. Besides, we have nothing to lose. Connor. Except we can leave a couple of jokes here and there, he would say, smiling. Konohamaru. Good, tempted by the joke. Leo. Well, I'll go prepare things for the trip. Olympus. Naruto stood in front of his people waiting for the answers. They were all aware of everything, so now he waited for their decision. He didn't want to pressure them, although going on adventures, who wouldn't think it was a good idea? Naruto. So what do they say? Percy. I'm not backing down from fights or trips, so count me in. Izuku. I am your knight and we inherited Gilgamesh-sama's will as heroes, so we must go kill those half-breeds. Bakugo. Face Deidara and shine him, that's the question. Kirishima. There will be manly situations, I'm going. Todoroki. There will be girls disappointed that we're leaving, but we'll be there. Naiko. Where do I sign, smiling? Natsu. I'm fired up. Ray. It's not a bad idea to come back and cause trouble. Hinata. I want to save my little sister, so I'm going with you, Naruto-kun. Azrael. I guess we can go. Raphael. A trip won't hurt. Ali. As long as there are strong guys. Shisui. I'll give a couple of scares there, haha. Prom. Let's hope the time is worth it. Issei. Well, we have nothing to lose, so I'm going. Rias. Momo-chan and my entourage will go. Akeno. Ara, they won't leave us without fun. Kaneko. I must control Issei-senpai. Hibuyudo. What they said, boss. Naruto. Since when are you Rias-chan's piece? Hibuyudo. Since a week ago, Naruto-sama. And he is not the only one. Naruto. Arthur Pendragon, so both. Hibuyudo. Arthur. We are both Rias-sama's knights. Naruto. I entrust your protection, or else there will be no board. Hiba and Arthur. Hello, Naruto-sama. Naruto. Ah, young Pendragon taking out a sword, the true sword Excalibur. Hiba. But how? Isn't the church supposed to want? Naruto. The church simply wanted to replicate it, they never had it in their possession, because after the death of the real Arthur Pendragon, or rather Arturia Pendragon, since she was a woman, the sword was kept safe with all the treasures that remained in Gilgamesh-sama's possession. The church simply wanted to make a crude copy of the real one. Stupid half-breeds, they ruined the lives of so many innocent people. Hiba. My friends. Naruto. Don't let that guilt affect you, you lived for a reason, not by destiny, but those three crazy old women, you're one of us, you're one of the Uzumakis, so you're family. Hiba. Thank you. Arthur. I thought we were friends. Naruto. I don't have friends, I have family, and it's each one with whom I share my adventures and their people. Time skipped 2 weeks. The preparations were ready. Reina had returned with 2 legions from Camp Jupiter because a few days ago, several heroes and nomas wanted to cross the borders, so they had to protect the island, and even more so when the alliance of the heroic system of Japan, the Cows Brigade and the factions of the biblical heaven and hell, was notified by Ajuka. Kurama. Lucky puppies. Ureya. We wish you luck being hugged by Namuri. Midnight. We wish you the best of luck. All Might. You can make them shonens. Poseidon. Caretaker. Hades. Make some people suffer, he would say, smiling. Naiko. Of course, father, smiling sinisterly. Naruto. Hehe, ready. All? Yes. Leo. Okay, Mei lights this baby up pointing at the portal. Mei. Gen. Izuku. 3. Hiroshima. 2 crossing fingers. Shot. 1. Silence. 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 Those from the UA. Yes, it didn't explode. So. If I hadn't seen the evidence I would scold him. Kyoka. She's too exaggerated when she makes things up. Kurama. Good. Inko. Take care. Mitsuki. Don't cause useless trouble. Bakugo. Shut up, you old witch. Mistuki. I'm a very young spoiled brat giving him a sniff. They all had a drop of sweat running down their necks. Izuku. If both are the same, he thought seeing them. Izawa and All Might. Yes, they are mother and son, they thought. Inko. I haven't seen them like this in a while, she thought smiling. Artemis. What a strange family and I'm Greek, she thought surprised. Konohamaru. Listos. Konohamaru entourage. Yes. Naruto. You guys. Naruto's entourage. Always. Ria's. And you. Ex-Gremory entourage. Yes. So. I'm already here. At that moment, Leo would grab the plans for anything while the rest rushed toward the portal. Until the last one passed, the portal would overload, releasing smoke and shutting down. Izawa. It turned out better than Power Loader predicted. Mei needs more adjustments. Hephaestus. I will help this time, he said, so that everyone who knew about Mei's side, who better to repair it than the god of blacksmithing. On the other side of the portal. In a meadow near a city, a transparent portal opened as all those who were sent to the world where they would stop the most capable enemy passed through it. Natsu. I recognize this place, but I have no idea where we are. Ray. Listen, Flames, we're in Fiori. Natsu. What did you say, Ice Striper? Naruto. Stop giving them a serious look and emanating chakra. Naruto's presence caused all the trees around him to wither due to the dense and sinister chakra of a kitsune, while the others looked at Naruto in various ways, some with nervousness, and the girls of his harem blushed and excited. Natsu. I'm sorry. Ray. If we don't do it anymore. Naruto. Anyway, stopping emanating the presence, it is better that you guide us to your guild. Natsu. Hi. What none of them knew was that all the powerful beings felt that expulsion of power, becoming nervous. With no other option, Gray, being the most logical of the 2 fairy tale members of the Uzumaki entourage, led the way to a particular building within a city. Gray. Welcome to Magnolia, the most important city. Natsu. Welcome to the guild, he would say smiling while showing a building. Naruto. I feel familiar presences in 2 directions, one of which is the castle. Konohamaru. How we will recognize them. And if you ask instead. Someone would say smiling. Old friends and war. Naruto. I feel familiar presences in 2 directions, one of which is the castle. Konohamaru. How we will recognize them. And if you ask instead. Someone would say smiling. At the moment. Upon hearing those words, many familiar faces would begin to appear around them, while the 2 fairy tale members smiled at seeing old friends in the place, as well as returning home. Ignore Tenten. Naruto. Guys. Hiba. It seems you've become somewhat strange. Naruto. Says the dog that accompanies Akamaru. Hiba. Just look at you, Fox. Naruto. With more desire taking out his 6 tails. Niji. It seems you are stronger, Naruto, as well as you, Hinata-san. Hinata. Niji nice and hugging the aforementioned. Sakura. Naruto. Naruto. Sakura, he answered, giving her a smile, opening his arms. Sakura. Naruto, I missed you so much, I'm such a fool, crying into the blonde's chest. Naruto. Hey, I wouldn't hate you, or well, if I hadn't known what happened to you, I would have killed you, and then I would regret it for the rest of my life. Hiroshima. She's cute. You know. When the forehead arrived at first we wanted to ignore it, but the more we saw, well, Gaara was the one who brought it. Naruto. What happened? Sasuke. Sakura. Sakura. It was Danzo, he ordered Itachi to use me as an incubator to have more Uchihas, he handed me over to be forcibly inseminated with test tubes and test tubes. Sasuke. Excuse me a moment, spreading his crow wings and flying away. Hiba. What's wrong with him? At that they hear the longest insult the Uchiha has said since they met him. Jouji. His bucking mother, that's the strongest rudeness I've ever heard him say. Hiba. As far as I remember, it all comes down to HMP. Shisui. I didn't think he was capable of that, he said annoyed. All the ex-genin opened their eyes in shock. Shisui of the flickering body. Wasn't he dead? Naruto. Well, before we continue, do you have a place where we can talk? Hanabi. Wait, if you are here, where is it? Konohamaru. Here. Everyone was in shock while Hanabi looked on frowning because the Konohamaru they remembered was not blonde, much less so simian, and with the appearance of a bad boy. Naruto. You see, things happened, and since we were virtually reborn in another world with all memories, Konohamaru is my younger brother. Sakura. What are they specifically? Naruto and Konohamaru. Yakai. Hinata. And they are not the only ones sticking out tail and cat ears. All the entourages showed themselves as they proceeded to exchange names, while Kiba Inuzuka and Bakugo growled at each other. Ino. I'm Ino, she said, somewhat interested. Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he would say with a pink tint. Kyoka. Soy Kyoka. Zo. Soy's O Nightshade. After everyone's introductions, they decided to head to the building where most of the guilds were meeting after the possible war with the elemental nations. Kumo, Kiri, and Suna had been forced to enter Magnolia and other kingdoms as refugees for some time, as Danzo and the other leaders of the alliance they formed advanced and wiped out many smaller villages that tried to defend themselves and maintain themselves. With the few Biju they possessed, they were able to subdue the entire continent, so the alliance villages, saving Tetsu no Kuni, settled as refugees within Earthland. Natsu. We're back home, he would say excitedly. Bray. Fairy tale, interessante. Both. Old Master Makarov. Makarov. Guys, I'm glad to see you're back, he said, arriving with several members. Juvia. Juvia si allegra de que hayan legado. Urza. Hasta que ligan chicos diria Trinando sus nudilos. Lucy. Los externamos. Natsu. Romeo. Romeo. Natsu nai. Saliendo disparado abrazarlo. Naruto. Vaya igualito a ti Natsu. Romeo. Es como mi hermano mayor diria sonriente. Konohamaru. Es como nosotros no nisan. Laxus. Nada mal que hayan regresado. Lasana. Los externamos y Jiraiya sama. Naruto. Tuvo que quedars. Makarov. Así tu eres el ahijado de Jiraiya interesante. Naruto. Lamento haber tomado a mi duo de hielo y fuego. Makarov. Descuida, estarán en buenas manos, además de que tus amigos des que alegran. Así tras conocer todo el contingente que vino sorprendientes de los cambios a grosso modo, mientras demostraban ser de otras razas, y aclarando como funciona el mundo en el que viven, más sus estimas, logran acordar compartir a modo de alianza conocimientos, tecnología y técnicas a modo de enfrentar, la creciente amenaza que representaba el continente shinobi, que de camino a tocar tierras de Earthland, corre rampante por el asino, capturando múltiples islas y territorios libres. Naruto. Yuvio, esto es más serio de lo que creemos, aunque no saldremos perdiendo. Sasuke. La arrogancia de Danzo es lo que será su reina. Ara. Que planeas. Naruto. Algo loco, posiblemente suceda pero que de todas formas va a dar resultados. Rias. Que hacemos amor. Hinata. Además que don sees demasiado imprudente no tendrás diversion. Naruto. Oki, no será tan alocado, pero bueno no es mi culpa que no entiendan el estilo Uzumaki y pensando, si claro, como si fuera yo quien dice que tengamos hexo, él es literalmente mi violent si quieren. Sakura. Don cuido esa Hinata temida. Hinata. Murió cuando su bastardo padre le colocó el celo del avenue angelada. Y no. Me agrada más esta que la anterior, sin ofender. Hola perdón por ligar tard, es que perdí mis lamas de la juventud. Naruto. Sajodas. Broccoli. Naruto-kun. Saldría disparado a abrazarlo te externamos mucho. Naruto. You no lower sajodas, pero de mer dijo colocandas azul. Broccoli. Perdón, te noto más fuerte, si nota que has hecho crecer tus lamas de la juventud. Naruto. Lo mismo digo de ti has hecho fuerte. Broccoli. Desde el fallecimiento de Gai Sensei Amonis de Danzo, dado que quiso recuperar el poder el solo diria tris Jiraiya sama estuvo en contacto con un tal Kurama, así que me estuvo dando antes de varios estilos de pelea del mundo, donde estabas así, prometí no lograr a Gai Sensei y explotar al máximo mis lamas de la juventud. Naruto. En que eres experto. Broccoli. Kempo, Kung Fu estilo Grella, Karate y Judo. Naruto. Boxeo, Muay Thai, Karate, Aikido, Savate, Jiu-Jitsu, Capoeira, Tai Chi, y Jet Kundu. Broccoli. Apartar de ahora eres mi más grand rival. Sasuke. Un sabio dijo que no le temo a quien sabe más de 1000 golpes distintos, sino aquel que practicó el mismo golpe 1000 veces. Broccoli. Cambias bastante Sasuke. Sasuke. Soy un kaido asik. Well, the issue is this, we can't stop Danzo while he arrives, the sea has no defenses, and although on land we can fight. Makarov. What if we talk to Zeref? Natsu. The Dark Wizard. He's strong and all, but… Naruto. If we use the right words, we can convince him, so we can try. Danzo will not finish until he has this and so many possible worlds in the palm of his hand. Meitarumi. The prudent thing is to rest and prepare. Naruto. That's how we'll do it. Urza. And what will we do while? Naruto. I advise training and everything you can. Konohamaru. I think I'll complete my entourage looking at a blonde from Sabretooth and Natsu's younger brother, given that Kibayudo was the knight of Naruto's girlfriend, Ria's future Uzumaki. So. Okay, shall we prepare something for later? Makarov. Make yourself at home, after all, you're welcome here. Shisui. I'll go investigate. Raphael. I'll go with you. Azrael. Staying idle will be boring. Crom. Same here, I'll try to fight somewhere else. The four of them retreated while planning something to defend themselves, but Danzo, Inoki and Toby were already coming. It only remained to be seen if Drignell agreed to fight Danzo or stay without doing anything. Peace before combat. It's been 7 days since they arrived at the guild, and in these days everyone has been socializing and preparing for what's coming. In depth Gaara, Meitarumi and the guild leader went to explain the situation to the high command, who immediately understood, of course the most immediate thing that a daimyo or a king would understand, that war is coming. Sabretooth and Fairy Tail wanted and were willing to fight, but what about the others? Oration says, was a dark guild that they faced a short time ago, managing to get an ally, the Poison Dragon Slayer. Of course they applied the great Natsu, or the best they could, but Lee simply managed to convince him with the help of Ino, applying the Jinjutsu of the Flames of Youth, using Ino's clan jutsu. Rumor heart, they will only fight if Zeref convinces them, and they have not yet spoken to the Dark Magician, ruler of the Alvarez Empire. Tartaros, another dark guild, was inactive, so the dissolved Phantom Lord had to re-emerge, which made things even more complicated. Diabolos was still standing, so it had to be contacted by the higher-ups, as did Lamia Scale, Blue Pegasus, Quattro Cerberus, and the others, all bogged down by bureaucracy. In Fiori, things got really hectic in the guild, everyone wanted to fight, so they had to complete retinues. In some cases, Konohamaru offered to trade the knight piece for a pawn to Ria's, but Yudo Kiba, but his brother's devil girlfriend, decided not to trade pieces with her little brother-in-law, and Kiba Yudo, despite being considerate, made it clear that despite not being under his wing, he would continue to serve them. Konohamaru had no choice but to accept and began to tour the area, running into Romeo Combald, Natsu's admirer, as he admired Naruto on several occasions, so he proposed to be his pawn, which would give him unique benefits. Romeo, seeing Natsu with his retinue, thought about declining, but analyzed it well, and since he wanted to learn from him and become stronger like Natsu, he accepted. His race mutated, now being a demon, unlike the biblical or Etherean, Romeo possessed 7 hearts, his magical power expanded to be able to handle demonic fire, 2 types of fire, one that was blue and the other purple, both very dangerous if not handled carefully, but would serve properly trained. He also gained magical power, Link, which allows him to use the powers of others, as long as they voluntarily yield to an orb of himself. The other acquisitions were Kiba Inuzuka, who upon receiving the pawn piece, became Yakai Akami, having wolf ears and tail, as well as a strong connection with the earth, and a magic called creation, being able to mold the earth to his liking. As a Yakai, Kiba is capable of adopting hybrid form, that is, the humanoid form with wolf characteristics, animal form, being a brown wolf, being able to speak by telepathy, in addition to the werewolf form, where he becomes stronger. Taoji Akamichi was Konohamaru's third pawn, gaining the power of critical end, which allows him to raise his physical power to the limit. His race was not changed, so he is a counter to be taken into account within Konohamaru's entourage. His queen was Hanabi Hyuga, who obtained her sister's Nico race, which drove Konohamaru crazy, since Naruto certainly taught him his weakness for Hyuga women, which as soon as he gave her the piece she seduced him and proclaimed herself his girlfriend. Her weapons, fans, Tri-Blade and Boo staff, being a truly lethal combo. Her magic displays a green halo that increases her abilities, resistance, speed and strength along with reaction, and thanks to Jiraiya and her connection with Kurama, she is an expert in Muay Thai and a couple of other fighting styles, in addition to the fact that she is encouraged to hit low with force. His second bishop, that is, Bishop Sting Uklife, simply offered him to be part of something more than a guild and convinced him given his character, successfully completing his retinue. At the same time, Konohamaru decided to take Hanabi on dates, following Naruto's example, only without all his girls dragging him into bed. He's still too young for that, although he wouldn't let himself be dragged so easily. We trained together in the use of the Boo staff, and although I did it shirtless, she didn't fall in love like Hinata had, until he carried her bridal style, when she fell unconscious. Naruto for his part decided to face Gajeel Red Fox, a boxer thanks to Kurama and Jiraiya, the time that the Sannin sent his Icha books to be published in the world where Uzu was, before gaining more success. Naruto did not think that Gajeel was so strong and at the same time resistant, although Naruto as a yokai has access to chakra and so on, physically, Gajeel is much stronger. Gajeel is a mass of pure muscle, plus several kilos of weight, much more corpulent than Naruto, but even so the Redeed did not flinch and with Natsu, Issei as his supports and figuring to be his trainers, got into the ring with him. The clash between the two was beautiful, neither dared to lose, it was bare knuckle, counting the gloves, without kicks, low blows, or the use of their own skills. The audience, captivated by the fight between the two, strongly encouraged their contenders, given their healing abilities, they could hit each other hard, without flinching from a broken bone, even when Naruto received a hard blow to the ribs, leaving him on the ground. Issei. Naruto get up. Sasuke. Friend up. Hinata, Akeno, Rias, Momo. Love please get up. Natsu. Friend, don't give up. Ali. Up boss. Naruto despite bending over in pain got up while Crom being the referee of the fight, checked both of them to see if they could continue. The fight continued with both of them giving it their all, while Kirishima cried for being so manly, earning a punch and a kiss from Sakura, for being a bit loud and for everything else, both of them starting their relationship that day, while Zo analyzed Ino to see if she could join in loving the green-haired broccoli-haired boy. Zo couldn't blame the green-haired boy since being so innocent, made several people fall in love with him, without knowing it, and many would take advantage of that. When Gajeel fell knocked out, Crom announced the winner, while Issei and Natsu jumped into the arena to help Naruto, who was doubled over in pain, having fractured 3 ribs, which his fox chakra would heal over time. The audience was captivated by such a display of talent, so due to this, they would retreat back to the guild. The next day the groups woke up normally, began to do their tasks, but on the coast, a fleet arrived. Danzo's fleet, as feared as ever, was approaching, while from the Sabertooth and Fairy Tail guilds, those who were censors, were heading to the place to prepare for the fight. Naruto. Entourage, prepare for battle. Naruto entourage. Yes whatever I hope they are worth it. Konohamaru. Entourage, whoever wins the least will pay the first round. Konohamaru sect. Yes. Rias. Girls. The companions. Yes. Rias. Entourage. Sakito Gremory Uzumaki. See Butchu. Naruto. Here begins the first fight. Alvarez's ally the battle begins. The fleet sent by Danzo under Tobi's command was advancing with force in Earthland territory, several guilds managed to delay them for a few hours, but the power of Danzo, Akatsuki, Iwa, Odo and smaller villages was not easily stopped. Tobi. Oh Tobi wants to join a fight and kill 2 wizards. Oh you can't play with Tobi anymore. Madara. Hey Tobi, we're arriving at an area called the Alvarez Empire. In the capital of Alvarez. Zeref Drignell, the Dark Wizard, ruler and emperor of Alvarez, was furious, enraged. Those cursed inhabitants of the neighboring continent, who believed themselves to be gods, were approaching his borders with military fleets. How dare they? Zeref-sama, what will we do? Zeref. Send the Etherias to buy time, we already lost the Eurasian Says before this attack, Tartaros fell, and Griamore Heart is close to falling. And Irene calling the Busty Dragon, send every dragon under your command. Irene. As you ordered. Zeref. Let's hope that's enough with you. Zeref-sama. Zeref. Larcade and Sayla, what's going on? Larcade. A group from Fiori requests an audience with you. Sayla. Headlined by one such Natsu Drignell. Zeref. Let them pass, he said without hesitation to think, why have you come now brother, I had a feeling we would fight for a longer time. Larcade and Sayla would retreat while Irene did her thing, now they couldn't hesitate. Zeref stared at the entrance, they were a large contingent, with beings that made Zeref very nervous. Zeref. Makarov, it's been a while. Makarov. At that time we had roses, but now, I come to ask for an alliance with you. Zeref. Speak. Makarov. Mr. A, Mei Terumi and Sabaku no Gara are former cages from the neighboring continent, they have warned us of the threat coming from their continent. Zeref. How do I know they didn't provoke it? He would say very seriously. Naruto and his group were silent while the others were going to talk when Natsu decided to speak. Natsu. Brother, he would say, surprising everyone, I know everything, so don't waste your time telling me stupid things. What we've seen from the guys who come is that they were conquered and they escaped to give us the warning that we were next. Zeref. Natsu, he would say surprised. Natsu. You'll just stand there and do nothing while they come for you. Since I discovered certain memories thanks to my friends, I was able to see our past. Will we live like this once again? Zeref. I can't, my curse prevents me. Natsu. I've looked for a way to break it, that bastard isn't that strong, so raising his fist let's fight side by side and make up for that lost time, brother. Zeref. Sigh okay we'll fight. Naruto. Well Zeref-sama, if you allow me taking out his tails letting feel a great power. Zeref. Who is this guy, his power is great even more than Harem, he thought sweating from the power of the Nanabi Kitsune. Ray. You didn't have 6 tails. Naruto. Development he said without importance until I'm 20 I'll have 10 tails, being powerful, and from there I'll only get stronger by training. Zeref. Your power is greater than the god who cursed me. Percy. My father is a god and I know what it feels like to be cursed. Zeref. Did your father curse you? He would ask interested. Percy. Not really, she just had me and because of my smell, it's like I attract monsters that see me as a hamburger. Added to the fact that my cousin, a god of war, cursed me to not be able to properly use a sword. Nico. It's true, it happens to all demigods. Claris. Well, are we going to kick ass or not? Zeref. In that case I will join the alliance. Natsu. And regarding your curse. Naruto. I can work on a seal to slow it down, but it will only work until we find a god to break it. Zeref. Something is something. In the combat zones. The Etherias were already being defeated, the few soldiers who could fight retreated towards a fortress that led to the capital of Alvarez, while several shinobis from Iwa and other enemy villages constantly besieged and attacked. Sayla. Bakuhatsu Den she said creating 2 circles around her hand, in it a circle would appear generating a huge explosion of energy. Several Iwa shinobis and Oto shinobis would be killed as several Anbus from northeast and revived by Ito Tensei approached. Hashirama. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I hope they stop me he said to draw hand seals Mokuton. Deijurin no Jutsu. Several wooden stakes were thrown at soldiers and Etherias killing several. Habarama. I don't know what you can do, but I want to return to the pure world. Several northeast Anbus threw themselves forward, but several spears of light would bury themselves in them, while one of the revived ones would launch Kaiten Jutsus. The launched fire would be quickly dissipated with a spear, while a jet black man with raven wings was seen carrying a spear. Habarama. You seem to be an Uchiha. Sasuke. I was before I died. Habarama. And now what are you? Sasuke. I am a fallen angel, I made many mistakes, and I will not let the 2 biggest bastards in existence continue to exist. Hashirama. Why do you call me a bastard? There's no need to know, Shaddai Hokage, after all, the Senju brothers are just complete bastards, one created a technique to bring back the dead by altering the balance of life and death, and the other, as an idealist, condemned human beings to resentment, hatred and contempt by creating the Jinchurikis. Hashirama. But they were. Sasuke. You're saying that because you were raised in the shitty village that is Konoha. Right Naruto watching the Redeed arrive with katana in hand. Habarama. Who are you? He would say very seriously. Naruto. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of the bloody habanero Kushina Uzumaki and the yellow lightning, Yondaime Hokage of the Leaf, Minato Namikaze, and in front of me are the creators of such garbage that is Konoha, one a pathetic idealist and the other a bastard just like those he despises. Habarama. Don't compare me to the Uchiha brat. Naruto. But you are exactly the same, since many of your plans were plotted against us as well, and we Uzumakis don't like being betrayed. Hashirama. We can solve this by talking, but if not, they will stop us. Naruto. That's why we brought him pointing to a small emo Nico greets. Habarama. Who are you? Nico. You know me as the king of ghosts, Nicholas D'Angelo, son of Hades, god of the dead and wealth, prince of the underworld, and you my friends will return now. Using divine authority over the dead and ghosts, Nico drove all the Ito Tensei back to the pure world, surprising their summoners, leaving only 2 of them. Hashirama. It's dangerous. Habarama. And more than an Uchiha. Naruto. Uchiha this Uchiha that, why don't you marry them, she seems desperate and yandier to get back with her ex. Habarama. Shut your mouth. Throwing himself very annoyed, it was not new that Habarama hated the Uchiha, but if there was another clan that he hated for achieving the Horatian seals that he supposedly invented and used, it was the Uzumakis. He envied them for the art of the seals that even left the extermination order in the Second War, which Danzo fulfilled halfway. Natsu. Roar of the Fire Dragon. Hashirama. Brother. Seeing Tabarama taking the full impact damn lizard. Naruto. Well let's try Sasaki-sensei's teachings throwing a cut with his katana Tsubame Geshi. Hashirama. Impossible, I should regenerate. Nico. If on that, my authority over the dead annulled that ability, who would have thought that the greatest idealist would be so hypocritical to defend his brother who wanted to overstep his bounds with his wife. Hashirama. What? Naruto. You didn't know. We read Mito Obasama's diary. We know everything the despicable being you call brother did, from raping Uchiha women to intruding on his sister-in-law several times, and more right under your nose. Hashirama. Lie, I don't believe it. He said, already losing his remaining patience. He may be an idealistic and benevolent idiot, but touching the family is a sensitive nerve for anyone. Elsewhere. Kirishima was fighting alongside Izuku, Shoto, Bakugo and Percy, finishing off several rude ambus, shinobis from Oto and Iwa, who did not give up, so the deed, moving his staff, would make it shine red, turning it into a spear. Kirishima. Come on, what are you waiting for? Iwa girl. What are you waiting for? Fight for the glory of Iwa. Iwa nin. I'm Kuretsuchi-sama. Izuku, here they come adopting dragon factions. At that moment a wave began to rise between the land that opened up. Percy. I am known as the son of the sea and agitator of the earth, he would say smiling while several enemy shinobis retreated. Elsewhere, the situation was evened out by the guilds and retinues, repelling the attacks of the elemental nation's enemies. Saving with a group, the Konohamaru retinue, they were face to face with an elusive Sannin. Konohamaru. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. O kukuku esto si pon interessante. Battles everywhere. But the Konohamaru entourage. The entourage of Naruto's former disciple and rival, today his little younger brother, was standing in front of an otherwise disgusting and repulsive Sannin. Orochimaru. Kukikuku, it seems that sensei's old grandson is now an amicus, and at the same time you are still a monkey like your grandfather, seeing the blonde of no more than 14 years old. Konohamaru. And you're still the same cowardly reptilian who escapes death, who killed the old man. Orochimaru. Kukikuku, it seems you have Uzumaki blood when you say so many things directly. Romeo. What do we do, boss? Lighting his fists on fire. Sting. Tell me and I'll burn it. Kabuto. Orochimaru-sama appearing next to his sensei, I heard that you needed help, he would say, arriving with several Edo tensei that he could maintain. Konohamaru. The Sandame Reikage, the Nidame Tsuchikage, and the Yondame Kazukage, my brother's friend's father. At that moment, spears of light would attack everyone, making them retreat. Kabuto. Why don't wounds regenerate? That shouldn't be possible. Charles. That's the good thing about having a son who rules in death. Clarice. That's why we're going to defeat them, because without a trump card, we'll win. Will. It's true. Orochimaru. Wow, sensing a familiar presence, I thought you'd be with Naruto-kun. Sasuke-kun, seeing the crow arrive. Sasuke. I have pending accounts with you, Snake, besides, my best friend trusts me. Kabuto. I'm surprised he forgave you after you used Chidori on him twice. Sasuke. I changed for the better, besides if there's someone who will destroy that shitty village, it will be him, not you. Milikas. In that case, drawing a katana, let's make him pay. Katsuma. Yes, taking out his tonfas. Hoda. I'm getting hungry, taking on dragon features. Kiba. How do we divide this? Chouji. Yum yum, Kiba is right, he would say while eating chips. Konohamaru. Clarice, you, Kiba, Chouji and the Stoll brothers against the Tsuchikage. Travis. I hope he has a watch. Connor. Yeah, wouldn't it be fun to prank him before he goes back to the world of the dead? Kiba. In that case, adopting hybrid wolf form. Will. Boss, Sting and I are going against the bandaged one. Charles. In that case, with Koda and Kitsuma we will go against the father of the year. Bara. And this time the let me join, he would say, joining. Konohamaru. That leaves me with Milikas versus Orochimaru and the apprentice. Milikas. Let's do it. The groups would launch themselves against their opponents, while Orochimaru and Kabuto showed annoyed faces. They had perfected Edo Tensei to their liking, that someone with mastery over death seriously bothered them. Elsewhere. Bakugo was throwing explosive spheres, while two Akatsukas approached the group. I was Mad Bomber, Deidara, and one of the two immortals, Haiden. Haiden. What a lot of sacrifices for Jashin-sama. Percy. And who is that god? As far as I know, he doesn't exist. Haiden. Blasphemo. Percy. Izuku. Izuku. Without a doubt transforming into a dragon completely. Let's see if the immortal believer of the false god defeats me. Letting out a roar. Haiden. Let's see who wins, Lizard. Bikuzu. Oh, arriving, I need him alive, his exhibition will give me a fortune. Haiden. Shut up, you bucking miser. Sasori. This will be interesting, the puppeteer would say, arriving on the scene, but I want the dragon as a puppet, throwing 100 puppets for Izuku. At that moment the puppets would freeze while a bicolor and a blue-haired man looked at this seriously. Shoto. So a doll, you're not much without your toys. Bray. We'll take care of the doll. Percy. I'm going against the other immortal. Kirishima. I'm with you, bro. Bakugo. That reminds me of something, adopting wolf forms. Let's see who makes the most explosions, generating them with their hand. Deidara. At the end of the day, we'll see who makes the greatest art. In another area. Zareth had arrived at the battlefield while facing several rude ambus, while a one-eyed man arrived walking with his staff. Zareth. So you are Danzo, he said, looking at the mention. I thought that an old man like you would not be playing politics because of his age. Danzo. Says the brat who thinks he is the emperor of his kingdom. I am a generous man, submit to me, Emperor of Alvarez, and your people will live, fighting for me when I require it. Zareth. And let my people suffer for your insatiable thirst for power, for your greedy desire for all wealth to be yours, not even dreaming of it. Danzo. What a shame. Sai ordering his subordinates Torin and Fu, take care of it. Those mentioned. Yes Danzo-sama. Zareth. I'll wait for you. He analyzes the three, realizing something, a seal on the tongue, but of the three one seemed poorly made while he noticed tears in the pale one. So this is what you come to. I thought that in your continent they would be civilized. Danzo. And we are. Zareth. And mark a human being. Danzo. I am a weapon bearer, and shinobi are that, disposable weapons to be used when their bearer orders it. That was said as Natsu approached, and thanks to his sharp hearing, he realized what his brother was finding out. Zareth. If this is so, only the pale one can be saved. I must see to it that I knock him out and see that they remove those things from their tongues, he thought, analyzing his opponents. Torin was the first to attack, using his clan insect jutsus, while Fu Yamanaka drew seals ready to usurp the dark magician's mind, while Sai sent out paint beasts. All of this was about to impact when a scream was heard. Natsu. Karyu no Tekken. Zareth. Natsu. Natsu's attack would impact the paint beasts, destroying and burning them, while the insects would be burned, and the salmon-haired man would be at the mercy of the Yamanaka. Fu. I have you mind control jutsu. Natsu stood still for a moment as Fu tried to control the Dragon Slayer, but instead forced Natsu into his hybrid mode, a mode that gave him increased stamina, an evolution of the draconification process, and a combination of the latter with the energy of Aetherius. His fists and large portions of his body turned into ruby-colored dragon scales, his gaze sharpened, 4 horns appeared on his head, revealing a crimson red in his salmon-colored hair, claws grew out of his hands, and wings grew from his back. Zareth. Natsu surprised. Natsu. I'm on. Danzo. What kind of jutsu is that ambus? I want you both alive. I'll make you breeding machines for the sake of Konoha. Zareth. Natsu. Natsu. I heard it, giving Sai a strong blow, making him fall asleep while tracing hand seals Uzumaki ninja art. Protective dome. An orange dome rose up surrounding Sai as Danzo wanted to activate the seal to kill him but was unsuccessful. Danzo. What? Natsu. A gift. Yuzu knew about your betrayal, which was ordered by Tabarama, all because of Mido-sama's rejection, plus they knew about your soulless puppets, so they devised it to protect those who could be saved. Danzo. Damned, removing his bandages revealing Sharingan in his arm and eye. Natsu. The Oho of Shisui-san. The aforementioned was arriving behind Danzo. Shisui. Kukikuku, so using my eye, turning his Sharingan into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo. 2. Feeling a sword stuck in his chest. You are dead. I ordered your death, sacrificing an eye of his arm with Izanami. Shisui. You're going to leave Itachi, making the aforementioned leave after everything we went through. I feel disgusted that you, the most loyal to Konoha, are going with him, the most unhinged being, and the one who drags the village to its destruction. Itachi. How do you have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Shisui. Simple, your brother woke him up when Naruto was killed. I simply, when Shinigami revived me, I exchanged my eyes with him, since he gave me new ones, as if I came out of Edo Tensei. Itachi. I see, activating his Mangekyo. This time I'll make sure to keep you dead, old friend. Shisui. Yes, you can. Ah, you lost the right to call me friend years ago. Both Uchiha threw themselves at each other, while Natsu and Zareth left Danzo's roots incinerated. Danzo. This is getting bad. He thought they won't defeat me easily. If I fall, there's still Inoki and Tobi. Natsu. Are you talking about Obito Uchiha? How did you convince him to help you? Danzo. Simple, I handed Kakashi Haddock over as a trade for his cooperation. I know he killed him, so I shouldn't have to worry. Elsewhere. Kuritsuchi. Attack by Iwa. Several Iwa shinobi launched themselves into the attack, but a white blur stood in front of them. Ali. Die balance breaker. Several Iwa shinobis were sent flying by the Grey Hazard, leaving the Iwa nin in charge upset. Kuritsuchi. Damn bastard, you're just as much of a bastard as Namikaze, spat with venom. Ali. They insult the boss, what do you think we'll do? Issei. Dragon blaster. Issei's dragon shot would wipe out the rest of the Iwa shinobi. Between the Albion and Drake wielders, they had wiped out 1,000 Iwa shinobi each. Kuritsuchi was terrified and furious, immediately sending her grandfather everything and his nicknames, leaving Sekaruite and Hikoryuku as Minato Namika's level shinobi threats, being the new unmentionables in Iwa and gaining an entire village to those who hated both dragon wielders. Kuritsuchi. They will pay dearly for it, he would say, withdrawing. Issei. She was ugly, she didn't have good pace. Ali. Everyone knows that butts are better than breasts. Issei. Retractate. With Naruto. The aforementioned had stayed accompanied by Nico D'Angelo, while the Redeed unleashed all his pent-up fury on Konoha, on the Shodaime Hokage, its creator and first ruler, and although he did not create it alone, given that the next on his list was Madara Uchiha and of course the false Madara. Hashirama. But why so much hate? Naruto. Shut up. You say why, who thought that creating the Jinchurikis and distributing them would create peace? Naruto would begin to punch and cut him, well with each punch, a seal was placed. Hashirama. I don't expect a brat like you to understand starting to draw hand seals. Mokuton, what the hell my chakra, what did you do to me? Naruto. Seals, simply with each hit I block your response capacity and believe me I'm going to enjoy this like you have no idea. Naruto would just throw himself at Hashirama, he had so much pain to cause him, so many beatings, cuts, injuries, abuse, sabotage, plus his death at the hands of Konoha. The village he created was simply nothing of what the Senju believed. He knew he loved Mito, but he always believed in others more than his wife. Despite being family, Tobirama wanted to grape her, but he defended his brother instead of investigating. The village wanted to go too far with Mito and her children, but he defended Konoha. Naruto knew that if its founder was a total jerk, what to expect from those who live there, of course with exceptions. Elsewhere. Prom Cruich, Azrael and Raphael were battling against several Edo Tensei, the former Jinchurikis now converted into paths of Tobi's pain. It was nothing they couldn't handle, because after killing several unimportant shinobi and mercenaries, they were left facing those who came. Thanks to Azrael, the Bijus would be freed, while Raphael gave his Jinchurikis, or rather, their bodies, a decent rest. The Battle of Alvarez ends. Hanatsu, Shisui and Zeref. Shisui looked at Danzo and Itachi with clear disgust, while the Drignell brothers stood with a look that reflected seriousness and fury. In Natsu's case, Danzo's words had made him angry. Natsu. Bastard. Shisui. Natsu, keep calm. Zeref. How will we handle this? Shisui. I have something personal with Itachi making his Sharingan shine along with his hands. Zeref. I'll take care of Danzo for being the architect of this. Natsu. So I have two left. Well, more for me. Smiling. Shisui would magically draw two similar swords while preparing for the fight with Itachi, both looking at each other with Mangekyo while expressing their seriousness, one serious to protect the village, somewhat stupid due to all its corruption, and the other, serious remembering the betrayal of who he considered his younger brother. Imagine it's Shisui. Itachi would launch himself towards Shisui, launching a fire jutsu and shurikens, while Shisui used his swords to repel the attack, while both managed to get close to each other and clash kunai and swords. Shisui. I must admit, you've become strong, but for the wrong reasons. Itachi. At this point it's too late to repent for my sins casting a Jinjutsu. Shisui. It's useless, Jinjutsus are useless. With Naruto we designed seals to prevent this. Before the fight started using Shunshin I deployed imperceptible seals all over the field, even using the Uchiha Kinjutsus of Izanami and Izanagi here would reinforce everything and force the one who uses it to apply more chakra than required, which would be lethal to anyone present. Itachi. I admit it, you were always smart and knew how to confront others, you were never suicidal about it. Both resumed the fight while the others began theirs. Danzo tried to flee using several Ruta came out to help, but Zeref would use Shai no Nami, a spell that launches a wave of magical death that ends the lives of the victims, killing at least 6 Root Anbus, leaving Danzo nervous. Danzo, seeing that demonstration of power, felt fear. He knew he was finished as several of his Root Anbus were eliminated, and he watched Fu and Torun fall completely charred after a beating from Natsu. Danzo. Emperor of Alvarez, we certainly started with a battle, but perhaps we can come to an agreement. Zeref. You invade my lands, you threaten to take my brother and me, just to achieve your greedy desires of being the sole ruler of this world. There is no agreement with tyrants ever. Throwing a fist charged with magic Hankoku Baku engine. Danzo would be hit by the blow and would be very injured, so he decided to use Izanagi, but he would notice that it did not work. Before that he became desperate using more chakra than he should, managing to use the technique, but noticing the cost. Normally Izanagi and Izanami, two Uchiha Kinjutsus, require sacrificing an eye to use it. Danzo by spending more chakra, and thanks to the seals that Shisui and Naruto developed to nullify that ability, of 10 Sharingans implanted in his arm with Hashirama cells, 9 had already closed. Danzo. Rechi would say already in panic, what did you do? What have you done to me? Zareth. I didn't do anything, I just attacked and you used one of those forbidden techniques. I heard from Shisui-san that there were two techniques, one that eliminated the barriers of destiny, Izanagi. It seems you didn't read the fine print or not. Itachi. Danzo-sama, he would say, falling to his side tired. Danzo? What's going on? Itachi. Shisui developed seals that limit the use of Kenjutsus with a Sharingan, he developed them with Uzumaki Naruto. Danzo. What? He feels a hand pierce his chest. What the hell? Yuck, noticing a sword and spitting blood. Shisui, I'm sorry ma'am. Itachi. Shisui. Itachi would throw himself no matter the cost, and to hurt Shisui would simply move his sword, slitting Itachi's throat and forcing him to take it, while the black-haired man died drowning in his own blood, while tears of regret at the end of his life came out. Shisui. Itachi shouldn't have ended like this, he would say something sad, because despite everything, he treasures the moments that happened before everything. Danzo. Shit, root, me. At least 15 root Anbus would come out of hiding while performing a reverse summoning jutsu to save Danzo, unaware that this would only mark the end of the road for their goals in elemental nations. But Konohamaru's entourage. Konohamaru was battling Orochimaru, while Milikas was battling Kabuto. Konohamaru masterfully moved the Sensetsuken, leaving the Snake Sannin with several wounds, forcing him to shed his skin several times. Konohamaru. What's up, old man? Are you tired yet? He would say with a very simile smile. Orochimaru. Stop bragging, tracing hand seals Uten to Topa. Konohamaru would dodge the Sannin's attack while he began to strike several times with his weapon, creating several gusts of air that began to hit Orochimaru. Orochimaru. You're driving me crazy, brat. Konohamaru. I say the same about you, Snake, besides this is already getting boring. Orochimaru. Kids, you're always bored and thinking, he's gotten stronger, he's forced me to move on my feet more than 23 times, I didn't think Sarutobi-sensei's grandson would improve so much. Orochimaru would rush to hit and cut him with the Kusanagi, while Konohamaru let himself be hit and cut, while his wounds closed thanks to his regeneration, but what surprised Orochimaru was that his blows were increasingly slower and softer. Orochimaru. What the hell? Konohamaru. The strength that can be stolen from a Sannin is impressive, he would say, while a violet aura surrounded him, his muscles grew and his smile was insane. Orochimaru. Stealing strength from your opponent, smiling, I think I'll steal your body, hitting the Sannin. Konohamaru. It's one of my abilities, receiving very weak hits, physical harassment, I developed it thanks to my learning in magic, the consequences of stopping using chakra, I would say, lying. Orochimaru. Thinking about it, I'll leave your body trying to escape Kabuto, we're leaving. Kabuto. I'm coming, Orochimaru-sama, clashing his chakra scalpels with the katana of the red-haired demon. Taking advantage of the grey-haired man's distraction, the Redeed would take advantage of his opponent's situation. Milikas. Breath of the flame. Second posture. Sun rising. Kabuto. What? Feeling metal pierce his head as it and part of his neck and torso were split in half, damn, falling dead. Milikas. Flawless victory, sheathing the katana masterfully. Orochimaru. Kukuku, it seems they killed my assistant. At that, Orochimaru opens his eyes when he feels something touch his chest with a sharp edge. What? My sword. At what moment? Noticing the Kusanagi sword pierce his chest. Konohamaru. You didn't make it, it's my magic power, Rapture, I can steal whatever I want, he whispered. Now that you look scared, death claims you, it's ironic that even if you shed your skin the sword affects you because of its poison. Orochimaru. And I thought you wouldn't avenge sensei. Konohamaru. I didn't do it for the old man, I did it for all those children whose lives you ruined. Orochimaru. Damned ape. Konohamaru. Maybe, but tracing hand seals you won't live to see more Kaiten. Dienden. So Orochimaru, that Sannin who wanted immortality, was killed by Konohamaru. Milikas. How do you feel? Konohamaru. And you? Because honestly. Both. Old winning feels great. But the Raikage's group. Claris. Does that bastard have the lightning element? Connor. It seems so, dodging attacks in the air. Travis. Wow, dodging, Olay, dodging again, you miss dodging again. Tiba. Grrrrrrrrrrrr, starting to become wilder and more canine now, I'll teach you, transforming into a wolf, nobody messes with my pack, throwing himself. Jiaoji. At least we have the son of Hades who prevents them from regenerating. Tiba simply tore the Ito Tensei apart without giving him time to use his abilities, tearing him apart so much that he ended up killing him. Jiaoji simply ignored that, while the Stoles kept score and Claris blushed at how Hexy Kibble looked when he killed like that. Consting Y will. The son of Apollo and the White Dragon Slayer threw themselves at the Tsuchikage. They struggled against the Tsuchikage's dust element, but that didn't stop them. Will used his plague arrows, a gift from his father, slowing down the Ito Tensei with diseases, which also affected the sacrifice. Will. All yours, Sting. Sting. Thank you White Dragon Slayer Arcana Art. Holy Nova. A large amount of light gathered around Sting's fists as he repeatedly struck the knight-aimed Tsuchikage, causing a large explosion as the victim disappeared. Will. Okay, are you okay now? Sting. Yes, I think so. Will would simply touch the White Dragon Slayer, who would feel a lot of pain from overdoing it. Will. You can't fool me starting to heal his partner. But the team against the father of the year, sorry Yondaime Kazukiage. Rasa was launching his sand attacks since he was very upset that they saw Gaara as a human being. For him the Jinchuricas were only weapons that should obey the villages, nothing more. Charles threw several bombs made by him, causing Rasa to cover himself, but they were not explosive bombs, but sonic ones, causing the Kazukiage to cover his ears since the sand does not affect him. Charles. It won't last. Itsuma. Koda, you must use your dragon form. Koda. In that case, let's take it to the water. Itsuma. You can literally throw boiling water under pressure and move easily on land. Koda. If you have a good point starting to mutate Thaiaya. Use Hercules' roar. Rasa. What? Noticing that the sound bombs had stopped. What the hell is that kid making a roar? Koda. Why don't I show it showing sharp teeth and scales plus a different appearance? Rasa. Dragon. Hump, in that case I'll have to tame you to make you a beast weapon. Rasa would throw sand at Koda, but he would simply expel boiling water from his mouth at high pressure. The pressure of Koda's water would pierce through the Rasa's sand and hit the dead Kazukiage, causing him to crumble into several pieces of ash. Rasa. Impossible, getting angry. Damn lizard, bow down to Suna. Itsuma at that moment would hit Rasa with the tonfas, who was bowing on the ground. Itsuma. What's up old man, you lost a gold coin. Rasa. Damn brat. Trying to use sand, but I see, wetting it would make me not use my element. Koda. Grrrr would roar to throw high temperature acid at him, making him disappear in Ito Tensei. But the Akatsuki. Izuku had Haiden in his mouth, but Haiden couldn't use his sai due to Izuku's armor in his dragon form. Dragon scales are hard and impossible to penetrate with common metals or energy conducting metals, unlike divine metals or those related to draconic magic. Haiden. Put me down, don't eat me, Jashin-sama will avenge me. Izuku would simply get tired and start showing a greenish color from his throat. Haiden. What's that? You won't do anything to me. I'm immortal. Izuku, ignoring that, would breathe out a large amount of green fire, jade fire, a fire so unique that it only kills beings with corruption in their hearts. Percy, for his part, using his demigod abilities, had cut out 4 of Kakuzu's 5 hearts, leaving the second immortal of Akatsuki without many options. Kakuzu. Damn, I'll kill you and steal your heart. Percy. I'm sorry, but you can't steal what is an owner, piercing the last heart with Anaclosmos. Kakuzu. Damn, falling dead. While Shoto and Gray were keeping Sasori at bay, who every time he attacked felt cold in his heart area because despite becoming a puppet, his heart was still human, so Gray and Shoto simply launched pulses of ice very quickly, freezing the puppet's heart until it was dead. Sasori. Ingenious, I would say that you would fall dead with your heart frozen. Madara. Stop moving, you damn furry. Bakugo. How he would say furious and transforming, you called me, he would say transformed and showing his fangs. Hiroshima. Bakubro throwing punches with his spear. Madara. Bucking monkey, getting rid of the monkey yakai, being grabbed by the neck by Bakugo. Let me go, flea bitten. Bakugo simply exerted more force, piercing the jugular of the Iwa Mad Bomber, causing him to die an agonizing death in its jaws. Hiroshima. Bakubro. Bakugo. I'm fine, he would say, releasing the blonde. But Naruto. The blonde had Hashirama at his mercy, he had beaten him so much, he had humiliated him so much, each and every one of his abuses, he returned them to the creator of the Jinchuricas, while the aforementioned was trying to resist the Redeed's onslaught. Hashirama. Damn, generating wooden stakes, what I did was for peace, to maintain it balance was needed, and the Baijas roaming around would only break it, so it was better to seal them. Hashirama would throw the stakes while Naruto with 2 katanas in hand, repelled Hashirama's attacks with great speed and skill. From minute 2. Away from it, a clone of the blonde was preparing an arrow for the right moment, while Naruto was face to face with Hashirama, who was holding the blonde swords with Mokuton in his hands. Hashirama. You can't understand, a brat like you can't understand what a leader for peace does. Naruto. Peace. What you call peace, I call slavery, hatred, and resentment. You're nothing more than another hypocrite manipulated by the sage of the wrong path. The clone, upon receiving a signal, would launch the arrow. Clone. Kaladbulg. Hashirama against Naruto was getting fed up, so he would break the struggle simply to receive the arrow between his eyebrows, falling dead, disappearing into ashes. Naruto. So that's all. Naiko. Yes, I don't feel anyone anymore. Naruto. I see, there's only one thing left to do. Nico. Go to the elemental nations. In Konoha. Anzo would have arrived badly wounded and very upset, all his forces annihilated, the Ito Tensei army decimated and almost all of Akatsuki dead. Death. What happened? Anzo. Uzumaki and Sarutobi's bastards were there, they are stronger than we anticipated. Hiruzen. Are you sure, old friend? Anzo. You know me very well, you know that if the situation is serious I don't lie. Death. Desperate situations require measures of that caliber, maybe it's time to bring you Madara. Celebrations and relaxation. The victory at Alvarez only proved that the invaders from the elemental nations were not superhumans, but merely energetic human beings with inflated egos. Everywhere, the northeast Anbu, ordinary shinobi, and other members of smaller villages were defeated. Those who did so on orders and under fear were taken prisoner, but those whose minds were cleansed were eliminated. In Fiore, after the battle, the streets became festive. The peace with Alvarez ended and an era of peace would begin, given the agreements and alliance of several kingdoms and the displaced cages, designed to fight the elemental nation. The festivities were widespread in the streets when their leaders loudly announced that their attackers would not go unpunished. But as always, it is not always joy, because there are absurd fights. The Kugo. Who did you call a fourth-rate beta flea? Tiba. Who else is a Muslim bitch? Both were stuck face to face while they growled at each other, showing their fangs. Urza. Bakugo-kun, calm down. Ibara. Breathe in and out. Damari. If you breathe in and out. Zo. Watch and learn, taking out the sprinkler, be quiet, spraying them with water. Both. And why is that? Zo. So they stop fighting. Both. TSK whatever. Murahin. Yes, they have them tamed, taking Kiba, I'll take Sabertooth's puppy. Kiba. Hey. I'm not a dog, I'm a wolf. Alzak. And so it begins. Agiel. You already said it. In another area. Hiroshima and Elfman were betting on some sort of fight over a ring where the very tall, strong and muscular man wanted to teach the toughening Menki Yakai a lesson. Hiroshima. This is manly, he would say, fighting with his hardening. You are very strong. Elfman. You are manly because you fight with your heart for your loved ones, but giving him a punch in the stomach, that is not enough to defeat me. Hiroshima. Showing his hardened abdomen. And who decided that red gauntlet? The punch was embedded in the giant, knocking him off the platform, leaving Kirishima as the winner. Kirishima. That was manly, extending his hand. It was a pleasure fighting you. Elfman. Ha 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 ha, you're manly too, reciprocating the gesture. In one of the cafes. Kunu, Konohamaru and Hanabi can be seen sitting down drinking a frap. Hanabi. I love Kono-kun. Kunu. We chose them with Kaneko-chan, Iri-chan and Mahara-chan. Hanabi. Do you have a harem? Kunu. Yes, but unlike the others, he is careful, attentive, loving, he protects us, I would say, highlighting several points in favor of the blonde. Also, since they said he is from a clan, we have all decided to share it, his values attract us. Konohamaru. I also fell in love with each of you, and I will wait for whatever you ask me, he would say, giving a very Uzumaki-style smile, making both of them blush. Kunu. Well, I'll leave you, I have to buy something for Oka-san. Konohamaru v. Hanabi. Be careful. Kunu. Bye. After the Kitsune left, the Nico Yakai and the Ape Yakai would be left alone together, so Konohamaru would pay for the bill and leave with Hanabi by the hand. Each and every one of his girlfriends were a special moment when he accepted them into his heart, with Kaneko eating cookies at a picnic, with Kunu at an ice cream shop, with Iri at a caramel apple stand, with Maharo in an arcade. They both had decided to walk in the light of a full moon, while listening to the sound of crickets and fireflies fluttering around a lake. Konohamaru. She's pretty, don't you think? He would say, looking at the moon. Hanabi. Yes, playing with her fingers without noticing Konohamaru's tail wrapping around her waist. Konohamaru. But you're prettier stealing a kiss. Hanabi's face would turn a tomato-like red, rivaling Naruto's hair. Hanabi. Baka 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 baka, comically hitting Konohamaru's chest, who began to smile at the reaction. The Hyugas could be quite bold, but if you responded similarly they became very shy. Konohamaru. Hehehehe, there is no doubt that you are Hinata's sister. Hanabi. What do you mean by that? She would ask doubtfully, lowering her blush. Konohamaru. They are shy, sweet, but above all they fall in love with guys as dense as Naruto Nairumi. Hanabi. Well, she would say, kissing the blonde-haired boy. Elsewhere. Naruto was walking with Momo, Riaz, Akeno and Hinata at his sides, while everyone looked at him in disbelief at the husbands he had. Akeno. Ara, it seems they are a little jealous of us. Hinata. Why do I feel like another stalker is following us? At that the girls watch a crowd of girls with hearts in their eyes follow them through Naruto. Naruto. What's wrong with them? Riaz. You attract them with that outfit that Lady Quetzalcoatl gave you. Momo. Thank goodness Kuroka didn't come because she grapes him in front of them. Bakeno. I would do it, but what is mine is not shown to foxes. Naruto. Hey, he would say, drawing attention, isn't that the white-haired girl from the guild? Hinata. Is it me or is she crying? Rias. Yes, it is. The group decided to follow the girl as she ran until she was under a tree, so the group would hide. Girl. Why hitting the ground? Why are they like this? Why do they reject me? The girls decided to leave, scaring her because they thought they would hurt her, but she bent down to comfort her, since, like her, they know what it's like to be rejected by a guy, and in Ria's case, to be engaged to an arrogant jerk. Rias. SHH, don't hold it back anymore, tell us what's going on. Momo. What's your name? Girl. My name is Murahin Strauss. Bakeno. Can you tell us why you are like this? Murahin. I was dating a guy, and he's starting to cry. Just used me, he said he loved me. Naruto. Jerks are always the same. Bakeno. I think we'll have to teach him a lesson. Rias. I follow you, sister. Hinata. Naruto-kun, can you keep her? Naruto. Yes, he would say with fear, seeing them have an aura of death. Hinata. Okay, hey Momo-chan, let's go. Momo. Of course. The girls would leave while Naruto stayed comforting her. Murahin. Your friends are good. Naruto. Yes, in that regard, they are my fiancés. Murahin. Are you perverted? Naruto. No, I'm simply one of the last of my clan with my little brother and to prevent the bloodline from being lost. Murahin. I understand. Naruto. They chose this, not me, I love them all equally and I have no favoritism, and about the perverted, it's theirs, I only fulfill their fantasies. Murahin. I see, she would say with her head down. They have luck with you, I always have bad luck with boys. Naruto. Hey, you have to find someone who understands you, that's all he would say, smiling, causing her to blush. Murahin. With you. Naruto. By the way, the stars are more visible than with so many buildings and lights. He ended up staying silent when he felt Murahin kiss him, but when he saw her he was in shock since Akeno was pushing her from behind and Hinata was pushing him. Akeno. That's it, from now on you're one of us, Mira-chan. Murahin. But this is so wrong, she would say, blushing, barely know him. Hinata. Don't worry, you'll get to know him better. Thinking, besides, Naruto-kun is the best at fixing love problems and who will undoubtedly make you fall in love with him. Naruto. Can I give my opinion? He would ask, blushing. Momori as Akeno. Hinata. No. Elsewhere. Naiko, Percy, Volley and Issei can be seen walking aimlessly through a wooded area. Percy. Are you sure about this? Volley. Yes, there are dragons nearby and we're going to fight them. Issei. It will be fun. Naiko. I see that sanity is overrated. So I have visitors. Cracking his knuckles. Let's see how I'll receive them. Behind him would come out several small dragons. Volley. Who are you? I am Volley Lucifer, bearer of the White Emperor Dragon. I am Ignia, true son of Ignel. Issei. Issei Haidu, bearer of the Red Emperor Dragon. Percy. Perseus Jackson, son of the Sea God. Naiko. Nicholas D'Angelo, son of the God of Hell. Ignia. Well, in that case, you are strong, prove it. Volley. Are we close to the city? Percy. No. Volley. I see hen whoever gives up. Thus began a drunken bar fight style riot. Assault on the elemental continent. The festivities ended too quickly as Ignia lay on the ground while Naiko and Percy had reduced him and filled him with seals, since thanks to the manipulation of a few skeletons and a little bit of torture, they revealed that the young dragon son of Igniel wanted to fight with Natsu out of jealousy. In the days following the drunken bar brawl, as several people described it, despite the fact that no one actually had a drink, but rather the fight was so wild that the entire place was destroyed, everyone dedicated themselves to training and getting a little stronger, while they waited for a couple of means of transport to go to the neighboring continent, and since they needed transport for several troops. The shipment consisted of several boats and aircraft to be able to carry out a large-scale assault. At least 50 transport ships along with about 20 helicopters and their pilots, all provided thanks to Kurama's agreements with India and Europe, given that Yuzu, in the absence of Naruto and Konohamaru's entourages, expanded its diplomatic agreements as a foreign nation. Given the Japanese threat that wanted to absorb them, they needed help, and the factions, given their general anonymity, could not help them. Seeing such a technological level made Seraph, along with the other kings, begin to put together alliance proposals where both parties would benefit, unlike the elemental nations, who would demand everything without giving anything in return, believing themselves superior for being warriors created by the Rakuto Sennin. The travel proposal was simply 5 battlefronts, at 5 different points, always close to the villages in question, 2 of them being the accesses to Iwa and Konoha, while the group from Suna, Kumo and Kiri were in charge of liberating said nations. At a predetermined time, the approaches to the battle were initiated, while the defenses of the Elemental Confederation tried to repel the entire advance. In the Land of Wind, Gaara, supported by the Konohamaru entourage, engaged in a relentless battle against all the rude and Zetsus present, seizing several beachheads along a common front. Support from Earthland troops, plus reinforcements from the Half-Blood camps, were the decisive factor in Sunagakure's liberation from the Confederacy's rule. In the shinobi villages, surprise and anger were quick to arrive, so they reinforced the borders with Suna once their troops returned. On the beaches of the Land of Rock, Naruto leading his entourage, with the support of several aspiring heroes and the strongest demigod in India, Karna, wiped out all the Iwa shinobi, who were easily defeated where Naruto was nicknamed the Crimson Flash, for his hair and the use of the Hiraishin no jutsu of the Flying Thunder God, carrying out a massacre, surpassing his father. Minato had killed with its use more than 1,000 Iwa shinobi, while Naruto by himself killed more than 3,000 Iwa shinobi alone, implying his strength, not only as an Uzumaki, but as a Kitsune, since they tried to seal him, but could not do so. The liberation of Suna and the offensive in Iwa led to the vegetable, bird, hot springs, and key countries to rise up against the Confederation, given that they had been oppressed to provide troops and resources that all favored Rain, Konoha, and Iwa. Konoha tried to stop Gaara in the Land of Rivers, but as they clashed, they were forced to retreat. The person responsible for this was Reina Ramirez Arellano, daughter of Bologna, earning the recognition of her allies and an entry in the Shinobi Bingo book as the Lady of the Horses, classified as a rank A danger. In Iwa, Naruto and his retinue approached Iwa, surrounding it and cutting off supplies and reinforcements from their allies at Grass and Waterfall. Accompanying Naruto was Fu, Jinchuriki of the Nanabi, Chaume, the 7-tailed beetle, who was renowned as the terror of the heavens for having developed a jutsu that controlled locusts and sent plagues upon crops and food stores, forcing the people to demand Inoki's surrender. But the aging Tsuchikage refused to surrender, causing further casualties and an attempted coup d'etat subdued by his granddaughter Kuretsuchi. The people, fed up, abandoned Iwa, many infantry and children under 20 years old, tired of the war, crossed the enemy lines without weapons, hoping not to fight, which happened. Naruto stated that he would only punish those who directly supported Inoki, and anyone who surrendered and asked for mercy and a new chance would receive it. Of course with several conditions, but that was better than losing their lives. When only those who supported Inoki remained in Iwa, 60% had stayed, fortunately only those who wanted to maintain their ideologies and would continue fighting for their patriotism. Naruto's entire entourage earned a mention in the Bingo book, with Izuku being one of the most dangerous, the flaming emerald death of the sky, the reason. Naruto ordered Iwa to be reduced to ashes and Izuku obeyed. He witnessed the cruelty and inhumane treatment of that village. People were classified as weapons, not human beings, let alone the Jinchurikis, in addition to history as the cause of the first 3 shinobi wars. And being a participant and co-instigator of its fall along with Tobirama and Danzo. Izuku simply broke loose. The skies of Iwa only saw a black and emerald dragon deliver green fire and lightning, devastating everything in its path and leaving nothing of the village standing, other than Inoki and Kuretsuchi who watched this stupefied. Iwa was destroyed by fire and lightning, leaving its leader and granddaughter alive and enraged. Both Naruto and Izuku were branded Shinobi no Kami, second only to Madara or, so the book says. Naruto. What an old man. Inoki. Uzumaki he would pronounce with venom. What do you want? Kuretsuchi. What do you want, Namikaze scum? Naruto. You know if there's one thing I truly hate, it's ordering unnecessary killings. All of this could have been avoided, you know. You just should have accepted the change and embraced the future. Inoki. How, ending the shinobi era? You're a monster, you ruined our lives, our status quo, we were right to have eliminated Yuzushi Agakure, you were a danger, damn tomato demons. Naruto. Let it be known that it was his pride that killed him, beheading the old man with his katana. The old man is well dead, long live his heiress, he would say looking at Kuretsuchi. Kuretsuchi. First dead before obeying you, first is Iwa above all, spitting at Naruto's feet. Namikaze bastard, you are the same demon that was your father in the 3rd Shinobi War, Konoha was wrong to let you live. Naruto. Correction, I am the demon that created Konoha. Naiko making the mention, see it make her have fun for a while. Naiko. Sure boss, he would say with an innocent tone, but with an aura of a demon behind him. Well, let's play, he would say while summoning several skeletons. Don't worry, I'm not a pervert, it's just that I have a message from Miss Artemis, since you have a nice file. Kuretsuchi. What will you do to me? She would ask mockingly. You are a child, surely your parents buigged, spitting blood as her tongue was cut off by a skeleton. Naiko. Bad answer, and with my parents, he would say in an icy tone and a seriousness that reflected his father. Gritsuchi. MHMHMHHHMMMM. Nico. I'm sorry, but I don't speak Taka, gentlemen, it's all yours, he would say to leave her with the skeletons. In the meeting room. Naruto was gathered with his entourage while they tried to calm Izuku down, since carrying out a massacre, even if they were villains, was difficult, and even more so when you have never killed in your life. Naruto. Calm down, breathe in and out. Percy. Relax, we're here for you, okay? Crom. That's why heroes should kill guys who deserve it, although they should remove that trauma from the first death. Azrael. I think the same. Nico. I'm here. Shisui. Well, what's next? Naruto. Percy, you and Raphael will warn the others that Jiren with Arthur and Vali advance against Takigakure no Sato, and that Issei along with Kibayudo, Bakugo, Shoto and Kirishima advance against the grass. Raphael. Yes. Shisui. Whatever you say, boss, he would say, leaving. Azrael. May warns that Kiri has already been recovered and that A is with Zeref in the middle of the battle, she would say, receiving messages via radio. Crom. Your girlfriends, with the help of Salamander and the ice cream maker, are destroying all of Orochimaru's bases. Apparently, they found in Uzumaki and ran into the former Akatsukis, Konan of Omegakure and Kisame Hashigaki. Naruto. Go and give the offer to both of them, he would say, so Crom would nod. The others count our forces and check that there are no seriously injured, and if there are, prepare a mobile clinic field. Everyone would begin to do what was requested, while in Konoha, the Konoha assault group was preparing to carry out an assault on the entire area surrounding the country of Tea, where Makarov, as leader followed by a group of demigods led by a reformed Luke Castellan and several samurai under the command of Yamamoto, disembarked and prepared for the confrontation. The fall of Konoha 1. Sato of Konohagakure. The village hidden among the leaves, once a symbol of the Elemental Confederation's power and leadership, was now being viewed with terror, everything they had built crumbling. To top it all off, the falls of Suna, Kumo, and Kiri, which rose up against them once again, were most worrying but manageable, given that they would use an army of Zetsus to repel the attacks. However, the disappearance of Iwa from the map, coupled with the invasions of Taki, Kusa, and the disappearance of Odo at the hands of an army of skeletons, was a game changer, and desperation became palpable. So palpable was their fear that Dan's ordered Tobi, Obito Uchiha, to revive Madara Uchiha and bring more strong Edo Tenseis to fight, but many had already been blocked. They only had 6 powerful Edo Tenseis left to use, the former Jinchuricus of the 4 and 5 tails, plus Madara and Izuna Uchihas, the Sandame Mizukage, and the Sandame Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. With just those 6 they planned to hold off all the enemies, and since Madara was difficult, nothing the Kodomatsukami couldn't fix, he was now under his power. That's why Danzo ordered everyone to be on alert and ready to defend the village. Danzo for his part made plans to flee since he couldn't use Izanagi to evade death, he was more than aware that the village would fall, so he would flee to make another plan and return with more troops to follow his will. Around them, several forces began to surround them from each specific area. From Suna, the troops under Gaara's command were already arriving at the battle zone. Luke and Yamamoto along with Makarov surrounded Konoha from the south, while Lei and Meitarumi completed the siege, plunging the village into a strong siege. The shinobi and samurai who were in power over the village threw themselves into fighting to defend their village and their leader, but everything turned out to be useless. The Devil Slayer, God Slayer, and Dragon Slayer magic users countered the strongest attacks, while on the Suna side, the legions of Camp Jupiter were the support that invested the enemy forces in formation. They had to resist a lot, but nothing that Konohamaru, Ria's and Sona Citri's entourages could not handle, in addition to several squads of demigods under the command of Lee Fletcher and Malcolm Pace, who guaranteed the escape of those who surrendered or were simply civilians fleeing the carnage, such as the children, keeping everyone away from the place. On the north side, with Akram Kruich, Natsu Drignell and Azrael were on guard when they saw one of the most dangerous shinobi in history, catalogued Shinobi no Kami, along with Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, who simply traced hand seals. Madara. Kaiten. Gakumakyaku, the most celebrated jutsu. Crom. It's your turn, Salamander. Azrael. We count on you. Natsu. Okay, starting to devour the fire of the technique, this is very tasty, he would say smiling. Crom. Well, if you're done with these little games, it's time. This will be complicated, Madara is not one to take things lightly. Zeref. Mages attack. Kumo Shinobis. Attack. Several Magi from Alvarez and other lands of Earthland, demigods children of Mars and Ares from Camp Jupiter and Camp Half-Blood, threw themselves with a war cry, while Madara threw himself at them. He tried to take out his gumbai, but the presence of children of a war deity made him nullify his ability to use weapons, but he was Madara Uchiha, so he proceeded to have a good snack while looking at Crom, getting the idea that he would have a good dance against the evil dragon. Many Kumo mages and shinobi were killed by Madara's hands, while the children of Ares, despite noticing the difference in power, were able to keep him at bay among all of them. Madara did not kill them, since he recognized the potential of many to fight him, something that the powerful Uchiha could recognize and respect. Madara. They're just lousy worms watching several magicians retreat. Demons. Zeref. He's powerful, I would say with some discomfort. At that, Crom had enough of watching fights and began to approach the Uchiha in a threatening and strong manner. Use Eskinner's steps as an idea. Madara. Why he doesn't feel intimidated by my presence. Crom. Of course not, because I would feel scared or intimidated by someone who is much weaker than me. Madara. You are so proud. Crom. It's because I am Crom Cruach, evil dragon of the Crescent Circle and the most powerful of the evil dragons, and I would feel nothing but pity for someone weaker than me. Madara. Finally someone who doesn't run away. Crom. Yes, of course. At that, Madara would begin to hit Crom, who was surprised by the strength of his rival, receiving several impacts, even surprising everyone. Azrael. Stop playing Crom. Madara. What? Seeing a fist wrapped in flames that he would cover, good try, and that he would fall to his knees on the ground. Anbu Northeast. Managed to bring down Madara. Anbu Northeast 2. With just one hit he could block. Anbu Northeast 3. I thought the only one who could do it would be the green beast of the leaf, Mido guy. Madara. Ha, he would start laughing, being released from the Kodamatsukami by the dragon's blow. Jahaja, this will be interesting. You are strong, very strong, smiling excitedly. Our battle will be legendary. Crom. Finally I'll be able to fight comfortably. They would both throw themselves at each other, exchanging punches and kicks, smiling with excitement because they never had someone to call a rival, someone to call a friend. Crom is Lubu and Madara is Thor. Crom. You are the only one who can be a friend and a rival, he would say, smiling with emotion. Madara. I say the same, he would say ecstatically. But the spectators. Natsu. Sugoi, he would say excitedly, those guys are so strong. Zeref. They give off enormous power. I heard legends that Madara was strong, but for someone other than Hashirama to face him is crazy, that dragon is a monster. This calls for a rap, brother, he would say, cheering and trying to rhyme horribly. Don't even dream about it, covering B with tape. Azrael. I've never seen him so excited. In the fight. Madara. You are amazing, with you as my enemy I can fight without holding back. Crom. You are strong and the death of one of us will not be easy. Madara would take out his gumbai and Crom would take out a spear, so both would jump towards each other, clashing their weapons, generating an impressive clash that forced the spectators to cover. Madara would push forward, but Crom would give a thrust, seeing an opening, causing the Uchiha to spit blood but not regenerate. Madara. I hated the albino rat technique for not being able to measure the results of a battle, but I heard about that son of the god of death who blocks the properties of the technique, that excites me. Crom. Being so strong, I was disappointed. Madara. Being so strong, he created the Eye of the Moon plan to dream of what I didn't have in life and in death. Crom would begin to charge a fire attack, showing great power while looking at Madara, who smiled excitedly at the fight. Crom. Uchiha no Madara, your name was I have to make you a request, don't die now, throwing the attack. Madara's smile shone with excitement. Hashirama had never, in life or death, had anyone been able to put up a fight against him. He tried to block the attack with his arm and gumbai, but the attack managed to hit him, causing a massive explosion of fire that would have been almost invisible if it weren't for Zeref's magic seals and shields. Crom. Wow, noticing the smoke disperse, you survived, noticing Madara without his left arm. Madara. If it had been given to me so directly, I wouldn't have counted it. Erud Anbus would begin to encourage Madara to continue fighting for the glory of Konoha and Danzo, making that despite wanting to deny it, Madara felt grateful and receiving strength from the shinobi, despite not being his men, since he never had them. With difficulty he stood up since the chakra expenditure of the fight was abysmal, so looking at his opponent, he implied that everything would be defined in the last attack, so tracing hand seals, Madara performed his signature jutsu, the fire style, fiery devastation, against a powerful dragon fire attack from Crom. The dragon fire turned out to be more massive than Madara's, so he smilingly accepted his end, disappearing with a smile, while Crom's attack disintegrated his body. Erud Anbus could not believe what they saw, so out of fear they thought they had left behind they began to retreat, while a sound began to be heard and numerous helicopters were seen in the skies. From the transports, several of Naruto's entourage would arrive accompanied by the surviving Jinchurikis and the rest of his entourage, while in an area of the village Sasuke Uchiha and Konoha Tsuritobi positioned themselves in front of the man they believed to be different but turned out to be a danzo with good manners. Konohamaru. Grandpa, no, old man, you lost that right. Hiruzen. Konohamaru, so what was said in the Shinigami realm was true, now you are the son of the yellow lightning and the whirlpool bitch. Konohamaru. Get lost, old man, I won't let you insult my mother. Sasuke. And I have unfinished business, old man, you brainwashed Itachi with Danzo, you made him die for this shitty village, today you'll pay for it. Hiruzen. It was all for the good of Konoha. The fall of Konoha too. The sound began to be heard in the skies, while numerous rotary wing artifacts were spotted in the skies approaching Konoha. From the transports, several of Naruto's entourage would arrive accompanied by the surviving Jinchurikis and the rest of his entourage, while in an area of the village Sasuke Uchiha and Konoha Tsuritobi positioned themselves in front of the man they believed to be different but turned out to be a danzo with good manners. Konohamaru. Grandpa, no, old man, you lost that right. Hiruzen. Konohamaru, so what was said in the Shinigami realm was true, now you are the son of the yellow lightning and the whirlpool bitch. Konohamaru. Get lost, old man, I won't let you insult my mother. Sasuke. And I have unfinished business, old man, you brainwashed Itachi with Danzo, you made him die for this shitty village, today you'll pay for it. Hiruzen. It was all for the good of Konoha. At the moment. Hiruzen, along with the Sandai Mizukage and the Jinchurikis of the 4th and 5th tails in Edo Tensei, stood in front of Naruto and Konohamaru's entourage, which was not affected by the rest of the fronts. Behind them, Hamura, Kaharu and Danzo arrived, while several northeast Anbus were waiting for the order to attack. Danzo. Uzumaki, your time to become the weapon you should have been is approaching, surrender, and your friends will live on as faithful weapons to the village. Naruto. I didn't know mummies could walk out of their coffins, he would say mockingly. Hamura. Have respect, demon. Percy. Respect is earned, old man. Kaharu. Another disrespectful brat, didn't your father teach you manners? Nico. Shut up, ma'am, and go back to the nursing home, he would say, annoyed at touching a sensitive nerve in the demigods. Danzo. We won't get anywhere with words and I can't use the Kodomatsukami anymore. Oh, what a shame, I thought you would spend more time on my eye, he would say mockingly. Amura, Hiruzen, Kaharu. Shisui Uchiha. Naruto. Ignoring that, what are you using? Shisui. Manners make the dwarf man, he would say, adjusting his tie. Konohamaru. Dressed as an office worker. Shisui. Any problem taking out an umbrella? All. Not at all. Danzo. I killed you. Naruto. Yes, I brought him back, he would say, smiling. Hiruzen. Kerr, starting to draw hand seals Earth-style Great Mud River, would say to start the fight. The present entourage would jump, but Shisui would let himself be carried away by the mud until reaching a kind of cantina, while several Anbu northeast appeared. Anbu northeast. Shisui Uchiha, in the name of Danzo-sama and the Leaf Village, surrender, you are surrounded, he would say, while at least 6 Anbus came out of the shadows. Shisui. Before we go, I'll have a quick drink if you don't mind, he would say, pouring himself a glass while surreptitiously looking at a nearby empty glass. Anbu northeast. Nobody gave permission for that, catch him. Several of the Anbus launched themselves, but Shisui would be faster, and with the umbrella he would throw the glass at one's head with such force that upon contact, it would leave him in the world of dreams. Shisui. We'll stay here all day, gentlemen, or are we going to fight? Anbu too. Damn it. Throwing himself. The Anbu would throw himself with a tanto in his hands, while Shisui took the umbrella and deflected the aggression, at the same time that another Anbu with a kunai approached, but with a quick movement, he would make the Anbu of the kunai stab the one with the sword, while with the handle of the umbrella, he would take another Anbu who was approaching by the neck and throw him against the wall, turning him around in the process. 2 other Anbus would come out to fight, but with a blow with the handle to their stomach and face, he would leave them on the ground until suddenly, one of those who were conscious began to throw senbons, so Shisui simply opened the umbrella covering himself. Shisui. Ross-chan, you did great with this, he would say happily, simply to touch a button and open a kind of trigger that when pulled, and from the tip of the umbrella, a kind of large rubber bullet would come out that would hit the Anbu, leaving him unconscious. Shisui would check the condition of everyone who participated in the fight, noting that they were unconscious and would wake up sore tomorrow. Shisui. Well, he would say, closing the umbrella, it was a nice fight, gentlemen, so I'm leaving, he would say, leaving the bar destroyed, drinking a glass of shot. With others. As the fight began, Percy, using his demigod abilities, would trap Hamura and Kaharu in water, causing them to drown, while Nico lifted several skeleton warriors who threw themselves at the root Anbus. Will, Charles and Gray headed against several root Anbus present modified with DNA from the first Hokages, courtesy of Orochimaru, while Shoto, Izuku and Bakugo faced the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, the Stole siblings, and Claris faced the Mizukage and Kirishima, Vali and Issei against the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. As for Sasuke, Naruto and Konohamaru, they were facing Danzo and Hiruzen. Naruto. Do you want the old man? Konohamaru. Naruto. Okay, we'll take care of the mummy. Danzo. Root attack. Sasuke simply waved his hand and several stakes of light would appear from the ground, impaling all the Anbus at the root. Naruto. Wow. Sasuke. What? I based it on the story of the Impaler King. Konohamaru. Vlad Teeps 3 amazing he would say animated well, I'm going against the old man he would say to run away with his Insetsuken. Naruto. Okay, let's take this fight far away he would say to use his tails and hit Danzo, along with Sasuke sending the mummy to the Hokage monument. Izuku. Okay, we should go to another field. Bakugo. Don't give me orders, lizard. Shoto. We'll see later he would say to hit the Mizukage towards the forest of death. Charles. You heard he set to fire one of his prototype weapons, making the Jinchuriki move away to the academy. Kirishima. Let's go for him. Ali. Is a balance breaker. Issei. Balance breaker. Between the two of them they would collide with the Five Tails Jinchuriki and head off towards the area of the stadium where the Chunin exams were previously held. Hiruzen. You're left alone, grandson. Konohamaru. Really? Watching several Anbus leave how considerate, besides I wanted to use this technique on you to get even for all the times you made me fail to become a genin, simply for hanging out with Nai-san. Hiruzen. It was so you would understand that he is a simple weapon and that's it, he should not be related. Konohamaru. At least the Kyuubi is more family than you closed off old man placing himself in a pose hunter's feast. All the Anbus present would fall to the ground without energy, while Hiruzen was falling to one knee. Hiruzen. What is this, it's like half of my chakra is gone. Konohamaru. It's incredible he would say smiling the strength that can be stolen from all these minions and from you, he would say wrapped in a violet aura and his muscles growing. Hiruzen. Konohamaru. Konohamaru would simply smile and give the old man a few hard blows, causing him to let out a groan of pain. Hiruzen. That strength, that level of power is not normal, but he talked about stealing power, that should be impossible. Konohamaru. Nothing is impossible for those of us who train hard, old man he would say near him to attack with another flurry of blows with the weapon he possesses. Hiruzen. He's fast and strong and if I manage to hit him, my strength is absorbed he would whisper in disbelief. Unfortunately for him, Konohamaru would fuse his weapon into a spear that he would begin to move masterfully. Konohamaru. Ready to return to the old Shinigami world. Hiruzen. I think so, but I won't let myself be sent without a fight first. Konohamaru. You lost my respect as a family, but as a warrior that remains he would say smiling with emotion damn, I should stop hanging out with Biku. Both would resume combat by clashing their weapons, since Hiruzen in rapid hand seals would summon the Monkey King Enma who would become a staff, causing grandson and grandfather to begin clashing their spears until they separated. Konohamaru. Hey old man moving his spear shall we continue? Hiruzen would throw himself towards the small monkey, while the exchanges of blows returned until with a blow, Konohamaru would pierce Hiruzen in the chest, who could only say goodbye, and that he was proud of Konohamaru, despite having made mistakes, it seems that this made him strong. Konohamaru. You put up a great fight grandpa. But those from the forest of death. Rashi turned out to be a tough opponent, not for nothing was he one of the best Jinchuricus of Iowa, in addition to being the only one who never saw his Biju as a weapon, managing to learn its name. At this moment, he was fighting with a green-haired man with freckles using a sword, and he some kunes since he was under the effects of Danzo's Kodomatsukami. Izuku. Fight well, but I'm already extending this further. Bakugo. Shinii making an explosion on the revived. Shoto. Ice make sword throwing several swords that would begin to bury themselves in the revived body. Izuku. Even with Nico blocking his regeneration he doesn't fall. Bakugo. Stop talking already turning into a wolf and attacking. Shoto. We won't lose anything without attacking throwing fire. Izuku. In that case, distract him I have an idea starting to channel power. Shoto. Understood Bakugo we must distract him. Bakugo. Don't give me orders. Between the two they held on for about 5 minutes when they felt Izuku's power rise a lot. Izuku. The evil dragon must fall and the world will reach twilight. Baluming falls. Launching the attack on Rashi. The power that Izuku emanated from his sword made everyone retreat since he was not a weak ally, much less one to be despised, he was one of the strongest of the entourage, being on par with Azrael and Crom for brief moments. The attack raised an entire mountain while completely disintegrating the Jinchuriki, leaving the green-haired man exhausted since he had never used his power at such a great level. With Naruto and Sasuke. Both were in front of Danzo, who wanted to flee since he can't use Izanagi to revive, since he doesn't have Sharingans. He knows that against those two he won't come out alive. Danzo. Damn bastards, I should have killed them or controlled them when I could. Naruto. But you couldn't. Sasuke. And now you will go to another world, cutting off his arm with Hashirama cells with a light sword. Danzo. Damn it, yeah. He said furiously as he felt his arm severed. Naruto. I'm going to enjoy this like you can't imagine forming a Rasengan. Danzo. That's a village technique, you damn brat. Naruto simply disappeared in a crimson flash and reappeared behind Danzo. Naruto. You know, I was never one of those who killed their enemies immediately because I usually tried to make them understand by hitting them that what they were doing was wrong, but you took it upon yourself to kill me and I was resurrected, not being the gullible person I was before. Rasengan. Naruto would bury the Rasengan in his back, causing the old man to go against the Uchiha, who was waiting for him with a Chidori in hand. Sasuke. For my parents and my brother Chidori. Burying the Chidori in his shoulder and kicking him, you still haven't suffered enough. Naruto would simply appear and grab him between several chains, while Sasuke and Naruto proceeded to beat him between the two of them, leaving him on the ground, but the furious old man would get up and glare at the duo. Danzo. Everything I did was for the good of Konoha, and if she doesn't exist in the future I'll take you with me to hell. He would say, revealing seals on his body. Naruto would simply look at the serious old man as he unsheathed a katana and his chakra having a fiery tinge began to appear, while his electric blue eyes became more accentuated. Naruto. It's your end, cursed mummy. Deciphering the essence, converging perfected ideals, linking creation techniques, I pray for your peaceful death. The pinnacle of my work, Tsumukai Muramasa. Danzo would be cut by Naruto's katana engulfed in fire as the flames of the cut quickly healed and left the old man perplexed as life left him without even having taken both of them. Sasuke. This is your end and there will be no coming back, throwing the severed arm and opening his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Amaterasu. Black flames would burst from the left eye, beginning to consume the old man's body as they both watched as the man who ruined their lives disappeared into ashes. Elsewhere, Charles and his group had already finished defeating their enemy, while Issei fired a dragon shot eliminating the Jinchuriki. While they dedicated themselves to observing the panorama, everything was over. Konoha had fallen, its people eliminated, with the exception of the innocent. Never again would that village rise and cause terror, so its survivors, mostly children and adolescents, when everything was revealed, would go to Yuzu to start from zero with the survivors of Iwa, living quietly and in peace. One last action before returning. After the victory against the forces of the Elemental Confederation, many places began to be treated to recover. Villages like Iwa, Odo, Konoha, Kusa and Taki sadly had to be eliminated, remaining only as ruins of what they once were. The few leaders that remained simply made the strongest and most necessary decision of all to end the shinobi life model, and that led to the decision to abandon the use of known weapons, with the exception of chakra, since there were things like paperwork and tasks that were simplified with it. They were honest, but not opportunists, so they would not deny that fact, and more so upon hearing from Naruto the secret to defeating paperwork. The remaining daimyos wanted to regain their power, but even their own families and heirs wouldn't let them. The reason? Why let those who had sold their families to save their own skins return to rule? It was like admitting that Zeus wasn't a pervert and that Hera didn't hunt beings who weren't to blame, like the children born from those affairs, since no one asks to be born, and if that were the case, everyone should be punished. Despite the reconstruction efforts, a loop connecting to the moon was found, as it had been created through the combination of Rinnegan and Tensogen by the Otsutsuki brothers, Hamura and Hagoromo. What they found was somewhat insane, as Hamura's branch had given life to the place, having a large number of members who believed that Hagoromo's bloodline would attack them, which was not the case. Naruto and the cage were able to negotiate a settlement, avoiding any problems and avoiding further bloodshed. After the agreement, many days of peace and prosperity would follow, thanks to the recovery of the affected areas and the founding of new settlements. Everything was simply peaceful. Nothing wanted to appear and ruin everything, so Charles and Leo, armed with the machine's plans, set to work on it so they could return. But things are not as they expected, since from Limbo, a being known as Hagoromo Otsutsuki, baptized as the Sage of the Six Paths, watched as his work collapsed like something volatile that only marks a milestone in history and then remains there, without returning. Furious and blinded by his ideals of revenge, he decided to leave and bring about the arrival of that clan of Celestials, to which Kagaya Otsutsuki, his mother, belonged. On Mount Mayaboku, the great sage Gamamaru foresaw the approaching calamity, so he called all the allies to that mount, the Kages, Konohamaru, Rias, Zeref, Makarov, Naruto, all were listening attentively to the new threat, the arrival of that clan that originated the chakra, with the arrival of the great tree, Shinju, the original 10-tailed beast, the Jubi. They agreed to fight even though not everyone would put up a fight, but they knew that civilians would be prey, so they set up bunkers ready to protect the civilians and those who couldn't fight, while Zeref, Irene, Naruto's entourage, Ria's entourage and Naruto's entourage, supported by A, B, Gaara and Mei Terumi, along with several members of Fiery Tail, prepared for the fight. They knew several things, and that is that if they left the people would pay with blood, and they would chase them to their land, so the fight had to end there and soon. From the Moon Clan, Toneri Akatsuki joined, since he would support in the fight, given his Dijutsu, the Tensugen, the most powerful evolution of the Byakugan, since he possessed extra abilities like the Rinnegan. And Konoha, place of battle. Percy. Now we're going to fight some weird-eyed faggots. Naiko. Those old ladies sure like to buck. Naruto. Don't worry, when we return we will pay you a visit, he would say, smiling innocently while a demon formed behind him. Konohamaru. How many will there be? Shisui. I don't know, you just have to beat them. Izuku. They will taste my fire and lightning, he would say, unsheathing his sword and spitting green fire from his mouth. Bakugo. No, if I shine them first. In front of everyone, before they could continue speaking, a portal opened. Naruto. So this is a portal that can be created with Rinnegan. Sasuke. Surprising, although there are beings that come and I feel their presence, they remind me of you and me. From the portal, numerous figures appeared as they brought in a bloody and unconscious woman. Toneri. Lady Kagaya, he would say, surprised. Hagoromo. It seems they were waiting for us, he would say while taking off his hood with his companions, revealing all the Itsutsukas. Naruto. So you're the sage of the wrong path. Hagoromo. You are very skillful to speak like that, Uzumaki. So you were my previous vessel, a voice similar to Naruto's would say. Who, of course it was double, what did you expect? Sasuke. Those two seem strange to me. Ara. Ashura and Indra Itsutsukas, he would say, annoyed, given that Shukaku had told him the story of those two. Indra. I can't believe the last of my bloodline is such a traitor and a miserable crow. Sasuke. At least I'm not throwing a tantrum because my dad didn't choose me as a successor. Hagoromo. Mama Shiki, a Shiki an opinion. Mama Shiki. They are simply arrogant mortals, regardless of their race. Naruto. How I wish I had brought some god with me. A Shiki. It's better to get this over with. Mama Shiki. You're right, Kinshiki, take care of them. Izuku. The transformation begins, pilgrimage to the afterlife, I am the emerald dragon who defeated the king of heaven. Disintegrate everything, a Kafaloga all grid, he would recite to transform. The Itsutsukas would be surprised and dumbfounded, but would be completely shocked when Izuku in his dragon form would throw a great amount of green fire and lightning against the corpulent Otsutsuki, against Kinshiki. The jade fire, capable of burning the very soul of enemies and those with evil hearts, would impact against the Otsutsuki, beginning to disintegrate him until nothing remained of him, alarming the rest, since they were unprepared in their arrogance for them. Mama Shiki. Wow, he would say, surprised but unfazed. Mama Shiki. He was the weakest of us and without karma his chakra will be nothing. Naruto. Wanna bet? Drawing his katana. Indra. I'll take care of him. Shisui. Ah yes, appearing in purple smoke behind him and slitting his throat with some kind of small sickle. Ashura. Brother. Konohamaru. You're irritating, and knowing who you've transmigrated with just disgusts me. Ashura. I proposed a path to peace through love and understanding. Konohamaru. Oh yeah. That's why you failed. Without peace there are no wars, and without hate there is no love. It's a vicious cycle, two sides of the same coin. You and that old man were wrong. Ashura. Peace is not possible any other way, so I'm sorry, creating a kind of sphere with several Rasengans. Konohamaru. So many languages and they only understand each other through blows, moving their weapons and creating an attack by channeling magic into a killing storm. Minute 3.29. Both attacks would collide, but Ashura would escape and appear behind Konohamaru wanting to attack him, but the blonde would wrap his tail around his fist. Konohamaru. Where did the count say, starting to beat the sage's retarded son to death? Ashura. Bad damn Embrat would say in pain. Konohamaru. You know, out of all these idiots since I read the story, you were the ones I respected the most along with Hamura, but I see that you're just an idiot. Outburst. From the Otsutsuki's body a throbbing organ would emerge, which the chestnut would split in half, ending the Otsutsuki's life. Shiki. Your children are pathetic, Hagoromo. Mama Shiki. We will join the fight. Both Itsutsukas would enter the field, blocking the attacks of Claris, Chouji, Kiba and Bakugo, although thanks to the latter they would receive damage. Mama Shiki. Ishiki. The aforementioned would only look at a creation of Rias and Momo, following an attack created by the Saint of Orleans in the past. Momo and Rias. You said chakra wouldn't harm you, so try magic creating a whirlpool of fire and destructive power la pucelle. The fire would burn Ishiki completely. It's not that the Atsutsukas are weak, they are simply extremely trusting, and as Gilgamesh would say, they are simply stray dogs and mixed breed trash. Hagoromo. It's a disaster Ishiki Kinshi. Mama Shiki. It's just us, do something Hagoromo blocking Toneri's attacks. Hagoromo. I have no choice but to. Naruto. Rasengan. Crashing the Rasengan against the Otsutsuki. Hagoromo. Maldito. Mama Shiki. Hagoromo. Jumping to help but. Percy. You won't. Nico. We'll kill you here and now, two demigods. Percy. Cousins, being children of the sea and the underworld. Both. We'll send you where you belong. Both would combine powers making the Otsutsuki want to absorb thinking it was chakra, but his hands were torn off by the water and his body was sunk in darkness that was rotting him. Mama Shiki. What the hell? Naruto. Ready to move on, old man. By the way, we know all your plans. Hagoromo. In that case you are a threat to my plans, he would say using his chakra and showing his power. Hagoromo's Godadamas would create a gigantic sickle that Naruto would block with his katana, while a kind of artificial Jubi launched a Bijadama towards him. Naruto. Shit, releasing the grip of one hand on the katana row eyes. The shield would stop the attack giving way a little given its power, even so Naruto would receive some damage to his arms. Naruto. Shit, if I didn't cover myself it wouldn't hurt tomorrow. Hagoromo. Rindeed. Naruto. I see I have no choice making his katana shine deciphering the essence, converging perfected ideals, linking creation techniques I will pray for you a peaceful death the pinnacle of my work Tsumikai Muramasa. Hagoromo would receive a cut all over his body and a crimson fire would begin to appear, causing him pain while his body was consumed. Hagoromo. I don't regret anything. While with Percy and Nico. Mama Shiki delayed the power of both demigods as much as he could, but two dragons began to limit his power, since Vali used dividing to weaken him, and Issei was preparing. Percy and Nico. Do it. Issei. Dragon Blaster. Mama Shiki. What? The Dragon Blaster would hit the Otsutsuki, wiping it out, while Kagaya was attended to by Will and those who were not fighting from the retinues and allies, while Zeref looked at this in surprise. Urza. Is more destructive than Natsu. Natsu? Yeah, hey. He would say upon realizing that he was agreeing with the redeed. Naruto. It's over. Will. Chief's brother, what do we do with her? Naruto. As far as I know her evil doesn't come from her, but from Shinju and Zetsu's black snot, so. The Keno. I already took care of extracting it showing a black mucus in a jar. Zetsu. Get me out of here. Shisui. Sorry to ruin this, but Obito is missing. Naruto. No need, since he left when Crom defeated Madara. Crom. That bastard simply took the coward's path, without his plans, nothing will be the same, and everything will improve for the better. Momo. It's true. Hinata. Besides, it's time to go back. I'm not Kumo. Everyone was gathered to say goodbye to the elemental world, plus Zeref wanted to get rid of the curse, the paperwork, in addition to what Angsarum had done, well with Natsu they made up for lost time, and a red dragon joined them, given that along with a humanoid shark and a sword he chose to leave. Leo. We already have the machine. Tamari. Can I go with you? Ara. Me too, I won't live here anymore. Tenkuro. Well, I'll go with my brothers. Hey. Good luck. Meitarumi. It's time for her return. Nifyun. We had a good time, but the most important part of a trip is its end. Urza. Master, I'll go with them, it seems they need a firm hand. Makarov. I think so. Natsu. Are you really coming, Ignel? Ignel. Without a doubt, I must teach what it is to be a dragon to those guys from that world he would say with pride. Greg. Don't go too far he would say from the gauntlet. Albion. If we weren't sealed we'd beat the shit out of you he'd say from Volley's wings. Ignel. But they are sealed, that dictates that they are weak he would say mockingly. Naruto. Okay Leo, Charles, turn on the machine. The children of Hephaestus would make the request as the portal opened and all those who came to help entered the portal, along with several who were leaving those lands forever. Naruto. Elemental nations, goodbye forever he would say to be the last one to pass before the portal closes. Another war. Heroes versus villains versus Yuzu 1. Japan. Months have passed since the symbol of peace fell from the podium and was dubbed the symbol of betrayal. His fall sparked an unprecedented mass uprising demanding, as compensation, the end of the Age of Heroes. The situation was critical, as in addition to furious civilians, they had to face villains who increasingly attacked specific locations and issued a motto of action: freedom to use quirks. This was analyzed very closely by Kurama as things were going from bad to worse in Japan, and that could drag Yuzu further than it already was, especially Shinto, who was retreating, since their temples were in the sites of several villains and their guardians, as well as demigods, who unlike the ancient Greeks, were cared for and loved. Thanks to his most loyal companion, the only kitsune of the fox summoning clan who could pass as a human with a quirk, Zen, a Rakubi of incredible cunning and great strength, as well as beauty when he took human form, which caused that during a visit from Aden, Freya almost raped him, and Zen was Naruto's bodyguard. Zen had discovered an organization that was making a pact with a so-called League of Clowns, named after Zoro, since he didn't consider anyone from the so-called League of Villains as such. Except for All for One, they lacked resources, ideals, or strategies, and were more like resentful little children crying because someone had taken their candy. They had tracked down each and every one of them and analyzed them. Currently sitting on the couch in his personal office, while smoking a cigar and drinking a glass of whiskey, he was reading all the intelligence reports. Himiko Toga. A blood-mad woman, her reports didn't need to say more, given that she was someone who couldn't be sent anywhere other than a mental asylum. Her quirk consisted of drinking blood to use it, but that didn't trigger her madness, but rather the pleasure of killing when she discovered it. This could be cured with the right treatment, but Japan, if it had them, wouldn't use them, given that it needs villains to keep the system running. Abi. Tuya Todoroki, a boy believed dead after overusing his quirk, now a resident of Yuzu, thanks to Rei, who since he left Endeavor, like the rest, was able to make him understand several things, especially removing that attitude similar to the number 2 hero of seeing little Shoto as a means to fulfill an objective. Rei had to tell him and with the help of Kurama show him the truth, show Dabi that he was Endeavor's reflection from across the street. That helped the former villain a lot, since Tsune did a great job healing his wounds. Spiner. A lousy follower of Stain, a fake who believes himself to be judge and executioner in the eyes of the Biju, like Stain, only the latter was able to change his mind. Spiner treats everyone as false heroes except All Might, when Stain had recognized several apart from All Might, such as Midoriya and Shoto, but the betrayal only made him attack for the sake of attacking, trying to enter Yuzu to kill Stain, since supporting All Might according to him, betrayed his ideals. According to Zoro, the Stain doctrine has no basis whatsoever. Kurama used one of his phrases, when a heroic act is rewarded it loses its value. From that phrase, the fact that All Might receives a salary as a hero no longer makes him valid as such, and since Stain named him a true hero, that generated one of his contradictions. He tends to be the same as the society he criticizes, given that as a person with a mutation quirk, he was discriminated against for his appearance, but he does not accept when he sees something that does not fit his ideals, being exactly the same as those who discriminated against him and led him to villainy. Twice. A subject with multiple personality disorder, a person who needs help and that no one in society, heroes or civilians, wanted to help for the same reason as before, villains are needed to keep the hero system running. Moonfish. A madman beyond salvation, he possesses a strange fascination with flesh, to the point of closely inspecting and admiring a severed limb. Added to his lack of mental stability and suspicion of cannibalism, he's one of the subjects Kurama would eliminate from the game to avoid future problems. Mr. Compress. Relatively the most normal of all the League villains. He's a showman at heart who likes to organize every event he takes part in and be as flashy and entertaining as possible. Despite that, he's not a bad guy. He just thinks that because he's a descendant of Oji Harima, a criminal, society already views him as one, even though his sins aren't passed on to his descendants. Mr. Compress feels it's his mission and familial duty to continue his great-great-grandfather's legacy and will. Mr. Compress joined the League of Villains to fight against a corrupt system of wealthy heroes and wanting to expose the injustices of hero society. Kurama doesn't blame him for it, but that's not the way to go, given that heroes are simply pawns in a larger arena. Muscular. One of the cruelest, bloodthirsty, and ruthless villains, he's one of the only ones who dared to attack Yuzu, and he's not alive to tell the tale. He was killed by Eros when he tried to attack and conquer the island, making it his personal paradise, a place of battle where death is commonplace. Tamura Shigaraki. The worst villain on the list, a child with severe trauma from an abusive father, since he was the son of Nana Shimura, former symbol of peace. The abandonment of the woman led the father to abuse Shigaraki for wanting to be a hero as a child, and given the traumas that this generated, he was the culprit of killing his family due to a lack of control of his quirk, generating a greater shock and a mental block from it. He was found by All for One as the future recipient of his gift soul, since All for One, together with Dr. Kaede Igaraki, developed the Kasei transfer method, and the AFO gift was tied to his soul, which means that his future successor is nothing more than his new body. Unfortunately, Kurama thought like a leader, and Shigaraki is a threat to Yuzu, so he must be eliminated. Kurogiri. Shirakumo Oboro, or what's left of him, the most troublesome member of the league and who almost entered Whirlpool, but nothing that seals prevented his advance, is currently being held on the island, depriving the League of Villains of their means of transportation. The organization that made a pact with the League was the Quirk Liberation Army, a large and powerful villain organization that follows the philosophy of free use of one's quirk, as they consider it a basic human right, and emphasizes liberation over regulation. It was created and led by Destro, Chikari Yatsubashi, until his suicide in prison. The group then passed to his son Riki Yatsubashi, alias Re Destro, president and CEO of Detnerit Corporation, a lifestyle support company. Its most notable members are Jeton, his gift is ice manipulation, and only his real surname is known, which is Himura. He is one of Re Destro's most loyal followers, in addition to being extremely loyal to the group. His skills are quite advanced, and the Fox considers him the final form of ice manipulation of the extinct Yuki clan. Skeptic, Tomoyasu Chikazoku, a board member of Feel Good Incorporated who was secretly a leading member of the revived Superpower Liberation Army. He is a firm believer in the Superpower Liberation Army's ideology. That humans have the right to use their quirks whenever and however they want, and if that means using them against the supernatural world, so be it. He is extremely loyal to Re Destro. Tomoyasu's quirk allows him to take a human-sized object, such as a desk or refrigerator, and turn it into a likeness of any person. Trumpet Koku Hanabata was the leader of the Hearts and Mind Party, holding a certain level of influence within the Japanese government and society at large. As the leader of his own political party, the Hearts and Mind Party, he also had complete authority over it until its dissolution. A born leader, not a boss, he is capable of inspiring his followers with words and charisma, making him one of the most dangerous. His gift consists of aligning his voice with an electromagnetic pulse. Curious, Chidis Kazuki was the CEO of Shueisha Publishing until her death at the hands of Toga Himiko. While she isn't a threat, her body could be, given the accelerated development of Nomus Kaidai Garaki, given her quirk. She is an immensely curious woman who takes great interest in her journalistic pursuits. Chidis knew many details about Himiko's life before she became a criminal and wished to create an article that would bring her background as a villain to light. Proving the falsehood of heroes and civilians with most villains. She was dangerous because of her sources that allowed her to gather information even under the nose of the government. Her quirk allows Chidis to turn anything she has touched into an explosive that can be detonated at will. Kurama took a deep drag on his cigar as he exhaled the tobacco from his lungs. Smoking may be harmful to humans, but he is a massive chakra with feelings and consciousness. If something happens to him you only live once. All Might. I notice you're pensive, he would say, entering the office with Aizawa in midnight. Kurama. Please read this, because from what I see, this time the heroes were guilty of being incompetent. Aizawa. What does he mean? Kurama. Who would have thought that they would ignore potential villains in the upper strata of society? Midnight. Chidis Kazuki, Chikari Yatsubashi, Koku Hanabata, they were free of all suspicion, there was no need to suspect them, they seemed like exemplary people. Kurama. Hey little one, you're a girl playing heroes and villains. Villains don't always come from the ground, from a pigsty or from places of ill repute, many of them come from places of power and prove to be tender lambs, but they are simply wolves waiting to show their jaws. All Might. What do we do? Kurama. Wait, for the moment we have defenses but no resources for an attack, and even if the factions support we have many things against us, given that the biblical heaven and biblical underworld could take advantage of that situation. Aizawa. In that case. Kurama. Apollo taking a communicator, tell Atalanta to watch the access bridge. Apollo. Right away. Kurama. Heroes calling the communicator is preparing for a trip to Kyoto and then to Izumo. I want to see the situation with the Yakai and the Shinto. Come with me and warn Kaijuro. Heroes. I'll prepare the helicopter, father, and call them. Midnight. I'm surprised you have the god of love on your side. Kurama. I'm the super perverted partner. Midnight. Base. Kurama. Kira. Calling an anthropomorphic fox. Kira. Kurama-sama called me. Kurama. Yes, I want you to get Chiron ready, tell him to prepare the defenses and for Olympus to prepare, tell Shifu to get his people ready and for Master Doko of the Tigers to prepare. Kira. Anything else my lord? Kurama. Prepare the arrival area and inform the descendants of heroes who joined us after the rescues to be ready with the rest. Kira. Hi. Kurama. If they want to fight, they'll have a fight, heroes, villains, anti-heroes, all sides of the same coin. Another war. Heroes versus villains versus Yuzu 2. Yuzu was preparing for war, but it didn't help that several heroes under Hawk's command had wanted to enter into negotiations with them to join the battle against the League of Villains. It was nothing more than a three-front battle that Nezu, in his infinite arrogance, called stupidity by Kurama, refused to see. The negotiations were literally forcing Yuzu to participate, as they had tried with the failed kidnapping of the ambassador and champion of Bishamontan, Nagao Kagetora. Nagao had arrived on Amaterasu's orders as an ambassador, as she was one of the many descendants of heroes from Japan's past. She did not arrive alone, but accompanied by a boy of demonic descent, Rin Okumura, one of the pillars of the underworld who was believed to be extinct since he was eliminated due to his interbreeding with humans, causing a miscegenation, which the vast majority of demons viewed frowned upon. The few that remained of that lineage were human-demon hybrids who lived under Amaterasu's wing, learning of the history of said clan. Rin and Nagao were not the only ones to suffer kidnapping attempts, since the successor and direct descendant of Miyamoto Musashi, a girl who uses that name honoring her ancestor and serves as Nagao's bodyguard, had her own kidnapping attempt, since the heroes accompanying Hawks wanted to sweeten her ears that as a descendant of someone famous, she should be with them and not with foreigners. Musashi simply cut off her limbs when they said those words, since they used a suggestive and syrupy tone, longing for her true colors. On the borders of Yuzu, several nomas were currently being shot down by the best archer of Kurama and the last descendants of great heroes of the past, but in continental Asian territory, it was a miracle that KUO found him, his name Arash. Arash was extremely loyal to the Uzumaki, they saved him from wandering the world and using his life as a mercenary of the supernatural. In Yuzu, the possibility of forging his destiny opened up for him, of having a home and a family, since he adopted an abandoned child in Asia. It wasn't unusual for Afo to send his nomas, after all, Arash as a spy killed Kaidai Garaki, the doctor who created the nomas of the #1 villain, in addition to destroying the factory of said creatures, however there were about 150 to 200 nomas in circulation. To these beasts, added several renegade demons and fallen angels that Afo gave quirks, and minor villains who were in the power of the Superpower Liberation Army, they launched themselves against Yuzu. Nezu and Endeavor, in command of the heroes, also did not want to waste Afo's attack, and since this time they were enemies of Yuzu, they would help each other as a ceasefire in the war of heroes versus villains, while the war continued after that, a temporary agreement. Nagao, Musashi, and Arash were the defensive pieces. Their spear, sword, and bow inspired several of the island's defenders. The Apollo cabin that was living there was working alongside Tsunade with the fully wounded, given their healing abilities, while Apollo, Artemis, and the huntresses hunted the nomas. Lee Fletcher, Tsunade's second in command, organized the cases as best he could, and while he had plenty of medicine, space was a problem. Lee. Tuuma reportedly would say speaking to a Redeed in a shinobi suit. Tuuma. The heroes sent support to the villains this time, and it is said that Gigantomachia is approaching among the ranks. Lee. Damn, the place is small, warned KUO and Lord Kurama. Kurama. That won't be necessary, he would say, appearing in the room. Now we will enter the fight, making a hand gesture. In the battle. Several heroes attacked with their quirks the area where Arash launched his arrow supported by the hunters, but before the ranged quirk attacks hit, a wooden dome would form. All Might. Ha 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 ha, do not be afraid. Do you know why? Because I am here. TB. You can fight and then introduce yourself with your lines. All Might. Sorry, hunter friend, old habits. Oh. Thanks All Might. TB. Whatever, hey Atalanta girl, she would say, getting the attention of a green-haired girl. You can attack. Atalanta. Yes, I would say, throwing arrows. Oh. I'm glad to find her descendant, she would say melancholically, remembering an old hunter. But the heroes. Several heroes threw themselves at a smiling Kaijuro who was engaged in fighting with two boken. There was no point in killing simple power-hungry guys, just as there was no point in leaving them alive, but if you don't bring down the king and let the pawns fall unconscious, you won't win the fight. Kaijuro. If you fight without conviction, you have no goal to pursue. At that, All Might would fall next to the smiling swordsman. All Might. Well said, my friend. Noticing several nomas retreat since the heroes retreat, throwing themselves against the nomas, it is my job to replace them in the fight. Kaijuro. It's something strange, and I like that, he would say with joy, but worrying a little when he saw All Might with several nomas on top of him. All Might. Oklahoma smash. The nomas were sent flying, as several spears of darkness stabbed into them, and several heads rolled at high speed. Hermes, do you need a hand, sir? Hades. Don't be careless, fools. Gran Torino. Zygot, you need to stop being so carefree, he would say, getting off Hades' shoulder and hitting All Might with the staff. Hawks. All Might. The bird would say, arriving at the battle with a feather sword. Kaijuro. Flame-breathing second posture rising sun. The Nichiren and Hawk's feather sword would collide, generating a noise of metal clashing, but the hero would continue with his assault. The orders were to reduce and eliminate threats, and the order was not given by Nezu or Endeavor, but by the president of the Commission for the Public Safety of Heroes. Kaijiro. Killing on orders is not a hero's style, who do you work for? Hawks. You're dangerous, so I must kill you. Musashi. Wow, he would say arriving he wanted to fight, but the flame blonde has everything under control. Kaijiro. Yes, dodging a rapier, but this dodging slashes and cuts becomes more complicated. Breath of flame third stance, burning universe. Hawks. Curse dodging the flame slash dies throwing his feathers. Kaijiro. Pathetic masterfully blocking the feathers. Hawks. Shit, he would say to withdraw because his mission failed. On bridge. Poseidon was with his samurai forces pushing back the liberation army, while the pandas and other jade races supported the counteroffensive, while a great wave would impact against the enemy ships, sinking them. Poseidon. Good. Tyson. Fire, he would say, opening fire with his fighting machines. Poseidon. Not bad, son, not bad, he would say, looking at his son Cyclops. Percy would like to see these machines. While the battle was taking place on the ground, in the air a helicopter was leaving Yuzu bound for Kyoto and then to UA. Kurama. This has already spread and I need the boys to arrive. Another war. Heroes vs villains vs Yuzu 3. Kyoto. A helicopter was arriving at the city, specifically at Lady Asaka's residence, while she along with Amaterasu, along with a multitude of guards, all mostly descendants of many heroes of Japan, among them, the former knight of Surziches, Akita Sauji, turned demon to try to cure her illness, which did not happen and ended up locked up until being saved by Susanoo, simply for surpassing several high-class demons, being a piece of retinue, that is, a low-class demon. A descendant of the demon king of the sixth heaven, the young Oda Nobunaga, the new queen of innovation, descendant of the legendary warlord between the Sengoku and Azuchi Momoyama periods of Japanese history. Okada Aizu II, descendant of Hidekiri Aizu, the mankiller, one of the last assassins of the shogunate era and one of the most famous in the history of Japan. Saika Maguekio, descendant of the leader of the armed mercenary group called Saika that existed during the Warring States period of Japan. Kajiro Sasaki, successor to the strongest loser in history. Takasugi Shinisaku, descendant of one of the so-called four heavenly kings of Shimka-sanjuku, of the same name, enlisted in Shimka-sanjuku. He was arriving at the heliport accompanied by his personal bodyguard and stepson, Tuya Otsutsuki, formerly Todoroki, former villain Dabi. Tuya. This looks bad. Kurama. Why do you say that? Tuya. Numerous nomas and heroes are seen wanting to assault this place. Kurama. Jump, those two are determined to mess with the Yakai faction at all costs, although I can't blame them. Tuya. Why do you say that? Kurama. Think about it, each Yakai clan has specific abilities, if humans found out wouldn't they do the same thing the demons did to the Nicuchio? Tuya. I guess you're right. The helicopter would land while opening the doors. Isaka. Kurama. Nod. Close. Kurama. Hey little one, how are you? And hello Yasaka-chan and Lady Amaterasu. Isaka. Some news from the air, she would say, kissing her husband. Kurama. Nothing more than an army of nomas coming along with several heroes. Amaterasu. Nothing we can't handle. Isaka. It's true. Kurama. Well, it's time to show what we're worth, hahaha. Anayu. Nezu was looking out a window with All For One at his side, everything they planned with the supernatural went down the drain, Japan on the verge of total collapse, and neither heroes nor villains can stand. For his part, All For One received the news of their attack on Kyoto, but that they were defending themselves, given the multiple Yakai clans present, with the Kitsunes being the ones putting up a greater fight. Afo. And to think we teamed up to keep those guys under control. Nezu. We played these cards very badly, he would say resignedly. Endeavor. What are they both talking about? Afo. We believe that the supernatural can be controlled by both, since to maintain the systems, both sides must make a pact with the devil and God at the same time. Surziches. It seems they need support, I would say, entering. Michael. We are willing to help. Rizavam. Even though it bothers me to see those fake moes, I'll help. Yuzu is already an unstoppable toothache, we must remove that. In use. The heroes retreated as the nomas redoubled their attacks as numerous angels and demons began to arrive, the flags were clear, and even the insignia of the Cow's Brigade were evident. All Might, Kaijiro, Hades, Apollo, Poseidon, Artemis, numerous demigods were tired but refused to give up, even the Dragon Queen of Chaotic Karma, Tiamat, refused to give up. They were at a disadvantage, they wouldn't achieve anything without a fight, because if 300 didn't fall against thousands in Greece, why wouldn't they? All Might. Don't back down. Kaijiro. With courage. Hades. Fight. Poseidon. No more tears. Seraphol. Kill those bastards. Ajuka. Is it ready? Tyson. Yes, I would say, activating a machine. Apollo. Well, my children, calling his demigod children, we need you. Lee Fletcher. What's going on? What do they need? Apollo. Musical accompaniment he would say smiling. Artemis. We're in the middle of a fight 1. Apollo. So. A good role helps improve things during a fight. At that everyone felt a pang in their heads. Hephaestus. That hurts he would say with several weapons and throwing away failed projects. Voice. To his left as a song began to be broadcast throughout Yuzu. Several looked back, how numerous portals made with various colors and shapes would open while several people came out of them, the first to come out being Zereftrignel, now the new bishop piece of Kurama, followed by Alvarez and Irene Bulsirian, along with Sabretooth and Fairy Tail. From other portals, Chame, the 7-tailed beast, Shukaku, the 1-tailed beast, and Jayuki, the 8-tailed octopus bull, along with their Jinchurikis and Shinobi, who wanted to leave the elemental nations to live in Yuzu. Along with the sky, a green and black dragon covered in green fire and lightning flew over the skies, while from the sea, an energy dragon spewed boiling water from its mouth, along with a fire cat and a turtle with shrimp tails. All might. Midoriya shonen he would say as he felt the green and black dragon fly over. Mandalay. Kota climbing on the back of his draconic nephew. Bara. We are here to help. Damari. Time to return the favor. Tenkuro. I'll make them puppets. Filler B. Oh yeah brother, let's prove that we fly like butterflies and sting like bees. Jayuki. That looks like it, friend he would say trying not to pay attention to his Jinchuriki's rhymes. Shukaku. I like action. Matatabi. Hehehe we have something to play with, kitty. Vegito. That's what we see. Phew. It will be fun. Jame. Let's go Arvita. It seems like it will be like the old days. Meitarumi. Well, coming freed me from paperwork. I say the same hahaha. Reina. Camps. Those who had gone to the elemental continent prepared themselves, while Luke Castellan nodded to the leader of the half-blood group. Percy. That's all of them. Nico. Did you want more? Urza. Let's prove that they shouldn't mess with Fairy Tail and their friends. Natsu. Hey, are you there Ignel? He would say as he passed through the portal followed by a large red dragon. Ignel. Ha, this will be fun. Bray. Let's do this. Shoto. Ready everyone. The Kugo. Nobody messes with my pack he would say in wolf mode. Ibarra. They will pay for their misdeeds. Asia. Yes. Arena. What Ibarra said. Zenobia. I appreciate you saving us Gremory-san. Riaz. I never use that last name, it's future Uzumaki. Quetzalcoatl. Fufufuful I call. Momo. It's time for them to see who they're messing with he would say creating 2 cannons Gray-san, you can make the ammunition with Shoto. Ray. Right away. From various portals, Valkyries and warriors from Asgard, warriors from India, China and pantheons allied to Yuzu also emerged. Kitsuma. It will be fun. Milikas. What do they say? Konohamaru. Video game afternoon after this. Romeo. I don't know what it is, but it sounds fun. Hinata. This will be interesting. Hanabi. This one san. Zeref. Naruto-san, order. Shisui. Order, boss he would say with a somewhat crazy smile and his umbrella. Sasuke. Let's show our power. Naruto. For Yuzu. Izuku Kota Ignel Natsu. Gra would say. Haminari. Ah he would say in a fighting cry. In a short time, everyone began to launch an attack while the demons and angels, reinforced by heroes, nomus and villains, took weapons from the Commission's army since they had assaulted the armories and bases, leaving the country at their mercy, without police or military, the Commission of Heroes, the demons, angels and villains were in control. This could have scared anyone, but not the Uzumakis, their long history would not make them back down, because they were the Spartans of the shinobi world, despite the disadvantaged numbers, adversities or imminent destruction, they would fight until the bitter end if necessary, that is why Iwakumo Kiri along with smaller villages, were surpassed and won by fair means. Izuku, from the air, was lethal and destructive. Every enemy helicopter was shot down, even when missiles were launched at him, they could do nothing, because a dragon's armor, without the right weapons or magic, is impenetrable. Kota, in the water, shot down every ship or boat, destroying everything in his path. Hawks. Shitty would say trying to escape, he had managed to escape from Kaijuro, but this was more difficult I have to go. Before he could even escape, he would be intercepted by Konohamaru with a strong blow. Konohamaru. Hey, are you leaving the party so fast, little bird? Hawks. That hit hurt me, bastard. Konohamaru. Hey, I didn't offend you, I just called you by the nickname of the crazy rabbit. Hawks. Curse he would say to try to escape using the few feathers he has left. Konohamaru. Oh, none of that he would say smiling because you are my prey. Ox jumped in knowing that if he didn't finish him off this boy would kill him, so with a feather sword, he would crash against a staff starting a fight between the two. He was already exhausted because Kaijiro weakened him quite a bit, but a child shouldn't be a problem, right? But the others? Shisui. Let's see, gentlemen, he would say with his umbrella, we can solve this in two ways: surrender peacefully, we drink a glass of Macallan Fine and Rare Collection 1926, and we forget about this. Villain. Shut up, bastard. He would say, launching an attack with his quirk that allowed him to throw darts from his fingers. Shisui. Well, in that case, let's fight, he would say with a smile. The villains and several Nomas launched themselves, so the Reborn Uchiha would begin to hit, kick, fire and lightning jutsus, fighting with katanas and kunai, while little by little, due to the number he began to be overwhelmed. Shisui. Well, you're boring me, he would say a little angry, but he remembered something well. Let's see if this baby works, he would say to activate his Sharingan, making it easier for him to dodge and counterattack. Several Nomas were defeated and left with explosive seals, while several villains were put to sleep by hard blows. Shisui. Good thing I already have experience with this, he would say, smiling until he remembered that this is how Danzo subjects killed him. Damn childhood traumas, he would say, activating Mangekyo to show the Susanoo. Villain. What is that thing? Hero. I don't know. Villain 2. Kill him. High-end Nomu. He is strong, he would say, throwing himself. Shisui. Now you'll see which side the iguana chews on, he would say with a funny expression. But Naruto. Naruto was battling against several Nomas and leaving them decapitated when several heroes and villains accompanied by several demons and an Iida Tenya turned into an angel approached him. Iida. Give up for the sake of society. Naruto. Oh, how bad, let's see, 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 11 against 1 sounds fair. Iida. Good, creating a spear of light die. Would say to throw it. Naruto just smiled and used something Shisui taught him, the flickering body jutsu, only Shisui was the best user, so he taught it to him. Demon 1. How? Demon 2. Did he do it? At that, Naruto using Sunshine would begin to dodge all the attacks while on his side he threw 3-pointed kunai to the surprise of everyone who began to mock, which made them stop attacking. Naruto, seeing that, left the Sunshine and performed the jutsu of his father the fourth, beginning a carnage with his enemies. It would not kill them, but it would leave them with such a great trauma that they would remember it even in death. Iida. How is it that? Naruto. Bastard, he would say, throwing a kunai at him. Iida. I'm faster than you, idiot, he would say to dodge it, but he noticed that I was on top of him when. Naruto. Rasengan. He would say to hit the Rasengan on the speedster's back and leave him in pieces, unconscious but alive. Hero 1. Mystery to retreat, one of the few unharmed would say. Seeing everyone retreat, Naruto let out a smile as all over Yuzu and Kyoto the fights were finished, so there was only one place left to go, UA, since Hawks, thanks to Konohamaru and Seals, spilled the beans and was taken by several tigers and placed prisoner. The end of an era. KUO Academy. For some time now, the UA Hero School had become a headquarters of terror. A strong regime was imparted from there, in addition to being a re-education center for those young people with powerful quirks who refused to be heroes for various reasons, so that was where it all began. UA no longer produced heroes, it produced soldiers, lifeless drones. This had been discovered by Kurama, so following Naruto's ideals of saving those people, mostly children, accompanied by Akita Sauji, Yasaka Uzumaki, Oda Nobunaga, Sasaki Kajiro, Okada Aizu, Saika Maguekio and Takasugi Shinasaku, they launched an attack against UA, accompanied by numerous yokai warriors and descendants or champions of Shinto gods, as descendants of heroes of the past. Unfortunately, before reaching the area, he would be intercepted by someone. Wow, what a surprise, a man with a helmet would say, but if it's none other than Kurama Dono, who would say that the Juubi no Kitsune, the strongest yokai of Yuzu and Fox of Destruction, is before me. Kurama. All for one. All for one. It's wonderful to finally meet the leader of the strongest faction, and it will be a great relief to kill you, so you stop interfering in my plans, he would say with his typical tone. Kurama. Yasaka, making them see her, guides the others to UA, I will take care of this human thirsty for power and control. Yasaka would nod and with the group they would go into the UA, while the yokai and Japan's #1 villain were face to face. All for one would start the battle by launching himself, while the Biju waited for him until he smiled. Kurama. Art of the Kitsunes, Foxfire, I would say to throw fire from its mouth, surpassing Afo's attack. Afo. Damn, he would say, receiving the full impact. Kurama. Let's go, he would say, looking at the smoke. That attack was designed to repel All Might. According to my reports, you are stronger than him, so I'll wait for you, he would say in a fighting pose. Afo. Wonderful, he would say, leaving with notable injuries. Kurama. What do you say? Should we keep fighting? Both would end up throwing themselves into a battle of greater magnitude than the one caused on Kamino by Afo and All Might, causing people to run, while Kurama was forced to take out a pair of tails to help himself from time to time by placing seals on the villain. Afo? Incredible, yokai are incredible, if I had one I would add them to my power. Kurama. Well, what a shame for you, the supernatural is not for you. Kurama. Not bad, he said, taking out 4 tails. You force me to use this power, really you and All Might could face minor gods. Afo? Even if you seal most of my quirks with your seals, you won't beat me. Kurama. Let's agree to disagree. All for one got angry at that comment. Wise Kitsune art. Fire of Makai. The Biju would launch a wave of fire so immense that the nearby buildings melted. The people who were there surprisingly were not affected, while All for One began to be incinerated alive in that attack. At the end of it, the charred body of the villain began to shine and numerous lights signaling the quirk stolen per year came out, so Kurama would take out numerous rolls to perform a sealing. He would take those stolen quirks and perhaps see the possibility with Azazel of turning them into artificial sacred gear, or give them to people without a quirk with a noble and worthy heart, willing to cross the line if it were for a greater good, but above all who value family. Kurama. Kitsune sealing, he would say, tracing hand seals and moving his tails, forming a tornado that took all the quirk sacred seal of the elements. The tornado would soon end, and on the scrolls, numerous kanjis with their content would appear. While Child approached the Biju, he wanted to ask, but the Biju felt his heart. Kurama. Here you go, boy, he would say, giving him a quirk. Child. What is that? Kurama. That's a quirk, all those lights were quirks stolen by the villain All for One. Child. But why, he would say, starting to cry, why do you give it to me? I am useless, quirkless, and nobody who wants to be a hero, but. Kurama. Never say I can't, Kitty would say, placing his hand. Nobody is useless, and if you want to be a hero you can be one, try hard and don't fall, he would say, leaving. Child. Air cannon, he would read in his kanji. Kurama. If you still want to be a hero, go to Yuzu, there you will find teachers who can guide you. Child. Hi, he would say, crying with happiness. Before Kurama could even say anything, applause erupted as people gathered around and cheered, only for a roar and a dragon wrapped in green flames and lightning to pass over them on its way to UA. Kurama. Okay, it's time for me to go, I would say, to run. Do. Nezu, Surziches, Rizavam, Michael and Falbium Asmodeus were nervous, they lost Afo, and several forces were being sent to delay the inevitable arrival of the heroes. Nezu. This is getting complicated. Surziches. Without a doubt. Michael. We must not give up. Rizavam. We will succeed whether we like it or not. At that moment, they heard a loud roar, noticing a dragon approaching from the sky, while numerous demons, angels, devils, and some random monsters and Nomu were incinerated and struck down until the door was breached. Meanwhile, from the door, a green and black dragon began to roar, and an entourage arrived thanks to a pair of 3-pronged kunes connected by the dragon. Naruto. Looks like we're here. Ali. Without a doubt. Issei. Let's finish them off. Percy. You have our support. Bakugo. I never thought I'd come back to shine, but oh well, he would say, turning into a wolf. Shoto. I have several pending accounts. Kirishima. It will be fun. Naiko. Yes. Natsu. I'm fired up. Prom. Let's see how strong they are. Azrael. I'll take care of Michael. Ray. I'll make a lot of ice, I would say, looking at Endeavor. Hey Shoto, are we going against your old man? Shota. Seguro. Both would retreat to face Endeavor, while Crom decided to launch himself against numerous heroes led by Iida Tenyu and Hawks, both somewhat weakened. Raphael. I will heal the wounded. Nezu. Okay, activating a button while the UA shook and numerous robots appeared. Let's see how it goes. Izuku. Boss, you, Volley, Issei and Percy, you should go with the others, we will take care of it. Naruto. Safe. Bakugo. Shine. Kirishima. Obvio. Natsu. Count on it. Naiko. Good, raising an army of skeletons. Raphael. I may be the angel of healing, and they may call me a doctor, I would say, to shed light on scalpels, but that doesn't mean I'm useless, I would finish saying, so that a robot falls destroyed. Naruto. Let's go, he would say, taking out his now 8 tails. Issei Volley. Balance breaker. Percy. Okay, taking a breath, water breathing, 4th stance, he would say, to pass, addressing Director Nezu, while cutting off the heads of the smaller robots. Consurziches. He was leading several demons when suddenly Falbium Asmodeus fell dead, while a Redeed arrived. Surziches. I was waiting for you, Kitsune, he would say with hatred. Naruto. Just like me, but what is the reason for this great hatred you have for me? Surziches. Since your arrival, you and the spiral of your faction did nothing but ruin everything I have planned. With my leadership, we would be the supreme faction in a few millennia. We were directing everything to obtain powerful demons, but you prevented my sister's marriage, that is why you will pay. Naruto. Okay, he would say, taking out his sword. I'll wait for you, Tomato Lucifer. But Shoto. The bicolor Nico was arriving against Endeavor, who incinerated anyone who dared to enter UA, so he attacked him with monstrous force, a product of the use of Senjutsu, thanks to Jiraiya's advice. Endeavor. Shoto. Shoto. It seems you narrowly avoided the blow, old man, I would say seriously. Endeavor. Of all the ones that exist, you had to join the enemy. Shoto. Enemy. Endeavor. Yes, the supernatural, those monsters, this is just the first step to putting humanity where it deserves to be. Shoto. I see, that madness consumed you beyond. Endeavor. And seeing this, I'm sorry to kill you, but there's a greater good at stake, I would say, to attack. Ray. I don't think so, he would say, freezing his legs. Endeavor. What? Noticing my legs can't even walk. Shoto. Glad to hear you, he would say with his head down. Endeavor. Why do you say that? Shoto. Because I can kill you without remorse, you damn bastard. But the angels. Michael was being brutally beaten by Azrael, given that everything that has happened in heaven, turning it into a very corrupt place, that the biblical God would be nauseated to be there. Michael. It seems that father was right, he would say furiously. Azrael. Reason. Should I remind you that you've caused several to fall just because of your ambition? Father was a wretch who complained about many other gods, and did the same. He wasn't bothered by sacrificing others like he did with Amenadiel before Lucifer betrayed heaven. Michael. But you don't understand, it was a greater good. Azrael. Imprison a peaceful dragon like Bahamut. Great Gabriel, the purest seraphim of heaven. Order entire massacres in human villages and Asgard. Exterminate several villages for not obeying you. Answer. He would say, stabbing the effeminate man's stomach with a spear of light. Michael. Purotan. Azrael. Well, do you want to die? So be it, he would say, riddling the archangel, leader of heaven, with spears of light. Han Rizavam. The son of the original Lucifer saw everything from his place, while a flat face was denoted, his plans despite being turning out in a strange way, his pawns were dying according to his plans. Essay. Rizavam. He would say, attacking. Rizavam. Sekirite, he would say in surprise, a demon playing at being a hero. How pathetic. Essay. I am not a demon who obeys someone like Lucifer, I am a demon of Yuzu, I serve them, not you. Rizavam. Demons are beings who are meant to be evil, perverse, brutal, wicked, scum, incorrect, beasts, and depraved. Copying what heroes do? Heroes. That's something a vigilante would do. You know about beings like humans and angels. What are we? You know that we're beings that represent evil and malicious. So isn't it obvious what we have to do? Essay. That may fall into the biblical, but it is not my case, taking the son of Lucifer to his surprise. Now it's over. Rizavam. What? Ollie. I thought you'd be left with all the fun. She would say, smiling. Rizavam. What do you think you are, brats? He would say, struggling with Issei, taking out an arm and attacking volley. Issei. Who will give you an end, bastard? Taking the arm again. Ollie. Reflect, I would say, reflecting Rizavam's attack. Lucifer was upset, two brats along with a bunch of idiots from a new faction were beating him, how could he do that? Issei. Boast, 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 he would say, increasing the strength of the grip. Ollie. List. Issei. Do it. I agree. No. Ollie. Satan compression divider. Ollie would launch a burst of beams of radiant silver white and jet black that instantly compressed Rizavam again and again until he finally eliminated him. Issei. Ouch, he would say, falling to the ground. Ollie. Are you okay? Issei. Yes, he would say, standing up, I barely received that attack and it hurt. Ollie. Stop crying, Red. With Naruto. Irideed was retreating with his body all bloody, while Lucifer was standing on a cross-eyed with numerous kanji screaming in agony, crying blood, while he slowly died, after saying tomato to the Uzumaki. But Shoto. The bicolor Nico was walking away from a frozen statue of his former father, who had a smile on his face. Maybe he didn't manage to make his son fulfill his dream, but he was stronger than All Might. The bicolor, despite everything, still had some affection for his father's monster, at least that way he can keep it. Han Percy. The son of Poseidon was looking at a large sphere of water, while inside was Director Nezu, who was drowning after trying to attack in the same way that in exam some time ago he had used against Kaminari Denki and Ashita Mina, today one in Yuzu, while the other disappeared. Percy. It could have been different, rodent, he would say to leave when he undid the water sphere and made the director fall dead. In the entrance area. Everyone was gathering as the field was surrounded by bones, metal, and corpses with traces of blood. Naruto. It's finally over, he would say, smiling with his closest friends. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.